Chapter 1 You want to take care of by Yu Guang, and let me wait while getting the marriage certificate? Binhai Civil Affairs Bureau. The handsome young man in a windbreaker was holding a Remy phone and was on the phone. Lu Ruyan, we agreed to come to get the certificate in the morning. What do you mean now? Lu Ruyan's voice on the other side said, I'm sorry, Li Xiu, Xiao Mukin is sick and I have to come and take care of him. He is divorced now and is raising a child alone. No one cares about him when he is sick. He is very pitiful. Li Xiu was not surprised. Everything was about to end, so he continued. Lu Ruyan, I tolerated what happened in the past. It was you who said that we should get the marriage certificate today, so I came early. What about you? Did you let me wait? Li Xiu and Lu Ruyan have been together for a year. The year he graduated, Li Xiu gave up his job with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan for Lu Ruyan, and joined the small company of Lu Ruyan's brother, earning 5,000 yuan a month. Submit salary every month. He also has to do the housework. It can be said that he does what a bootlicker can do, and he also does what a bootlicker cannot do. Even after Xiao Mukin came back, Lu Ruyan had to take care of other people's children from time to time, and Li Xiu had to go out and drive for others. But it wasn't because Li Xiu was born to be a bootlicker, but because he awakened the system a year ago. Ding! Host's current novice mission progress, 99 dog-licking behaviors have been completed, and the last one is left. Please agree to this unreasonable request. Okay, if it were me in the past, if you, Lu Ruyan, had done something like this, I would have kicked you out 300 years ago. Now, for the sake of the mission, I will tolerate you one last time. Okay. You want to take care of it, right? Okay, then you can take care of it. Lu Ruyan on the opposite side had a smile on her face and said, Li Xiu, you are such a good bootlicker. Okay, wait until I take good care of Brother Mukin and I will reward you by letting you get the marriage certificate. At worst, I will take care of Brother Mukin after we get married. I don't think you, Li Xiu, will dare to say anything. She stood up and cooked porridge in the pot. At this moment, a figure suddenly hugged her from behind. Ruyan, didn't you say you were going to get the marriage certificate today? Why haven't you gone yet? Lu Ruyan smiled and said, I'll take good care of you and then go. This Li Xiu won't dare to do anything. Xiao Mukin hugged Lu Ruyan at this time. Ruyan, why don't we do something and then you can go get the certificate? Oh, Brother Mukin is so annoying. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Xiu took a deep breath. Alright, system. I have completed your incredible mission, so please don't give me any useless rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. Lick the dog 100 times. System rewards novice gift pack. Please sign for it. Li Xiu didn't even think twice. Great. Open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system module and the sign-in module. Sign-in module, various gift packages can be opened according to the host's location. 24-hour cooling time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash gift package worth 3 million. Immediately credited. Byte. Li Xiu took out his phone and looked at it, and was shocked. There really are 3 million. Wait, I just got the sign-in module, so can I sign in? System. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Sign in at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Congratulations, you signed in and got a wife X1. It will be credited to your account in 5 minutes. What? This is a system. I can sign in and get a wife? Li Xiu was confused. No, one can't just fall from the sky. Oh, and there's Lu Ruyan who needs to be dealt with. What kind of person is this woman to me, Li Xiu? She abused me for a whole year. I washed and cooked for you at home, worked like a slave for your brother at the company, and even had to drive your white moonlight son. I wish you two will be locked together forever. Li Xiu sent a message to Lu Ruyan on WeChat. I'm sorry, I, Li Xiu, will break up with you from today on. Don't ever come to see me again. Go away, bitch. Comfortable. Li Xiu finally got rid of the bad feelings he had accumulated over the past year. Where's my wife? We'll have 3 minutes to get to the battlefield. System, I've been a bootlicker for a year and haven't touched a woman for a year. You won't find me an ugly wife, will you? At this moment, a little further away, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan slowly approached the Civil Affairs Bureau. There were two people sitting in the back seat of the car. The woman wore gold-rimmed glasses, had delicate and intellectual features, and was dressed in a professional suit. Her long legs were so wide that the back seat could hardly accommodate her. Next to her sat a young male employee in a suit. At this moment, the male employee said timidly, "Boss Fu, I'm just a small employee. I really don't deserve it." Hearing this, Fu Xiaoyu said calmly, "Didn't I tell you that we will have a fake marriage and I will give you compensation in the future? You won't suffer any loss then." The male employee still shook his head at this moment. "Boss Fu, no, I really can't do it. I'm leaving first. Don't worry, I will never reveal this matter to anyone." After saying that, the man got out of the car as if he was escaping. The secretary in the front seat said, "Mr. Fu, this person is gone. Why don't we go back and replace him with someone else?" Fu Xiaoyu shook his head. "It's too late to drag it on like this. If I don't get married soon, my family will force me to marry into the Xiao family. The eldest grandson of this generation of Xiao is a good for nothing. Any man I can find to marry is better than him." After saying that, Fu Xiaoyu pushed the door and got out of the car. Walked straight towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just happened to face Li Xiao. Li Xiao looked at the woman in shock. "Wow, such long legs. This beauty, and these abstinence like gold-rimmed glasses, really impress me. System? This isn't my wife, is it?" The system remained silent. Li Xiao could only keep stealing glances while avoiding the gaze. Because he couldn't be sure whether this woman was his wife. Fu Xiaoyu naturally saw Li Xiao, who had a nice figure. His facial features are okay, but he's a pretty boy. The look in his eyes is quite bold. Even with my aura, he dares to look at my legs. The two of them just stared at each other. Fu Xiaoyu said calmly, "Are you here alone?" Li Xiao glanced around to make sure no one else was around. "Yeah, I'm alone, what about you?" Fu Xiaoyu nodded upon hearing this. "I'm alone too, are you single?" Li Xiao just broke up with his fiancée, so he is single now. "I am single." "Okay, then come with me to get the marriage certificate." Fu Xiaoyu said. "Hold head high? No way, sister, are you serious?" "System, oh system, I love you so much, even if you explode I will still praise you." Fu Yuxiu frowned slightly. "You have 3 seconds to decide whether you are willing to marry me, sir." Chapter 2, Your father and I have an old partner. Come and see me when you are free. Li Xiao swallowed and nodded, "Okay, let's get married. You're not afraid of a girl, so why should I worry?" Fu Yuxiu walked straight forward and pulled Li Xiao into the Civil Affairs Bureau. After a moment, the two of them left the Civil Affairs Bureau with the red book. Fu Yuxiu turned his head and thought he should explain it to others. "Li Xiao, actually I..." At this time Li Xiao suddenly interrupted. "Ms. Fu Yuxiu, from today on you are my wife. I still have 3 million in savings, and I'm still looking for a job. My family has a house. Don't worry, I will become richer and richer in the future." Fu Yuxiu was stunned, and the words on his lips did not come out. "I also have a house. Let's talk about it later. I'll add you on WeChat and we'll contact each other then." After the two exchanged WeChat, Fu Yuxiu left. Got in the car. The secretary was shocked and said, "No way, Mr. Fu, did you really just find someone to get the marriage certificate?" Fu Yuxiu handed the marriage certificate to the secretary. "Assistant Lin, check all the information about this boy." "Okay, Mr. Fu." Special Assistant Lin took the marriage certificate and said in surprise, "Oh, he's really a handsome guy. Is Mr. Fu going to fall in love?" The other end. Li Xiao stood at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau inside. "No way, I already have a wife just like that. The system is awesome." Just at this moment, the cell phone rang. Li Xiao picked up the phone. "Wow. Dad? How did you think of contacting me?" The father across from him, Li Pingyan, said with a smile, "Son, I have good news for you. Your dad and I have a partner now. Although your aunt and I are not getting married, we have decided to keep each other company. I will send you the location this Friday and you can meet her together. By the way, she has 4 daughters. Dad has given you a great assist. It will all be up to you when the time comes." "Damn it!" Li Xiao almost swore, "Are you kidding me? You are so old and still doing this?" Wait, the old man hung up the phone so quickly? I haven't told you I'm married yet. Forget it, I'll tell you later. At the same time, as soon as Fu Xiuyu returned to the company and sat down, he received a call from his sister. Sister, I have something important to tell you. Our mother has found a partner and asked us to have dinner together on Friday. I heard that she has a son. Fu Xiuyu's face didn't look very good after hearing this. Let her be happy, maybe they will break up again after dating for a while. The younger sister said, Big sister, Grandpa said that he wants you to marry into the Xiao family, you must not agree. Xiao Mukin's reputation is in turmoil in your circle, and the Xiao family is interested in your company, right? Otherwise, why would they bring up the marriage contract that Grandpa made? Fu Xiuyu nodded. Don't worry, I've already solved it. I've already got the marriage certificate. The Xiao family can just give up on this idea. What? Big sister, are you serious? When will you let us meet your brother-in-law? Is he handsome? How old is he? The younger sister asked frantically. Fu Xiuyu thought for a moment and said, I'll let you meet later. But the prerequisite is that if he still doesn't run away after I explain the situation to him clearly, I will meet you then. At this time, Fu Xiuyu noticed that his cell phone kept ringing. It's my own group of 4 sisters. Fu Xiuyu, big sister. Found it. My brother-in-law. Already. Got the marriage certificate. At Fu Xiuxue at Fu Xiumu. Fu Xiuxue? Second brother, stop talking nonsense. You scared me to death. Isn't my eldest sister a 10,000-year-old iron tree? Fu Xiumu, iron tree blooms? At Fu Xiuyu. Fu Xiuyu, it's true. I'll make arrangements for you to meet after a while. Fu Xiuyu, haha, I'm serious, take a look at the photos. Fu Xiuxue, yes, there is no truth without a picture. Fu Xiuyu, I was in a hurry, so I didn't take any pictures. I'll make up for it later. Fu Xiuyu glanced at the marriage certificate and said, 25 years old? I'm already 30. If I send it out, they will laugh at me for being an old cow eating young grass, right? She picked up the phone in front of her. Assistant Lin, show me the job applicant's information. The other end. Li Xiu went home to pack up Lu Ruyan's things and then threw them all out. The house in front of him was bought by his father for his marriage. Now there is no chance for Lu Ruyan and me, and I am already married. Even if I want to live together, I will live with my wife. What is this woman? But the most urgent thing is that Li Xiu needs to find a job, and he definitely cannot go to the company of Lu Ruyan's brother. Thinking of this, Li Xiu began to check his email, hoping to find a good job. Now I have a wife to support. Sorry sir, your resume does not meet our company's requirements. Sorry sir, your resume does not meet the requirements of our company. After reading countless replies, he suddenly received a message from a company he had the least hope for. Fu Group, congratulations, sir. We have received your resume. Please come to the Fu Group headquarters tomorrow to take up your post in the Computer Information Security Department. Good. Li Xiu looked at the information happily. After confirming again and again that this was the information of Fu Group and not some third-party outsourced company, Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. My luck has turned. My life is about to change. This is a big company. The other end. Fu Xiuyu looked at Li Xiu's resume and said, he is a 211 graduate with a bachelor's degree in electronic information technology security. How could he work for a small company with no qualifications for a year? Lin Tei, who was beside him, said. The information I have here should be able to give you the answer. Li Xiu is 25 years old. He met Lu Ruyan when he was a senior in college. After they fell in love, Lu Ruyan came to work in the information security department of our company based on her education, while he worked in the company of Lu Ruyan's brother. Fu Xiuyu asked doubtfully, our company? But Li Xiu said he has broken up with this woman? That's what's strange. According to the information I've gathered, this Li Xiu obeys Lu Ruyan's orders and does her laundry, cooking, and picking her up after get off work. Special Assistant Lin said. Oh. Still a good man. Fu Xiuyu said. That's what makes me angry. This Lu Ruyan is having an affair with another man behind Li Xiu's back. You said it wasn't too much. Special Assistant Lin said. Hearing this, Fu Xiuyu pondered and asked, what position does Lu Ruyan hold now? Just an ordinary employee. Special Assistant Lin said. So, starting tomorrow, Li Xiu will be the leader of Lu Ruyan's group. I think Li Xiu is also responsible for the information security of the brothers' small company, so he should be qualified for the job. Hey! Is our President Fu helping her husband vent his anger? Fu Xiu, you said nothing. Li Xiu, whether you want to be my husband, a real husband or a fake husband, depends on your performance. If you are still in touch with this woman, you can get back together in a minute. Then our marriage would just be a fake one. Chapter 3, I won't marry you. You scumbag. The next morning, Li Xiu put on his suit and went to report to Fu Group. I wonder what good things I can get by signing in at Fu's group today. According to the system, the sign-in reward is based on the sign-in location. Does that mean that the things I sign in at Fu's group will also be related to the company? When Li Xiu went to report to Fu Group, Lu Ruyan woke up in her own by Yue Guan home. As soon as he looked at the sky, he panicked and said, "Oh no! Wake up! Xiao Mukin, wake up! What time is it? Didn't I miss the marriage certificate?" Xiao Mukin raised his hands and hugged Lu Ruyan. Why are you in such a hurry, you licker? You can just contact me again and make another appointment. Lu Ruyan calmed down a little, opened her phone and saw the message Li Xiu sent her. What's wrong with you, Li Xiu? Why are you angry over such a small matter? The more you act like this, the more I won't get married with you. Lu Ruyan said angrily. He has been with Li Xiu for more than a year, and this is the first time he has lost his temper and scolded her. This guy is really too much. I must teach him a lesson this time. Unless he kneels down and begs me, I will never forgive this man. Xiao Mukin nodded. Yes, Ruyan, you are right. For an ordinary man like Li Xiu, it is a blessing for him that you like him. Isn't it just a matter of getting a marriage certificate? Lu Ruyan nodded. Yes, our family only took 280,000 yuan from him as a betrothal gift, which was cheap for him. Oh, I forgot. I'm going to be late for work. Xiao Mukin glanced at her and said, It's okay. Come over and have breakfast before leaving. That's fine, thank you Brother Mukin for making breakfast for me. Xiao Mukin glanced at her and said, I make breakfast? I can't. Either you make it, or we can buy something to eat. Lu Ruyan sighed. Xiao Mukin was indeed not as good as Li Xiu in this aspect. He couldn't even make breakfast, and he wanted me to do it? Then let's buy something to eat. At this time, Li Xiu had already arrived at the company. Fu Group Network Information Security Department. The section chief was named Shen Shuyi. She wore black-framed glasses and flipped through Li Xiu's information. Li Xiu, do you have any connections? For example, is your uncle a supervisor? Or is your father the president? Li Xiu smiled and shook his head. How could Sister Chen? I'm just a fresh-faced guy with no background. Shen Shuyi nodded. Okay, I get it. Your ID card is on the table. Take it and find the staff in your team. They will introduce you to your location. My group? Li Xiu was confused. What do you mean my group? Shen Shuyi shook her head and said, How can you be so confused? You are the team leader of our Network Information Security Department. You don't even know this? Li Xiu was stunned. Am I not the applicant? How did you become a team leader? I picked up my work badge and saw that it was true. Am I really the leader as soon as I got here? No wonder Sister Chen misunderstood me. Li Xiu walked to the door with his work badge and breathed a sigh of relief. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Sign in location, Fu Group Network Information Security Department. Congratulations on receiving Hacker Ability Card X1. Hacker Ability Card. After using it, you will become the world's top hacker. Good stuff. Use it. Li Xiu instantly felt that there was a large amount of information in his mind. Based on his previous abilities, his knowledge related to network information was greatly enhanced. That's great. Now this job will be easy for me. Li Xiu came to his group, briefly introduced himself, and chose an empty seat to sit down. Why are there so many empty seats here? A team member said, Lu Ruyan hasn't arrived yet. She might be late. Lu Ruyan? Oh, by the way, she said she worked at Fu Corporation. So she was in this department? Or his own men? How could this be such a coincidence?
But I am her boss now, let her regret it. At this time, a figure came running over in a hurry. It's over, I'm late.
A team member asked, Ruyan, why are you here wearing yesterday's clothes? You asked for leave yesterday and said you and your boyfriend were going to get your marriage certificate. What's wrong? Were you too happy last night?
Li Xiu sat at his workstation, his back to Lu Ruyan, sneering, so the woman who asked me to wait yesterday was going to make fungus in milk soup.
This kind of woman makes me sick. Oh, it's a long story.
I heard that our team has a new team leader, so I have to go and say hello first.
Lu Ruyan is actually very perceptive when it comes to currying favor with the powerful.
The colleague pointed at Li Xiu and said, that's him.
Lu Ruyan looked at Li Xiu's back and was slightly puzzled. Why does he look so familiar?
Li Xiu was checking the company's network security at this time. Lu Ruyan walked behind him, took out a drink from her bag and put it on the table, and said in a coquettish voice, hello, team leader, I am Lu Ruyan, a member of Team 6.
I'm sorry for being late just now.
I got married with my boyfriend yesterday and went to bed too late. Li Xiu said calmly after hearing this.
Lu Ruyan, didn't you go to get the marriage certificate yesterday? You're working at Foo's and you actually speak without thinking.
Lu Ruyan trembled.
How did he know? Wait, that's not right. What is this sound?
Li Xiu slowly turned around at this time.
He said calmly, am I right? Lu Ruyan. Ah! Lu Ruyan screamed. Everyone in the company looked over at the same time. Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, impossible, this is impossible. How could it be Li Xiu? Li Xiu should be in my brother's company. Section Chief Chen Shuyi came out and said, Lu Ruyan, what's wrong with you? This is your new team leader, why are you yelling? Li Xiu? Do you know him? Li Xiu slowly stood up and said, Lu Ruyan is my ex-girlfriend. She stood me up when we got the marriage certificate yesterday. I have broken up with her. Lu Ruyan, you lied to ask for leave. According to company regulations, you will be fined 3 times the amount you paid.
Lu Ruyan's chest was heaving at this moment, and she asked in shock, Li Xiu,
why are you working here? Who allowed you to come to work? Didn't I just not go to get the certificate? You deliberately came to my company to embarrass me? I looked down on you. Are you a man? Bang!
Li Xiu slapped him in the face without hesitation. Other colleagues discussed this.
Oh my god! The new team leader hits people when he disagrees with something? What kind of melon is there to eat? Lu Ruyan asked for leave yesterday to get her marriage certificate, and the person she got it from was actually the new team leader? The key point is that the new team leader was stood up?
At this time, Lu Ruyan's eyes were full of tears as she covered her face. She tried to hold back her grievances and said, Li Xiu, we are finished. Unless you resign now and go to my brother's company.
Li Xiu smiled coldly. I have officially become an employee of Foo's. What can you do to me? Don't forget. I am your boss now. Ah! I won't marry you. You scumbag. Lu Ruyan burst into tears. Chapter 4 Sister. I won't allow you to be with him anymore.
Li Xiu was so angry that he pointed at Lu Ruyan and said, I'm telling you, I went to buy Yue Guang's house to serve her on the day of getting the marriage certificate.
How dare a bitch like you call me a scumbag? Lu Ruyan, I've been washing your clothes and cooking for you for the past year.
Whenever you, by Yue Guang, have something to do, you run around more diligently than anything else.
Why do you think I am someone else? Lu Ruyan wiped her tears and said, what? You said you don't mind. He and I are friends, and friends should help each other. So you helped all night last night and didn't even have time to change your clothes? Is that right?
Li Xiu sneered. When these words came out, other employees at the scene were shocked.
Wow! Did you hear that? Lu Ruyan is pretty amazing. She actually went to someone else's house to take care of them? There's still one night left. If I were the new team leader, I would break up too. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, okay. Li Xiu. If you want to break up so badly, then break up. Don't regret it. Even if you beg me in the future, I won't make peace with you. Li Xiu nodded, okay, we can break up, but ask your parents to give me the 280,000 yuan betrothal gift. I already have a wife who has been married to me. Even if I have to give the 280,000 yuan betrothal gift, I should give it to her, right? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan thought she had heard it wrong. What do you mean you've already got the marriage certificate? Li Xiu, you don't even have a woman's WeChat in your phone. Who are you kidding? Another woman? You don't have to do this just to piss me off.
During this year, Li Xiu obeyed this woman unconditionally.
Apart from handing over the salary, you are not allowed to have other women on WeChat. That's why Lu Ruyan became more and more arrogant and complacent.
She felt that she had successfully tamed this man, and her self-confidence was simply overflowing.
I'm telling you one last time, we break up and get out. Give me the money. If you don't, I'll go through the court process directly. It's that simple.
Li Xiu is now married to his beautiful wife and has the system.
Still care about you, a slut? Okay. Li Xiu, you will regret it in a few days.
Lu Ruyan said harshly and returned to her seat.
Li Xiu also started working on his own.
Lu Ruyan, I am your team leader now. You should immediately prepare your work list and hand it over to me.
Give it to me in half an hour. Lu Ruyan was so angry at this moment. Okay. You wait. The other end.
After the high-level meeting, Fu Xiuyu returned to the office and pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said, "It's Li Xiu's first day at work today.
How is it going?" Special Assistant Lin smiled and said, reporting to President Fu, he met his ex-girlfriend today and humiliated that woman in the company. It turns out. Fu Xiuyu was just hearing the crucial moment and raised his eyes and said, "Go ahead, just say it, and say half of the words." What is this?
Assistant Lin said with a smile.
Oh, that's right. It turns out that our son-in-law was waiting for his girlfriend to get the marriage certificate yesterday. I see.
I was wondering what he was doing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau with his household registration booklet.
It turns out he was getting a marriage certificate. Fu Xiuyu asked in confusion, then what happened next?
Assistant Lin nodded and said, later, our son-in-law found out that his girlfriend didn't come. It turned out that she went to look for her lover Bai Yueguang. She also asked him to wait until she was intimate with Bai Yueguang before coming to get the marriage certificate. So Li Xiu kicked her out and got the marriage certificate with you.
It's like something out of a novel.
Fu Yuxiu smiled faintly, then frowned.
I won't be someone else's replacement. Special Assistant Lin smiled and said, do you want me to help you tell him Mr. Fu's identity? No.
Fu Xiuyu said in a deep voice, if I tell him my identity now, he might deliberately approach me because of my status and position.
How can I know his character then?
Oh. I don't know who said it was a fake marriage, but you're taking it seriously now.
Special Assistant Lin muttered.
Fu Xiuyu put down the pen in his hand and said calmly, some people have too much free time at work, so they sit here all day long with nothing to do and think about things?
Ah, no, I'm actually very busy. I'll go get busy now. Special Assistant Lin turned and left the office. Looking at the direction where Assistant Lin left, Fu Xiuyu touched his cheek, interested in him? Well, he and I got married, isn't it normal for me to care a little?
At this time, she noticed that these guys were sending messages again in the group of her sisters.
So he lowered his head and looked at his phone. The other end.
Li Xiu, who was working, heard people gossiping nearby.
Have you heard that our President Fu is said to be married? What? No way. Really?
Someone saw her car at the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Li Xiu asked curiously, oh? You got the marriage certificate after showing up at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Mr. Fu? My wife's last name is also Fu. Is my wife the CEO? TSK. If your wife is the president, why are you still a team leader?
Other female colleagues looked down on him. Li Xiu didn't think much about it, and he was too lazy to check what the president of Fu Group looked like. After all, it had nothing to do with a small employee like him.
Just at this moment, his phone rang. Willow peeling. Lu Ruyan's brother? Li Xiu picked up the phone. What do you want to talk to me about?
Lu Rusong said in a deep voice, okay, Li Xiu, don't think that just because you want to get married with my sister, you are a person.
Don't you see what time it is now? My company's system is paralyzed. Why don't you come and solve it? Hearing this, Li Xiu sneered. Your company is paralyzed, what does it have to do with me? I'm telling you, Lu Rusong, right? I won't serve you and your sister anymore. I quit. Anyway, you and I haven't signed a contract, what can you do to me?
Don't try to trick me, or I'll sue your company for illegal employment.
I have evidence that I work and that your company doesn't buy me social security.
Then Li Xiu hung up the phone. At this time, Lu Ruyan's cell phone rang.
She immediately ran to the bathroom and answered the phone quietly. Hello, brother, I'm at work, why are you calling me? Upon hearing this, Lu Rusong immediately sued Li Xiu. Sister, your lapdog is rebelling. Who the hell is he to yell at me? The system of my old company is paralyzed, and I asked him to fix it, but he said he would quit? Sister, this kind of person is like this just after getting married, I don't agree. Divorce him. Right now. Divorce him. Chapter 5. Congratulations, Mr. Fu. You have found a treasure.
Well, brother, actually, your sister and he haven't gotten married yet.
Lu Ruyan said. Lu Rusong's voice was obviously stunned for a moment.
He couldn't let his younger brother mess with him.
No way, sister. You didn't get the marriage certificate with him? No wonder.
I said this guy was crazy?
So that's what happened. It seems my guess was right.
Sister, this guy is as angry as a child who can't get candy.
Go tell him quickly.
If he doesn't come back to fix the system of my company, you will never marry him in this life.
Lu Ruyan nodded and said, Brother, you are right.
This person is jealous, so he lied to me and said that he got married.
That's bullshit. I'll ask him to work over there now.
After saying that, Li Xiu and Section Chief Chen Shuyi were chatting and laughing while drinking coffee in the tea room. Lu Ruyan walked closer and beckoned to Li Xiu. Li Xiu, come here. Li Xiu said coldly, if you have to fart, do it now.
Lu Ruyan frowned. Okay, let's put it this way. I didn't go to get the certificate yesterday, so you can't blame me. How about this?
Let's go get the certificate again tomorrow, and you go and fix the website system for my brother's company. Li Xiu glanced at Lu Ruyan and raised his hand to his lips.
Hush, where do you get the confidence to tell me this? I've already told you, I'm not interested in you or your brother. We're over, you know that? Lu Ruyan. Get lost. Lu Ruyan was furious and stamped her feet on the spot. Okay. I just don't believe it. Is there no one else who can work in my brother's company except you? She called her brother. Brother, I just don't believe it. Can't you find someone who can do the job? Is he the only one in your company who can do the job? Lu Rusong collapsed and said, Sister. My company is small, where can I find a good programmer?
Now the system has a problem, and no one here can do it.
How about you help me? Me? Lu Ruyan collapsed, I can't do that either. Your sister, can only slack off.
Lu Rusong sighed, Sister, he changed jobs because he was angry with you.
I don't care. Please help me coax him back. Where can I find a computer expert who earns 5,000 yuan a month?
After hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face turned cold.
Lu Rusong, you are already such a grown-up, and your own company has such a big problem, you must ask me to help you bear the consequences? Solve it yourself. Beep beep beep.
Lu Ruyan hung up the phone and stomped her feet in anger.
It was at this time. There was a sudden commotion in the company. Li Xiu was hurriedly called back by Chen Shuyi.
He called all the team leaders together and said, Everyone, the company's website has been hacked, and now the entire company's system is paralyzed.
Does anyone here have any ideas?
The leaders of the first 5 groups said one after another.
Give it to a group and recover in half an hour. My second group only needs 15 minutes. Leave it to my team 3.
My team 3 will fight all the tough battles. Chen Shuyi glanced at Li Xiu, and seeing that he was not bragging, she smiled and said, Since everyone is so enthusiastic, go and deal with it immediately. Whoever solves the problem first will be rewarded by President Fu himself. Suddenly, these people became full of energy. You know, President Fu is the dream lover of all the men in the company. Li Xiu had just arrived and was unwilling to show off in front of his direct superior. As the saying goes, he would observe for a while before making any decisions. Returning to his seat, Li Xiu said to his team members.
Hackers are invading. Everyone, cheer up. Group 6 cannot lose face. At this time, an employee suddenly shouted. Oh no!
The leaders of groups 1 and 3 were just too eager for quick success and lost several important company files.
The hackers this time are really powerful.
Li Xiu frowned slightly.
All the network security technicians who could work in Fu's company were elites. How could they be so incompetent? At this moment, Fu Xiuyu in the conference room was furious. What's going on? Is this our technician? So many files lost? I'll go to the technical department now. Suddenly she seemed to think of something. Assistant Lin, you go and see, it's not convenient for me. Assistant Lin shook his head and said, you are already husband and wife, yet you are still so cautious. Okay, I will go and check it out for you. Fu Xiuyu sighed. Li Xiu is also down there, I don't know what the situation is like. At this moment, Li Zhen was mocking. Lu Ruyan, you are incredible. As a technician, you made more than 10 mistakes in 3 minutes. Your diploma must be forged. Lu Ruyan couldn't stand it anymore. Li Xiu. Don't think that I will make peace with you just because you provoke me with words. You are dreaming. Li Xiu shook his head. You are such a clown. He has now returned to his position. Lu Ruyan will stay in the company for the time being, and he will use his position to make her suffer. Only by kicking him out of the company can I feel less resentful. At this time, Special Assistant Lin came to the Information Security Department and said in a deep voice, everyone, hurry up. If this continues, our Fu group will suffer great losses. After saying that, she glanced at Li Xiu and said, some of you who have just arrived at the company, the leaders will see how you perform. Li Xiu asked in confusion. Click me? It's really strange, this person looks like a high-ranking official. Could she be President Fu? Although she is good-looking, she is far inferior to my wife. Never mind, I'd better show off my good looks so that I can get a promotion and a raise in the future. Thinking of this, Li Xiu started to move. This hacker used a vulnerability in a third-party component to modify the registry. It's not particularly clever. Goodbye, you guys. Enter key, go away. In an instant, the entire company's network returned to normal. Li Xiu couldn't help but feel proud. Although he was strong to begin with, now that the system has rewarded him with hacker abilities, he can only say that he is even stronger. Special Assistant Lin was stunned. It's recovered so quickly? Who did it? Which group did it? All the groups looked confused. They had just been beaten so badly that they didn't know what to do. It definitely wasn't them. Could it be 3 groups? Or 4 groups? The team leader of Group 1 took a look at the background information and said in confusion, an IP joined and resolved the battle in 3 minutes. Whose computer is this IP? Assistant Lin was stunned. 3 minutes? So amazing? He solved a problem that the whole company couldn't solve in 3 minutes? Who is it? President Fu will personally commend you. Li Xiu raised his hand at this time. It's me, that's me. One careless mistake and it was solved. People from other groups at the scene stood up one after another. Is it him? The new leader of Group 6? So powerful? Wow. Aren't you 6 groups supposed to treat us to dinner tonight? That's right. This team leader. Let's have dinner tonight. Li Xiu waved his hand. No problem. It's just a meal. At this time, Assistant Lin's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello. Yes, Mr. Fu, it's solved. It's Li Xiu from Group 6. Well, you have indeed found a treasure. Chapter 6. What? You flirt with other men and ask me to move out? After a moment. President's office. Fu Xiuyu asked curiously, tell me, what's going on? Special Assistant Lin said with a smile. Just now when the whole company was at a loss, our son-in-law was amazing. It only took him 3 minutes to solve the problem that the whole company could not solve. Fu Xiuyu had a bit of pride on his face. Any man you choose is a treasure. How much did his previous company pay him? Fu Xiuyu asked curiously. Assistant Lin nodded and said, it seems to be 5,000 a month. What? 5,000? Fu Xiuyu thought he had misheard. Oh my god, can he work in a company like this? I feel like paying him 20,000 a month is too little. Assistant Lin smiled and said, you can give him a raise. It's just money flowing from one pocket to another, right? Fu Xiuyu rarely refuted. Okay, isn't he going to have a dinner party tonight? Let him use the company account. He did a good job, so give him a bigger bonus this month. 1900 hours p.m. Inside the club. Li Xiu has become friends with the people in the company. The club here has barbecues, drinks, and singing. The box is big enough to accommodate dozens of people.
Several team leaders exchanged compliments back and forth. Oh, it has to be Team Leader Lee. He is so young and so strong, he has a bright future ahead of him.
Yes, on the first day after joining the company, he caught the eye of President Fu and even ate and drank at public expense. Our team leader Lee will be awesome from now on. Come on, buddy, let's drink.
Inside the company, several female employees who had a good relationship with Lu Ruyan pulled Lu Ruyan aside. Ruyan, look at this young and promising team leader Lee.
Why did you break up with him? You are so confused. Exactly. You said that team leader Lee said he got married to someone else just to piss you off? I think that's right. For a newly married man, how could his wife ignore him and let him drink like that? I think you should take advantage of this opportunity tonight to make things clear with team leader Lee. Wouldn't that mean all misunderstandings will be resolved?
Lu Ruyan thought about it and realized that it was indeed difficult to find a man like Li Xiu. Besides being good looking, he was also willing to give his child her last name and hand over all his salary to her.
Listen to what you say. The situation now must be that I went too far in the past 2 days. But didn't he say that he didn't mind that I had Bai Yue Guang in my heart? Why such a big reaction? He's lucky tonight. I can sleep with him at night.
But he has never touched me before.
Lu Ruyan came to the bathroom and sent a message to her brother. Brother, do you have that kind of medicine? Lu Rusong was confused.
His company's system crashed today and he had been busy all day.
Now this sister wanted that kind of medicine from him? Who did she want to take? No sister? What do you want to do? Lu Ruyan replied, don't you want your brother-in-law to come back and work for you like a slave?
He is now the team leader of Fu Corporation.
If I don't use some tricks, will he listen to me?
When Lu Rusong heard that he wanted to help him get his brother-in-law back,
he said happily immediately. Okay. Sister, wait a moment, I'll bring it over right away. After a moment.
Outside the club, Lu Rusong said, Sister, be careful.
This is very strong. If you feed too much, you won't be able to handle it.
Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at her brother and said, I understand. She returned to the box with the medicine. He put it in the beer and walked forward to toast Li Xiu. Li Xiu didn't want to drink at first, but the people around him started to urge him to drink, so Li Xiu finally drank a glass.
I don't know why this cup is so special. Waiting for the show to end. Lu Ruyan insisted on sending Li Xiu off herself.
Several male team leaders also knew that Lu Ruyan and Li Xiu had a relationship, and they immediately became aware of the situation.
Now. Outside the clubhouse. Fu Xiuyu's car had been parked for a while. Special Assistant Lin said, Boss Fu, we have been waiting for a while. Are you waiting for someone?
Fu Xiuyu was embarrassed to admit it, but thinking that Lu Ruyan was Li Xiu's ex-girlfriend, she didn't know why she wanted to come and see her.
Wait a little longer. They are all my employees.
I have to make sure they are all okay and have returned home safely before I can rest assured.
Oh, I see. Special Assistant Lin did not say anything. The other end.
Li Xiu vaguely felt that there was a woman supporting him.
This cheap perfume seemed to be Lu Ruyan's?
Li Xiu wanted to resist, but for some reason he had no strength.
The body is abnormally hot. Lu Ruyan said calmly, you are lucky.
Although you are not as rich as Brother Xiaomucan, you are also a potential stock. Brother Xiaomucan may not be able to marry me, so I'll let you have the chance first. Li Xiu struggled to break free, but was firmly held by Lu Ruyan.
This scene happened to be seen by Fu Xiuyu. This man is really. Get off. Assistant Lin was stunned. Why don't I go and handle it?
Fu Yuxiu snorted coldly. Now that we have obtained the marriage certificate, he is mine, at least until we get divorced.
He has to be clean. Special Assistant Lin couldn't help but laugh. Oh.
The two of them walked straight up to the confused Lu Ruyan.
Assistant Lin? President Fu? Why are you here? Fu Yuxiu said in a deep voice, put him down. Lu Ruyan asked doubtfully, he is my boyfriend, Mr. Fu? Fu Yuxiu said calmly. I'm telling you one last time to let go.
Lu Ruyan was so scared that she let go of Li Xiu immediately.
Boss Fu, did Li Xiu make a mistake?
It's his first day at work, so it's normal for him to not understand a lot of things.
Special Assistant Lin said with a smile, Lu Ruyan, right? You can go now.
Team leader Li, let's take him to sober up.
Lu Ruyan was stunned. No way, sister? Do we have to talk about work at this time?
Why rush to take him to sober up?
Is it a network security issue? This is the only possibility.
Even if she had 100 imaginations, she would never have thought that Li Xiu's wife is this Mr. Fu. She could only think that Mr. Fu might have come to see Li Xiu for work-related matters.
But what if the effects of Li Xiu's medicine take effect and offend President Fu? Don't rely on me then. Mr. Fu, I've given the person to you. What happens afterwards has nothing to do with me. Lu Ruyan shouted from behind. These days there are many cases of compensation after drunk people die. I hope the medicine I just gave won't cause any trouble.
At this moment, sitting in the car,
Mr. Fu said, go home. Assistant Lin nodded, okay. Wait.
No, my house is too luxurious, and
Fu Xiuyu remembered that Li Xiu didn't know her identity yet.
The key point is that he has 3 gossipy younger sisters at home.
Think of this.
Fu, you practice Taoism?
To your house. Ah. Special Assistant Lin was confused. You leave your husband in my house? Are you so careless?
Or are you just so careless?
Special Assistant Lin was incredulous.
Fu Yuxiu said calmly, give us your home tonight, and you can stay in a hotel outside.
No way, sister. You're flirting with other men and you want me to move out?
Lin Tay was stunned.
Chapter 7 He can really lie down. After a moment, Special Assistant Lin left his apartment with his suitcase without looking back. My boss is so inhumane. He wants to take over his employee's home even after having sex with her husband. Sigh.
Fu Xiuyu was now helping Li Xiu into the room.
Push him onto the bed.
At this moment, Li Xiu's hand firmly grasped Fu Xiuyu's wrist.
Fu Xiuyu, why are you so strong? Li Xiu? Why are you so hot? Fu Xiuyu raised his hand and touched Li Xiu's cheek.
At this moment, Li Xiu's whole body was hot and his skin was flushed.
What did your ex-girlfriend give you to eat? She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed.
She raised her hands to support Li Xiu's chest, but the next moment Li Xiu locked her neck.
Fu Xiu, you? You are my wife. Fu Xiuyu snorted coldly, you want to do something bad to me after drinking? I tell you that we are fake, Wu. The next morning,
Li Xiu slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the person next to him. Oh no, what did I do last night?
Fuck. I'm a newborn. Is this Fu Xiuyu's home?
Li Xiu moved slightly.
Fu Xiuyu woke up. She whimpered, apparently hurting the wound. The two of them snuggled in the bed for a while before getting up. Fu Xiuyu said in a deep voice, Li Xiu, if I hadn't picked you up last night, would you have slept with someone else?
Li Xiu immediately shook her head. How is this possible, Fu Xiuyu? You should also have some trust in your husband.
Humph. Fu Xiuyu snorted coldly. At this time, she noticed the message from Special Assistant Lin. My dear CEO, what do you say now? Should I arrange a car to pick you up? Fu Xiuyu frowned and glanced at Li Xiu. Why are you going to work? Li Xiu said, I took a DD. By the way, where do you work now?
Fu Xiuyu thought it would be troublesome if he met him in the company in the future.
I'm in Fu Group, and I'm a special assistant.
Li Xiu was stunned.
That's amazing. You're accompanying the senior management. After all, we are colleagues. But I'm just a clerk in the information technology department. Fu Xiuyu nodded and said, who doesn't know Team Leader Li who solved the hacker attack in 3 minutes yesterday? Li Xiu nodded and said, by the way, you are the special assistant, so you should know Mr. Fu, right? Fu Xiuyu's expression changed slightly. Oh? What? Are you interested? Li Xiu chuckled. Your Fu family is such a big family, how can I have any relationship with them? I'm just asking. Fu Xiuyu's expression changed slightly. It seemed that Li Xiu was still very wary of President Fu's identity.
That's right, he just comes from an ordinary family.
If I tell him my true identity, he won't be able to accept it.
It seems like men are very strong. When Li Xiu's position is promoted in the future, he will naturally know his identity.
We'll talk about it then. Then let's take a taxi together. Okay.
Li Xiu found a disposable toothbrush prepared in the bathroom. It seems that Fu Xiuyu is well prepared. The two took a taxi to the vicinity of the company. Fu Xiaoyu said, I'll get off the car and buy a cup of coffee, you go to work first.
Li Xiao nodded. A special assistant is a special assistant. I have already checked the location. I will leave first. After Fu Xiaoyu got off the car,
a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan came closer.
Assistant Lin said speechlessly, Can you two stop playing house? Can't you just talk it out directly?
Fu Yuxiu sat in the driveway.
It will scare him. What if he thinks I'm a gigolo? The other end. That's great. I'm living off you. Li Xiao laughed.
A special assistant would make more than 30,000 a month. It's slightly higher than my salary as a team leader.
Soft rice is good, soft rice is fragrant, soft rice is delicious.
Li Xiao walked all the way to his workstation.
Chen Shuyi walked to Li Xiao's side and whispered, Hey, I heard that you left with Lu Ruyan last night? What happened next?
Li Xiao was stunned and immediately shook his head. Sister Chen, don't talk nonsense, I have a wife, my wife's surname is also Fu, her name is Fu. At this moment, Special Assistant Lin suddenly appeared. Li Xiao, please go away for a moment.
I have something to discuss with your section chief.
Li Xiao looked at Assistant Lin in confusion, then immediately left the office sensibly.
Then Li Xiao noticed it. Chen Shuyi's face seemed to change drastically. He looked like he had seen a ghost. TSK, the special assistant has so much power, it scares the section chief. At this time, Lu Ruyan suddenly walked up to Li Xiao and asked doubtfully, Li Xiao, nothing happened to you last night, right? Li Xiao said disdainfully, What can I do? Go back to your seat.
Lu Ruyan was just worried that Li Xiao might have been rude to Special Assistant Lin and President Fu last night. It seems nothing happened now, maybe he is really sober now. Lu Ruyan said, Li Xiao, I will not easily forgive you for what you have done, but our agreement is an agreement.
Let's go get the marriage certificate tomorrow.
Li Xiao was speechless.
Are you kidding me? I really got the marriage certificate. Why do you have to keep pestering me? Lu Ruyan pointed at herself and asked, I am pestering you? Okay. Li Xiao, if you can't find a wife in the future, don't come and ask me to marry you.
Li Xiao snorted coldly and said, Remember to return the betrothal gift to me.
Once the betrothal gift is given to me, it is mine. You gave it to me voluntarily. Anyway, you will definitely ask me to come back in the future, so why bother giving it away? Lu Ruyan said. Li Xiao was speechless. No, the money is mine. You gave it to me voluntarily. Lu Ruyan said righteously. Hey! You can't go too far. Li Xiao said coldly, then sue me. Lu Ruyan turned and left, not thinking that Li Xiaojun would sue. Okay. I give you a thumbs up.
Li Xiao was so angry that he directly contacted a lawyer he knew and prepared to take legal action.
After a while, Chen Shuyi walked out of the office. Li Xiao walked forward and asked curiously, What's wrong, Sister Chen? Were you criticized? It's okay, we are all young people, just lie down. Chen Shuyi nodded, You can indeed lie down now. Just now, Special Assistant Lin actually asked me to cooperate and not reveal Mr. Fu's identity, and this young man in front of me turned out to be Mr. Fu's husband? Oh my god, I knew he might have a background, but I didn't know it was so big. It was at this time that Li Xiao remembered that he had not signed in today. The department that signed in yesterday was the Information Technology Department. Today,
Li Xiao wandered around and came to the gym on the second floor of the company.
Sign in. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, Fu Group Gym.
Get 10 years of fitness quality.
In just a moment, Li Xiao felt a warm current flowing throughout his body. The body muscles swelled visibly.
Fuck. I'm fucking screwed.
Li Xiao returned to the office again.
Many female employees noticed the changes in Li Xiao. Have you noticed that team leader Li looks handsome again? He seems to be a little more sunny.
Actually, he is very good looking.
So is he married or not?
He is handsome and capable, so he must have a bright future and money.
Didn't Lu Ruyan say that he was a liar and that he wasn't actually married at all?
Li Xiao didn't think much about these words.
There is something more important this afternoon. My dad wants to introduce my aunt to me. My dad is such a talented person. Chapter 8 What? My son is dead. Time passed quickly and it was time to get off work in a blink of an eye. 1700 hours. Fu's Manor.
Although Li Pingyan is in his 50s or 60s, he still looks good with a good figure and temperament.
A graceful and elegant middle-aged woman was sitting with him.
The two had a very pleasant conversation.
We should visit each other more often, so that we don't run into each other and don't recognize each other.
Besides, my daughters each have connections, and if Li Xiu doesn't have a job yet, they can help arrange it.
Li Pingyan nodded. Wan Jun, thank you for being so open-minded.
We are companions, and your decisions are all correct. The children of our two families should visit each other more often in the future.
At this time, outside the gate of the manor, a girl in a khaki suit walked in slowly. Mom, is this the uncle you were talking about? Fu Wanjun scolded. Calling you uncle is disrespectful. Oh, Pingyan, my second daughter is Fu Xiuyuan. You see, I have taught all these children bad things. It's okay, it's the same, all the same, my child is the same.
Li Pingyan said. At this time, another girl came in. She walked in carefree in a taekwondo training suit, her facial features still clear and beautiful.
Mom, you said you had a good friend coming to your house?
But you can date, and you can be partners, but you absolutely cannot get married.
Fu Wanjun was even more embarrassed. My third daughter, Fu Xiuxue, is a taekwondo student in college.
Xiuxue, my mother and uncle are old, and friends are more important than spouses.
There is nothing messy like you think.
At this time, another girl walked in from outside the door. She was dressed neatly and looked like a college student.
Mom, this is who she is?
Fu Wanjun said, just call him Uncle Li.
The only ones missing are your eldest sister and Uncle Li's son.
Fu Xiuyuan stepped forward and said, Mom, by the way, let me tell you a secret.
My eldest sister got the marriage certificate. What? Fu Wanjun was shocked. With whom? When did it happen? Did she get married with the young master of the Xiao family?
Fu Xiuxue said, second sister, eldest sister didn't let us tell her, be careful she might reduce your pocket money.
Fu Xiuyuan said with a smile. No, I can't help it.
I have to say it, otherwise I won't be able to sleep.
Several people are chatting.
Outside the gate, Li Xiu arrived by Didi taxi and was stunned by the manner. No, I originally thought that I was already awesome enough with the system, but I didn't expect that I couldn't compare with the real rich families. Dad is awesome, he's really good. As Li Xiu walked into the manor, a butler immediately came forward with a smile to guide him.
Excuse me, are you Master Li Xiu? Please come this way. Li Xiu couldn't help but feel happy.
His father was so alive. After all these years, this was the first time someone called him young master. As soon as he entered the hall, Li Xiu's eyes never stopped.
The elegant and graceful one should be that aunt. As for the other three? It is said that there are 4 sisters in this family?
If I weren't married yet, that would be perfect, I could find a rich woman, but I've already got my marriage certificate. A pure girl, a queen with beautiful legs, and a short-haired taekwondo girl.
Oh shit. I wonder what the other one looks like.
Li Xiu's gaze was naturally noticed by these girls.
Fu Xiuyuan glanced at his third sister and said, this boy looks good, but his eyes are shifty. Is he looking at us? Fu Xiuxue moved the joints of his hands and said, this boy seems to be a pervert. If he dares to look at me again, I will punish him.
Fu Xiumu frowned slightly when he saw this. My son is like this.
I wonder what kind of person his father is. Is he qualified to be my mother's partner? Fu Xiuyuan walked with his long legs and said with a smile, my name is Fu Xiuyuan, the second oldest, and these 2 are my sisters, Fu Xiuxue and Fu Xiumu.
Li Xiu was stunned.
How come this name is only one character different from my wife's? It's so fucking weird.
Without thinking too much, he introduced himself directly. My name is Li Xiu, a 25-year-old sunny boy, graduated in computer science, married, please don't think about me.
Li Pingyan stepped forward and kicked him. What nonsense are you talking about, you? You? Married? Why are you pretending, buddy?
Li Pingyan hooked his son's neck and said, let me tell you, the Fu family is full of beautiful, wealthy women. Your aunt and I are just good friends who have been together for many years.
We have a strong relationship, but we are not planning to get married. I brought you here for a blind date today. You told me you were married? Oh. Is it the one with the surname Liu?
Let me tell you, your dad has been in and out of the world for decades, and that woman is not a good thing. Listen to me and break up quickly to save your life, otherwise you will lose gold coins for the rest of your life.
Li Xiu was so shocked that he couldn't breathe. No, Dad, I'm really married. Wow. My son has become a turtle. I asked you to break up but you didn't listen. Now it's my retribution.
I didn't expect that after being so wise all my life, I would raise a son like you in my old age.
Li Ping'an wailed.
For women were also gathered over there.
Mom, are they father and son? They are not brothers? Fu Xiaoyuan said. Fu Wanjun said, hey, this is what you don't understand. The relationship between father and son is good, what do you know? Mom, we are worried that you have been cheated. Our Fu family is so rich. Are you sure that the father and son are not here for the wealth?
That's right, Mom, be on guard against others.
Fu Xiaoyu also said.
Fu Wanjun groaned, we have really been friends for so many years.
Don't I know what kind of person he is?
We are just keeping each other company when we grow old, and we are not getting married.
It's not that kind of relationship. What can people want from it? Mom, that's not what I meant.
At this time, the sound of a car was heard outside the gate. Fu Wanjun said with a smile, oldly, my eldest daughter is coming back. At this time, Li Ping'an was staring at the marriage certificate in Li Xiu's hand, stunned and unable to hear anything else.
It's over. My son is dead.
Li Xiu said in front of everyone present, my father said that he would arrange a blind date for me today, but unfortunately I'm already married.
This is my marriage certificate. My wife and I have a very good relationship. Don't worry, her last name is not Lu. My wife is calling. Fu. Build. Rain. Mom. I'm back. Fu Xiaoyu looked at Li Xiu who was opening the marriage certificate, and Li Ping'an hanging on Li Xiu's neck.
There was also her own mother and 3 younger sisters who were all stunned. The bag in her hand fell to the ground.
Boom. Wife. Li Xiu? Fu Wanjun, fuck. The 3 sisters of the Fu family, we are stunned, what is going on? I don't know. Chapter 9 What? You got married to someone's eldest daughter? After a moment.
Fu Xiaoyu reacted instantly, dragged his mother and the other 3 into the small room, and slammed the door shut. The father and son in the hall stared at each other.
Strategic retreat? Li Xiu said. By the way, Dad, what does your aunt do? Isn't she the president of Fu Group? Li Ping'an shook his head and said, how should I know? I am already stupid now. I only know that your aunt is from the Fu family. She should not be the president, otherwise she would play with me? That's right. Don't you think about your social status? You are from the Fu family after all.
Even if you are just an ordinary member of the family, you live in such a big house.
But son, come on, let's sort things out. In other words, the person you are getting the marriage certificate with is your aunt's eldest daughter? Li Xiu nodded, my wife's family is so rich, that's great. I'm determined to eat this free meal.
Li Ping'an nodded proudly, you are worthy of being my son.
I call you the best gigolo. The other end.
Fu Wanjun had a complicated expression on her face, with shock, surprise, and astonishment all concentrated on her face. You mean, you and your Uncle Li's son got married?
Goddess, what kind of fate is this? Fu Xiaoyuan frowned, fate? Could it be that he deliberately approached my sister in order to get the Fu group? Fu Xiaoxue also nodded. It's possible. You all need to be careful with men nowadays. They take all our women's property and eat us up. Men are beasts. Fu Xiaomu had fantasies, so romantic, just like a TV drama, sister. I also want to have this kind of love story of getting married first and falling in love later, but my sister is a domineering boss, and this guy named Li Xiu is not. It would be nice if he was a domineering boss. The 2 sisters pushed Fu Xiaomu away. Love-brained people sit at the same table with dogs. The death of a love-brained person is not a pity. Oh, what are you doing? I think it's very romantic. Fu Xiaomu started to sob.
Fu Xiaoyu said, he is not coming for my property, because he doesn't know my identity so far.
He thinks I am Mr. Fu's special assistant. What? Is he a fool? Fu Xiaoyuan said, sister, you are not being tricked. How is it possible that someone doesn't use Baidu when looking for a partner? Oh, that's really possible, but he thinks you're a special assistant? Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Fu Xiaoyuan nodded. You mean, our whole family will help you act?
Several girls looked at each other in surprise.
Fu Xiaoxue agreed, sister is right. Men are here to eat up the whole family.
They must be tested and only at the end can they reveal their true identity.
Fu Xiaomu smiled and said, I think it's okay. This is also interesting. My sister is a special assistant. Our Fu family says that it is because we have shares in the group that we have money. The family decided on this. Fu Xiaoyuan suddenly raised his hand and said, my temperament is most similar to my sister's, otherwise I will call myself President Fu. Fu Xiaoyu was about to refuse. Fu Xiaomu said immediately, that's perfect. Let my second sister play the role of Mr. Fu and seduce him. I'm sure I can tell if this man is sincere. If he's not sincere, then I'll consider breaking up.
Fu Wanjun had a different idea. Hey, stop talking nonsense.
Since this is a great fate, I will prepare a red envelope as a gift. You've already got the marriage certificate, so now he's my son-in-law. Fu Xiaoyuan suddenly said, that's not right, big sister. Although this guy is your brother-in-law now, how are you going to explain this to Grandpa? Didn't he say he has an engagement with the Xiao family?
Fu Wanjun said at this time, the marriage between our two families was originally a ridiculous thing that your grandfather did when he was young, but since he agreed to it, your grandfather said at the time that if Xiaoyu didn't find a man she liked this year, she would marry that useless guy from the Xiao family. Your grandfather is not old and confused, and he deliberately gave your sister time to decide her own life event.
Now that your sister is married, what else can the Xiao family say? Speaking of this, you young people can chat first.
Your Uncle Li and I will go prepare some things.
Oh, I also need to call your grandfather. He will definitely be happy. After Fu Wanjun left,
the four sisters of the Fu family came to the main hall.
Ahem, are you the person my sister is getting married to? Fu Xiaoyuan said.
Li Xiu immediately said, it's me, a good and upright young man.
I just found out that you are all my wife's sisters. Doesn't that mean I have to call you my sister-in-law? Ha ha ha. Fu Xiaoxua blew her short hair and said, we didn't accept you as our brother-in-law.
You're so young and you look unsteady at first glance.
Yeah. Fu Xiaomu suppressed a smile and nodded.
Li Xiu stood with his hands behind his back, that's wrong.
People who are not down to earth will never be down to earth no matter how old they are. Mature and steady people have been down to earth since childhood. Fu Xiaoyu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, this is my sister Fu Xiaoyuan, you should pay attention, she is also President Fu of Fu Group, our boss. What? My sister-in-law is my boss?
Li Xiu tilted his head, and another strange relationship was added.
Fu Xiaoyuan said cough without changing his expression, yes, I am your President Fu. Oh.
Li Xiu stepped forward quickly, I didn't know Mr. Fu was so young.
I was wondering if Auntie was Mr. Fu.
As he spoke, he immediately extended his hand to shake her. I can tell at a glance that your second sister is extraordinary.
I work in your small department and will take care of you in the future. Fu Xiaoyuan narrowed his eyes, raised his hand and silently grabbed Li Xiu's palm. Let's see if you can behave yourself in the future.
Li Xiu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Hey, we are all family, let's communicate more in the future. Having said that, Li Xiu pulled his hand away.
Fu Xiaoyu saw all this, with a hint of pride on her face. It seems that I am a good husband. He passed Lu Ruyan's test yesterday and took out the marriage certificate in public today. Now that I have clearly rejected my sister's suggestion, there shouldn't be any problem.
At this time, Fu Wanjun and Li Xiu's father came out. Fu Wanjun held a thick red envelope in her hand. Xiao Xiu, come here.
Li Xiu took a deep breath. He had never seen such a big red envelope in his life. Soft rice is so delicious. Li Xiu turned around, Mom. You're looking for me.
Fu Wanjun couldn't stop laughing. Oh, Lao Li, your son has already changed his mind before I even gave him a red envelope. Li Pinggan said shamelessly, this kid is like me, he is sweet-mouthed, but he deserves a beating.
You don't have to give him face, just beat him if he makes a mistake. That show you, this man needs to be beaten. Uncle will teach you where his weakness is.
As Li Pinggan spoke, he took out the red envelope and handed it to Fu Xiaoyu.
Fu Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed. Thank you, Uncle. Chapter 10 Three Sisters, tell the eldest sister. He is a scumbag.
Fu Wanjun immediately said, oh, my daughter has a cold temper, which makes people not know how to change their words. Li Pinggan didn't care and said casually, it's okay, it's still early, but she likes my son, I don't know what's so good about this boy, he just looks about 70% of me when I was young.
Li Xiu was speechless. Am I your son, or am I your daughter?
Li Pingyan looked at Fu Xiaoyu with a smile, his heart filled with joy. At this time, Fu Wanjun asked everyone to sit down and eat. At the dinner table, Fu Wanjun said with a smile, "This Li Xiu will be my son-in-law in the future, so the two of us old people will be even closer relatives. We originally planned to travel together and keep each other company. It's better now." Fu Xiaoyuan said calmly, "It's right for you not to get the marriage certificate. Someone has already got it anyway." "Mom, why does the rice feel so soft today? It's not delicious." Fu Wanjun was stunned. "No, I think it's fine, where is it soft?" Li Xiu was slightly stunned when he heard this. It seemed that Mr. Fu was not satisfied with me. That's right, he wouldn't get someone else's sister without any effort. It turns out that people have reasons to be unhappy. As he spoke, Li Xiu picked up a glass of wine and held it high. "Here's to Mr. Fu. I'll drink first." "Mr. Fu, please feel free to do as you please." Fu Xiaoyuan wanted to continue to say something to Li Xiu, but Fu Xiaoyu's long legs had already kicked up from below, and the two of them exchanged glances. Fu Xiaoyuan had no choice but to raise his glass and say, "My sister is really caring. At her age, she really wants to get married." When Li Xiu heard this, he thought, "Oh, you little girl. This is really a satire on my wife. My wife is your sister after all. How can you treat your sister like this?" You answer me. "Boss Fu, even though you are the CEO, I must say a few words. This woman is not only my wife, but also your sister. Even if there are differences in positions in the company, family love is priceless." "You are wrong to say that. My wife has gold-rimmed glasses and long legs. She is extremely beautiful and treats me very well. This is a sign of our love. Besides, she looks like she is 18. How can we use age as an excuse?" After Li Xiu's passionate speech, Fu Xiaoyu showed a proud smile on his face like a kitten. Fu Xiaomu felt something happen to him. I hit it, that's great. My eldest sister is loved by someone." Fu Xiaoxue said coldly, "Humph, that's great, we are going to be controlled by men, I think my elder sister has fallen into it." Li Xiu's mouth curled up. It seems that Fu Xiaoyu, this wife, still has feelings for us. But the other three sisters of the Fu family had different attitudes towards her. The most important thing is to deal with my sister-in-law, the president, as this is related to the future trajectory of my life. How to fix it? Look how she's wary of me. It seems difficult to handle. After dinner, Li Xiu got up. At this moment, a strange number called and Li Xiu picked up the phone. "Hello?" Lu Rusong's voice came from the other side. "Brother-in-law. Big brother. I know you and my sister had a fight, but my company is paralyzed now, and customers are urging production. Can you come and help me?" "Brother-in-law, I will pay you. I will give you money." Li Xiu said coldly, "It's useless to block your number, Lu Rusong. I tell you, I don't want your sister anymore. What slut dares to compete with me? I'm telling you now, ask your parents to pay you back. And the 150,000 yuan you spent on renovating your home. Pay it all back to me." Lu Rusong was stunned when he heard this. "Not Li Xiu? Are you serious? With this attitude, you will lose my sister forever. Have you forgotten how much you love my sister?" Li Xiu was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. "I'm telling you, Lu Rusong, you Lu family members shouldn't come near me. I have money and a wife now, you Lu family members should just go away. Let me tell you one more thing. Tell her that if you have any problems, go find Bai Yue Guang. Isn't moonlight a beam of light? Let it shine into your lives. When I care about her, she's a treasure. When I don't care about her, she's just trash. Get lost." Beep beep beep. Li Xiu was standing in the yard making a phone call when three little heads appeared behind him. Fu Xiaoyuan, from just a few words, I can conclude that he is an expert in love. It seems that he hasn't dealt with his previous relationship yet. It's over, big sister, be careful. Fu Xiaoxue, it seems there are also financial problems and disputes. Isn't this man here for my eldest sister's money? Let's go report to the elder sister. Fu Xiaomu pouted and said, I think my brother-in-law is pretty good. Shut up, you're a love-brained person. You fell in love with the doctor when you saw the doctor, you fell in love with the ticket collector when you watched a movie, and you fell in love with the instructor during military training. Now you're not falling in love with your eldest sister's man, are you? Fu Xiaoyuan slapped his sister in the face. Sister! Hold on, sister.
Men are all monsters.
Li Xiu turned around when he heard the noise, pointed at the three sisters and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, three sisters, what are you doing?"
Ah! The scumbag has discovered us, Fu Xiumu said. Fu Xiuyuan simply stopped hiding and stood up and said, "Sorry, we've heard that you have emotional entanglements outside and financial problems. We will tell my sister everything." "You're done, liar. Scumbag." Fu Xiuxue said coldly, "Be careful or my fist will smash your nose end." She glanced at Li Xiu. The little girl Fu Xiumu also snorted. "But my brother-in-law is still pretty good looking. You are sick, take you away and put you in a pig cage." Fu Xiuyuan strangled his sister from behind. "Turn around and leave." Li Xiu raised his hand and touched his nose. "Oh, don't be afraid, these sisters-in-law are also normal. After all, it's too sudden." "But you say I'm a scumbag? Why should I admit it? Think of this." Li Xiu turned around and followed him in. The other end. Lu Rusong, who was so angry, rushed back to the Lu family. He found his sister Lu Ruyan and said, "Sister, what happened between you and that liquor? After he left, no one maintained my company's computers, and the system is a mess. I don't care, just find a way for me." At this time, Lu Ruyan's father, Lu Yingshan, came out and said, "What happened? Your mother and I just found this subpoena at the door of our house. It said it was from the court." Lu Ruyan took a look at it and said in shock, "This is Li Xiu's prosecution summons. He is suing us. He wants us to return the betrothal money and the 150,000 yuan for the renovation. This scumbag. Are you really going to sue me for this little money?" Lu Yingshan was stunned and asked, "What? Daughter, what are you talking about? Why did that liquor Li Xiu sue you?" Lu Ruyan stammered, "I was late for the marriage certificate that day, and he broke up with me for some reason, and even came to work at Fu Group on purpose to provoke me." Chapter 11, Make him kneel down. Apologize and resign. Everyone in the Lu family was shocked. He is just a small clerk. What ability does he have to work for Fu's? Are the leaders of your company blind? They want to accept any garbage? Lu Yingshan said. Lu Ruyan nodded upon hearing this. "Yes, but I don't know what method he used to please our President Fu, and now he has become the team leader, suppressing me." At this time, Lu Ruyan's mother Wang Hong heard these words and was immediately dissatisfied. "What's wrong? Did he break up with you and hook up with Fu's leader? Otherwise, how could he be a team leader with his ability? Your brother knows his ability best, Rusong, right? When this guy was working for you, his level was not very good, right?" Lu Rusong nodded and said, "Yes, Mom, he made 5,000 a month when he was with me. How come I didn't see what he was capable of? In my company, he has to work as a driver, security guard, and clerk, and I don't see him being any good at information security. But there's something wrong with my company's website and system, and now I need him to come back and operate it. Sister, why don't you ask him to come back?" Wang Hong snorted coldly, "Okay, what are you saying? Is he the only programmer in Binhai? We can hire another programmer. And Lu Ruyan, there is no reason to return the betrothal gifts we received. We just won't refund it. He's the one who wants to break up with you. He won't refund the money even if we break up. What do you think of me as a girl from the Lu family?" Lu Yingshan nodded and said, "Yes, the money he gave us to renovate the house was given voluntarily by him. It's something I gave voluntarily, so there's no reason to return it. Daughter, tell this kid not to be ungrateful. Go to your brother's company tomorrow morning to sort it out. At that time, if you ask your boyfriend to donate blood to your white moonlight, won't he be willing to do so?" Wang Hong nodded and said, "Yes, let him donate 5 bags of blood. Wouldn't he be willing to do so? And Master Zhao's son, he even picked you up and dropped you off. He can tolerate so many excessive things, but why is he unwilling to wait for the marriage certificate? Is he so petty when it comes to getting married?" The more Lu Ruyan thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. Okay, if I call him, wouldn't that just be a way of standing him up? Why would you blame him for such a small matter? When he loses me completely, he will know that he regrets it. After saying this, she took out her cell phone and called Li Xiu. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Li Xiu. You actually blocked me. Ah. I will never talk to you again. Lu Rusong said, "By the way, he has blocked me too."
He just told me to ask you to call your white moonlight.
Yes, sister, isn't Master Shao your white moonlight? Why don't you ask him for help? He is so rich, ask him to marry you.
I want him to be my brother-in-law.
And wouldn't it be easy for him to help solve my company's problems? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll find Xiao Mukin right away.
Xiao Mukin was having fun in a club at the moment. He picked up the phone and said with a smile, "What's wrong, Sister Ruyan?
Do you have something to talk to me about?" Lu Ruyan exclaimed, "Can't I go find Brother Mukin if nothing happens?" Xiao Mukin smiled. "I thought you wouldn't look for me after you got married." Lu Ruyan screamed, "Ouch! Brother Mukin, I didn't get the marriage certificate. That licker got angry and ignored me."
Xiao Mukin was slightly surprised when he heard this.
What was going on? Did Li Shou wake up? Or did the sun rise in the west?
His own woman came to take care of me in the middle of the night many times, and he never said anything.
Why is he so tough now? If that's the case, I also feel it's meaningless to be a woman who is unwanted by anyone. Lost the sense of stealing. Okay, Lu Ruyan, what do you want me to do for you? Lu Ruyan said, "Isn't Brother Shao a computer expert? My brother's company's computer network is completely paralyzed, so I want to ask you to do me a small favor. Brother Mukin, you will definitely help me, right?"
Xiao Mukin's face turned a little unhappy when he heard this. "I'm very busy and I'm not interested in going to some small company to repair computers."
Are you insulting me, woman? Beep beep beep. Lu Ruyan was shocked, stunned, and incredulous. You are not willing to help me with this little favor?
I am not insulting you, Brother Xiao Mukin. Lu Yingshan and Wang Hong looked at each other.
Ruyan, Master Shao is unwilling?
Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, "He said my brother's company is too small, which is an insult to him.
But if it was Li Shou before, he would definitely help me unconditionally, and I wouldn't have to pay anything. Xiao Mukin, how could you do this to me?"
Just at this moment, Lu Ruyan's cell phone rang. Xiao Mukin's voice came from the other side. "Ruyan, help me, my son is home alone, and it's inconvenient for me to go out now since my aunt is not here, so I want you to help me take care of the child." Lu Ruyan heard the singing and dancing from the other side and frowned slightly and said, "Brother Mukin, where are you?"
Are you in the club? Xiao Mukin lowered his voice and said, "I'm entertaining people. I'm from a wealthy family, so I have a lot to do. I can't get away now, so I want to ask you for help." Lu Ruyan heard this. Although she was unwilling in her heart, she still gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I understand, I'll go over right away." The Lu family looked in the direction where Lu Ruyan left. Looked at each other.
Lu Yingshan said in a deep voice, "I don't think this young Master Shao is necessarily reliable."
Wife, my daughter has handled things like this. I think we have no choice but to take action. Wang Hong nodded. When Shali was here, there weren't so many things to do. You see, when we renovated our house, we didn't even need to hire a mason. He took care of everything, paid us, and did the work himself. Rusong, tell me about your sister too. It's not that easy to get into a wealthy family. Didn't you see what Xiao Mukin's attitude was just now? Lu Rusong nodded. Okay, Mom, do you want me to match my sister and brother-in-law? Wang Hong snorted coldly. What brother-in-law? If he wants to be my brother-in-law, he needs to show his sincerity. He wants us to return the 280,000 yuan betrothal gift? It's too late. When he begs us, I will add another 300,000 yuan. It seems like we two old men have to take action. Send us the location of your sister's company. I want to see what's so great about this Li Shou that he can be your sister's boss. I want him to kneel down in the company and apologize to your sister. Then I'll quit my job and come back to help you." Lu Rusong nodded. Mom. You are so good, it has to be you. Chapter 12. If Dad doesn't give you a character, how can you get through? Take the role. The other end. Inside the Fu family manor. The two families can be said to be happy and harmonious. Mom, sister, I didn't want to tell you, but I feel uncomfortable if I don't say it. Fu Xiuyuan stood up and said. Just now outside, I overheard Li Xiu's phone call. It seems that this Li Xiu had an entangled relationship before he got together with my sister. And the key is, he has financial problems. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Xiu's face. Li Pingon looked embarrassed. It would be strange if there was no problem being with Lu Ruyan. He gave all his money to her and even gave his savings to that woman. This son of a bitch.
Fu Xiaoxue's face was even colder, and she said in a deep voice, Mom, I didn't want to say it at first.
If my eldest sister really finds a good husband, I have nothing to say. I won't say anything about the mismatch between the two families for now.
This man and my eldest sister were together, but they obviously just broke up, and he has unclear financial dealings with others.
Who knows if he's after my eldest sister's money?
Big sis, it's not that I, as your younger sister, don't want to see you get married, but you should at least consider your character before you get married.
Li Xiu felt all eyes on him. He glanced at Fu Xiuyu.
The woman had her long legs crossed and folded together.
She was holding a teacup in her hand and sipping tea. He looked at Li Xiu with a smile and asked, Explain? I haven't heard your explanation yet.
Although Fu Xiuyu knew everything, it was different for her to know it and for you to tell her proactively.
Li Xiu took a deep breath. Prepare to confess and be lenient.
But at this moment, Li Pinggan suddenly sat up and started crying.
All the women present looked at this funny guy's face. Li Xiu was stunned. Dad, stop acting, what are you doing? Oh.
Li Pinggan sighed heavily again.
Even Fu Wanjun felt distressed when she saw it. Lao Li, what's wrong with you? Lao Li, the most handsome man in our group, how come you are crying?
Oh, I am so heartbroken. The four sisters of the Fu family felt a chill.
Fu Xiuyuan glanced at the third child and said, Does our mother have this side?
Fu Xiuxue was helpless. Who do you think the fourth brother inherited his love brain from? Li Pinggan suddenly stood up and raised his hand to pull out the 7 wolves from his waist.
This beast. I will clean up the mess today.
So that he won't dirty my eyes. Li Xiu and Li Pinggan looked at each other and entered the father-son channel.
Dad? What are you doing? Are you going to ruin my reputation? You are so smart. If I don't give you a chance, how can I establish your character? 36 strategies to pick up girls' father and son interpretation. You better catch the show.
The father and son had already communicated with each other through the flashes of glances.
Li Pinggan began to sing, I'm going to beat this little bastard to death today.
Fu Wanjun immediately rushed forward and stopped Li Pinggan. Don't be impulsive, if the child has done anything wrong, we can teach him well, don't hit my son-in-law. Li Xiu immediately winked at his father. Li Pinggan immediately put away the 7 wolves. At this time, Fu Xiuyuan said, Mom, you are still the son-in-law. His father has admitted it himself.
What is there to wash?
Li Xiu, tell me, your purpose of approaching my sister.
What a sin! Li Pinggan suddenly interrupted, my son's former girlfriend, do you know what ridiculous things she did? This aroused the gossipy hearts of these women. I'd like to listen to it too.
Fu Xiuyu said with a smile. Li Pinggan sighed, this guy is so honest when he's in love. He washes clothes and cooks for her, drives her around, and even makes desserts in different ways.
This. How can he be a man? Several women heard it. That's it? He sounds like a good man.
Li Pinggan continued, I know about the money. Seeing that my son is honest, they teamed up with their family members to defraud my son of his 280,000 yuan betrothal gift. Even my 150,000 yuan pension money was defrauded.
Tell me, how can I not be angry? Fu Xiuyuan was stunned and said, so, isn't this just stupid? Fu Wanjun patted Lao Li on the back. Oh, I thought it was nothing. It's just that money was cheated.
Boys won't grow up unless they suffer a little loss.
Is it worth it for you to be so angry?
Li Pinggan snorted coldly.
Do you think that's all? Is it worth me being so angry? No. Of course not. Everyone's emotions were raised again. Fu Xiumu asked doubtfully, Uncle Li, what else is there?
Li Pinggan sighed, that woman thought my son was easy to bully, so she cheated on him with other men, and made my son work like a slave for her brother, paying him only 5,000 a month.
My son is a top student, but he is pitiful.
Several girls were stunned. Li Pinggan revealed a few things, saying that Li Xiu was an honest man and had been cheated of his money.
Still a top student. After all, in the eyes of many people, the character of top students is probably not too bad.
Of course, they were reserved, but they were not as resistant to Li Xiu as they were just now.
This bastard has paid so much but can't even touch other people's hands. Oh my God. Li Pinggan howled. Li Xiu covered his father's mouth, locked his neck and pulled him aside, that's enough. You've portrayed me as a turtle man. Li Pinggan laughed, aren't you a tortoise? How come you know now that you can't be a tortoise? What were you doing before? Fu Wanjun on the other side was stunned and said, but why do I hear Xiao Xiu is the victim? Old Li, you are wrong. Xiao Xiu is such a good kid. He was deceived by someone. Not only do you not help him, but you also scold him like this? Fu Xiu Yuan frowned. Is there really such a man in this world? So honest? But it doesn't look like it. Fu Xiu Xue simply didn't believe it. Mom, this is all what Dad said himself. How can we believe it? Fu Xiu Yu suddenly said at this time. Actually, what Uncle Li said just now is right. Li Xiu's ex-girlfriend is indeed not a good person. He may have been deceived. Li Xiu immediately thanked him. Thank you for your trust, my wife. But it also shows from the side that you are not a very smart person. You have been deceived by a woman like this for so long. Fu Xiu Yu smiled faintly, glancing at Li Xiu. I have one more thing to say. What second sister meant by a good match should be the Xiao family. I have already asked someone to check on the Xiao family's young master, Xiao Mukan. Actually, this matter was all thanks to Li Xiu's ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. When I was looking for someone to investigate Lu Ruyan, I found out that Xiao Mukan had married another woman abroad, divorced her, and returned to China with his illegitimate child. If I had really listened to my grandfather and married this scumbag, my Fu family would have really taken over now. Chapter 13 My dad won the MVP. When everyone in the Fu family heard this, they were all shocked. Fu Xiaoyuan was puzzled and asked, so the eldest grandson of the Xiao family is so unbearable. So it's a good thing you're not with that woman, Li Xiu. These two are such bastards. Li Xiu nodded. I didn't expect that her so-called white moonlight had such a background. No wonder this bitch obeys everyone else's orders. She wants to marry into a wealthy family, right? Fortunately, I have a wife now and have completed the system task, so I don't have to be entangled with Lu Ruyan anymore. Fu Xiuxue said to his mother. Mom, although you say that, the Xiao family is a wealthy and prestigious family after all. Now that my sister is married, won't it affect the relationship between our two families? Fu Wanjun smiled and said, don't worry about this, your grandfather will take care of it. Your grandfather will also come to Binhai in a few days. He will come to see Xiao then. Oh, I didn't expect that our two families are really destined to be together. Lao Li, this is exactly what you wish for. Li Pingon let out a breath. I was worried that this kid would get too deep into it. Fortunately, he is worthy of being my son. Every failure makes one wiser. I didn't expect that he is so smart. I have no regrets to marry such a wife. Fu Wanjun laughed. Look at you, you are so happy that you can't stop smiling. Don't leave at night, rest in this manner. Li Pingon shook his head and said, I have been away from Binhai for a long time. I should go back to my own home. We haven't spoken to each other for a long time. That's fine. Anyway, our two families have a long way to go. If you and your son want to have a heart-to-heart talk, it's up to you. Fu Wanjun said. The two families chatted for a long time. Li Pingon took Li Xiu away from the Fu family. The father and son stood outside the Fu family manor, feeling the cold wind. Li Pingon lit a cigarette for Li Xiu. Have one. Okay. You are awesome, kid. Same here. Ah ha 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 ha. The two hugged each other excitedly. Dad. Soft rice smells so good. I'll tell you. The other end. Inside the Fu family manor. In Fu Wanjuan's room, 5 women gathered together. Fu Xiuyu sighed, I am mainly afraid that the man's self-esteem will be hurt. On the day of getting the marriage certificate, he told me that he had some savings and a house. I realized that this man is still very responsible. Fu Xiuyuan frowned. Sister, you are in love, right? Many men like to be gigolos, so it's okay for you to tell him. Fu Xiuxue shook her head, no. This man has not yet gained my approval. When I recognize you, you can say you are Mr. Fu. Fu Xiumu also nodded, waving his little fists, yeah, you still want my approval. I want him to chase me. Bah. Wrong, come and please me. Fu Wanjun shook her head. They say that in a family with many girls, it's hard for boys to get married. I think that's true. Now this boy has to get the approval of 3 sisters-in-law. Sigh. I feel sorry for Xiao Xiu. Fu Xiuyu sighed, you guys can have fun, but don't go too far. I've been testing it for 2 days and I feel like there's nothing wrong with it.
If I go too far, I'm afraid he'll be mad at me in the future.
Fu Xiuyuan raised his hand and touched his elder sister's head. Elder sister, who has taken possession of you? Get out of here immediately. Fu Xiuyuan said coldly, there is no other way.
It seems that I need to investigate this man carefully. He may be a professional love expert who specializes in deceiving the feelings of the overbearing president. If I find out there's something wrong with him, he'll die in my hands.
Fu Xiuyuan also said, I will also investigate this man. If he has a problem, I will physically castrate him.
The father and son were standing in the night wind, and just as they finished smoking, Li Xiu shuddered.
A chill ran down my spine. What's going on? Why is it so cold? Do you have a cold?
By the way, Dad, there are a lot of women in the house, and it seems that all 3 sisters-in-law have something against me. Li Pingan nodded. It's normal, you are an ordinary person, and they are from a wealthy family.
They seem to be wary of you. Remember to get along well with them, especially Mr. Fu.
Li Xiu took out his phone and said, let me search Mr. Fu's preferences.
Maybe I can find some clues online.
Li Pingan raised his hand to stop Li Xiu. Young man, your dad will help you turn the situation around.
It's useless to look at what you see on the internet. I am the best at picking up girls. Just follow your dad's pace. How can I harm you? I'm leaving. Where are you going? A jewelry store. You are so stupid.
You have obtained the marriage certificate with a rich lady, but her hands are bald.
Do you think you are behaving properly? Li Pingyan said. Li Xiu nodded. My dad is awesome, you are the MVP.
Li Pingan said with a smile, play a couple of CSGO games tonight?
Sure, who's afraid of who?
Li Xiu said. The father and son came to the jewelry store. Li Pingan smiled and said, Boss, my son is getting married, please choose a nice ring for us. At this time, a young girl passed by the door. She saw Li Xiu walk into the jewelry store and immediately called him, Ruyan.
Guess what I saw?
I saw Li Xiu and his father went to a jewelry store. They seemed to be buying wedding rings.
Are you and Li Xiu getting married?
Lu Ruyan on the other side was stunned for a moment, then her tail curled up. This man said he wanted to break up, but his body was very honest.
He knew to buy me a wedding ring. Maybe he wants to propose to me. Xingxing, help me see what styles they want to buy. Lu Ruyan said. Zhang Xingxing nodded and said, this year's theme style is the Angel of True Love.
This is very expensive, at least 100,000.
Oh? Li Xiu is so rich, and he still asks me to pay back the money? Humph. I can't stand a man who says one thing and thinks another.
Although Lu Ruyan said this, she was very happy in her heart.
As expected, all men are mean. Li Xiu loves me so much that he deliberately acts arrogantly and then proposes to me as a surprise? That's fine.
Lu Ruyan was still taking care of Xiao Mukin's child at this time. Brother Mukin said that I will marry Li Xiu first, and then he will marry me after he has dealt with the elders in the family. Before this, it seemed pretty good to have Li Xiu taking care of me. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan felt even more proud.
And the other end.
Li Xiu bought a pair of wedding rings and then 4 expensive necklaces. Of course, Dad paid. Li Pingan said, this gift is also indispensable.
How about you give it to a few sisters when the time comes?
Li Xiu was speechless and said, Dad, I'm not a masochist.
Why do I have to please my sister so much? I'm good enough. I have a sign-in system.
As long as you give me time, it doesn't matter whether you are a wealthy family or not.
Chapter 14. A ring worth 100,000? He is sincere. Hey, son. The more gifts you give, the better. If your dad asks you to do something, just go and do it for me, said Li Pingyan.
Li Xiu couldn't persuade his father, so since his father was happy, he just bought it.
The two returned home.
Li Xiu glanced at Lu Ruyan's things by the door.
It didn't matter why this woman hadn't come to get them yet. If you don't take it, throw it away.
The father and son returned home and started playing games directly on the camera. Li Pingan took out a bottle of iced coal and a pack of Hontishan cigarettes.
Father-son game night. Initiate. Go. Let us go.
After a while, the two of them started arguing.
Your father's murderer is in front of you? You didn't chase him? You ran away? What do you know?
This is called a tactical detour. To bypass your mother, your father has spent all his savings to help you stabilize your marriage, and this is how you repay me? Li Xiu was speechless. Okay, my dad is the MVP. The next day, Li Xiu was still in bed. Suddenly, I felt like I was being picked up by someone. Fuck you. What time is it? Don't think you can be carefree just because your sister-in-law is the CEO. When Li Xiu opened his eyes, he saw his father slapping him. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. Oh my god. It's already 10 o'clock. Dad, why didn't you wake me up earlier? Your dad just woke up a minute ago. You're going to kill me. It's okay, the boss is your sister-in-law anyway. Li Xiu put on his clothes frantically and rushed out of the house like a gust of wind. When I got downstairs, I took a Didi taxi. After getting on the bus, Li Xiu was gasping for breath. Driver. Fu Group. I'm late. Hey. Wait. Li Xiu noticed a boxing training gym on the side of the road. System sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the boxing gym. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward for 10 years of hard training and free fighting. Li Xiu shuddered. I have a lot more boxing knowledge and training knowledge in my mind. Okay, boss. Let's go. After a moment. Fu Group, Information Security Department. Minister Chen Hao looked at the two section chiefs and a group of team leaders in front of him. It's only been a few days since he started working? This kid is already 2 hours late? Chen Hao's eyes fell on Lu Ruyan. The latter winked at Chen Hao. Chen Hao said calmly, this Li Xiu, under my nose, was having an affair with a man and a woman. Even if he is appreciated by President Fu, don't think he can act so unbridled in front of me. Chen Shuyi wanted to remind herself, Minister, that you can't afford to offend this person. The next moment, Li Xiu rushed over and said, sorry everyone. I'm late. Chen Hao turned around and saw Li Xiu's careless appearance. He was immediately furious. Li Xiu, right? You are so good. How can you be so late on your third day working under me? HR. Deduct his salary. Then he said, Li Xiu, come to my office for a moment. Li Xiu was confused. I followed the minister into the office. At this time, another employee said, I saw Lu Ruyan go to the minister's office this morning, and then she immediately came out to target team leader Li. What is the relationship between this Lu Ruyan and the minister? You forgot that the minister got divorced last week. He has been trying to take Lu Ruyan out on business trips these days but failed. Maybe he is jealous. Don't you know the story of team leader Li and Lu Ruyan? Oh shit. What a big melon. Chen Shuyi shook her head, Minister Chen, even if we are from the same family, I can't save you even if I want to. You are ruining your career for a woman. In the office now. Chen Hao threw a document to Li Xiu, this is the project I'm following up recently. Think of a way to get it done for them. If you can't handle it, write your own resignation report. Li Xiu was stunned for a moment and took a look at the business document. Shouldn't the sales department be the one to negotiate this kind of business? How can you let me, a programmer, negotiate this kind of business? The Fu Group has many departments and subsidiaries. It is obviously not his turn as a programmer to negotiate a business like this. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out. Chen Hao said lightly. Li Xiu raised his hand and picked up the document, saying calmly, okay, you'd better really ask me to leave. Li Xiu turned around and left with the documents, smiling faintly, just talk casually, and my sister-in-law will naturally help me when the time comes. It feels really good to have a backer and no one knows about it, but my sister-in-law doesn't seem to like me very much. Oh, this is a headache. Li Xiu came outside the office. Chen Shuyi came up and said, Li Xiu, don't say it was me who said that Minister Chen is interested in Lu Ruyan. Oh my god, this Minister Chen is an important figure. He even dares to touch Lu Ruyan. Li Xiu felt a chill. If the system had not targeted Lu Ruyan in the first place, he would not have been accused of being a bootlicker. Fortunately, I finally made it to the end. Chen Shuyi felt very happy in her heart. If she could establish a good relationship with the future prince, and Li Xiu would persuade President Fu in the future, it would not be a dream for her to get a promotion and a raise in salary. Thank you, Sister Chen. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Chen Shuyi nodded, that's what you said. Just at this moment, an old couple came from a distance.
Wang Hong shouted from a distance, Li Xiu. Li Xiu, come out here. You gave my daughter a betrothal gift, and you said you want to take it back? Why? You can marry my daughter whenever you want, or not at all. Lu Yingshan also said. Let Li Xiu come out. I'll beat this heartless bastard to death. Li Xiu smiled and said, the dog is here. I'll go take care of it, Sister Chen. Lu Ruyan heard the noise and hurried forward. Mom and Dad, why are you really here? Wang Hong held Lu Ruyan's hand and said, this guy is now the team leader of your company. If I don't come and give him a warning, what will he do if he really doesn't want you anymore? Mom has seen that your brother Xiao may not be a good person, daughter. It's better to have this honest Li Xiu. If he hadn't helped your brother stabilize the company and run our family's business all these years, would your father and I have lived so comfortably? Lu Yingshan also nodded. Yes, daughter, listen to your mother. We will help you stabilize him, but you must not bow your head. A girl from the Lu family must stand for the rest of her life. Lu Ruyan leaned over to her mother's ear and said, okay, Mom, I know. I want both of these men. In fact, Li Xiu has already ordered a ring last night. It won't be long before he proposes to me again. You can say whatever you want, but don't be too harsh. He must have someone giving him advice, and he wants to fight for his position after marriage. That's why you don't know what's good for you. Lu Yingshan nodded and said, what other status does he want? But you said you bought a ring worth 100,000? He is sincere. Chapter 15 Without my brother-in-law, we would go bankrupt. At this time, Li Xiu walked out slowly. Said lightly. Where did this dog come from that is barking here? As soon as these words came out, Lu Ruyan and the other two immediately flew into a rage. Daughter! Look at this man, he wants to rebel. He wants to marry you and get married while standing. He feels proud of himself just because he became a team leader, right? Wang Hong said coldly. Lu Ruyan, Li Xiu. If you withdraw your application to the court immediately, I can reconsider you. Lu Yingshan sneered, boy, you have a lot of ideas to marry my daughter? You want a wife, and you are ready to get married standing? Why? Is it so easy to enter my Lu family's house? Li Xiu was stunned. This family was really confident. Did they think I was going to marry Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan? What are you doing? Didn't you tell your parents that we broke up? You didn't tell me I was married to someone else? Li Xiu took out a marriage certificate and held it up, saying, Lu Ruyan, your parents are here. I'm telling you, I'm married. My wife is very beautiful. Her name is... Li Xiu. What are you doing? Are you childish? Lu Ruyan said unhappily. Do you have to play these elementary school tricks? Li Xiu, You asked someone to make a fake marriage certificate? Lu Ruyan asked. Li Xiu almost fainted from anger. Fake? Yes. Is there any other possibility besides this? In this year, you have been a driver for me, my parents and brother, or Mu Chen's son every day. Where do you find the time to look for other women? Wan Hong also said, yes, Li Xiu, don't we know who you are? I chose you as my son-in-law because you are honest. Don't think that you have the cards and the right to negotiate just because you pretend to be a playboy. I tell you, you have been kneeling for so long, you have to keep kneeling. Lu Yingshan nodded, yes, Li Xiu. Kneel down now and kowtow 3 times to my daughter, and I will let my daughter marry you immediately. Li Xiu almost died of laughter. Is there something wrong with your family? He's having a mental breakdown. You need to go see a doctor. If you don't have money, I can lend you some. I'm telling the truth, but you don't believe me. Security guard. There's someone causing trouble here. Lu Yingshan pointed at Li Xiu and said, resign your job right now and help my son. Otherwise my daughter won't marry you. Li Xiu felt that he needed to have a good explanation with this crazy family today. Listen to me, you 3 old dogs. I, Li Xiu, am already married. Secondly, I have no interest in Lu Ruyan. Third, I'm her team leader. This is the company, not your home. I'll call the security guards now. If you, Lu Ruyan, can't manage the psychopath in your family, I can call the police now. I'll file a report and ask my superiors to fire you. You. Li Xiu. Is this the attitude you would use to marry someone else's daughter?
When Wang Hong heard that Lu Ruyan was going to be expelled, she was a little panicked.
After all, it was still very difficult to get into the Fu family. Once you get out, it won't be easy to get back in. Lu Yingshan snorted coldly. See?
The more inferior a man is, the less likely he is to succeed.
Look at what he is like now. Other staff members at the scene pointed and talked.
It's really not good for Lu Ruyan to bring her parents to the company to have an argument.
No matter what the relationship is, Li is Lu Ruyan's boss. Yes, it is illegal to disrupt order in the company. That's right. If Team Li really reports it, Lu Ruyan will be in trouble. Hearing the discussions around them, Lu Ruyan's family became increasingly weaker. Okay. You've made it.
Wang Hong pointed at Li Xiu and said, if you want my daughter to marry you, quit your job.
Get on your knees. Increase the betrothal gift. Nothing less. Security. Get that lunatic away. Li Xiu shouted. Hey! Mom and Dad, you guys go first.
Anyway, Li Xiu will definitely not be able to hold on for a few days and will come to find me, so you guys go back first.
Lu Ruyan said. Lu Yingshan glared at Li Xiu fiercely. Okay. Daughter, let's go. Li Xiu. We'll see. Lu Ruyan brought her parents to the outside of the company. Lu Yingshan said, Daughter, are you sure Li Xiu really didn't get married with anyone else? Lu Ruyan said. There are no other women's WeChat accounts besides me in Li Xiu's phone. Even if he wants to get married with someone else, he can't do it.
Mom and Dad, don't worry, Li Xiu will come to me and beg for mercy soon. Wang Hong nodded. 1 year, a whole year of being a licker, and now they are getting married. There is no reason for him to change, otherwise why would he work so hard to lick my daughter?
That's right, this is illogical. Lu Yingshan said.
Lu Ruyan turned around and said, Li Xiu, if you ever ask me for help, ask me to marry you.
It depends on your sincerity. Otherwise, where will you find a wife in this life?
On the other side, Li Xiu returned to his workstation and shook his head.
No wonder. If it weren't for the system, who would believe that a person could make a 860-degree turn?
It's not hard for me to understand why they can't accept it all at once. On the other side, Lu Ruyan received a call from her brother. Sister, please help me think of a solution.
If my brother-in-law doesn't come, my company will go bankrupt. You don't want to see your brother ruined, do you? Lu Rusong said. Lu Ruyan nodded. Okay, I'll think of a solution for you. Lu Ruyan finally found Minister Chen Hao.
After much persuasion, Chen Hao could no longer resist Lu Ruyan's pleading and had to drive to Lu Rusong's company.
Songyan Technology Company, Limited.
As soon as she entered the company, Lu Ruyan saw that the employees were either playing with their mobile phones or surfing the internet.
She pulled her brother and said, Brother, who are these people in your company? You are a technology company. The network system is broken. Don't you know how to find a technician to fix it? Lu Rusong sighed. It's Li Xiu.
When my company was building the underlying system, it was Li Xiu who was doing it.
He lived in the company for half a month. You forgot.
I have already consulted several technicians, and they said that my brother-in-law is a bit powerful and it is difficult for them to repair it.
Maybe the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Lu Ruyan raised her hand and twisted her brother's ear. Why didn't I know that Li Xiu was so powerful?
At this time, an employee said while playing games, Brother Xiu is a technical expert.
The company's system and network security, as well as many outsourcing projects of customers, are all taken care of by Brother Xiu. Now that Brother Xiu is gone, we haven't received any new orders for several days. Lu Rusong sighed and said, Sister, how about this? You find a way to get my brother-in-law back. My company will go bankrupt without him. Chapter 16 I'm going to smash them all. So what? Lu Ruyan was so angry that she almost died. Lu Rusong, how can you give everything to one person? Now, you want me, a little princess, to beg him to come back? I can't bring myself to do that. You go and beg him yourself. What? Let me beg your lickspittle? Sister, it was you who stood me up on the day we got the marriage certificate. This is a man's weak spot. If you hadn't made a mistake, would I be so miserable? Lu Rusong blamed everything on his sister. Ha, you blame me? Blame your sister? Lu Rusong, you are quite capable. Lu Ruyan's face did not look good. Just wait a little longer.
Anyway, this man recently bought a ring and is preparing to formally propose to me.
When the time comes, I will ask him to come to work for you. I think he will not be unwilling.
As long as Li Xiu kneels down this time, I am sure he will kneel for the rest of his life. Lu Rusong sighed, Sister, you have to hurry up, I can't bear it anymore.
Oh, you useless thing, our minister is here, what are you afraid of? Lu Ruyan said.
At this time, Chen Hao raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Ruyan, I have temporarily solved this system. It should be usable, but the person who built it is quite capable. If your brother's company does not spend a lot of money to hire people to maintain it, if there are problems in the future, ordinary technicians really can't do it.
Lu Ruyan nodded and said, what level of technicians are needed?
A few tens of thousands of yuan, at least the income is similar to mine, then people will be willing to come.
Chen Hao said. What? Tens of thousands. Lu Ruyan thought, Li Xiu is so powerful? He only needs tens of thousands of dollars to hire someone to replace him? What a joke.
Lu Rusong shook his head frantically, tens of thousands of dollars to hire an employee, what a joke, sister, you should think of a solution quickly.
Stop making noise. It's so annoying. Lu Ruyan said. The other end. Office of the President of Fu Group. Fu Xiu, you didn't know what was going on.
She was thinking about Li Xiu while working. The sunlight in the room shone on her face. She smiled from time to time, and looked cold from time to time.
Assistant Lin. Come in. Assistant Lin rushed in trotting, Boss Fu, do you want to know about our son-in-law? Ahem. I was originally wanting to ask you about your social engagements tonight, but since you said that, okay, what is he doing?
Fu Xiu, you said unnaturally.
Oh.
Special Assistant Lin said calmly, it is true, but if you don't mind, Mr. Fu, I won't say anything more.
Let's talk about the evening's entertainment. Hey! You just said what I told you to say, and you don't even listen to me? Fu Xiu, you said.
Special Assistant Lin suppressed his laughter and said, oh, as you command, my queen.
It's like this.
This morning, Minister Chen exceeded his authority and gave Li Xiu a business that shouldn't have been given to him. To put it simply, he was trying to make things difficult for Li Xiu. If Li Xiu couldn't do it, he would let him go.
Special Assistant Lin said vividly. It's all thanks to my informants that I can get first-hand information about my son-in-law. What? Fu Xiuyu's face was not looking good. How can a minister decide the appointment and dismissal of a company? You are really using chicken feathers as a token of authority. What happened next? Later.
It was because of Lu Ruyan. This woman had an unclear relationship with Minister Chen, and Minister Chen seemed to be pursuing her.
Special Assistant Lin said. But there are even worse ones. Fu Xiuyu stopped reading the document, and his curiosity grew. Is there anything more outrageous?
Yes, Lu Ruyan's parents don't know about our brother-in-law, but our brother-in-law held up your marriage certificate in public and loudly announced that he was married and had a girlfriend.
He also made a big show of your sovereignty. Guess what?
Special Assistant Lin found that Fu Xiuyu's expression was becoming more and more proud. Little girl, look, this special assistant is not trying to control you.
You don't understand love as well as I do. You have already fallen in love. Come on, talk. Why are you speaking so slowly? Fu Xiuyu blared at Special Assistant Lin. Yeah, I get it.
After our uncle finished speaking, Lu Ruyan's family didn't believe him and asked him to kneel down, resign, and increase the betrothal gift. Then, our uncle said they were crazy and called the security guards to chase them away.
Really? Fu Xiuyu was stunned. No, there really is a psychopath? This family is really confident. How dare they target my husband, Fu Xiuyu?
Keep an eye on Minister Chen Hao and find a chance to make him pay the price.
Assistant Lin nodded immediately. Don't worry, I will pay attention to those who bully my son-in-law. Fu Xiuyu, where is he now?
Assistant Lin shook his head. He said he wanted to discuss business and left. But I just called him and he said he was going to Lu Ruyan's house to take care of some personal matters.
What? Is he acting so tough just for me? Now he goes to Lu Ruyan's house to kneel down? Although Fu Xiuyu felt that this should not be the case, he didn't know why he felt angry. I'll go check it out. Assistant Lin immediately picked up the car keys. Boss Fu, I'll go with you. The other end. Liujia Village.
Li Xiu took a taxi to the entrance of the village. After paying the driver, he headed towards the Lu family with a sledgehammer. Some neighbors from the village who were driving by arrived at Lu Ruyan's house in advance. Uncle Lingshan, I saw your son-in-law arrive at the entrance of the village.
Lu Yingshan smiled and said, okay, I understand. Wife, Li Xiu is here. It seems that he has thought it through and is here to beg us. Wang Hong nodded, we will stay inside and not go out.
Let him come over and kneel down. Lu Yingshan nodded, and after a while, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the door.
Oh. Old man, what happened?
Wang Hong said in shock.
Lu Yingshan shook his head, I don't know, let's go and have a look.
The two elders rushed out of the house and saw Li Xiu raising a big hammer, ready to knock it down again. A large piece of the tile on the floor had been broken.
Lu Yingshan rushed forward and blocked Li Xiu's way. Damn it! Li Xiu, are you crazy? You know this is my home, right? What are you doing?
Li Xiu was holding a big hammer in his hand.
What are you doing? I asked you to return my renovation money to me, and you didn't. Okay, 150,000.
I bought all the cement and tiles, and I was also the one who did the renovation.
I can see that you are not going to pay me back. It's okay.
I'll just smash them all.
Hey. Wang Hong stepped forward immediately. Li Xiu, are you crazy? This is my home, and you're smashing things here? Don't you want to be with my daughter anymore? People in the village in the distance were pointing and talking. This new son-in-law is really unruly. He's like this, smashing the house with a hammer?
But I heard that the money for the renovation of the house was all paid by the son-in-law.
That's fine. Didn't Lu Yingshan save money at that time?
He didn't even hire workers to renovate the house.
The weather in June, the new son-in-law must have had a hard time.
Yes, I still remember that this son-in-law didn't even have water to drink, but I couldn't stand it anymore, so I gave him a bottle of mineral water.
What's going on now?
You had a quarrel, right? If it were me, I would have given up on this Lu family a long time ago. I stand on the side of this young man. Such a good son-in-law has become like this.
The Lu family must be too much.
Li Xiu pointed at the wall and said, and this wall, I built it for you after getting sunstroke.
Now I'm going to tear it down, get out of here, or I'll tear you down too. Li Xiu. How dare you? Chapter 17 Shut up. He is a good person.
It must be hard for him.
A loud shout came from behind Li Xiu. Li Xiu turned around and smiled disdainfully, you are finally here, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan ran over in her high heels and said, Li Xiu, what's wrong with you? There are so many neighbors watching, aren't you ashamed? When you marry me, you will see how they behave. Hurry up and apologize to my parents. Come and fix the broken floor tiles when you are free. Li Xiu pushed Lu Ruyan away with his backhand, get lost, or I'll hit you, don't cry. As he said that, Li Xiu rushed to the wall. He raised his hand and hit it with a hammer. Bang! With a loud bang, a hole appeared in the middle of the wall. Oh! My wall, my wall! Lu Yingshan was heartbroken, Li Xiu. You are so nice. You are so nice. I absolutely do not agree to my daughter marrying you. I will also call the police. You destroyed private property. Wang Hong's eyes turned red, I will fight you. Grabbing the scissors on the table, Wang Hong rushed forward. Li Xiu seized the opportunity and slapped him with his backhand.
Wang Hong fell to the ground, half of her face was swollen.
Li Xiu said in a deep voice, everyone saw it. This woman wanted to kill me. I was acting in self-defense. Lu Ruyan yelled, Mom. How are you, Mom? Li Xiu. I will never marry you in this life. You hit my mother.
Li Xiu now has a physique that has been in good shape through 10 years of fitness training. With one slap, Wang Hong's face swelled up like a pig's head.
Wang Hong kept groaning, he has a tendency to be violent. Daughter, you can't marry him. There's something wrong with this man. There's something wrong with him. Other neighbors at the scene pointed and talked. Why does this new son-in-law hit people? How can you say that? Didn't you see Wang Hong trying to kill someone with a pair of scissors just now?
That being said, he is the new son-in-law after all.
Why don't you discuss it properly instead of making such a big fuss? We didn't talk about money. We didn't agree on the price.
Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with tears at this moment. Li Xiu.
Kneel down. Apologize to my mother.
Li Xiu smiled, raised the hammer and smashed it down again.
With a loud bang, the entire wall of the Lu family collapsed.
Li Xiu pointed at the wall.
Lu Ruyan, you cheated on your Bai Yueguang. Do you really think I don't know what you did? Go see Bai Yueguang on the day you get your marriage certificate. Okay, I'll make you pay the price. Wow. The people in Liujia village were pointing and talking.
It turns out he cheated on me.
This new son-in-law was originally a good man. Who said it wasn't true? This Lu Ruyan is really something.
Such a good boy cheated on her.
No wonder people came to smash the wall. That's right, it's really self-inflicted.
Lu Ruyan shook her head. No, don't listen to him.
Li Xiu. Do you have to make everything clear? Do you have to be so heartless? Don't you just want me to admit my mistake? I'm telling you, you will regret it. You will definitely regret it.
When the time comes, kneel down and beg me, kowtow and ask me to love you again, and I will not look back.
Your behavior has exposed me. I'm right. You are not even half as good as my white moonlight.
You were just pretending before, beating my mom and smashing my walls.
I will post you on Zaya Hongshu, and you will be despised by the entire internet.
Li Xiu smiled. Come on.
Am I afraid of you?
I'm telling you, Lu Ruyan, I'm going to make your whole family pay for the harm you've done to me this year. At this moment, Li Xiu raised the sledgehammer and was about to drop it again.
Several police officers arrived. Stop it. Young man. Put down the hammer. This is a society ruled by law. Don't act impulsively.
Of course Li Xiu obeyed the police officer.
Put down the hammer.
At this time, Lu Yingshan rushed to the police, pointed at Li Xiu and said vividly, he couldn't find a wife.
He beat my wife.
Forced my daughter to marry him.
Is this still a human being, police comrade? Such people must be executed.
The leading policeman was quite old, a community police officer here, and had also seen Li Xiu.
Xiao Xiu, what's wrong with you? What's your family singing?
He walked forward and carefully took the hammer from Li Xiu's hand.
Li Xiu smiled. Uncle Chen, don't worry, I'm not crazy. Look how scared I am.
The old policeman's surname is Qian.
He was indeed sweating just now.
He has seen many cases of honest people being bullied to the extreme and suddenly murdered. It was such a hot day, and Li Xiu was building a yard for his father-in-law. He knew that Li Xiu was an honest man and a good boy. Seeing this honest man so angry today, he understood everything. Li Xiu was wronged.
Lu Yingshan roared, Old Qian. This man must be taken away. What else did you say to him? Don't you have a gun? Are you just a decoration? Take it out and kill him.
Old Qian was furious and turned around and said, Old Lu.
You are still so arrogant. Don't make things worse for me.
You are an old man and you don't know how to think before and after before doing things.
Lu Yingshan was furious.
He turned his head without saying a word. Old Qian sighed, the Xiao Xiu has been running around in your house since last year, and everyone has seen it. Xiao Xiu, if you have any grievances, tell your uncle.
If this old Lu bullies you, your uncle will scold him for you. Don't do anything stupid. After all, you are such a handsome man.
Even if this marriage doesn't work out, you still have to think about your future.
Lao Qian is indeed a veteran police officer. You can see the problem at a glance.
His words also resonated with other villagers.
Yes, Xiao Xiu, everyone knows you, you can't do anything rash. Let's discuss this properly. Yes, yes, yes. Listen to your Uncle Qian. At this time, Lu Ruyan said, Uncle Chen, let me tell you, didn't I just have a quarrel with him?
He came to my house and made trouble.
Now everything is broken and I want him to pay for it. Old Qian's eyes widened like bells. Shut up, Lu Ruyan. Let Xiao Xiu speak. If you provoke this guy, he may kill you with a knife. Then I will not be able to continue my job as a police officer. Chapter 18 Compensation?
Oh, my brother has a company, he has money. Li Xiu took out a cigarette from his pocket at this time. It's okay, uncle, I won't kill anyone. As he said that, he pulled Lao Chen to sit down. Then he reached into his arms. Old Qian was so scared that he raised his hand and pressed the gun on his waist. Xiao Xiu, don't put your hands anywhere.
Uncle, let me show you the evidence.
Li Xiu took out a list from his pocket.
Only then did Lao Qian feel relieved. Oh, okay.
This is the list of materials I bought for the Lu family.
I paid for all of it.
The total cost is $150,000, said Li Xiu. Officer Qian was shocked when he saw it. Oh, it's true, Xiao Xiu, you are a good kid.
You've spent $150,000 before you even get married.
Li Xiu took out another bank statement and said, Uncle, it's more than that. Here is also a betrothal gift of 280,000 yuan, which I gave to the Lu family in advance. At that time, the system asked me to agree to all of Lu Ruyan's conditions. For the sake of the system task, I could only play dumb.
Now that the mission is accomplished, I have to take back everything I lost. Oh my! That's a lot of money.
Officer Qian has been a local police officer for so many years, and it is rare for him to meet a good kid like Li Xiu.
Li Xiu, you are a good boy. I know you. If you have any grievances, tell me. What grievances did he suffer?
Uncle Qian, why are you speaking for people outside Liujia village? Are you still our police officer?
Lu Ruyan stomped her feet.
Officer Qian snorted coldly, shut up. Your Uncle Qian is a people's policeman first, and a policeman for Liujia village secondly. The Lu family members looked at each other in surprise. They were the ones who called the police. But the police sided with Li Xiu? Li Xiu said at this time, Uncle, telling, I have paid so much, and Lu Ruyan was originally engaged to me.
Then let's make an appointment to get the certificate, is there any problem? Officer Qian shook his head, nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong, young man, you are right.
Li Xiu nodded. Then, Lu Ruyan stood me up because of her male friend and even went to his house to take care of him for the whole night.
Do you think this is right? Officer Qian's eyes widened, of course this is wrong. Lu Ruyan, how could you do this? Uncle Qian. It's just one side of his story. It can't be relied upon. Besides, he and I haven't gotten married yet, so who am I going to see? Isn't it my freedom?
Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, besides, even if I get married, I'm still free.
Getting a certificate does not mean that sexual rights belong to you. Uncle Qian, do you understand the law? Officer Qian has been a policeman all his life.
When he heard these words, he was confused and trembling with anger. But she was right. If Lu Ruyan cheated on Xiao Xiu after marriage, it was her sexual right. But laws are laws, and human relations are human relations. Other villagers at the scene pointed and talked.
How can you say that? Do you think girls have lost their sense of shame? That's right, this young cultivator is a good person. Why does Lu Ruyan treat him like this? It seems that Lu Ruyan's morality is untenable. Wang Hong covered her face and said, Old Qian. You are getting old and confused. This is my home.
It is a fact that he smashed my things. Li Xiu then held up the list, Uncle, I bought the things, I installed the decoration, I have all the invoices, I asked them to return the money, they refused, I smashed it, is there a problem?
Old Qian was stunned. That's right, your house didn't have a yard before, it was this kid who renovated it, how can this be considered illegal? At most it's a dispute, go to court. Lu Yingshan was angry, Old Qian, why are you so mean? Look at my wife again. He hit someone. Lao Qian immediately said, that's right, Xiao Xiu. This is not wise. How can you hit someone when so many people are watching? This will result in detention.
Li Xiu smiled and said, no, uncle.
The neighbors here can all testify that the woman was trying to stab me with a knife, so I fought back. Upon hearing this, Lao Qian stood up, Lao Lu? Are you confused? You still want to kill someone? Wang Hong immediately stammered, Old Qian, I was angry at the time.
I wanted to scare him, not to kill him.
Really not. A villager said at this time, Old Qian, I took a video at that time, do you want to see it? It's really exciting. Lao Qian immediately ordered his 2 apprentices to check it out.
After a while, the apprentice said, Master, it is indeed the same as what this gentleman said. Old Qian snorted coldly, take Wang Hong away.
This is outrageous. Xiao Xiu is such a good person, how dare you treat him like this? Lu Ruyan panicked, what are you doing? Why are you taking my mom away, uncle? Lao Qian said, your mother's behavior is a crime. If I don't take her away, what else can I do? Lu Ruyan glanced at Lao Qian and said, Mom and Dad. Li Xiu is here just to ask for money. Just let him go. Don't even think about me marrying this man anymore. I can see now that in his eyes, money is more important than me. Lu Yingshan said in a deep voice, okay, this is the first time I've seen such an irresponsible man. Wife, give him the money. Wang Hong blinked her eyes, well, where does our family get the money? Lu Ruyan was stunned, not parents, this is 280,000 yuan? Where is the money? Wang Hong hesitated and stammered. Your brother said the company was in deficit, and gave it to me. Lu Ruyan collapsed on the spot, what are you doing? This is my betrothal gift, and you're giving it to my brother? His company is in deficit, and you're taking my betrothal money? Wang Hong exclaimed, this little money is nothing, why don't you ask your brother to give some money? Lu Yingshan nodded. Don't worry, Lao Qian. My son runs a company. I'll call him right away. I saw Lu Yingshan walking aside. He was full of confidence at first, but then the expression on his face gradually fell. Then it got serious. It's so exciting. Lu Ruyan saw that things were not looking good, and immediately said, Mom, can our family not come up with 280,000 yuan? How is that possible? Wang Hong shook her head and said, absolutely impossible. What kind of family are we? We are the richest family in this village. Lu Yingshan roared over there, what did you say? No money? You have such a big company and no money? I'm so pissed. He turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan and said, it's bad, Ruyan, your brother's business has lost money and he has no money. What? Lu Ruyan's face looked extremely ugly. Mom! Dad! Why did you use my betrothal gift to help Lu Rusong make up for his deficit? Did you think so from the beginning? Li Xiu said from the side, Uncle, let's just follow the law. Wait a minute. Lu Yingshan said in a deep voice, it's just money, I'll give it to you. He turned his head and glanced at the villagers who were collectively confused. Can you lend me some money? I promise I can pay it back next year. The villagers were stunned. TSK. We don't have any money. That's right, he's the richest man, how can he borrow money from poor people like us? Yeah. You are so rich and have your own company, but how can we ordinary people have money? Chapter 19. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's that I don't have any money now. Several people from the Lu family turned their heads and looked at Lao Qian. That old Qian, can you please slow down? Yes, we are having a hard time turning things around now. Hearing this, old Qian was so angry that he laughed, you guys treat me like a decoration. Do you really think I won't do anything just because I know you? You can be so big or small. Now that the evidence is all here, Wang Hong attempted murder. Do you really think the law is fake? This, Ruyan, you have to help Mom. Wang Hong said, trembling all over. Mom doesn't want to go to jail. Lu Ruyan shook off her mother and said, where is your good son? He was given my betrothal gift to support him. Now he needs help. Why is my good brother nowhere to be seen? Wang Hong looked at her daughter pitifully, Ruyan, after all, that is your brother's company. Your brother's business is not doing well now, so he just needs to make some money. It's not like he won't return it to you. So, you can think of a way out? Mom really doesn't want to go to jail. Li Xiu sat on the ground and said with a smile, everyone, I don't think you are sincere. How about this, she goes in first, and then you can think of a solution. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan said in a deep voice, Li Xiu. Can't you, give me 2 days? Li Xiu said with a smile. No, that won't work. Either you give me money to settle the dispute today, or your mother will go to jail and you can handle it yourself. By the way, where is your white moonlight Xiao Mukin? Isn't he very rich? Didn't you say every time you paid wages that a glass of wine cost him more than 5,000 yuan? I made you a cake, and you said it was not as good as the gold foil cake your white moonlight bought for you? You said that even if someone cuts off a little from their fingers, it would be more useful than my 10 years of hard work? What's wrong now? Don't you want to ask your Bai Yueguang for help? Lu Ruyan looked at Li Xiu's playful eyes and her face flushed. Okay. Let's find him. Brother Mukin is 1,000,000 times more responsible than you. Who do you think you are? I'll ask Brother Mukin to help me now. Take the money and get out. Lu Yingshan's eyes lit up, yes. Daughter, you still have that Xiao Mukin? You said he is a chaebol, very rich. It's definitely right to ask him for help. Wang Hong seemed to be a drowning person who had found a life buoy. Yes.
And Xiao Mukan is my daughter after all, so there are many ways for me to do it. With Master Xiao Mukan's help, there will be no problem. Lu Ruyan picked up her cell phone and made a call.
After a while, Xiao Mukan answered the phone. Hello? Ruyan? What's going on? Lu Ruyan frowned. Brother Mukan, where are you? Why are all the voices on your end women's side?
Xiao Mukan said impatiently, I am talking about business, don't ask about the affairs of the rich family. Xiao Mukan pushed the woman beside him away and continued. Lu Ruyan, if you have anything to say, please tell me.
I'm very busy.
Lu Ruyan no longer cared so much at this time.
Brother Mukan, my mother got into an accident accidentally and needs compensation. Pay compensation? Xiao Mukan's face changed.
This gold digger dared to ask me for money, no matter how bad she was.
How much do you want, Sister Ruyan? If it's 10 or 20,000, I'll give it to you.
You're only worth that much money.
Lu Ruyan, 280,000. What? Xiao Mukan stood up directly. Okay, do you think I'm an idiot or a fool? Lu Ruyan, where can I find 280,000 yuan for you?
Lu Ruyan said aggrievedly, Brother Mukan, I gave my first time to you.
In your eyes, am I not worth 280,000 yuan? Worth it. 280,000? You must be kidding. How much can I find for a piece of shit like you?
Sister Ruyan, it's not that I think you're not worth it, but something happened at home and I don't have any money now. I don't have that much money on me.
It won't last for more than a few days. I'll go and beg my grandfather. That's it for now. I have to accompany my clients. Beep beep. Xiao Mukan quickly hung up the phone. Who are you, asking me for money?
Several rich young men nearby asked in confusion.
Mr. Xiao, what's going on? What money? Xiao Mukan picked up the wineglass and said calmly, it's irrelevant, it's a scam. Oh, then let's continue drinking.
By the way, Mr. Xiao, I heard that your Xiao family wants to form an alliance with the Fu family.
Xiao Mukan raised his glass. The agreement of the older generation, Fu Xiuyu, is indeed good.
Okay, congratulations in advance, Master Xiao.
Fu Xiuyu is a goddess in the circle. I'm so envious.
After all, he is the young master of the Xiao family. In the future, the Xiao family and the Fu family will be even stronger if they marry.
Come on.
Let's congratulate young Master Xiao in advance.
Lu Ruyan looked at her phone and said in disbelief, Brother Mukan hung up on me? Why? How could Brother Mukan do this to me? I treat him like this, and treat his children like this, is he really in trouble?
Li Xiu saw it all.
This woman was hopeless. He was the one who was cursed by the system. What about you? Lu Ruyan.
The time is almost up, Uncle Chen. It seems that their family can't raise the money, so let's just go through the process.
Li Xiu stood up slowly.
Wang Hong was so scared that her face turned pale when she saw that no one could help her.
He said tremblingly, No. I don't want to go to jail. Wait a minute. This house. Li Xiu.
This house is worth at least 300,000.
I'll mortgage my house to you. When we have money in the future, we'll buy it back for you.
After saying that, she turned and rushed home,
getting ready to get the property deed. Lu Yingshan grabbed his wife and said, Are you crazy? This guy wants my house? You wish. Lu Ruyan also said, Mom and Dad, how can we repair this house? Where are we going to live in the future? Wang Hong said coldly, What's wrong? You two don't want to save me? Lu Ruyan shook her head. Mom. No, that's not what we meant, it's just that, let's think of another way. Li Xiu. How about I write you an IOU? You still want me to marry you. How about I give you a discount the next time you ask me to marry you? Li Xiu rolled his eyes and said, There's something wrong, Uncle Chen. Okay. I'll get it for you now, just wait a moment. Wang Hong rushed into the house and took out the relevant documents. Li Xiu, this is for you. This piece of land is worth at least 300,000. Is this all right?
Li Xiu took the certificate and smiled, Uncle Chen, please prove it and be a witness. The two families then signed the mediation agreement.
Li Xiu glanced at Lu Ruyan and said, How about this, you move out tonight. Move out of my house.
After saying that, Li Xiu turned and left. Behind her, Lu Ruyan glanced at her parents.
Ah, this guy Li Xiu is too much. He wants to force me to marry him. He is so scheming. In this way, he wants me to marry him on my knees?
Mom, I am really blind to fall in love with such a man.
Lu Yingshan said in a deep voice, what's the point of saying this now? Wang Hong said coldly, if he tells us to leave, will we leave? He's going to marry my daughter in the future. Why should we move out of this house?
He wants to control our family and turn the tables.
Good boy, I didn't expect him to be so scheming. We won't leave. Chapter 20. If you want a betrothal gift, I'll give it to you.
Just at this time, a group of big men in black came to the door of Lu's house. The leader, Scar, said with a smile.
Are you the Lu family? Lu Yingshan took a step forward. This big brother? Who are you?
The man stepped forward and grabbed Lu Yingshan by the collar of his shirt. Listen carefully, I'm from a loan company. Mr. Li Xiu sold this house to us.
I have all the documents.
If you don't leave now and stay in our company's house, I want you to go to Southeast Asia to have some fun.
Ah. Li Xiu resold the house? Lu Yingshan's face turned pale. Lu Ruyan also took 2 steps back in fear. Loan company? Isn't that a loan shark company? When did Li Xiu get involved with these people?
Wang Hong said in a trembling voice.
Husband, why don't we go?
At worst, when my son's company is established, we can buy it back.
Lu Yingshan nodded, yes, at worst we can buy it back. Ruyan, let's go. We still have your brother.
He has his own company.
We'll leave first. After a moment, the Lu family left in embarrassment. Lu Yingshan suddenly thought of something. Oh, my daughter, doesn't Li Xiu have a house? Didn't he ask to add your name to the house half a year ago? He nodded and agreed without even thinking about it. Yes. Lu Ruyan nodded, this Li Xiu.
His house is still mine, we can just move in with him.
Wang Hong's eyes lit up, yes. My daughter is absolutely right. At the same time,
outside Liujia village, Special Assistant Lin returned to the car.
He said to the anxious Fu Xiuyu, Mr. Fu, I have found out clearly that the son-in-law did not betray you. He? Whom? So relieved?
Fu Xiuyu narrowed his eyes, I didn't expect Li Xiu to be so resourceful.
So where is he now?
Special Assistant Lin said, he must have gone to talk to a client.
We're almost leaving, and you have a dinner party tonight. Fu Xiuyu nodded, okay, let's go. At the same time, on the other side,
Li Xiu looked at the customer in front of him, this wealthy lady weighing more than 200 pounds, and said with a smile, Sister Wang.
I won't say anything more. I'll show you another bottle.
Li Xiu grabbed the beer on the table and drank it like a dragon. The wine kept flowing out from the corners of Li Xiu's mouth, slowly flowing down his Adam's apple, and dripping onto the body that had been strengthened by 10 years of fitness.
Sister Wang on the opposite side took a deep breath. Young man. Great. The Fu group has really come to their senses. Show off 2 more bottles. I'll sign with you.
Li Xiu smiled coldly in his heart.
Okay, that is how we play it, sister-in-law. Your brother-in-law is doing this for our company, so don't be ungrateful. The next moment, Li Xiu shouted, okay. Give Sister Wang 2 more bottles. Wait, the drink doesn't taste right?
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes and saw the woman pouring foreign liquor into the beer.
Li Xiu is not a fool either. Damn, he wants to get me drunk, right? Sister Wang, I'm drunk, so I can't sign the contract.
I'll sign it first and then drink with you.
Sister Wang said with a smile, okay, you can really drink, I like it. Li Xiu nodded.
Sister Wang signed the contract with a flourish of her pen. Li Xiu stood up and grabbed 2 bottles of wine, give Sister Wang a double dragon water sucking. The next moment, the crystal clear wine flowed down Li Xiu's body like a waterfall.
The atmosphere in the box reached its peak.
Sister Wang kept slapping her thighs, covering her mouth, and her whole body flushed. Great.
That's great. Another bottle.
Then he handed over the drinks. At this moment, a slender hand caught the bottle of wine. Li Xiu, stop drinking. Li Xiu was already feeling dizzy at this time.
Who? Wife? Mr. Fu? Why are you here? I like this salesperson in your company so much.
Sister Wang clapped her hands.
Fu Xiaoyu hugged Li Xiu with one hand and said in a deep voice, Wang Shufan, I am Fu Xiaoyu's man, you can only love him secretly from afar. Sister Wang Shufan was confused. What's going on? Fu Xiaoyu? What do you mean by her man? Damn. This guy is really good. Now, a salesman has to work part-time as a mistress? In the car outside the club. Fu Xiaoyu, who was sitting in the car, was a little angry. Does he need to sell his body for a piece of lousy business? Fu Xiaoyu no longer had the look of an icy female CEO on her face. She had transformed into a little girl in love. You didn't see it. If I hadn't just gone in, he might have been slept with by someone else. Special Assistant Lin said with a smile, fortunately, our President Fu arrived in time, otherwise our Lady Li would have suffered a lot tonight. You're still laughing. No matter what he says, he's still the person I'm getting married to. I haven't asked for a divorce, so he can't be dirty. Fu Xiaoyu said stubbornly. Special Assistant Lin suppressed his laughter and said, oh, then after you two get divorced, Team Leader Li, can I also hook up with you? It's up to you. Drive. Fu Xiaoyu said. Oh, where are you going? Asked Assistant Lin. Go to your house. Fu Xiaoyu said confidently. What? You have met the parents? Why don't you take him back? Why bring him to my house? Special Assistant Lin was speechless. Is this something he got used to at my house? After a moment. Lin Tay helps the family. Fu Xiaoyu helped Li Xiu to the bed and said, You are so heavy. How come you have so much muscle? Have you taken protein powder? Li Xiu opened his eyes dazedly at this time. Wife? Where is my sister-in-law? It seems that my sister-in-law came to save me just now? Yes. Fu Xiaoyuan sent you back. Fu Xiaoyu said unhappily. Li Xiu nodded. Fortunately, I succeeded in the negotiation and didn't embarrass my wife. After that, Li Xiu took out his mobile phone and said, Open the payment code. What are you doing? You're drunk. Fu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Open it quickly. Li Xiu said. Fu Xiaoyu could only open the payment code in confusion. Li Xiu picked up his phone and scanned the code. Ding. Alipay transferred 2.88 million yuan. Why are you giving me so much money? Fu Xiaoyu was stunned. Li Xiu glanced at his phone and thought, oh no, he was drunk and wanted to give 280,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, but accidentally gave away all his assets. This is my betrothal money. Li Xiu said. This idiot, he has 3 million, and he gave almost all of it to me? At this moment, Fu Xiaoyu's soft spot in his heart was touched. Why are you doing this? We are actually. She originally wanted to say, you are just a temporary husband I found to deal with my grandfather. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. Li Xiu. Turn on your phone. Fu Xiaoyu said. Li Xiu unlocked the password of his cell phone. Fu Xiaoyu directly clicked on Li Xiu's Alipay payment code. Then raise your phone to scan the code. Ding. 28.88 million yuan has been credited to Alipay. Chapter 21, Grabbing the Credit? How dare you? Li Xiu looked at Fu Xiaoyu in confusion. What the hell? Fu Xiaoyu snorted coldly. What? You want to marry me for 2.88 million? If I were to marry you, I would spend 28.88 million to marry you. Fu Xiaoyu said proudly. Man, don't be so proud. Li Xiu was stunned. It's great to be with a rich woman. What did you say? Fu Xiaoyu's face turned cold, and then he said coldly, you are wrong, this rich woman is playing tricks on you. The next day. The sun is shining. Li Xiu raised his hand to block the sunlight. He touched his aching neck and asked, what's going on? What's wrong with my neck? I picked up my phone and took a picture. It was a big strawberry. Fuck. Did Sister Wang kiss me last night? He touched the remaining warmth of the pillow beside him and said, no, it's Fu Xiaoyu. Fuck, my wife is so wild. I had a dream last night, and my wife gave me a betrothal gift of more than 20 million yuan? It must be fake. After a moment. What the hell? The soft rice smells so good. The other end. Fu Group Headquarters. Information Security Department. In the minister's office, Zhen Hao glanced at his watch, 9:30. This Li Xiu is really awesome. Why is he late every day? He glanced at the business sheet on the table and said, but this guy, did he really make a deal? Just at this moment, the phone on his desk rang. He stood up and picked it up. Yes, it's done.
Of course it was done by me, old Chen.
Chen Hao laughed. It's natural to take everything on yourself. Li Xiu, even if you complete it, I wouldn't dare to fire you. Then he took out a personnel application form. Li Xiu, as a new employee, often absents from work without reason. I am applying to fire you now.
At the door, Chen Shuyi shook her head. I feel that this office will be vacant soon.
Are you going against the male owner? You are really crazy.
On the other side, Lu Ruyan didn't sleep well last night and was feeling depressed.
The other employees nearby asked curiously. Ruyan, the team leader is late again, don't you know what happened?
Lu Ruyan shook her head. I don't know, who cares about him? Last night, I brought my parents to Li Xiu's home, and the family settled down for a long time. But this guy Li Xiu threw out his own things. This bastard, when he proposes to me, just wait and see how I make things difficult for him. Counting the days, the ring should be ready soon.
The other end.
Li Xiu has arrived at the jewelry store. Walked up to the counter. Hello, I'm here to pick up the jewelry. The waiter nodded. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Li Xiu took the item and said with a smile, it should be okay to be late. My sister-in-law came to save me last night. I will give her a chain tonight. But Dad is really willing to spend money on this. These things are not cheap. Wait, I can sign in once more today. System. Sign in. Successfully signed in at the jewelry store. Obtained ID card, Treasure Appraisal Expert X1. Treasure Appraisal Expert. After use, you will be bound to the identity of a treasure appraisal expert and gain treasure appraisal capabilities. Li Xiu was slightly moved.
Treasure appraising expert? Okay, that's not bad.
As expected, the items obtained by signing in are determined by the location. Li Xiu took the necklace and ring and took a taxi to the company.
All the way to my own department. I met Chen Shuyi at the door.
Chen Shuyi stopped Li Xiu and reminded him, Minister Chen got really angry just now and is looking for you all over the world.
Where have you been?
Li Xiu held the jewelry packaging bag in his hand and said with a smile, the jewelry I ordered is ready.
I stopped by to pick it up. I know I'm late, so it's okay to deduct the money. My wife just gave me a betrothal gift. I'm not short of money, and the boss of this company is my sister-in-law.
It's really comfortable to have such a strong backing. At this time, Chen Hao saw Li Xiu from afar.
Someone was already shouting over there, Li Xiu. Do you still know that you are at work? Everyone's eyes turned to Li Xiu.
Lu Ruyan also stood up and fought with a smile. Li Xiu, you are late again and again, the minister will definitely fire you. Li Xiu said with a smile.
Minister, you won't forget, right? You asked me to discuss business last night, but I got drunk and it's late.
Chen Hao snorted coldly.
What did I ask you to discuss business?
Li Xiu was stunned.
Okay, you Chen Hao, you want to take all the credit for me, right?
Chen Hao sneered and said, you rely on your little ability to cheat in my department and are late every day.
I advise you to resign on your own to avoid me firing you.
Other section chiefs and team leaders at the scene started talking about it. Li Xiu must have offended Minister Chen.
He will suffer a lot.
Sigh, he is too aggressive at such a young age.
But shouldn't Li Xiu have connections? Otherwise, why would he be a team leader at such a young age? Lu Ruyan muttered, how could he have any connections? He grew up in a single-parent family. If he had any connections, would I not know about it?
Chen Hao had already understood the situation.
Working in a company is all about social connections.
You, Li Xiu, have no background at all, yet you were so aggressive.
If I don't deal with you, who else should I deal with? Li Xiu. You must make me say something unpleasant, don't you?
You've just been here for a few days and you've been late for work. You're trying to get close to someone above you.
Now pack your things and get out. As for this deal, it was me, Chen Hao, who negotiated it with great effort.
Seeing that the matter had become a big deal, Chen Shuyi immediately stepped forward and said, Minister Chen, please don't make a big deal out of it. Li Xiu knows about it and will not be late in the future.
Li Xiu, can you say something?
At this time, Li Xiu ripped off his work ID from his collar and pointed at Chen Hao, saying, I accompanied the rich woman last night and performed a dragon-sucking water show to get the business.
How dare you, a bitch, steal the newcomer's business? I'm going to the CEO's office now. I want to see how CEO Fu handles this. Chen Hao laughed angrily. Look. How can young people nowadays respect their seniors? I am your department head and your superior. What is your attitude?
Chen Shuyi wanted to stop him again. Old Chen, you are in trouble, he is a great god. Just at this moment, the sound of high heels was heard.
Minister Chen, I want to ask who negotiated this deal. Everyone turned to look. Assistant Lin Tay asked Chen Hao while holding the document. Chen Hao was stunned. No, it was just a small project worth tens of millions. Why did the president's office ask about it?
Assistant Lin, I was the one who negotiated. Apart from us old guys, who else can win this difficult client? Special Assistant Lin smiled and looked up and winked at Li Xiu. Li Xiu was stunned. It seemed that his sister-in-law was very considerate.
Specially find a special assistant to come and support me? I understand. This is to give me backing and let me keep a low profile? Otherwise, why not just let my wife or herself come? I know the ins and outs of this big company. Assistant Lin. Li Xiu, negotiated this deal. Chapter 22. Who did he buy all these jewels for? Hearing what Li Xiu said, Chen Hao's face changed drastically. Li Xiu. What did you say? This business was obviously negotiated by me. A newcomer, what do you know?
Chen Shuyi sighed and said, Old Chen, you're finished. Assistant Lin glanced at Li Xiu and said, Li Xiu, if you steal other colleagues' achievements without permission, you will be fired. You are a newcomer, so your words are not convincing.
Do you have any way to prove it?
Li Xiu smiled.
Okay, luckily I have a backup plan. I've been on guard against you.
He pointed at Chen Hao. Then he took out his cell phone, found a number and called.
Everyone was confused. What does he do? I don't know.
As soon as the call was connected, Li Xiu turned on the speakerphone directly. Sister Wang.
Hey. It's me, Xiaoli from last night. Ha, Sister Wang, do you still remember my dragon sucking water? Sister Wang, of course I remember.
You guys at Fu's are really smart. If you had asked a guy your age to do PR earlier, I would have cooperated with you guys a long time ago. You are in good health, and Mr. Fu thinks highly of you. Li Xiu was stunned for a moment.
Sister-in-law? Value me? Doesn't she disapprove of me? Anyway, Sister Wang, my company's boss doesn't believe me. Could you please tell me that I was the one who negotiated the deal last night? Sister Wang, what's the big deal, Xiaoli? If you have any problems, feel free to contact Sister Wang.
You were the one who negotiated the deal last night.
You are so powerful. Thanks, sister.
Li Xiu hung up the phone directly.
Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Hao's face.
At this moment, Chen Hao's face flushed red, but he took a deep breath and said, That was the business I instructed you to negotiate, Assistant Lin.
In this case, it is not considered as usurping other people's performance, right? Special Assistant Lin held up a document at this time.
The President's office has approved the dismissal of Chen Hao, the director of the Information Security Department.
Chen Shuyi will temporarily take over as the director. Li Xiuyin has performed outstandingly and demonstrated excellent technical capabilities in the previous hacker attack. Now promoted to Section Chief of the Information Security Department. Wow!
All the colleagues at the scene looked incredulous.
This Li Xiu was promoted to Section Chief? From Team Leader to Section Chief within a week? This is a record. You still say he has no relationship? This relationship is outrageous. Minister Chen hit a wall? Chen Hao's face turned pale, and he trembled as he asked, Assistant Lin, why? I am a veteran of the company, and I have made many contributions to the company. Even if I really stole the performance of my subordinates, you won't fire me, right? 3 years ago, I was the one who took the blame for the company. I developed liver disease because of my hard work for the company. Special Assistant Lin. You can't just abandon me now.
Special Assistant Lin said coldly, Minister Chen. The company certainly remembers your kindness to the company, but what have you done in the past 2 years since you became the minister?
Do you think what Li Xiu did was the first time you did it?
It is because you have treated the company's rules as a joke time and time again that President Fu could no longer tolerate it.
Go to the HR department to get your money. This is President Fu's last kindness to you. Chen Hao laughed and cried at the same time. Then he raised his head and looked at Lu Ruyan fiercely. You. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have paid attention to Li Xiu. How could all this have happened?
As he said that, the man rushed towards Lu Ruyan. The next moment, Li Xiu raised his foot and kicked out.
With a bang. Chen Hao fell to the ground.
Li Xiu sneered, "Don't lose face.
Be a man and walk out on your own." Chen Hao sat on the ground and cried loudly.
Other colleagues at the scene sighed.
Minister Chen is almost old enough to retire and enjoy his life.
But now he has to find a new job.
Yes, I am old now and can only work in management positions. It doesn't matter where I can find a job.
But these people only sighed for a brief moment.
Then they all came forward to compliment Li Xiu. Congratulations, Chief Li. Young and promising. Awesome.
Li Xiu walked to Special Assistant Lin and said gratefully, "Thank you, Sister Lin.
I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free." Special Assistant Lin threw a wink at Li Xiu. Your wife and I have a very good relationship. It's no big deal. A colleague in the distance noticed it. So that's how it is. Li Xiu's relationship is with Lin's special assistant. Just looking at the look in their eyes, you can tell it's serious. Looking handsome really allows you to do whatever you want. Lu Ruyan curled her lips. Section Chief? The section chief is amazing. You've prepared a ring to propose to me. Now that you're the section chief, I can treat you a little more equally.
At this time, Li Xiu walked to his workstation with a jewelry bag.
Chen Shuyi came over and said, Li Xiu, I'll clean up my office right away, you can move in later. Li Xiu nodded.
At this time, Lu Ruyan noticed the jewelry box in Li Xiu's hand, and couldn't help but smile. Not bad, you still know how to prepare so much.
One begs me to forgive you, one begs me to get back together, and one begs me to marry you, right? It's not impossible.
At this time, Li Xiu walked towards her, and she stood there biting her lips.
Li Xiu. Actually.
Li Xiu said calmly, give me the data of our department in the past 20 years of the company.
Submit it to my office in the morning. The smile on Lu Ruyan's face collapsed. Are you crazy? 20 years? Are you going to kill me? Li Xiu didn't bother to pay attention. If you can't finish it, you can submit your resignation report.
After saying that, Li Xiu turned and left.
Back to my office.
Li Xiu took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Fu Xiuyu.
Wife, my sister-in-law is pretty good. She gave me a promotion and a raise. Fu Xiuyu, not bad, do a good job. President's Office of Fu Group. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Special Assistant Lin and asked, what are you laughing at? Boss Fu, you're almost done, right? You two are in love, and I'm running around and covering it up for you. What am I doing? Fu Xiuyu simply ignored the complaint. He and that Wang Shufen saved their phone numbers? Special Assistant Lin suppressed his laughter. Yeah, maybe he wants to protect his clients. What do you use to maintain it? Use a dragon to absorb water? Fu Xiuyu bit his lips and the pen in his hand was bent. At this time, Special Assistant Lin suddenly asked in confusion, but I saw that he took a lot of jewelry boxes. Did he prepare something inside? Is it a gift for you? Fu Xiuyu frowned. You didn't ask me out or say you would give me anything. Are you planning to give President Fu a surprise? Special Assistant Lin asked. Or is it prepared for someone else? Fu Xiuyu clenched his fists again. 1700 hours p.m.
Li Xiu stood up and prepared to leave the company, holding a gift box in his hand.
Lu Ruyan looked up from her workstation on the other side.
She had been busy all day and hadn't finished tidying up yet.
She was about to explode. She noticed Li Xiu leaving his workstation. Where is Li Xiu going? With so many gifts, aren't they for me? Humph. Let me take a look. Chapter 23. Where did this scumbag get so many vixens? Li Xiu left the company and took a DD taxi away. After Li Xiu left, Lu Ruyan also called a taxi and followed him. After another moment, Fu Xiuyu's Mercedes left the company. She sat in the car with a cold face. Special Assistant Lin said in front, Boss Fu, Li Xiu is carrying so many things, and Lu Ruyan is still following behind. Could it be that he is confused and his old feelings have rekindled? Fu Xiuyu said calmly, I will get a divorce tomorrow. Special Assistant Lin was trying to hold back his laughter in the front.
Mr. Fu, maybe our son-in-law has other purposes.
Let's wait and see, or you can ask directly.
Fu Xiuyu said coldly, I gave him so much dowry, and he is acting like a disloyal husband.
Why do I have to ask?
At this time, several cars arrived at the gate of Bin University one after another. Li Xiu got out of the car.
The cars following from a distance stopped one by one.
Lu Ruyan and Fu Xiuyu were both confused. At this time, a pure and pretty girl was standing at the door.
He waved to Li Xiu from a distance, brother-in-law.
Li Xiu walked closer. Smiling, he handed over a gift box. I didn't give you the gift.
Here. Fu Xiumu smiled and said, thank you, brother-in-law. I stand on your side.
Li Xiu smiled and nodded.
Okay, among all these sisters, you are the best behaved. Fu Xiuyu, who was sitting in the car, saw it and said, it's Fu Xiumu. What does he want to do?
Special Assistant Lin laughed. Oh, I told you, don't worry, it's clearly a bribe to my sister-in-law.
Lu Ruyan over there didn't understand what was going on. What a pretty girl, a college student at that. When did Li Xiu meet a girl like this? He said he got the certificate? Could it be her? Snap. Lu Ruyan's teeth were about to break from biting. However, at this moment, another figure walked out of the school. The man was wearing a taekwondo outfit and looked unhappy when he saw Li Xiu. What do you want from me? Did you also look for Fu Xiumu? What? Is the scumbag beginning to reveal his true nature?
Li Xiu ignored the girl's ridicule and directly took out a gift and handed it to Fu Xiuxue. I am sincere to your sister.
This is a meeting gift. I have it all.
Take it, take it. This scene attracted the attention of many male students.
Fuck. Aren't those the two goddesses of the Fu family, Fu Xiumu and Fu Xiuxue? Meeting a man at the same time? Who is that guy? I want to know all his information in 3 seconds. Draw your swords, everyone.
Just at this time, 3 boys in taekwondo uniforms came over. The yellow-haired leader said coldly,
Fu Xiuxue, you don't agree to me because you have someone else, right? Fu Xiuxue's face suddenly turned ugly.
Huang Zhang, it has nothing to do with you.
He's a friend. Ha? We are not sisters. If you say that, won't your classmate misunderstand me? Fu Xiuxue blinked at Li Xiu. Help me push it off. Li Xiu immediately understood, a bad love affair, right? Here was a chance to get closer.
Li Xiu made eye contact and said, don't worry, I'll leave it to my brother-in-law.
Who are you? The goddess likes people like me. You have no chance. Just give up on this idea.
Li Xiu was extremely arrogant.
We have experience in dealing with older men. Huang Zhang pointed at Li Xiu and said, he's a pretty boy. You said you like martial arts, so I joined taekwondo. You said you don't like black hair, so I dyed it yellow. Xiuxue. But you like this pretty boy. You're just playing tricks on me?
Li Xiu raised his hands to cover his face.
This sister-in-law is really good at playing tricks on him, boy. I said that on purpose because I don't like you. Who knew you were so good at flattering? Get out of here. The man called Wang Zhang's face suddenly turned ugly and gloomy. Little pretty boy. I'm going to destroy you.
As he said this, he took a stance.
Fu Xiaoxue's expression changed slightly, not good. Get out of the way.
In her opinion, Li Xiu is just a gigolo who lives off his sister for a living.
If you get kicked by Huang Zhang, you might lose your life. But how should I explain it to my sister?
However, at this time Huang Zhang had already jumped into the air and kicked over. Li Xiu stepped forward and dodged the kick, then quickly stepped forward and punched Huang Zhang on the bridge of his nose. I saw 2 lines of blood gushing out in the air.
Huang Zhang fell directly to the ground. Brother Huang. Huang Zhang's 2 teammates immediately stepped forward. Lift up your brother and carry him away. Fu Xiumu clapped his hands, his eyes full of stars. Brother-in-law is so awesome. Fu Xiuxue was also stunned. You can actually fight freely? Li Xiu nodded. The free fighting skills he got when he signed in 2 days ago were pretty good and came in handy. That's nothing. I know a lot more. Study hard, I'm leaving now. Li Xiu turned around and took another taxi away. Online hailing taxis and Mercedes-Benz sedans in the distance followed one after another. Inside the car, Fu Xiuyu wondered, when will he learn to fight freely?
Special Assistant Lin said with a smile while driving. You and your uncle haven't been together for long, so maybe it's normal to not know. This time, Li Xiu's car stopped in front of a restaurant.
Then Fu Xiuyuan walked out of the restaurant. Li Xiu? What do you want from me? Have you changed your mind and are willing to be the CEO's secretary?
Li Xiu handed over the gift in his hand and said, "Thank you, Mr. Fu, for helping me out last night and for what happened this morning."
I'm grateful for your kindness. Let's go. In the car far away, Fu Xiuyu also understood, is he really here to give gifts and bribe my sisters? This kid is quite capable. Let's go. Let's go back.
At this time, Fu Xiuyu found herself in the sisters group.
The three younger sisters are already showing off. Fu Xiumu, what a beautiful necklace. It's not cheap either. Fu Xiuyuan, he is trying to please us. We must stand firm.
We still have to wait and see whether he is worthy of my sister.
Fu Xiuxue, he can fight freely. This man has many secrets. Fu Xiuyu, you guys, you took someone's gift and still say bad things about them behind their back?
On the other side, Lu Ruyan, who was hiding in the car, was furious, so Li Xiu is so good at this. No wonder his attitude towards me has changed recently. This scumbag, as expected, as long as a man has the intention, he will always find a way. Even after deleting his female friends on WeChat, I still can't stop him from cheating.
Humph. But he didn't seem to give me the ring. The ring should be for me. Are these women his relatives? As she spoke, she took out her cell phone. Hello?
Zhang Qingqing, I found that bastard Li Xiu seemed to have cheated on me.
What? Aren't you getting married soon? Why is he cheating on you?
As Li Xiu's best friend, Zhang Qingqing didn't know that the ring Li Xiu bought was for Fu Xiuyu.
It's not even clear what happened.
It's like this, I went to take care of Xiao Mukan that day, and he got jealous and broke up with me.
He has been mad at me ever since. Lu Ruyan said. Chapter 24. You are a skilled person, you are a habitual offender. How stingy.
Zhang Qingqing said, Ruyan, remember, men should never be too nice to him, and don't bow down to him.
If he plays with you now, who will be the first to give in? I remember that his house seems to have your name on it.
Lu Ruyan nodded. Fortunately, I was smart at that time.
But before, he even sold my family's land in order to make me bow my head. Zhang Qingqing, what? Scumbag.
On the other side, Li Xiu's car had arrived at Fu's manor. After getting off the car, Li Xiu walked into the manor carrying the remaining necklace. I saw my father coming towards me. Li Pinggan pulled Li Xiu over and said, let me tell you, the more courtesy you give, the less blame you will get. Just now, your husband's mother already knew about it and praised you for being sensible.
Li Xiu nodded. I'll just give this to my mother-in-law. Yes, is it possible? Come on. Li Pinggan pulled Li Xiu to the main hall of the Fu family. Li Xiu took out the gift from a distance and said, Mom. This gift is for you. Fu Wanjun smiled from ear to ear, okay, you're so good. Thank you.
Li Pinggan immediately smiled and said, open it and take a look.
Fu Wanjun nodded, okay, let me take a look.
Li Xiu opened the box, and Fu Wanjun nodded, it looks good, really beautiful.
This is not cheap, right? Xiao Xiu, you just started working, is this money enough? If not, Mom will give it to you.
Fu Xiuyuan's voice came from outside the door, Mom, you are so biased.
You are bribed by someone just giving you a chain?
Fu Wanjun smiled and said, oh, as a sister-in-law, how do you treat your brother-in-law?
Xiao Xiu bought them all for you, too. How thoughtful of you. Fu Xiuyuan didn't care, huh?
Who knows if he is just trying to use sugar-coated bullets to break my will?
Li Xiu snorted coldly, Fu Xiuyuan, since you said it was a sugar-coated bullet, then don't accept it. Humph. If you give it to me, it's mine. My sister gave it to you, so I should get some interest, right? Fu Xiuyuan said with a smile.
Li Xiu nodded and said, by the way, you fired Chen Hao this morning to vent my anger.
Thank you. Fu Xiuyuan looked away awkwardly, yeah, no matter what, you are my sister's boyfriend, it's normal for me to help you. Just at this moment, Fu Xiuyu came back from outside the door, looked at his sister and then at his mother's neck. Then he glanced at Li Xiu. What's wrong? Li Xiu asked in confusion, wife? Fu Xiuyu smiled slightly, nothing.
Fu Wanjun pulled her eldest daughter and said, daughter, look at the necklace my son-in-law bought for me.
Fu Xiuyu nodded, yeah, not bad.
Li Pinggan quietly walked to Li Xiu's side and said, your wife is not very happy.
What happened to you? What do you mean, what did I do?
Li Xiu was stunned.
He didn't do anything all day. Li Xiu walked over to his wife and asked, what's the matter? Is there anything wrong? Fu Xiuyu shook his head, it's okay, what could happen? Okay, if it's okay, then it's okay.
At this moment, Li Xiu took out his mobile phone and saw several of his old friends chatting in the group.
At Li Xiu, there will be a reunion of old classmates tomorrow night. Li Xiu, you must come.
I heard that Xia Shi will also come.
By the way, Li Xiu, you haven't broken up with your girlfriend yet?
Xia Shi has been waiting for you for a long time. Li Xiu was helpless after being bound by the system a year ago.
At that time, I originally wanted to use another classmate, Xia Shi, as my target, but the system said that Xia Shi did not meet the standards and could only be bound to Lu Ruyan and the like. In order to complete the dog-licking mission as soon as possible, Li Xiu had no choice. As for Xia Shi and herself, they missed each other after a while. But now that I'm married, it's even more impossible. Stop talking, I've already got the marriage certificate. Li Xiu said.
After saying that, he sent his marriage certificate to the group. Of course, he hid his and his wife's identities.
666, buddy, are you serious? Lu Ruyan, can you really get the marriage certificate? You are such a ruthless person. What's wrong with Xia Shi? She's the daughter of the Xia family. She's rich and pure. Are you so hard on yourself? Do you think your life is too happy and you like the feeling of giving?
Li Xiu typed, anyway, it's just a coincidence, and it's already like this, but the one I got the marriage certificate with is not Lu Ruyan, but a very good girl.
What? Dude, you're playing tricks on me. Yeah, I thought you were with Lu Ruyan. That's right, what's going on?
Li Xiu sent a message, I will explain the details to you when we meet.
As for the class reunion, we will talk about it tomorrow. Finished sending the message.
Li Xiu walked to Fu Xiuyu's side and said, come with me.
Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu. Why? Do you have to hide from others? At this time, Fu Xiuxue and Fu Xiumu also came back. Big sis. Look at our jewelry. It's a gift from my brother-in-law. Fu Xiuyu's expression became even uglier. Okay, not bad. Li Xiu pulled her towards the yard. What are you doing?
Fu Xiuyu's face didn't look very good.
The two came to the yard. Fu Xiuyu had a cold face.
Li Xiu smiled and said, I gave gifts to everyone.
I didn't forget my wife, did you think I didn't prepare anything for you? Fu Xiuyu's expression eased slightly. How can I be so boring? Do I look like a little girl?
At this time, Li Xiu reached into the small flower bed in the yard and took a bunch of roses, dang dang dang.
Flowers go with beauties. Fu Xiuyu rolled his eyes at him, you're trying to trick a little girl, using flowers to trick me? Li Xiu pointed to the middle, look here. What? Ring candy? Fu Xiuyu was even more annoyed, oh, flowers and ring candy?
Li Xiu picked up the ring candy box and took out a dazzling ring from it.
This is your ring candy. Fu Xiuyu's eyes slowly lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled up unnaturally. Oh, the ring, what are you going to give it to me? Li Xiu raised his hand and took Fu Xiuyu's hand and said, we have both obtained the marriage certificate. Giving you a ring is reasonable, isn't it? Fu Xiuyu nodded slightly, okay, I'll give you a chance to wear it. Li Xiu put it on Fu Xiuyu. It's very suitable. Fu Xiuyu asked in confusion, how do you know my finger circumference? Li Xiu also breathed a sigh of relief.
I touched your finger, compared it with my finger, and then communicated with the people in the store for a long time.
Fu Xiuyu snorted coldly, he is very skilled and a habitual offender. Chapter 25 The house was occupied. Li Xiu smiled and said, how could I be a repeat offender?
I have only had one romantic relationship, and you have investigated it thoroughly.
Fu Xiuyu nodded, that's right, you can't hide anything from me. By the way, Li Xiu, I actually have something I want to tell you. Time for dinner. Two comrades in love. Fu Xiumu ran over and said. Li Xiu glanced at Fu Xiuyu and asked, is there anything you want to tell me? Well, I'll tell you next time. Fu Xiuyu said.
Anyway, there is a long time to come, and since I am President Fu, there is no rush.
The two returned to the main hall. Fu Wanjun on the other side smiled and said, "That's great. My eldest daughter has a cold and strong personality.
I never thought I would find a child as cheerful as Xiaoxiu.
Fu Xiuyu, you have to be nice to me. You are a few years older than me."
Li Xiu immediately acted cute. "Thank you, Mom."
Fu Xiuyuan smiled and said, "No, he's a man, Mom, shouldn't he be nicer to my sister? Don't think that my sister is 30 years old and has never been in a relationship. What should I do if she gets cheated?" Fu Xiuyuan felt a pain in his feet under the table. Fu Xiuyu's eyes were murderous, and then she said calmly, "Who said I haven't had a relationship? Even if I did, you wouldn't know." Fu Xiumu laughed, "Sister, you are so stubborn that you look like a Han Chinese. What are you talking about?" Fu Xiuyu said calmly, "Eat, eat, it's all cold."
Fu Wanjun said, "Your grandfather will be back in a few days, and then he will want to meet Xiaoxiu."
Fu Xiuyu nodded, "I know, Xiaoxiu and I are together."
Li Xiu was lying on the table drinking soup. At this time, Fu Xiumu pushed a small box over to him and said, "Brother-in-law, this is my return gift to you." Li Xiu was stunned.
"No need, sister-in-law. What gift are you going to give me in return? And you're just a little girl, how can you go back, What the hell?"
Fu Xiumu opened the box and took out a car key. "I really don't have much money, so I prepared a Mercedes-Benz E for my brother-in-law.
Please don't despise it." Puff. Dislike? If I dislike her in the slightest, I don't deserve to be a gigolo.
Li Xiu took the car keys and looked at Fu Xiumu. "This.
Just take it.
It's just her pocket money for 2 months.
And you don't have a car, right?" Fu Xiuyu didn't care. Rich family. Rich women. A room full of rich women, 2 months of pocket money to buy a Mercedes-Benz E? My thinking is still limited by poverty.
At this time, Fu Xiuyuan took out a card. "This is the Fu Group's catering VIP card, limited in real name, with which you can eat at any Fu Group restaurant, and you don't have to pay."
Li Xiu couldn't close his mouth anymore. "Is this for me?" "Forget it if you don't want it," Fu Xiuyuan said. "Go ahead, it's good stuff," Fu Xiuyu said. Li Xiu took it immediately.
At this time, Fu Xiuxue glanced at Li Xiu and said, "Okay, they all gave you gifts in return, so I can't be impolite. I have a shopping card from the Fu Group Mall, which has a credit limit of hundreds of thousands every year.
I have a better one, so I'll give it to you." Fu Wanjun frowned. "Child, you can't even give people good gifts." Li Xiu waved his hands frantically. "Isn't this good? This is great. Take it quickly."
Fu Wanjun also said at this time, "You all expressed your opinions.
As a mother, I can't be stingy anymore."
After saying that, he took out a property deed.
"This is a large flat in the city. It's not a particularly good house. If you and Xiuyu want to spend some time together in the future, you can stay there. It's also close to your company."
Li Xiu was dumbfounded and waved his hands immediately. "Mom, this is too expensive.
I can't accept it."
Li Pingan also said, "This won't work."
"How can this work? Wanjun, you are exaggerating."
Li Xiu refused resolutely, but Fu Xiuyu reached out to take it. "Just take it if Mom gives it to you, or leave it with me first."
Fu Wanjun nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, listen to your wife."
Li Xiu was already feeling elated at this moment. What a magical family this Fu family is.
They are all rich women.
At this moment, Li Xiu suddenly received a call.
He picked up.
The man on the other side said, "Mr. Li, I'm the security guard of the community.
Your wife wanted to install something on the window and was complained about. We went to talk to her about it, but she not only didn't listen, she even cursed at us." "What?" Li Xiu was stunned. "What wife? My wife is right next to me."
Li Xiu hung up the phone and said to Li Pingan, "Dad, our house has been occupied."
"What?"
Li Pingan said in surprise.
"What era is this? Are there still people who dare to occupy other people's properties?"
Fu Wanjun was also stunned for a moment. "Oldly, if there is anything, you guys go and deal with it first.
Once it's handled, we'll contact you again." Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu and said, "Do you need help?" "I have quite a few connections." Li Xiu nodded. "I'll handle it myself. Some people are not clear-headed. I'll go and clear them up." Fu Xiuyu nodded.
Li Xiu and Li Pingan immediately went out and took a taxi to the old neighborhood. Now in Binhai City, Shanti Community. At the door of Li Xiu's house, The security guard said to Lu Ruyan's family, I am no longer going to communicate with you.
I will communicate with Mr. Li.
Lu Yingshan snorted coldly, this house belongs to my daughter, it's useless for you to tell Li Xiao.
Why can't our house be remodeled?
Lu Ruyan also put her hands on her hips, yes, it's my house, I can do whatever I want. The security guard had already used up all his saliva. I say, the community has its own rules.
If everyone behaves like you, what will happen to our place? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. I am the owner, you are just a group of people working for me. It's really impossible to communicate. Wait for Mr. Li to come, said the security guard.
At this time, the elevator door slowly opened. Li Xiao and Li Pinggan appeared. The security guard immediately said, Mr. Li, please take care of your wife. Li Xiao shook his head, she is not my wife.
I don't know this family. I will call the police now.
Lu Yingshan on the other side immediately said, nonsense, my daughter's name is also on the property title.
Lu Ruyan also said, Li Xiao, are you kidding me? Why do you have to do this to attract attention? Do you think I will love you if you do this? You can't get love if you hurt someone, okay?
Li Xiao was speechless. Lu Ruyan, are you kidding me?
Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?
What the hell are you?
You are still immersed in fantasy. We've broken up, what else do you want?
Lu Rusong jumped out and said, Li Xiao, don't go too far. You sold our house and now we live in my sister's house.
What's wrong with that? Chapter 26 Even if he comes back to beg you, you must never forgive him.
Li Xiao smiled, oh?
Your sister's house?
This is the house that my father and I bought and the building that we financed.
When did it become your sister's house?
Lu Yingshan emphasized at this time, my daughter's name is on this property certificate, so how can it not be my daughter's house? Li Xiao pointed at these people and sneered, my father and I bought the house.
I have proof. Lu Ruyan has never even paid the property management fee.
How can you say it's hers?
Do you think you can do whatever you want just by adding a name?
Wang Hong glanced at Lu Ruyan and said, daughter, this man wants to force you to get married in this way.
I think we must not give in. Ha, listen to what you are saying.
Li Xiao said calmly, I am married, sister.
I have married someone else. When will you believe it?
At this time, several policemen came closer.
What happened here? Who called the police?
Li Xiao raised his hand and said, I called the police.
This house has been occupied by someone.
This is my and my father's household registration book, as well as the contract for buying the house, which my father signed.
This is the repayment list and flow. Also, this is my marriage certificate. This family has nothing to do with me.
They secretly stayed in my house for several days.
I need to kick them out. Lu Ruyan was a little confused. Could it be that Li Xiao really wanted to break up with her completely because he already had another woman? Is that why you are so heartless?
The police who had verified the situation immediately surrounded the area.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have verified the situation of this householder.
Even if your name is on the property certificate, the other party has proof of full payment, and we have found out that you are not relatives, husband and wife, or other close relationships. Therefore, even if your name is on the property certificate, you do not have any relationship in the legal sense.
So the owner of the house is still Mr. Li Xiao.
If there are other disputes, I suggest you file a lawsuit, but before that you have no right to live here. Please move out immediately. Lu Ruyan raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Li Xiao, 1 year ago, I asked you to get up in the middle of the night and go out in the snow to help me find the non-existent necklace, and you were willing to do it. 6 months ago, I asked you to draw blood for Xiao Mukin and you agreed. 3 months ago, I asked you to take Xiao Mukin's child to see a doctor in the middle of the night and you agreed.
Why are we breaking up now because of such a small matter? Was your previous love all fake?
Li Xiao sneered and said, Lu Ruyan, don't get it wrong.
What we have is not love. That made me blind. Now I tell you, you have sufferings. Where is your white moonlight? Get out of my house right now. Lu Ruyan's tears welled up. Okay, I'm leaving. Li Xiao. Don't regret it later. Mom and Dad, we're leaving. I'm done with him. We'll never see each other again.
I'll go and ask brother Xiao Mukin for help.
Wang Hong nodded. Yes, he treated you like this, luckily you didn't marry him, this man is just pretending. We are blind. Lu Ruyan packed up her things and left with her family.
Li Xiu said calmly, I will take the notarization of the house and remove your name, Lu Ruyan. I just hope you disappear forever.
Okay. I'm leaving. Lu Ruyan turned around and left with her parents.
Li Xiu looked at Lu Ruyan's back and said, there really should be a limit to bullying. Knowing that I treat her well unconditionally, she has gone even further and used me as a tool to show off. For the sake of the system, I endured it, but that doesn't mean I have to let it go.
Lu Ruyan and Xiao Mukan. You will regret this.
Li Pingan patted his son on the shoulder and said, well done. At this moment, the Lu family had already arrived at the side of the road.
Wang Hong glanced at her son and asked, how about living in your company?
Lu Rusong shook his head, Mom, the company is so small, how are so many of us going to live here?
Only a loser like Li Xiu would be willing to live in the company for half a month to set up the internet for me. Sister, how did you lose such a god-level bootlicker?
Lu Ruyan raised her hand to wipe away her tears. It was you who said that I couldn't treat him well.
It was you who asked me to ask for a betrothal gift of 280,000 yuan.
You were the ones who said that men should be trained like dogs.
Now he doesn't want me anymore, are you satisfied? Wang Hong was immediately furious. What do you mean by because of us?
You were the one who wanted to play tricks on Lu Ruyan. You ran errands for Xiao Mukan and his child, and drove them out in the snow.
You did all this.
Lu Ruyan said coldly, that summer, when we were renovating our house, he paid for it and worked as a laborer.
You told me to say that. It's your fault. Enough.
Lu Yingshan shouted, listen to me, there is no need to blame now, hurry up and think about how to find a place to live. Xiao Mukan, we can still count on Xiao Mukan.
Lu Ruyan thought about it and realized that it was true.
She took out her cell phone and called Xiao Mukan, Brother Mukan, it's me, your sister Ruyan.
Xiao Mukan said unhappily, what's wrong? What do you want to talk to me about? Lu Ruyan said. Brother Mukan, you really have to help me this time. Our family was deceived by Li Xiu. We lost our house and our money. Can you find us a place to stay?
Xiao Mukan really wanted to roll his eyes.
It would be fine if this woman came to me for something on her own, but now she brought her whole family with her? Sister Ruyan, tell me what you want me to do.
Lu Ruyan, a place to live, and living expenses for my parents.
Xiao Mukan took a breath of cold air. How shameless. You want a place to live and you want money?
Xiao Mukan was ready to hang up the phone.
He was rich but not stupid.
After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered, well, my child's nanny is about to be replaced.
Will your parents take care of the child? Lu Ruyan nodded.
Sure, Brother Mukan, we can take care of the baby, as long as we have a place to live.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Ruyan smiled and said, Mom and Dad, it's okay. Brother Mukan will take us in.
We just need to help Brother Mukan take care of the child.
Wang Hong's face looked slightly grim. Ruyan, have you thought about it? Will you be the stepmother of Xiao Mukan's child in the future? Lu Yingshan sighed. Our Lu family was defeated by Li Xiu. If Xiao Mukan is your son-in-law, what are you dissatisfied with? Isn't it just being a stepmother?
Lu Ruyan was tangled up and said, maybe Li Xiu still can't forget me.
When that happens, should I? No. Even if Li Xiu comes back to beg you, you must never forgive him. Chapter 27. If you can't take good care of her, we can replace her at any time.
After the Lu family had discussed it, they took a taxi directly to Xiao Mukan's residence.
Xiao Mukan's son is an illegitimate child. A person was assigned to a large flat in the city. When Lu Ruyan and her family arrived, Xiao Mukan was already waiting. When the family walked in, they expressed their gratitude.
Li Xiu will never be able to afford such a big house in his lifetime.
It's much better than our house in the countryside.
Lu Rusong smiled and said, Mom and Dad, when I have money in the future, I will also buy such a big house like my new brother-in-law.
Wang Hong smiled from ear to ear, my dear son-in-law, we don't mind you being divorced and raising a child. Just treat Ruyan well in the future. A betrothal gift of 1 or 200,000 will be enough. Lu Ruyan also looked at Xiao Mukan lovingly.
Xiao Mukan glanced at the family and said helplessly, Lu Ruyan, don't make a mistake.
My child needs a nanny.
I can provide your family with a nanny job and accommodation, but you have to take good care of my child, otherwise I will kick you out.
As for marriage? That's not an option for now. Lu Ruyan asked in confusion, Brother Mukan, are you kidding me? When I first met you at the mall when I was 19, didn't you say you would take care of me forever? Xiao Mukin smiled coldly. Are you still 19 years old now? Lu Ruyan, don't make a mistake.
I gave you a chance, so you have food and shelter.
If you dare to ask for anything else, I'll kick you out.
By the way, I will arrange for someone to prepare my child's 3 meals a day and send them to you.
Your parents should follow this. Try it for the first month. I'm leaving now.
Xiao Mukin took 2 steps, turned around and pointed at Lu Ruyan, saying, When I returned to China, you said you were going to marry that Li Xiu.
Actually, he's a pretty good person. You've gone too far.
You've been playing tricks on him for a whole year.
TSK, I couldn't stand it several times.
After Xiao Mukin finished speaking, he turned and left.
Lu Ruyan stood there alone, her thoughts shattered. Xiao Mukin, you only treat us as babysitters and me as a plaything?
Xiao Mukin walked outside the house, and at this time his cell phone rang. Hello?
Grandpa, yes. Tomorrow? A rich family gathering? That's fine too. Will Fu Xiu come tomorrow too?
The old man Xiao on the opposite side said, Mu Chen, if my Xiao family can marry the Fu family, our strong alliance in the future will only be beneficial to us. Xiao Mukin smiled faintly. This generation of the Fu family depends entirely on a few women. When I marry Fu Xiu, I will definitely be able to take over the Fu group in the future. By then, Bin Hai will belong to our Xiao family.
Mr. Xiao continued, by the way, you don't have anything to hold against me, right? At this critical moment, don't let me down.
Xiao Mukin said with a guilty conscience.
I'm studying abroad, I can't do anything bad, don't worry, Grandpa.
Xiao Mukin hung up the phone and said, after graduation, I already have a child, so I have to continue to hide this matter from Grandpa.
As for the other side, Li Xiu and his father left the house and returned to the Fu Manor. As soon as you enter the main hall of the manor, then I heard the crackling sound of mahjong. You're back, that's great. We're playing mahjong. Xiao Xiu, help your wife.
She's lost several rounds.
Fu Wanjun said. Li Pingan laughed and said, I won't play anymore. I'll just watch you guys play.
Li Xiu naturally took the lead.
Fu Xiu reminded, the second, third, and my mother are all mahjong masters.
If you don't know how to play, don't show off. Li Xiu patted his chest and said. Don't worry, I'm the king of mahjong in our neighborhood mahjong hall.
Fu Xiu said calmly, the king of cheats?
But you have to know that according to the rules of the martial arts world, cheating will result in the chopped off of one's hands and feet. After hearing this, Li Xiu said calmly, don't worry, you will only be able to tell that I am cheating. In fact, Li Xiu would not cheat when playing mahjong, but he has always had good luck in playing mahjong and basically wins more often.
Soon, a round is over. Li Xiu smiled and flipped over the mahjong in front of him. It's a mess. Excuse me, everyone. How do you calculate the money?
The 3 women looked at each other and looked at Li Xiu with a smile.
We don't gamble in our family. If we lose, we'll get slapped on the palm.
When the new son-in-law comes, your mother-in-law will slap your palm. Fu Wanjun stretched out her hand.
Li Xiu was stunned. Are you guys kidding me?
At this time, the 2 sisters-in-law also stretched out their hands and glared at her fiercely.
Fu Xiu said, brother-in-law, you have to hit me gently. Li Xiu swallowed. Sweat pouring down like rain. After a moment. If you can't afford to offend me, can't you just hide away? You made me deliberately give you the upper hand.
These 2 sisters-in-law were so cruel that they beat me so hard that my palms are swollen.
It must be a bit of a personal grudge. Li Xiu came to the yard. In the night wind, Fu Xiu was blowing the wind.
She turned her head and glanced at Li Xiu. He had charming eyes, a tall figure, and a superb appearance but an ascetic face.
Poked again.
Li Xiu stepped forward and hugged his wife from behind. The night wind is so cold, let's go to the room.
I'm not going.
Fu Xiu reached out and held Li Xiu's hand. Tomorrow night, the wealthy family will have a party, you should come too.
Tomorrow night?
Li Xiu thought for a moment and said, I have a class reunion for dinner tomorrow.
Or I'll push them away. That's not necessary. I'll pick you up after you finish your meal. This is a gathering of wealthy families.
The theme is mainly antique appreciation. At the same time, the wealthy families can chat and socialize with each other.
Fu Xiu said. So this is what the upper class is like, right? Li Xiu nodded. Okay, wife, I understand. Li Xiu nodded. The wind is so cold, we really need to go upstairs. Li Xiu pulled Fu Xiuyu and went to the room. The next day, the sun was shining. Li Xiu was late as usual. He got up in a hurry, had breakfast on the first floor of the manor, and then went to the yard with the keys to the new car. I saw the Mercedes-Benz parked there. This is a car that ordinary people can only afford when they are in their 30s or even 40s, except for the second generation of rich people. But in the Fu family, it was just pocket money for the little girl for 2 months. Li Xiu drove his new car all the way to the parking space of Fu Group. Locked the car after getting out. A female colleague from Group 6 in the distance saw Li Xiu driving a Mercedes-Benz and said in surprise, "Chief Li is amazing. It's only been a short while and he's already driving a Mercedes-Benz E." He trotted all the way to his workstation and said to the female colleagues beside him, "I'm telling you, that team leader Li has picked up the car." Lu Ruyan, who was a little further away, suddenly pricked up her ears. Pick up the car? How could Li Xiu afford a car when he just became a section chief? Immediately several girls gathered together. It's the Big E. Fuck, this section chief Li is so young and he's driving a Big E? In my opinion, section chief Li is either from a wealthy family or is hooking up with a rich woman. Yes. Didn't you notice that section chief Li has a good relationship with Special Assistant Lin from the president's office? And last time, Sister Wine's business was also negotiated by someone else. It seems that team leader Xiao Li is particularly good at negotiating business with rich women. Lu Ruyan started to mutter to herself, and at this moment her cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Xiao Mukin's number, Lu Ruyan immediately answered the call. "Brother Mukin? Are you looking for me?" Xiao Mukin's voice was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. "Lu Ruyan, what happened to your parents?" "My son's kindergarten teacher said this morning that your parents accidentally fell when they were sending their child to school, and their arms were broken. The teacher was afraid to take responsibility, so she called me. Tell your parents that my son, Xiao Mukin, is very precious. If your family can't take good care of me, I can always replace them." Chapter 28. How tired he must have been. How painful it was. Lu Ruyan suddenly felt aggrieved. "Brother Mukin, my parents definitely didn't do it on purpose. It must have been an accident. For my sake, Brother Mukin, please be flexible. Xiao Mukin, if it weren't for your face, would your family be able to live in such a good house? Lu Ruyan, but please also ask your family to understand their own position and identity." Beep beep beep. Lu Ruyan raised her hand to wipe away tears and grievance. "Li Xiu would never treat us like this before. Why is Brother Mukin becoming more and more aggressive towards me?" At this time, she took out her cell phone and called her brother. "Hey! You run a company after all, an internet technology company at that. You can't be without money. If it doesn't work out, we still have to buy our own house. At worst, we can just rent one." Lu Rusong sighed over there. "Sister, after Li Xiu left, he took almost all of our clients with him. We are an outsourcing company. These people recognize Li Xiu but not me. My company doesn't have any money now. I am laying off employees. Houses in Binhai City are very expensive now. You can't get one without millions. A large flat like Xiao Mukin's costs more than 10 million. I can't afford it even if I sell my house. A small house like Li Xiu's shabby house costs millions. Renting a house for so many of us would cost at least 10,000 yuan a month. How much is your salary, sister? How about you use your salary to rent a house for us?" Lu Ruyan was speechless for a moment. She had been living in Li Xiu's house since graduation 1 year ago. She had no idea that in Binhai, owning a house was considered very powerful. It seems that Li Xiu does have good conditions. Have I lost someone who was truly good to me? But how is that possible? Is Li Xiu still angry with me? Maybe we still have a chance. Sister? Sister? Listen to me, go spend more time with Xiao Mukin. I know he actually has a lot of connections. Just give me some business and I can hold on. Sister, you don't want our family business to fail, do you? Lu Ruyan stomped her feet on the spot. Why does it seem like our family will be unable to move forward without Li Xiu? Is he that powerful? Wasn't he just a loser who did laundry, cooked meals, and worked in a company? At this time, Li Xiu came to the office, and the employees stood up and greeted Li Xiu. "Hello, Chief Li. Section Chief Li. Good morning, Chief Li."
Li Xiu raised his hand to greet everyone, with the key to the Mercedes still in his hand. At this moment, the three-pointed star was not illuminating the road ahead, but Lu Ruyan's thoughts of looking back. She walked to Li Xiu's office, looked around, and hesitated to move forward. Lu Ruyan, come in. Li Xiu said lightly. Lu Ruyan's eyes immediately lit up. It turned out that this person still loves me. Brother Li Xiu, is there anything you want me to do? Li Xiu frowned. In the company you have to address people by their positions, and secondly, I'm not familiar with you. Oh. Lu Ruyan said with her head down. Li Xiu said calmly, your business ability is really poor. You have worked here for a year, but you can't even do basic vulnerability repair. What on earth are you doing? What are you thinking about every day? I will file a complaint with the higher-ups to have you fired. What? Li Xiu. How can you fire me? Are you targeting me? Lu Ruyan was anxious. Her family was in a mess now. She was the only one with a stable income. If she lost her job, the Lu family would not know what to do. Li Xiu said calmly. Lu Ruyan, how about this? Your task today is to repair the tiles outside our balcony. It's early June now, and it's not very hot yet. It's not the dog days of summer. I'll check your work tomorrow. If you do a good job, you can just do it for now. Lu Ruyan was stunned and said in disbelief, but this is not my job, right? You? Chiefly. I'm a girl, I can't do it. Li Xiu said calmly, if you think my arrangement is wrong, you can complain to the higher-ups. Secondly, this is a test for you. If you want to do it, don't do it. If you don't want to do it, leave. Lu Ruyan kept pursing her lips. In the past, she would have scolded Li Xiu harshly at this time, but she didn't dare to do so. She was worried that Li Xiu would really do so. She was worried that Li Xiu would really fire her. Turning around and walking outside the office, Lu Ruyan raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Many colleagues in the distance saw this and shook their heads. I asked you to get the marriage certificate, but you stood it up. He is now 2 grades older than you. Yeah, it's her own fault. If you ask me, Chief Li's conditions are enough to match 2 Lu Ruyan's. Who said it wasn't? Hey. Look, Lu Ruyan went to the balcony to fix the tiles over there. What? It's so hot outside, and she can do this? At this moment, Lu Ruyan was alone outside, collecting water in a plastic bucket and then making cement concrete. Then he began to repair the bricks and tiles with great effort. In just a few minutes, the sweat on her face was flowing like a faucet. She gritted her teeth, it's so hot, I'm so tired. Li Xiu had been doing this for more than a month, and I treated him like that. How painful it must have been for him. At this moment, Lu Ruyan began to realize how painful it was for a person to make long-term efforts without receiving any response. She began to regret it. Li Xiu was in the office, playing with his mobile phone. The other end. President's office of Fu Group. Fu Xiuyu, who had been busy all morning, propped up his head and asked, what is Li Xiu doing? Special Assistant Lin smiled and said, my son-in-law is at work. According to the information sent to me by the inspection department, our son-in-law has been using the company's network to play games for half a day. Fu Xiuyu frowned. Doesn't he know that the company's Wi-Fi is monitored? Assistant Lin shook his head. He has been in the company for a short time, so he probably doesn't know. Fu Xiuyu nodded upon hearing this. How about teaching our son-in-law a lesson? Special Assistant Lin asked. Fu Xiuyu shook his head, let him be. The so-called Information Security Department only needs to provide timely protection to the company when something happens. I have to buy clothes for the party tonight. Please find out Li Xiu's clothing size. While I'm choosing clothes, I can make him a set. Special Assistant Lin nodded. Left the office immediately. Soon we arrived at Li Xiu's office. She took out the measuring tape she brought with her and began to measure Li Xiu's size. Outside the office door, a group of employees were quietly observing through the gap. Chen Shuyi walked nearby. Ahem, are you looking for death? The employees were immediately frightened and returned to their jobs. Afterwards, Chen Shuyi personally stood outside the office to keep watch. A minister is keeping watch on the section chief. The gossipy hearts of those employees were aroused. I said there was something wrong with section chief Li. He was promoted so fast at such a young age. It turns out that she is having an affair with Lin, the special assistant in the president's office.
Not only that, Minister Chen Shuyi seems to have a share too. Chapter 29 Li Xiu, you are my white moonlight. Oh my god. How can I have the right to have a harem in the company? Oh my god, he is a role model for my generation. If he starts teaching, I will definitely buy his class. Soon, Assistant Lin came out of the office, muttering as he walked, the butt is quite big, not bad, good for childbearing. Several employees stared at Special Assistant Lin leaving in amazement.
No, this section chiefly has something.
Who says it's not? After all, he is a man with a big butt. He is excellent. After the episode ended, the workday passed quickly. When Li Xiu saw that the time was almost up, he opened his phone and saw that his brothers had already sent their locations. Li Xiu came to the underground garage and drove out in his Big E. We arrived at the agreed hotel. 3 of my best friends were waiting outside the restaurant smoking. When Liang Ronghao saw the Big E, he put out his cigarette and said, "Hey, when do you think we can buy a Mercedes-Benz E?" Lin Fei shook his head. I heard that Guanlong's small factory has become popular. He made some money recently and bought a Mercedes-Benz C. When he parked the car just now, he showed off in front of Xiaoxi for a long time. What kind of Mercedes-Benz C is that? It can't be called a Mercedes-Benz. Goddess Xia's family is so powerful, how can she show off? But Goddess Xia is also a ruthless person. She actually liked a poor boy like Li Xiu for so long. The person who spoke was called Zhao Si, the Si that means wanton and reckless. Okay, stop talking. Li Xiu will be here soon. Where is that bastard? At this moment, Li Xiu got out of the Mercedes-Benz driver's seat. Closed the door. The cigarettes in the hands of the 3 people fell to the ground. Lin Fei blinked. Ah! Did I see it wrong? Did I see it wrong? Liang Ronghao rubbed his eyes and pointed at Li Xiu and said, "What did you open? What did you open?" Zhao Si swallowed. Rented. Pretending. He rented it. Several people trotted up to Li Xiu. Touch around the car. New car. It's a new car. Lin Fei grabbed Li Xiu and said, "Look at me, brother, look at me. Tell me this car is not yours, tell me now. This car is not yours." Li Xiu shook his head. I really didn't buy it. Huff, huff, huff. The 3 men raised their hands and pointed at Li Xiu. They all breathed a sigh of relief. It's not his. Don't worry. It's not. Pretentious. He rented it. I was so scared that I almost broke up with him. Li Xiu then stomped his goblin brother to death. My school beauty sister-in-law gave it to me. Quiet. The 3 guys fell to the ground. He died peacefully. Lin Fei hugged Li Xiu's thigh and said, "Brother, quit. Quit it. What are you doing? Don't you want me to have a good life?" Woo woo. Liang Ronghao shook his head. We are all poor and fine, why are you treating us like this? Zhao Si, break up. Break up now. Li Xiu took out a black gold card from his pocket. This is a VIP black gold card. It allows you to eat for free at all high-end restaurants under the Fu Group. I am also planning to treat you to meals often in the future. 3 people stood up. Godfather. Dad. Please accept us as your adopted sons. 4 people pushed and shoved into the restaurant. Li Xiu noticed that this restaurant was a mid-range restaurant of the Fu family. As soon as you walk into the restaurant box, a gaze fell on Li Xiu. Liang Ronghao said at the side, "Alas, Xiaoxi, our brother Xiu's white moonlight, they bumped into each other at the sports meeting during their freshman year, and Xiaoxi's leg was broken. Zhao Si, from then on, Goddess Xia's brain was damaged. I fell in love with this poor boy Li Xiu. Lin Fei, but our brother Xiu said that she is the daughter of a wealthy family and is not from the same world as us. But that doesn't mean she can't be with Lu Ruyan. What do you think? What do you think? As a freshman in college, I naturally felt that I was not worthy of Xiaoxi. When I was a senior in college, I was pushed by the system again, and the story got out of control." Xiaoxi smiled and said, "Long time no see." Li Xiu, well, long time no see. The expression on Guanlong's face, who had been chatting with Xiaoxi for a long time, slowly fell. He had been chatting with Xiaoxi for a long time, but she just ignored him. Now that Li Xiu is here, you immediately greet him warmly? Li Xiu, you're here? Sit here with me. We have to have a drink among brothers.
As he said this, he pushed the Mercedes key in front of him. Suddenly, Xiaoxi raised her hand and grabbed Li Xiu's sleeve. Sit here with me.
I came here just for you. Because I don't have your WeChat. Hiss.
The scene was quiet, and the expressions on every student's face were wonderful. Lin Fei pushed Li Xiu and said, "Gotta Xia asked you to sit, so just sit down." At this time, Guanlong's unhappy expression had reached its peak.
He said calmly, Li Xiu, are you and Lu Ruyan going to get married? If you do, don't forget to treat us to a drink. The last time I saw you, it seemed like you were chased out of the icy snow? Many other students sighed. Li Xiu, this is not worth it. Xiaoxi is such a good girl, but Lu Ruyan is just like a vampire to you. She always brags about it.
I have a classmate who is familiar with her and she said that this woman also hooks up with rich second generations.
Yes, Li Xiu is a little bit better.
There is no need for us to degrade ourselves.
You have good grades and are handsome. Let's break up quickly. Guanlong interrupted. Hey, some people just like this, they like to be tortured, haha. Otherwise, how can they prove their love?
Xiaoxi picked up the beer on the table, drank it all, and said, Li Xiu.
This woman is not worth it at all. She is playing with you. Don't you know that? How am I inferior to her?
Li Xiu sighed, Xiaoxi, you are right, Lu Ruyan and I have broken up.
I had my own reasons before, so I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Stop talking about it. It's all in the past. Liang Ronghao and the other two also nodded. Really? Li Xiu is different now. He's not a turtle anymore.
When he first came, he was driving a Mercedes-Benz E.
Yes, you are no longer the same as us. You even have a black gold card. You can eat for free.
Lin Fei put down Li Xiu's car keys.
This is my godfather's car. Look. Isn't it amazing? Guanlong was stunned and said, is this yours? Other students were also envious. Break up? Get rich? What's next? Get the beauty home? Xiaoxi couldn't stop smiling. Li Xiu, are you really breaking up? So are you single now?
The three goblin brothers suddenly became quiet. Li Xiu said carelessly, actually, I came here today to say hello to everyone.
I have already obtained the marriage certificate. If I have a wedding banquet next time, I will invite you all. Don't say you don't have time. Xiaoxi's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 30 I will give your wife 10 million and let her leave you. Li Xiu. What are you talking about? What do you mean you are married? Xiaoxi's face was full of disbelief.
After unexpected turns of events, she thought her chance was finally coming. I didn't expect Li Xiu to suddenly do this. Lin Fei quickly comforted her, Goddess Xia, don't get excited.
We don't know either.
Liang Ronghao also said, we are all classmates, there is no need to be like this, just chat slowly.
Shut up. It's been 3 years. Li Xiu, I've been waiting for you for 3 years. You broke up with that scumbag, and now you tell me that you got the marriage certificate? Am I, Xiaoxi, so unbearable? Xiaoxi said self-deprecatingly. Shut up. Guanlong. You are not a good guy either. Open your mouth and say brother, shut up. When did you ever treat Li Xiu as a brother? Every time Li Xiu was humiliated by Lu Ruyan, you posted it in the class group as if you saw a joke. I tell you, even if I, Xiaoxi, never get married in this life, I will never look down on you, Guanlong. Guanlong's face turned pale instantly, and he picked up the beer on the table and drank several gulps. The scene was extremely awkward for a while. As a result, this class reunion ended abruptly.
When paying the bill, Li Xiu said, no need to bother, I'll pay. As he spoke, Li Xiu took out the black gold card in his hand.
The waiter's expression suddenly changed, is this a black gold card? Sir, please wait a moment. I'll call the manager right away.
When Xiaoxi saw the card, her face changed. As a child of a wealthy family, she naturally knew what the card meant.
She immediately asked, Li Xiu, how did you get this card? This is something only the core members of the Fu family have?
At this time, the manager came with the receipt and asked Li Xiu to sign it.
He was very polite and said, welcome to come again next time. Li Xiu nodded and stood up. Everyone can continue eating. I'm leaving first.
I promised my wife that I have another party tonight.
Lin Fei and the other two also stood up. We will accompany Brother Xiao. Xia Shi immediately stood up and followed. Li Xiao, don't leave. You haven't answered my question yet. Guan Long and other students also stood up hurriedly. Let's go. Let's eat some melon. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go eat some melons. Eating is not as good as this. A group of people rushed out of the restaurant. Li Xiao was walking in front, and Xia Shi suddenly hugged him from behind. Li Xiao. Tell me, this is all fake, right? You are not married, right? Li Xiao sighed. This child obviously can't get what he wants and is always in a state of restlessness. Li Xiao pried her hands apart and turned around. Xia Shi, don't be like this. We are all classmates. There is no need to make it look so ugly. Meanwhile, across the street, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up to the side of the road. Inside the car were the three sisters of the Fu family. The car belongs to Fu Xiaoyuan. Great. I've got evidence of the scumbag. Did you take pictures, sisters? Fu Xiaomu pouted and said, Humph. My brother-in-law has disappointed me so much. I have always stood on his side. Fu Xiaoxue chuckled. I knew it, men are like this, one moment they want to eat the whole family, the next they want to find another one outside. Fu Xiaomu shook her head. Sister, not all men are like this. You are too much of a man-hater. Hey! My brother-in-law pushed that girl away. Fu Xiaoyuan asked in confusion, is it an extreme pull? Brother-in-law's suitor? Fu Xiaoxue blew her short bangs and said, what are you waiting for? Call my elder sister. Someone is trying to steal my man. As long as we get the marriage certificate, we'll be members of the Fu family. Who is so bold as to steal my sister's man? The Rolls-Royce Phantom immediately moved over. At this moment, Xia Shi collapsed. How am I inferior to your wife? Who is she? I'll give her 10 million. Let her leave you. Li Xiao. Do you dare to ask your wife to come over? Just at this moment, a headlight flashed directly towards us. Then there was the roar of the engines. A red LaFerrari instantly appeared in front of everyone. Then the cab opened and a tall figure got out. In the light, Fu Xiaoyu said calmly, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the daughter of the Xia family, Xia Shi. At this time, another car came closer. The Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the curb. The three sisters in the car got off angrily. Xia Shi was shocked and asked, the four sisters of the Fu family? You guys? Do you know Li Xiao? Fu Xiaoyu said calmly, didn't you just say that you would give his wife 10 million? I'm here now, what about 10 million? What? Xia Shi was stunned. The other students were shocked. Fu Group? It's one of the largest groups in Binhai City. Is Li Xiao's wife from the Fu family? Ha! My head hurts, I feel like jealousy is about to burst out. Li Xiao was also stunned at this moment. Wife, why are you here? And three sisters-in-law. Fu Xiaoyu smiled and said, if I didn't come, how would I know that my husband has a female classmate who is by Yue Guang? Fu Xiaomu rushed to Li Xiao like a little beast, roaring, what do you mean by giving my sister 10 million and leaving my brother-in-law? Humph. If my sister is so easy to bribe, then it won't be your turn. I want to buy it too. The third sister of the Fu family had a lot of question marks on her forehead. Fu Xiaoyuan shook his head, what a mess. Old four, get out of the way. Let me tell you something. Xia Shi, right? Stay away from my brother-in-law. Li Xiao is from my Fu family. Xia Shi was trembling all over at this moment. Li Xiao? Who is the person you are getting the marriage certificate from? Li Xiao nodded, yes, Fu Xiaoyu. Buzz. Xia Shi had planned everything, but she never expected that Li Xiao would marry Fu Xiaoyu. But wasn't Fu Xiaoyu going to marry into the Xiao family? Why was it so sudden? No, there must be something wrong here. I have to find out. Fu Xiaoyu. Very good, you dare to steal my Xia Shi's things. Li Xiao sighed, okay, Xia Shi, my wife and I have a very good relationship. I came here today to tell you that I have obtained the marriage certificate. You can come to the wedding together in the future. Chapter 31. They don't think that others can't see it. Li Xiao, am I, Xia Shi, really worthless in your eyes? Xia Shi stood there in a daze. Li Xiao sighed slightly. Xia Shi, you are fine. This has nothing to do with you. Goodbye.
Li Xiu turned around, took Fu Xiuyu's hand, and sat in the passenger seat of Rafa. Liang Ronghao, Lin Fei, and Zhao Si hugged each other.
Brother, this guy is too much. Too much. We are all single and happy, but he is flirting with so many beautiful, rich, and white girls. My goblin genes are activated. I want to kidnap him. Ask him how he did it.
At this moment, Guan Long stepped forward again.
Xiaxi, he treated you like this, and you still think about him. Do you know how many people's white moonlight you are? I am sincere to you.
Tears welled up in Xiaxi's eyes. Okay, I am your white moonlight, and Li Xiu is also my white moonlight.
Li Xiu, I won't give up. There must be something wrong here. Guan Long couldn't understand. Xiaxi, what happened to you? Did Li Xiu cast a spell on you? The other end. The engine of the Lotha was roaring.
Li Xiu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, swallowed his saliva and said, well, there's no need to step on the accelerator.
I really just came out to eat.
Fu Xiuyu said calmly, it's said in your circle that Xiaxi has introduced many talented people over the years.
She doesn't want to get in touch with anyone.
It is said that she has a legendary white moonlight.
That's great. Mr. Li, how come I didn't know it was you? Fu Xiuyu was wearing a Bluetooth headset in his ears.
My 3 younger sisters were giving advice while using the hands-free mode.
Fu Xiuyuan, I can see that he is an expert in love. Sister, you have never been in a relationship. This kind of man is too deceptive.
Even Xiaxi was fooled by Li Xiu for so many years.
I've said it before, men are troublemakers and not good people. Fu Xiuxue said.
Fu Xiumu, in fact, Xiaxi's white moonlight is her brother-in-law, which proves that her brother-in-law is excellent, otherwise how can he be the white moonlight of a rich lady?
Shut up. Fu Xiuxue said.
Li Xiu shook his head, it's just a filter.
What you can't get is the best. She is actually very different from us. This is completely unexpected.
She was injured because of me at the time, so we had contact for a while. Maybe she had never had a boy stay with her for such a long time, but I knew that we were from different worlds.
So she wanted to be with me and I said no. It won't work anyway.
It was this rejection that made her doubt her life and remember me till now.
Fu Xiuyu said, okay, I believe you. Sister? What are you doing? What do you believe in? Fu Xiuyuan's face fell. You agree with such a casual answer? Well, what else? Fu Xiuyu said.
Fu Xiuxue curled her lips. Sister is done, it still depends on us.
The car soon arrived at the party venue. This is known as the best hotel on the coast, and its name is Caesar. Luxury cars have arrived outside the door. A dedicated waiter will come forward to help with parking. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu and said, your clothes are in the back of the car. I asked someone to make them for you this afternoon. Put them on.
Li Xiu nodded and sat in the car to change his coat.
Fu Xiuyu secretly glanced at Li Xiu, who was changing clothes. His delicate muscles were well proportioned and full of charm. Her breathing quickened a little.
Then Li Xiu took a look at the bow tie in his hand, and tried to tie it properly, but couldn't do it properly.
What child from an ordinary family would wear this thing? Fu Xiuyu unbuckled his seatbelt, approached Li Xiu, and put on his bow tie.
At such a close distance, Fu Xiuyu could hear the steady beating of Li Xiu's heart.
Li Xiu, your heart is beating very fast.
Li Xiu suddenly stretched out his hand and put it on Fu Xiuyu's waist. Sister, you are so close, my fee is very expensive.
How expensive? Fu Xiuyu's breathing quickened. The corners of Li Xiu's mouth slowly rose. It's just that expensive.
Li Xiu's lips slowly pressed against hers.
Outside the car,
the 3 sisters of the Fu family covered their faces and formed a human wall.
Fu Xiuxue blushed and said, do they really think they can't see it all? Fu Xiuyuan, sister doesn't know how to fall in love. She is being manipulated. Fu Xiumu blushed and shook his head. I think it's so sweet. In fact, I quite like the relationship between a younger brother and an older sister. Fu Xiuyuan shook his head. No, you don't like it. Our eldest sister is love-brained, but we are not. He hasn't passed our test yet. I always felt that he was here to defraud money.
Fu Xiuxue nodded. My sister's husband must be well educated, a rare talent, skilled in martial arts, and proficient in everything.
At this time, the car door opened. The 2 of them came out with slightly red faces. Fu Shouyuan glanced at Li Xiu and said, "Wipe off the lipstick on your lips." Li Xiu nodded, "Okay."
After wiping the lipstick from the corner of his mouth, Li Xiu walked among the four people without changing his expression. At this moment, at the entrance of the hotel, some men and women from small families have noticed the Fu sisters.
"Hey, who's that in the middle?
I haven't heard that the Fu family has another son."
"I don't know.
She's tall and has an outstanding temperament."
Could she be a cousin or something like that?"
"Hey, it can't be someone's boyfriend. The four sisters of the Fu family are very popular marriage candidates in the circle."
"I really envy that guy."
At this moment, 5 people came closer.
Bang!
The waiters on both sides opened the doors.
The bright and beautiful lights shone on Li Xiu's face. Chapter 32, This fake thing of yours is your foundation? Countless wealthy and noble people looked up. The discussion became louder.
Li Xiu let out a breath slowly.
He hadn't signed in yet today. System. Sign in. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Location, Caesar Hotel. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pianist ID card X1. Li Xiu's expression changed slightly.
He signed a pianist today? Not bad.
After all, it is a place of high society, and the things you get are also related to your circle. There was a lot of discussion around the scene.
Who is that man?
He is so intimate with the four sisters. Judging from his temperament, he might be a young master from a wealthy family.
A little further away.
Fu Wanjun looked at Li Xiu with a smile, then gestured to the old man beside her. "Dad, look, that's the child."
Fu Changshan heard this.
He nodded calmly. She has a good temperament, but to be worthy of the daughter of the Fu family, it takes more than just looks.
Fu Wanjun cried out, "Dad, look at you." Xiao Xiu is also a top student, and a good person. At this time, an old man dressed in noble clothes walked towards Fu Changshan.
It was Xiao Changge, the old Taishan of the Xiao family. Standing next to him was a decent-looking man. It was Xiao Mukin. At this time, Xiao Mukin hadn't noticed Li Xiu yet. After all, Li Xiu's dress today is very different from usual.
"Old Fu, oh, when did you come back? You didn't even tell me, your old comrade," Xiao Changge said.
Fu Changshan smiled and said, "Old Xiao, your grandson who came back from abroad is indeed a handsome man." Xiao Changge nodded, "Graduate from Cambridge, 28 years old. We agreed that your granddaughter and my grandson would be married if they didn't find a partner after they turned 25.
You agreed to it?" Fu Changshan said with a wry smile. "Ah, Lao Xiao, of course I know. But, things have changed now."
The faces of the Xiao family's grandfather and grandson all changed.
Fu Changshan raised his head and said, "Fu Shouyu, why don't you bring your husband here?" "What?" Fu Changshan did not hide his words, and everyone at the scene heard it. Xiao Mukin's face changed drastically. At this time, he really looked up. Li Xiu." Xiao Changge was even more incredulous. "Old Fu, what does this mean?"
Other families at the scene were discussing this.
"What the hell? Such a big melon. Fu Shouyu's husband? Are you kidding me? When did Fu Shouyu have a husband? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Whose young master is this?"
Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Xiu's face.
Fu Shouyuan pulled his two sisters aside immediately. "Fu Shouyuan, Li Xiu, wait for you to be torn to pieces by those rich and powerful noblemen. Big sister is their goddess."
A group of rich young men dressed in extravagant clothes stood up one after another.
Every look in his eyes seemed to want to eat someone.
But the more they did this, the more annoying the expression on Li Xiu's face became.
"Anxious. You are anxious, but why are you so anxious? I have already eaten the cake and turned the table over for you." Xiao Mukin pointed at Li Xiu, who was already trembling and even rubbing his eyes. Xiao Changge was so angry that he was shaking all over, his mind racing. Could it be that old man Fu was afraid of my Xiao family and deliberately let Fu Shouyu have a fake marriage? Mu Chen? Do you know this talented man? Whose family is he from? Why have I never seen him before?
Xiao Mukin was shaking with anger.
"Grandpa. How can he be a child of a rich family? He is from a single-parent family and an employee. He is currently working at the Fu Group. Grandpa. There's no way he could possibly catch Fu Shouyu's eye. How could he be so worthy of that? And he's a well-known bootlicker in the university. He licked an ordinary woman for a whole year. Of course I know him. He.
Xiao Mukin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, this guy used to be my son's driver.
He knows my weakness. It's over. What about the Fu family? But the first few sentences had already made the wealthy children present dissatisfied. A fake marriage, an employee from a single-parent family? Would a strong woman like Fu Xiaoyu be with him? Yeah, that's not reasonable.
At this time, Xiaoxi also arrived and happened to see this happening.
Fake marriage?
Yes, Fu Xiaoyu and the Xiao family have an engagement. This has been rumored for a long time, and now that this has happened, there must be something wrong.
Don't be fooled, Li Xiao. Fu Xiaoyu, I will definitely reveal your true face.
At this moment, Li Xiao said to the system, use all the treasure appraisers and piano masters.
I can't let people look down on me. It's no big deal if I'm looked down upon, but my wife can't let people talk about her, right?
Xiao Mukin immediately changed the subject,
pointing at Li Xiaodo. Fu Xiaoyu, a small clerk with no background. He is just a single parent. How can he be worthy of you? Can he understand our lives? What can he use to fight with me? Fu Xiaoyu sneered and was about to expose this hypocritical person.
Li Xiao raised his hand and pointed at the antique in Xiao Mukin's hand. The so-called heritage is just a fake bracelet on your hand.
Are you pretending to be a person of heritage here, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Mukin's expression suddenly changed. Other wealthy children at the scene also pointed and talked. What is he talking about?
The bracelet on Master Zhao's hand is a Canaan incense gold millet longevity pattern 18 beads bracelet from the Southern Dynasty.
He posted it on WeChat Moments, saying that he got it at an auction abroad. This thing is not cheap, how could it be fake? That's right, I heard that this guy is just an employee of the Fu family. How can he see that? Oh, what a clown. Fu Xiaoyu was slightly stunned. Li Xiao, what are you doing? Let me talk.
Li Xiao patted her hands and said with a smile, trust your husband, I can wait for you. Fu Changshan on the other side was slightly stunned.
Oh? I'm curious, are you also interested in antiques? He looked at Fu Wanjun in confusion. Didn't Ti Wanjun say that he grew up in an ordinary family? Li Xiao nodded. I believe there are many great people among the wealthy families present here.
So I won't talk nonsense, but Mr. Xiao is really going too far. I don't believe your groundless nonsense just now.
Xiao Mukin was furious. I bought this bracelet for 30 million and you called it a fake? Do you know what you are talking about? Fu Xiaoyu, you look down on the Xiao family, so don't bully them like this. Xiao Chang's face turned black. This kid said such a thing. Lao Fu, if you don't give me an explanation, I won't agree.
Fu Changshan smiled and said, it just so happens that today is a gathering on the theme of antique appreciation. Each of us has some treasures on us, and coincidentally, there are quite a few veterans on the scene.
Why not invite them to taste it together? That will also help us get to the point.
Xiao Mukin's face turned cold. Grandpa, I don't want it.
I don't want to be treated like a monkey. Xiao Chang'e said calmly, hey, how about this? Since there are experts on the scene, why not ask them to judge? If it is true, your Fu family will give my grandson a bonus and let this matter pass.
If it is false, my grandson will apologize to your son-in-law to prove that he still has a lot of background.
What do you think? Chapter 33, there is no consensus on the argument, but both are actually right. Fu Changshan was about to nod.
Li Xiao suddenly said, oh, you see, this is wrong.
You lost, so you should apologize. If I lose, the Fu family has to give me 30 million? You. Xiao Chang's expression changed slightly. What about you?
Li Xiao smiled slightly. I want 30 million too.
You.
Xiao Mukin was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Li Xiao, don't go too far. If you admit that you had a fake marriage and leave Fu Xiaoyu now, I can pretend that nothing happened.
Otherwise you will be humiliated tonight.
I was wondering how you came to realize that you were hooking up with a rich woman.
Tell me, no matter how much Fu Xiaoyu gives you, I, Xiao Mukin, will give you double. Li Xiao immediately raised his hand and took Fu Xiaoyu's hand, then raised it up in front of all the talented people present. Oh? My wife gave it to me, you can't give it to me. Then you have to give me double the amount of Fu Xiaoyu.
The way Li Xiao calmly showed off his love made the teeth of all the rich kids present at the scene grind to pieces.
This brat. He really deserves a beating. Yeah, I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. I'm so cautious even when I look at Goddess Fu. I admire this boy.
At this time, Fu Changshan waved his hand, and two treasure appraisal experts immediately came up. Xiao Mukin took the beads in his hand and handed them to the expert.
Two experts holding magnifying glasses.
They looked at each other in confusion. Well, we looked at it and there seems to be nothing wrong with the beads.
The wealthy young men at the scene were gloating over the incident. I was wondering, why would Master Xiao use a fake one?
Yes, Fu Xiaoyu's husband might be trying to save face, but this is actually very stupid.
As a wealthy and prestigious family, how could the Xiao family buy fake bracelets? Yeah, I guess the Fu family will have to pay compensation. Fu Changshan looked a little embarrassed. This. Xiao Changge took a deep breath and said, "Old man Fu, you are so disrespectful to the Xiao family. Use an employee to impersonate Fu Xiaoyu's husband. Okay, pay the price." Xiao Mukin let out a breath of anger. Ha ha, Li Xiao, what's wrong? Why aren't you laughing? Don't you like laughing?
Fu Xiaoyu slowly took a step forward at this moment.
He took out a check from his pocket. It's just 30 million. I'll give it to you. A hand blocked Fu Xiaoyu.
Li Xiao said calmly, if they want to give us anything, they should give it to us.
Fu Xiaoyu asked doubtfully. Hubby, you were born to study computer science. It's okay if you don't know antiques. I can afford to pay for it.
Li Xiao shook his head.
Believe me.
Although Fu Xiaoyu didn't think Li Xiao could handle the current situation, for some reason, she still chose to believe Li Xiao. The three sisters beside them frowned slightly. This Li Xiao obviously graduated with a degree in computer science, but he insisted on making some comments on antiques. Now he has shot himself in the foot.
That's right. If you don't know him, you might think he has a lot of strength. This is not going to look good.
Li Xiao stepped forward at this time and said calmly, two experts, this Canaan incense has a golden thread like oil, a rainbow effect when illuminated, a swastika engraved on the beads, and a cloud like Buddha head.
I am right. Everyone's eyes turned to Li Xiao.
Fu Changshan originally thought that his grandson-in-law might just be trying to slander her in a clumsy way, but after hearing these words, he looked up at Li Xiao, ready to listen carefully to what Li Xiao had to say.
An expert said, "What you said is correct, sir.
This Canaan incense 18-bead bracelet meets the standards you just mentioned.
We have indeed checked it and it does meet the standards, so we believe it is authentic." Xiao Mukin's face didn't look good. Li Xiao, what do you want to say?
The experts have said so, do you have to insist that I am fake?
Li Xiao said calmly. Don't worry, not every expert can identify these 18 bracelets. First of all, the authentic Buddhist string has a hidden seal on the inside, but the hidden seal on this replica is on the outside? Secondly, the gold grains from this Jinsu craft are actually such standard spheres. I'm afraid they are not 3D printed. Third, according to ancient records, this third bead should have been damaged before, so there should be traces of repair, but you are making it too perfect. Wow! All the wealthy families at the scene started talking to each other. Could it be that the son-in-law of the Fu family is really capable? Don't say that. After hearing what he said, it's really possible. Yes, but what he said is different from the opinions of the experts.
Xiao Mukin's face immediately turned red, and he immediately jumped out and said, nonsense.
Li Xiao. You come from a single-parent family, what do you know about antiques? Stop pretending. Xiao Changge was also dissatisfied and said, I have hundreds of billions of assets, why do I need to wear fake things? Old Fu, is your grandson-in-law deliberately looking for trouble? Or is it you, Old Fu, and your grandson-in-law who are looking for me together? Fu Changshan glanced at Xiao Changge indifferently. Old Xiao, that's not right. How could the Fu family target you? Our two families are old friends. Now that we're still arguing, how do we make a decision? Xiao Changge said.
Just at this time, an old man walks slowly to the gate, bowing to people from time to time.
Fu Changshan's eyes lit up. Isn't he here, old Xia? You've come just in time. Xia Shi stepped forward and supported the old man. Grandpa, didn't you say you couldn't come?
Xia Lishu said with a smile. Oh, my old friend is here, I just couldn't help it.
Don't worry, the doctor just told me not to get caught in the wind. Where does the wind come from in this banquet hall? Old Fu, old Xiao, what are you arguing about? I can hear you guys arguing from far away. Xiao Changge's eyes lit up. My old friend, you've come just in time.
Old man Xia is the best at appraising treasures.
The son-in-law of the Fu family insisted that my grandson's bracelet was fake. Xiao Lishu looked at Fu Changshan in astonishment when he heard this. Old Fu, this is what you did wrong. When did your family have a son-in-law?
Fu Changshan smiled and said, she kept the child's matter secret from me.
I just found out about it these past 2 days. Fu Xiaoyu stepped forward and said, Grandpa Xia, this is my husband, Li Xiao.
After saying that, she glanced at Xia Shi beside her.
The latter is trying his best to hold back his emotions.
Xiao Lishu glanced at Li Xiao and said, well, he is a good-looking man.
Show that bracelet to me, old man. Xiao Mukan immediately stepped forward, Grandpa Xia, this is my bracelet.
Xia Lishu took the bracelet. Looking at it carefully, he shook his head from time to time, and nodded from time to time.
Xiao Mukan nodded and said, Grandpa, this Canaan gold millet bracelet of mine is real, right? Xia Lishu nodded. It's true. Suddenly, the Xiao family's grandfather and grandson breathed a sigh of relief. Great.
I was wondering, how could Li Xiao be able to appraise treasures?
Xiao Mukan breathed a sigh of relief.
Other people at the scene showed different expressions.
Xia Shi suddenly asked, Grandpa, is what brother Li Xiao said wrong? Xia Lishu looked at his granddaughter in confusion, but didn't ask any more questions.
But he changed the subject.
Well, actually what the Fu family's son-in-law said is not bad. Chapter 34. You've lost all my face. Everyone at the scene was confused again. Especially other children from wealthy families. Mr. Xia. What's going on? Why do you always say half of what you want to say? That's right. Everyone is in such a mixed mood tonight. I'm almost dying of curiosity. Everyone wants to know what ability the son-in-law of the Fu family has to seduce a goddess like Miss Fu.
Xiao Lishu smiled faintly. Then he turned aside and explained, this bracelet is real, but it is not the one from the Southern Dynasty. It is a replica made in later times. The position of the seal on this bracelet is wrong.
Secondly, this bracelet is too regular. Thirdly, the third bead on this bracelet is too obviously a replica.
Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaoyuan immediately said, that's exactly the same as what Li Xiao said. Fu Changshan suddenly grinned, that is to say, it is the same as what my grandson-in-law said.
Old Xiao, it seems that your grandson's bracelet is indeed a bit problematic. Where did you buy it? You must have been cheated.
Xiao Mukan's face suddenly turned blue and red, and his whole body was shaking with anger.
The expression on Xiao Changa's face was equally ugly.
But as a member of the older generation of wealthy family in Binhai, he naturally knew that in such occasions, since the incident had happened and his face had been lost, all he could do was to deal with it calmly and not continue to embarrass himself.
Ha ha ha.
Well, it's normal for young people to buy things that are not good when they go out. Today, thanks to old Xia and the son-in-law of the Fu family, we know what's going on. I have to thank the son-in-law of the Fu family. Then he took out a check and said, son-in-law of the Fu family, take this check.
You can write the amount yourself. I trust you. Li Xiao was not polite and took it directly. Thanks, old man. You, ha, young people are just humorous. Xiao Chang'e was so angry.
Fu Wanjun covered her mouth and chuckled.
Fu Changshan also smiled faintly. Li Xiao, this Grandpa Xiao is your elder, you can't be rude. Li Xiao nodded. Grandpa, I understand. Fu Changshan nodded.
Originally, he thought that as long as his granddaughter liked the boy, they could raise him even if the boy was from a small family, and his Fu family would not have to use their younger generation to arrange a marriage. But now that Li Xiao has performed outstandingly in public, that is naturally the best.
Fu Xiaoyuan glanced at Li Xiao's profile. Do you feel that Li Xiao always seems to have some unexpected things happen to him? Isn't he a computer science major? He knows quite a lot. Fu Xiaoxue nodded. I know there is a place that specializes in training male celebrities.
In order to target wealthy ladies like us, they train men in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and historical knowledge, etc.
Do you think Li Xiao is one of them? Fu Xiaomu's big eyes were twinkling with little stars. I think my brother-in-law is pretty good and very talented. A man who grew up in a single-parent family and is self-reliant is more attractive, isn't he?
A rich girl falls in love with a self-reliant boy who has nothing.
Fu Xiaoxue grabbed her sister's neck and said, get that idol drama out of your head.
Xiao Mukan, feeling severely deflated, glanced at Fu Xiaoyu.
He looked at Li Xiao again. I was almost vomiting blood. After all the hard work, I got nothing.
Xiao Chang'e changed the subject at this time. Old Fu, no matter what, our two families have an engagement.
Since you broke the engagement so suddenly, shouldn't you also compensate my grandson? Fu Changshan narrowed his eyes. This Xiao Chang'e had just suffered a defeat, and now he was fighting back immediately? At this time, Fu Xiaoyu suddenly said, Grandpa Xiao, what do you mean by this? Didn't Xiao Mukin also find true love abroad? I remember he already has a child, why would he marry me?
Xiao Mukin's eyes almost popped out of his head with fright.
Fu Xiaoyu, stop talking nonsense. What are you talking about? What children, what marriage?
As long as I refuse to admit it, you, Fu Xiaoyu, will have no evidence.
The wealthy families at the scene looked at Xiao Mukin in confusion. What do you mean, tonight's episode? And? No way, this comes in waves, eat melons, eat melons. Xiao Chang'e's expression changed slightly. Fu Xiaoyu, what do you mean by this? My grandson has been studying abroad and is single. How can he have a child? And a wife? How is this possible?
Xiao Mukin immediately said, Yes, Miss Fu, you have no basis for your words.
There are so many elders here today, you can't slander me for no reason.
If you feel that I have offended you in any way, it's okay, our engagement is over now.
If you just don't want to fulfill the engagement with me, then you can't say that to me. That's not necessary. I don't like to force people. Just tell me and I'll tell my grandfather to cancel it. Aren't you deliberately trying to discredit me by saying that?
Li Xiu smiled. He took a step forward and said, Xiao Mukin, when my ex-girlfriend cheated on you, she left behind a lot of evidence, including your 5-year-old son.
Do you really have to ask me to produce evidence? Or, after all this fuss, you've been hiding it from the whole world?
Xiao Mukin was so angry that he pointed at Li Xiu and said, Who do you think you are?
Li Xiu, I have tolerated you for a long time. If someone gets an advantage, let's leave a way out for each other. Why do you insist on making a mortal enemy?
Li Xiu simply raised his hand, grabbed Xiao Mukin's hand, and squeezed it hard.
The crackling sound suddenly made me feel horny.
Xiao Mukin screamed in pain, It hurts.
Ah! Let go.
Li Xiu let go of his hand.
I'm sorry, I don't like being pointed at.
Once I'm pointed at, I can't control myself.
Xiao Mukin kept shaking his fingers.
At this time, Li Xiu took out a large stack of photos from his chest pocket and said, Mr. Xiao, don't say that I don't give face to your Xiao family.
The evidence is in these photos. I won't publish them. You can see for yourself.
Li Xiu said as he handed over the photo.
Xiao Chang'e raised his hand tremblingly and took it.
After briefly flipping through 2 of them, his eyes widened suddenly. Then he closed his eyes in pain.
Xiao Mukin panicked, Grandpa, listen to my explanation, this is my friend's son. Bang!
Xiao Chang'e slapped him in the face with his backhand. Then he said in a deep voice, the engagement between the Xiao and Fu families is cancelled.
Let's go.
As he said this, he strode towards the door, with Xiao Mukin following closely behind him.
Grandfather. Grandpa, wait for me.
Fu Changshan glanced at Li Xiu with a smile and nodded, Okay, that's good.
You should be nicer to my granddaughter in the future. Li Xiu nodded, yes. I will follow Grandpa's teachings. Fu Wanjun couldn't stop laughing. Okay, don't be so serious. Let's chat. Chapter 35 I'm so embarrassed because of you. Outside the venue.
Xiao Chang'e got in the car, and Xiao Mukin followed him in.
Grandpa, please listen to my explanation. Please listen to my explanation. Xiao Chang'e said coldly, don't call me Grandpa.
It turns out that if you are not from the bloodline of my Xiao family, you can't raise good things.
I have given you so many resources over the years. You don't know how to cherish it. I asked you to take down the Fu family for the Xiao family. You can't even complete such a simple task that is beneficial to you. What's the use of me having you?
Xiao Mukin sighed and said, I don't know why Lu Ruyan took so many photos of me and sent them to Li Xiu to show off.
She even took photos of my child. Idiot.
I don't care how you play outside, but you leave handles everywhere. And you bring that bastard with you.
Xiao Mukin, from today on, your bank card will be suspended. I tell you, if you make a mistake again next time, just get out of the Xiao family forever. Grandpa, please give me another chance. You can't cancel my bank card. Xiao Mukin said. Xiao Chang'e closed his eyes. Sighed deeply.
Li Xiu, my Xiao family is going to become a laughingstock because of you.
Inside the venue at this moment, Fu Chanshan laughed heartily. This time, old Xiao will be so angry that he will die, ha! Fu Changshan said.
Fu Wanjun whispered, Dad, you said before that Xiaoxia was from a small family and might not be able to make it to the top.
Now you know that this child is excellent, right? Fu Changshan nodded.
Indeed, it is not impossible for a poor family to produce a noble son.
At this moment, melodious piano sounds surrounded the venue. Everyone looked towards the classical piano in the center. Fu Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Who is this figure? Lei Xiao? Fu Xiaomu's eyes widened. So handsome, so handsome. Fu Xiaoxue and Fu Xiaoyuan looked at each other. Is this Li Xiao? How is this possible? Even we can't play at this level. Xia Shi was so fascinated. Brother Li Xiao, you can actually play the piano. The left hand keeps playing the bass octave trills. The right hand plays the high-pitched fugue. Even I can't do it very well. Among the wealthy children present, there are many who are good at playing the piano. They all spoke up. Is this an adaptation of Liszt's Will-o'-the-Wisp? There are probably less than 20 people in the world who can play the Will-o'-Wisp completely and without any bad pitch. And they can arrange it so harmoniously. This is a first-class piano master. This son-in-law of the Fu family? Is he so outstanding? Fu Xiaoyu was also shocked at this moment. At first, she had thought that her husband was just an ordinary programmer and might not be able to integrate into this wealthy life. But now she knew she was wrong. Li Xiao was more of a nobleman than any other nobleman. He is born a nobleman. Fu Xiaoyuan looked at his brother-in-law's back at this moment, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. As long as my brother-in-law is not a male celebrity and does not lie to my sister, it's actually not bad. Fu Xiaoxue still held a pessimistic attitude. Even if he didn't embarrass my sister, I still don't believe him. Fu Xiaomu has completely become a fangirl. I stand with my brother-in-law. At this moment, Li Xiao slowly stood up and thunderous applause broke out at the scene. Many young men from wealthy families applauded. I finally know why I lost to this guy. Fu Xiaoyu's husband is really capable. Yes, that's true. His piano skills are really top-notch. I just learned to appraise treasures. Let me ask you, how many of us here can do this? Li Xiao walked down, and Fu Xiaomu stepped forward with big eyes full of stars. Brother-in-law, you are amazing, you can play the piano. Brother-in-law, please slow down, I can't keep up. Brother-in-law, you smell so good. Fu Xiaoyu stepped forward and took Fu Xiaomu aside. My little sister is like this. Don't treat her as a weird person. Li Xiao smiled and nodded. This sister-in-law is very cute, I have no objection. Fu Xiaoyuan asked in confusion, how do you know how to play the piano? I find it very strange. Li Xiao said calmly. Is it strange that I can play the piano? Isn't it enough to have hands? At this time, Fu Changshan and Fu Wanjun came over. Fu Changshan said, Xiao Xiao, you play the piano very well. How about this, I'll have someone buy you a piano as a wedding gift. Li Xiao thought for a moment. It seems that I have been appreciated by the old man, there is nothing I can do about it since everyone loves me. Fu Xiaoxue frowned. Grandpa, you trust me so much, I think we need to observe. Fu Changshan waved his hand. I believe in your sister's judgment. After hearing this, Fu Xiaoxue knew that his grandfather was also on Li Xiao's side, so he pulled Fu Xiaoyuan to the toilet. The two went to the bathroom. After washing her hands and reapplying her makeup, Fu Xiaoxue said, why do you trust Li Xiao? What if he is a professional who deceives me? Fu Xiaoyuan shook his head. My sister had a fake marriage with him in the beginning, so how did he know that my sister would choose him? And I see that now she has fallen in love with him and treats her brother-in-law like a treasure. Let's go. After the two sisters of the Fu family left, the toilet door behind me slowly opened. Xia Shi's eyes moved slightly. I knew that brother Li Xiao was deceived by Fu Xiaoyu, even if he wants to make a fake play real now. That should also be known to brother Li Xiao. The other end. After Xiao Mukan returned to his room in the Xiao family, I was shaking with anger. Li Xiao. Because of you. I lost my wife. Because of you. I made a fool of myself in public. All this is because of you. At this time, Xiao Mukan's cell phone vibrated. Lu Ruyan. Ha? And you bitch, it's all your fault. Xiao Mukan picked up the phone. Lu Ruyan? You still have the nerve to come to see me? You're going to kill me.
After saying that, Xiao Mukan hung up the phone abruptly, turned off his phone, and went to sleep.
Lu Ruyan looked confused. Xiao Mukan, why are you scolding me for no reason?
When I was with Li Xiu, he never scolded me except because of you. In comparison, Li Xiu seems to be much gentler than you. After putting down the phone, Xiao Mukan's son said, Auntie, cut some fruit for me.
Lu Ruyan's face didn't look good. Okay, young master, you want to eat some fruit, right? I'll get it for you now, okay?
Reluctantly, he got up and headed towards the kitchen.
Wang Hong saw everything and said, Dad, this will work. What do you think my daughter will do in the future?
Li Xiu is determined not to have her, and Xiao Mukan doesn't treat her well either.
What do you think we should do? Lu Yingshan ate melon seeds and said, Of course Xiao Mukan is 10,000 times better than Li Xiu. I don't want to move out of such a nice house. No wonder someone once said that it's better to be a concubine to a rich man than to be the wife of a poor man.
Then we will think of a way to make our daughter pregnant with Xiao Mukan's child. Then we can go to the Xiao family and make trouble.
What do you think?
Old man, you are still smart.
Chapter 36 Xia Xiao Alliance.
On the other side, at the party, Li Xiu was holding a cup, turned around, and Xia Shi walked up to him.
Brother Li Xiu.
Li Xiu was a little distressed. Xia Shi, I'm already married, it's better for us to remain classmates.
Brother Li Xiu, you misunderstood. I came to you just to tell you something. Xia Shi said.
Then she told Li Xiu what had just happened. I said everything I heard.
I just don't want you to be deceived. Nothing else.
Li Xiu frowned slightly.
Over there, Fu Shouyuan and Fu Shouxue were staring at Li Xiu's movements the whole time.
Look, this Li Xiu has fallen in love with Xia Shi again.
Fu Shouyuan said.
Fu Shouxue snorted coldly, I told you, maybe it's not enough for him to be with one rich woman, he wants to be with other rich women.
Big sis. You're still in the mood to chat.
Fu Shouyu, who was chatting with a young master from a wealthy family, turned around and said, What's wrong with you?
Why don't you believe Li Xiu?
Fu Shouxue pointed at Li Xiudao and said, The facts are before my eyes.
How can I believe him?
I was already entangled with Xia Shi, and we chatted together for so long.
Fu Shouyu smiled. I'm not nervous, why are you so nervous? Are you more concerned than I am?
They are classmates, and it's normal for them to chat at a party.
But since I was chatting with another rich young master just now, should he be suspicious of me? How is this the same?
You are our sister, you will definitely not betray him, but he is someone we have only known for a short time after all.
Fu Shouyuan said. Fu Shouyu shook his head, don't doubt a person.
Besides, to him, we are just family members who have only known each other for a few days.
Does he have to doubt all of us? Don't be so hypocritical.
At this time Li Xiu turned around and walked towards here. Xia Shi raised her hands to cover her eyes, then turned and left.
Fu Shouyu smiled and said, Is everything all right? Li Xiu nodded.
Xia Shi just told me that she heard my sisters-in-law chatting in the bathroom, saying that you were with me just to use me and to fake marry me. Fu Shouyu glanced at his two younger sisters.
Oh. You too, have you said it? Fu Shouyuan immediately lowered his head. Ha, ABA, I'm leaving first. Fu Shouxue, my phone is out of battery. I'm going to charge it.
Li Xiu glanced at Fu Shouyu.
Oh? My dear wife, when are you going to give me the money and let me go?
Fu Shouyu also said frankly, I was going to give you 5 million so that you could leave me as soon as possible, but I have changed my mind now.
I'll punish you by making you stay with me all the time, brother.
After Fu Shouyu finished speaking, he turned and left, and came towards him a few wealthy girls who were familiar to Fu Shouyu. Several girls exclaimed in surprise.
He kept looking at Li Xiu secretly.
Apparently these girls were chatting about themselves. Li Xiu was not interested in knowing. While Li Xiu was drinking and chatting.
The other end. The rooftop of Songyan Technology Company.
Lu Rusong held a glass of wine in his hand.
In the distance stood the police. Several policemen said in a deep voice. Mr. Over there, please don't be upset. We have already notified your family to come. May I ask if there is anything that is bothering you? We'll help you figure it out. Lu Rusong shook his head and said, You can't solve it. My company is going to go bankrupt. Can you help me solve it? Because of Li Xiu. Because of this guy Li Xiu's job hopping, he took away my business and refused to maintain it for me. My company has been devastated. After receiving a call from the police, Lu Ruyan hurried over with her parents.
When Lu Yingshan saw his son on the rooftop, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Son, come down."
"What are you doing? Is there something you can't get over?" Lu Rusong shook his head and said, "My company is going to go bankrupt. It's all because of that Li Xiao." Lu Ruyan immediately comforted him. "Brother, I'll help you find a better programmer. We don't want that Li Xiao. Who the hell does he think he is?" Lu Rusong shook his head, "It's impossible. My company is out of money and can't afford a good programmer. Sister, why don't you think of a way to get Li Xiao back to work?" Wang Hong nodded and said, "You agree. Hurry up and promise to get your brother down first." Lu Yingshan nodded. "Yeah, don't say anything, saving people is the most important thing, he's drunk. Save him first."
Lu Ruyan could only nod and say, "Brother, come down first.
I will find a way for you. I will find a way to get Li Xiao back to work for you."
After hearing this, Lu Rusong relaxed a little and slowly turned around. Several policemen rushed forward and rescued Lu Rusong.
Then the Lu family came forward, and Lu Yingshan raised his hand and patted his son's face. "Son, what are you doing? Why are you dying for nothing?"
Lu Rusong shook his head. "The company has no money, business negotiations are not going well, and I can't run the website well.
If Li Xiao doesn't come back, I'll be finished."
Wang Hong patted her daughter.
"Tell me, what should we do now?"
"Your brother's company needs Li Xiao, but Li Xiao is determined not to help your brother."
Lu Ruyan also stamped her feet in anger. "Why don't I ask him for help tomorrow?" Lu Ruyan's face didn't look good. Li Xiao hated her very much now, so how could he agree? The other end. Xiao Mukin was lying on the bed.
He took out his cell phone and took a look. In addition to the missed call from Lu Ruyan, there was also a message from Xiaoxi.
He clicked it out of curiosity. "Xiaoxi, let's cooperate." Xiao Mukin asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What are we collaborating on?" Xiaoxi is not an easy person to deal with.
This woman has a very high opinion of herself and her status in the Xia family is higher than that of her brother, which is enough to show how powerful this woman is.
"Xiaoxi, I want brother Li Xiao, and you want Fu Xiaoyu. These two are in a fake marriage. Let's work together to break them up." Xiao Mukin asked in confusion, "It turns out that Miss Xiao's white moonlight for many years is actually Li Xiao. What virtue does Li Xiao have? He is just Lu Ruyan's bootleaker." "Miss Xia, I have a plan. You must know about Lu Ruyan and Li Xiao since you are classmates."
Xiaoxi nodded when she heard this. "I know what you mean. Tomorrow is the Fu Group's investment promotion conference, and all of our families will be there. Why don't we find a way to make Li Xiao and that Lu Ruyan look bad together? Then naturally Li Xiao and Fu Xiaoyu can't be together."
Xiao Mukin said. Chapter 37 Fu Xiaoxue Who Hates Men?
"Xiaoxi, of course you can, but brother Li Xiao, you must not touch that woman. As expected, Li Xiao is so important in your heart." Xiao Mukin smiled and said, "Of course, Miss Xia, don't worry. We can let them make a fool of themselves, but we will never let them really be together."
"Don't worry." Hearing Xiao Mukin say this, Xiaoxi was relieved. "Okay, let's do it tomorrow."
On the other side, Li Xiao had no idea that he was being targeted.
As the party was almost over, Li Xiao naturally followed his wife home. The entire Fu family returned to the manor.
Li Xiao called his father, who was staying at his home today and doing some cleaning.
After returning to the manor,
Fu Changshan called Li Xiao to his study. "Li Xiao, I know that my granddaughter came to you to get the marriage certificate in the beginning because of the engagement with the Xiao family, but now I can see that my granddaughter really likes you.
We are the only men here now. I am going to compensate you on behalf of Xiaoyu. How about 5% of the Fu family shares?"
Li Xiao heard this and smiled. "Grandpa, I don't think the compensation you mentioned is necessary.
Xiaoyu and I had a flash marriage.
Neither of us knew what our purpose was before the flash marriage. But since I promised her, I believe her. Whatever her reasons are, they are not important to me. I only care about her attitude towards me in the future.
If Grandpa has nothing else to do, I'll leave first."
Li Xiao stood up and left the study. Upon hearing this, Fu Changshan nodded slowly.
"Okay, you guys come out."
In the small room in the study, the four sisters of the Fu family appeared. Fu Xiaoyu said calmly, "You three can rest assured now, he doesn't even want the shares."
"What do you have to worry about?" Fu Xiaoyuan shook his head. It seems that we really thought too much? Fu Xiaoxue said. What you don't want is the most expensive. It seems that he is plotting for more. Fu Xiaomu smiled and said, of course there are more. Didn't he just say that he wanted our eldest sister? He wanted our eldest sister to be responsible for him. Fu Changshan shook his head. Ha, I don't care about what happens between you young people. But today we see that Li Xiu is not a simple person. He is good at appreciating antiques, and even his piano playing is comparable to that of first-class masters. To be honest, Fu Xiaoyu, I don't really believe you when you said you just picked up a husband casually. If I didn't know, I would think you picked him carefully. Fu Xiaoyu said happily, well, I'm lucky. Fu Changshan smiled faintly, maybe this is destined by heaven. At the same time, Li Xiu came to the room on the second floor. Just now Fu Xiu said that the third room is ours, right? Li Xiu sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the system interface. Then he got into bed. I'm a little tired today, I'd better go to bed early, I can sign something else tomorrow. At this moment, someone crawled into the dark bed. The other end. Fu Xiaoyu returned to his room. Ha? Why isn't Li Xiu in the room? Just at this moment, a shout was heard from outside. Then there was a crackling sound of fighting. Fu Xiaoyu and other members of the Fu family rushed out of the room because the second floor was originally the room for the younger generation. At this moment, the four sisters and Li Xiu were all in the corridor. Li Xiu dodged Fu Xiaoxue's powerful spinning kick by leaning sideways. Wife! Your sister is crazy. She crawled into my bed, and she even hit me. Fu Xiaoxue blushed and said, bullshit. He is clearly in my room. Fu Xiaoyuan exclaimed, oh. The chicken feet are exposed. Fu Xiaomu exclaimed. Brother-in-law went to the wrong room? Then why didn't he go to my place instead? Bang! Fu Xiaoyu slapped Fu Xiaomu's fat face and said, well, this is Li Xiu's first time staying at the manor, so it's normal for him to get the wrong room. As the host, you didn't even look when you entered the room. Fu Xiaoxue snorted coldly, he did it on purpose. Sister, you are still speaking for him. Li Xiu, don't talk nonsense. We are all dressed properly and innocent to each other. Don't make wild claims. Those who don't know me don't know how much of a beast I am. I just leaned on your bed for a while, and you noticed. Why didn't we just come out right away? Fu Xiaoxue snorted coldly, I hate men. Don't come to my room again. Damn. Who wants to go to your room? Li Xiu turned around and walked into his wife's room angrily. At this time, Fu Wanjun came down from the third floor, rubbing her eyes and said, brothers and sisters, don't fight. Hey, I should have given birth to an older brother and a younger brother for you, so that you don't have to have an extra brother-in-law now, and you either compete or fight every day. After a loud noise, everyone went back to their rooms. Li Xiu leaned on the bed, and Fu Xiaoyu pulled his hand and said, what's wrong? Didn't I tell you about the room? Li Xiudo. You have too many rooms here. Oh, you like short hair? Fu Xiaoyu said. What short hair or long hair? Stop talking nonsense, okay? We just took the wrong path, Li Xiu said. Fu Xiaoyu said, actually, you can't blame Xiaoxue. She is afraid of men, so. Li Xiu nodded, what happened? Well, it's like this. Our father passed away early, and our mother had a boyfriend when she was young. We were all young at that time, and the guy wanted to assault Fu Xiaoxue when no one was at home. Later, I arrived in time, picked up a pair of scissors and threatened her, and then drove the bad guy away. But Xiaoxue was scared, and she has been wary of boys since she grew up. Fu Xiaoyu said. Li Xiu nodded, no wonder. Okay, go to sleep. Tomorrow there will be an investment promotion conference for Fu Group. As the section chief of the Information Security Department, you will have a lot to do. Fu Xiaoyu said. Li Xiu nodded. I know, go to sleep. Soon, both of them began to breathe slowly. The next morning, Li Xiu got up wearing slippers. Because the Fu sisters all share the large bathroom on the second floor. When Li Xiu walked here, he saw his sister-in-law wearing colorful pajamas. Hey, there are so many people. Fu Xiaomu smiled and said, brother-in-law, did you sleep well last night? Li Xiu nodded. Fine. Fu Xiaoxue came out of the bathroom, it will be your turn after we finish. Li Xiu shook his head, hey, hurry up, I have to go to the bathroom in the morning. Hey, it's really troublesome to have so many girls. Chapter 38. As long as you do this, I will marry you.
After a lot of noise, they finished washing up.
The family sat in the main hall and had breakfast.
It is worthy of being a rich family's breakfast, with hundreds of delicious dishes and various snacks.
No one in the Fu family ate much, except Li Xiu, who ate voraciously. Fu Xiuxue snorted coldly, "You really can eat, are you a pig?" Li Xiu raised his head and glared at Fu Xiuxue. Being able to eat is a blessing. Fu Chanshan said calmly, "Xiao Xiu is right. You guys only eat so little. How can you have children? Especially Fu Xiuyu, you are not young anymore. You better get ready." Puff. Fu Xiuyu almost spit out, "Grandpa, I'm leaving first." Fu Changshan shook his head.
Li Xiu finally picked up a piece of dessert and got into his car.
Li Xiu sighed, "If I want to spend some time alone with my wife, I still have to go to a house in the city. My mother-in-law is really thoughtful.
Besides, a family with so many girls is troublesome.
I might be bullied. By the way, it's time to sign in. Let's sign in at Fu's Manor today. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Location, Fu's Manor. Sign in to get poison-proof physical optimization card X1. Improve your physique? That's great. If I take additives, won't I be afraid of liver and kidney poisoning?
Li Xiu directly took out the card and said, "Use it." After leaving the Fu family manor, he headed towards the company.
When we arrived at the office, everyone else was already there, because Li Xiu was half an hour late. But no one dared to say it. Qin Shuyi said, "Well, today our Fu group has an investment exhibition. All departments that make products or technology will show their strengths. Our network security department also has its own booth. Everyone needs to behave a little better." Everyone nodded.
Li Xiu smiled and said, "Sister Chen, I'm late."
"It's okay. I was only half an hour late. It's okay. Just let me know on WeChat next time if you don't come." Qin Shuyi winked at Li Xiu, "Hey, don't get tired. If you have anything, tell your sister Chen." Li Xiu asked doubtfully, "Why does Sister Chen look at me like she's looking at a gold ingot? It's weird. It seems that Sister Chen knows that my sister-in-law is President Fu?"
On the other side, Lu Ruyan was quietly making a phone call in the tea room.
"Brother Mukin? What? Ask me to drug Li Xiu? This is not good, Brother Mukin."
Xiao Mukin said, "The whole world is here today. This is a great opportunity to make Li Xiu look bad. If you don't help me, get out of my house now." When Lu Ruyan heard this, she sighed.
"All right.
Anyway, it was Li Xiu who treated me badly first, and only after Li Xiu made a fool of himself, he no longer had a place to stand in the Fu group. At that time, he could only go to my brother's company.
Li Xiu, you still have to thank me, because you will be banned by President Fu by then.
The whole industry doesn't want you anymore, that's when you begged me to let you return to my brother's company." Afterwards, Li Xiu and others followed Chen Shuyi onto the bus to the venue.
On the other side, Lu Rusong relied on the name of his company and sneaked into the venue with his parents.
Lu Yingshan sighed, "It's worthy of being called the Fu Group."
"Son, when we become rich in the future, won't we call it the Lu Group?" Lu Rusong nodded. "I'll guarantee it."
"I'm telling you, as long as sister takes down Li Xiu and makes him come back to the company to work for me, I can turn Lu's into a conglomerate," Wang Hong said with a smile. "Oh, actually, if your sister can't handle Xiao Mukin, it's not bad to handle Li Xiu."
"Even if he is now an official, he wants us to kneel down and beg him? This is not good. We have to find a way to give him a good beating. Mom, men are all mean. My sister is exactly like that.
She is unhappy but she goes after the man. She thinks every day that Li Xiu can regret it.
But he is an official now, so why would he still care about my sister?
So you have to persuade her and change her offense and defense,"
Lu Rusong said.
Wang Hong thought for a moment and said, "What my son said makes sense. Li Xiu is a section chief at a young age, and he may become a department director in the future. If we don't seize the opportunity now, it will become increasingly difficult to deal with him in the future."
"Well, I must find a chance to tell your sister." At the same time,
Li Jingxiu was debugging the backend at his own display stand.
"We are not the main booth, so a little bit will be enough," Li Xiu said. Chen Shuyi said, "What if someone wants to cooperate with us on network information security? We still have to do it. What is our company going to do in the main exhibition area?
Li Xiu said. Shen Shuyi said, recently, Nan Group has released cars and electric vehicles, as well as breakthroughs in battery technology. We are flexing our muscles and hope that other manufacturers will purchase batteries from us.
Our group is still very diversified. Li Xiu nodded.
At this time, he noticed that among the employees behind him, Lu Ruyan had disappeared.
The other end.
Lu Ruyan was pulled aside by Xiao Mukin. Xiao Mukin said, Lu Ruyan, you'd better do this for me.
This medicine is very strong. It can make people comatose. Give it to him. Lu Ruyan asked in confusion. Brother Mukin, why do I have to do this? Xiao Mukin looked unhappy. If you don't do it, should I? Don't get it wrong.
Li Xiu must be disgraced today.
Who allowed him to humiliate me? Bastard.
He did not tell Lu Ruyan that Li Xiu's wife was Fu Xiuyu.
After all, Fu Xiuyu was Lu Ruyan's boss. If Lu Ruyan changed her mind, who would do this? Sister Ruyan, trust me and help me deal with Li Xiu. I will not leave you alone in the future.
Once Li Xiu's reputation is ruined, he can only return to your brother's company, which will be good for all of us.
Lu Ruyan nodded and said, then Brother Mukin, will you marry me? Xiao Mukin's mouth twitched in embarrassment.
Don't worry, Sister Ruyan, I will come to marry you after I deal with my grandfather, so don't worry.
Lu Ruyan nodded heavily.
Only then did Xiao Mukin breathe a sigh of relief. On the other side, Xia Shi saw all of this.
Brother Li Xiu, I just don't want you to be cheated. I'm helping you. You will thank me one day. And at this moment,
Li Xiu was debugging his computer and doing the final optimization of the system.
Suddenly, a staff member wearing a work badge came up to Li Xiu and asked, Excuse me, are you Section Chief Li? Li Xiu nodded, it's me. I'm from the automotive department.
There's a problem with the system on our display stand, and our director asked you to come and take a look. After all, you're Chief Li who solved the hacker problem in 3 minutes. Li Xiu immediately laughed out loud. Well, your minister is really polite.
Why are you praising me for this everywhere? Well, you're just going to debug the system, right? Chapter 39. I want to see how you end up. The employee nodded. Yes, don't worry, it won't take you too long. Li Xiu nodded. Okay, I'll go with you.
The two walked all the way to the control room behind the central display stand.
As soon as he walked in, Li Xiu saw Lu Ruyan in front of the computer. What's going on? The employee said, we invited Miss Lu first, but she said she couldn't handle it, so.
Li Xiu waved his hands. This is nonsense.
If she can do it, then anyone can do it.
The employee smiled awkwardly. Then I'll trouble you, Chief Li.
Li Xiu walked to the computer and said calmly, why don't you get out of the way? Lu Ruyan said absent-mindedly, Ah? Li Xiu, you're here. Please sit down first. I'll go get you some water. Lu Ruyan took advantage of Li Xiu's inattention and put drugs in the water. The other end.
The director of the automotive department was chatting with Xia Shi. For a moment, the leader and several employees enthusiastically introduced their products to Xia Shi. And Xia Shi also continues to provide emotional value.
The minister is amazing, I see. Ah, yes, Miss Xia, you look so beautiful when you smile. The other end. Fu Xiuyu's car arrived.
She was going to attend a formal investment promotion conference today, and she was riding in a Cullinan.
When she arrived at the venue, she glanced at Special Assistant Lin and asked, Where's Li Xiu? Special Assistant Lin shook his head.
It should be in its own exhibition hall at this time.
Fu Xiuyu smiled and nodded. It depends on the situation today.
If you have time to talk to him, tell him that his wife is the president of Fu Group.
Special Assistant Lin nodded.
With the appearance of Fu Xiuyu, the bosses of major companies also came forward to greet him.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
Li Xiu picked up the water that Lu Ruyan brought and drank half of it. Then he fell directly onto the keyboard with a thud. At this time, Xiao Mukin walked in. Why are you taking so long?
We can't wait any longer outside. Lu Ruyan nodded. This shouldn't be taking effect. I can go now. Let's go? Xiao Mukin grabbed Lu Ruyan and said, Where are you going? Sister Ruyan, don't you want to marry me?
Drink this bottle of mineral water, and I promise that after the matter is settled, I will marry you.
Lu Ruyan was no fool.
It was obvious that Xiao Mukin wanted to use her to deal with Li Xiu.
Brother Mukin, why should I drink? Shouldn't Li Xiu be drunk? If you want to marry me, how could you bear to let me drink this kind of drug?
Xiao Mukin sneered, knowing that this woman seemed to have reacted, and stopped pretending. Lu Ruyan, you don't really think you can marry into the Xiao family, do you? My Xiao family is a wealthy and prestigious family in Binhai City, and yours is just an ordinary family. Even if I want to marry, I will marry someone from a family as powerful as Fu Xiu.
Who do you think you are? How dare you stare at my wealth and family background every day? Lu Ruyan, don't think you can get into a wealthy family. You are nothing.
At this moment, Lu Ruyan knew that she had been fooled by the man in front of her from beginning to end, and he had never thought of marrying her.
He doesn't even consider himself as a human being, but just a plaything. Xiao Mukin. You bastard. Lu Ruyan just finished speaking.
The next moment, Xiao Mukin slapped Lu Ruyan in the face with his backhand, knocking her unconscious.
I don't even need to buy medicine. Now I just need to put you and Li Xiu behind the scenes and then control the curtain to rise. Then the whole world will know about your scandal.
At this moment, Xiao Mukin turned around and saw Li Xiu looking at him with a smile and clapping his hands.
Great, you know how to play. You. Why are you still standing?
Xiao Mukin was so frightened that his body trembled immediately.
Li Xiu nodded, very good, I understand your idea, I will help you realize it now. Ah duh.
Li Xiu jumped up and kicked it.
After a moment,
Fu Xiu followed the company's senior executives to the automotive department's display stand.
The minister of the automobile department is announcing the start. There are major companies and families in the audience, including the Xiao family, the Xia family and other family members. Among them, Lu Rusong brought his parents to join in the fun.
My sister said she was nearby.
Where is she? Lu Rusong asked puzzledly.
At this time, the minister on the stage took out the microphone and said, please look at the big screen, our product. At this moment, a huge curtain rose.
The minister obviously did not expect this situation, huh? This may be a little problem. Please wait a moment. It may be a bug. It will be fixed soon.
At this moment, the curtain rises.
Everyone in the exhibition hall exclaimed in surprise.
I saw a shirtless man and a shirtless woman lying beside a pillar behind the curtain. There were bursts of exclamations at the scene.
Fuck. It looks like a man and a woman. Who are these two people? I don't know the woman, but the man seems to be the young master of the Xiao family. It's great, I love it. This is too exciting, can I watch it for free?
This scene made the reporters in the audience turn into professional paparazzi and take photos crazily. Xiao Changda, the old man of the Xiao family, covered his chest and said, this bastard.
My Xiao family is losing face. Someone, carry him away.
Several housekeepers of the Xiao family rushed forward. The scene suddenly became chaotic.
Fu Xiu looked at Lu Ruyan and Xiao Mukin in astonishment.
Xia Shi was also confused.
No, why is it Xiao Mukin? Where is Li Xiu? Why is this happening?
Her expression changed slightly and she knew something was wrong. Xiao Mukin, you idiot, let me see how you end up like this. When the Lu family's parents saw their daughter lying on the stage, he cried out, Rusong, your sister is doomed.
She won't be able to get married. Go up and get your sister down. What are you still daydreaming about?
Lu Rusong's face turned ugly, sister.
I'm coming.
Lu Rusong rushed to the platform, helped his sister up, and patted Lu Ruyan's face. Sister, wake up, everything here is live broadcast, it's over, we are done.
Lu Ruyan woke up slowly. Brother? Where am I? Where's Li Xiu? How is he? Why do you care about Li Xiu?
You and Xiao Mukin were lying here just now.
The whole world saw it.
Lu Rushong said with a grim expression.
What? Xiao Mukin. The other end. The relatively quiet cybersecurity department. Everyone is eating melons. Lu Ruyan and Xiao Mukin? Lu Ruyan is really resourceful.
She is actually involved with Xiao Mukin. The girls at the scene gathered in front of their phones and watched the show crazily.
Shen Shuyi found Li Xiu and said, Li Xiu, they just said that you went to the Ministry of Automobiles. What happened? Li Xiu shook his head, I don't know. I just went to help out. Lu Ruyan happened to be there too. I don't know what happened afterwards. Chapter 40. You're about to lose me completely. You'll regret it. It's okay as long as it has nothing to do with you. This exhibition of the automobile department was personally supervised by the top management. President Fu and the CEOs of major companies were all here, but a sex scandal broke out. How do you think this will end? The Xiao family is finished too. Chen Shuyi said. Li Xiu nodded. It's okay, it has nothing to do with me. If we talk about the victim, I should be the one. Lu Ruyan wanted to knock me out, and Xiao Mukin was planning to let me be with Lu Ruyan so that Fu Xiuyu and I could get divorced. He, Xiao Mukin, can achieve his goal. Harming others will eventually harm yourself. I just want to lock you, Xiao Mukin, and Lu Ruyan together. That's perfect, one of you is divorced and the other is still unmarried. I can be considered as your matchmaker. The other end. When Xiao Mukin woke up in the hospital, he saw a housekeeper standing beside his bed. Wait. What happened? What just happened? The housekeeper said, Master Xiao, that woman named Lu Ruyan appeared on the display stand with you. You are disheveled. Now her parents have already found our Xiao family. Your grandfather asked us to tell you to get ready to marry this woman. Now the whole world knows about you and this lady. Marry? What a joke, Lu Ruyan is worthy. Is she worthy? No. I was framed. I want to marry Miss Fu. How can I marry Lu Ruyan? Xiao Mukin was so angry that he said, puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Xiu. You exchanged my golden phoenix for your rotten peach blossom. Li Xiu, I will never forgive you. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. At the same time. Another ward. Lu Ruyan sat on the hospital bed, and Wang Hong enthusiastically fed her daughter. My daughter, I asked you to do something, but I didn't expect you to be so smart. Now it's all right, the Xiao family's intention is very simple. Just pick a date for the two of you to get married. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. Are you saying that I'm going to marry Brother Mukin? But shouldn't Brother Mukin have wanted to frame Li Xiu? Wang Hong said with a smile, oh, my daughter, sometimes fate works like this. None of us can resist. Now, as long as you enter the Xiao family, our family will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. So in the end, you are still destined to be a golden phoenix. Lu Rusong said, Sister, after you marry Xiao Mukin, why should I open a company? I can just go to the company under the Xiao family to help. At this moment, Lu Ruyan thought of Li Xiu. He also remembered what Xiao Mukin had said to him in that room before. Brother Mukin never thought of marrying me. The person who was really nice to me before was Li Xiu. But is this really what I want? Become the young lady of the Xiao family? No, that's not right. Xiao Mukin doesn't love me at all. Daughter, what are you still thinking about? This is a wealthy family, what you have always wanted, have you forgotten? Wang Hong saw that her daughter seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. She was unhappy and didn't say a word. Lu Ruyan looked up and forced a smile. Mom, I understand. I will get married. At the same time, in Binhai, Xiao family. Old man Xiao Chang'e stood by the window and didn't look back for a long time. At this time, the two sisters Xiao Yuyan and Xiao Yuye walked in. Dad, you're looking for us. Xiao Chang'e sighed and said, Your brother passed away early, and the child he left behind was lost by me. The child you adopted now is not of my Xiao family's blood after all. You've done something so shameful. Yu Yan, your son will graduate from college soon. Ask him to come to Zhao's group to help. If my real grandson cannot be found, then adopt him. Xiao Yuyan nodded, yes, Dad. My elder sister and I have been trying to find out the whereabouts of that child for years. Maybe God will help us find him. Xiao Chang'e nodded, that would be the best. But for now, let this useless Xiao Mukin marry that woman. Remember, after marriage, don't let Xiao Mukin get involved in our core business. This guy is useless. The other end. Li Xiu and the people in his department returned to the company. Everyone was tired. They lay there unable to move. Everyone was still discussing what happened to the Xiao family today. You know, it is said that the old man of the Xiao family is almost angry to death. Originally, the Xiao family was planning to form an alliance with our Fu family. I heard this from outside. But guess what, it's all gone to waste now. That would really make me angry to death, such an unfilial descendant, but Lu Ruyan is really lucky.
I have a sister who works in the Xiao family. She said that it was Mr. Xiao who arranged for Lu Ruyan and Xiao Mukin to get married.
What? That person will be back later. Should we flatter him? He will be Mrs. Xiao in the future. He will definitely resign by then. Yes, I'm going to be a young lady. I'm so envious.
At this time, the office door was pushed open and Lu Ruyan walked in. Everyone's eyes fell on her. At this moment, she felt a sense of superiority, and her face regained some spirit. Li Xiao, you have looked down on me during this period of time.
And I'm about to marry into a wealthy family. And will you regret it? Regret that you didn't hold me?
At this time, Li Xiao walked out of the office and glanced at everyone.
What's wrong? What are you all standing for?
Lu Ruyan glanced at Li Xiao and said, Li Xiao, I'm getting married.
Li Xiao nodded.
Oh, congratulations, Xiao Mukin, I know. Other colleagues at the scene complimented him one after another.
Ruyan, what's going on? You're being too wild today.
But fortunately the result is good.
You will be Mrs. Xiao from now on. So when are you getting married? Yes, when are you getting married?
Li Xiao was holding his cell phone and talking on the phone at this time, and it seemed that he didn't take Lu Ruyan seriously at all.
Lu Ruyan said. Li Xiao. Can't you see me? I'm getting married soon. Didn't you say you were getting married?
I hope you can bring her here when the time comes.
Come to my wedding.
Li Xiao put down what he was holding. He said calmly, Lu Ruyan, didn't I already tell you that you and Xiao Mukin should be locked together?
Finally, you don't have to bother me anymore. Get married soon and go back home to have a baby soon. Got it? For some reason, thick mist rose in Lu Ruyan's eyes.
1 year, Li Xiao, a whole year.
Is the 1 year we spent together nothing to you?
She took out her cell phone. She opened the photo album, which contained all the things Li Xiao had done for her this year. She took pictures of them and sent them to her best friends to show off. But now all these things in the past will never happen again, and she will become Xiao Mukin's wife.
And Li Xiao, is it true that no one wants you? I haven't seen the wife you mentioned. Ah, by the way, you are just mad at me.
Li Xiao, you've already lost me.
Spend the rest of your life regretting this.
At this time, Lu Ruyan's cell phone rang.
It's Xiao Mukin. Where are you?
Come to the Xiao family now.
Xiao Mukin said lightly. Lu Ruyan nodded, okay, I'll come right away, brother Mukin.
She turned around and gave Li Xiao one last look and said, I'm going to marry into a wealthy family.
And you will always be just a worker. Section chief? Actually, now that I think about it, it's not that big of a deal.
Chapter 41. The invitations have been sent out, why doesn't he stand firm?
Lu Ruyan put down her phone and left the company. It was time to get off work anyway. The other end.
Li Xiao came to the basement, drove his own car out of the company, and returned to the Fu Manor. Before leaving, he sent a message to Fu Shouyu and learned that she had to work overtime and socialize in the evening. So Li Xiao went back to the manor by himself. After returning to the manor, Li Xiao met his father in the main hall, who was chatting and laughing with Fu Wanjun.
Xiao Xiao is back. Fu Wanjun said.
Li Xiao smiled and called her mother-in-law. Then Fu Wanjun said, your grandfather went back to Shangjing City today.
He hasn't finished his work yet.
He was very satisfied after meeting you yesterday, so he went back early this morning.
At this time, Li Pingan said, I heard that Lu Ruyan made a big fool of herself? With a rich young man, in your company's live broadcast, the two of them were lying there in disarray?
Li Xiao picked up a peach on the table, stuffed it into his mouth, and then said vividly, isn't it true? I tell you, Lu Ruyan has been with that Xiao Mukin for a long time.
That's good now. There is bound to be a result between the two of them.
Fu Wanjun sighed and said, Xiao Changga has been smart all his life, but I didn't expect that he would have such a grandson when he is old. I heard that the Xiao family has been hastily preparing for the wedding of the two. Old Xiao is going to use this to silence the gossips of the public, because only in this way can he prove that his Xiao family's family tradition is not bad enough.
Old Xiao is furious now. He has directly cancelled Xiao Mukin's inheritance sequence.
He plans to banish this grandson to the Cold Palace after the flash marriage in the next 2 days.
He is even planning to find an heir from his grandson. After hearing this, Li Xiao nodded. The wealthy family was indeed a wealthy family.
They were ruthless in their actions.
But this incident did benefit the Lu family.
At this time, Fu Xiaoyuan walked in and said, "Mom, the Xiao family sent someone to deliver the invitation."
It's right outside the door. I sent them back directly.
As she spoke, she took out a red invitation in her hand.
What a simple invitation.
I heard that they only invited a few relatives and close friends like us. It seems that Mr. Xiao just wants to shut everyone up and get this matter over with.
Her eyes moved. Brother-in-law, this is your ex-girlfriend, are you and your sister going? Li Xiu said calmly, go. Of course I'll go. Why not?
Lu Ruyan and I had compelling reasons at the time.
Now that it's over, what can I think of her? You guys should stop being upset, okay? Wait, what did you call me? Fu Xiaoyuan looked somewhat embarrassed. Grandpa has recognized you, so I will follow the fourth brother and call you that. If you can't do it, I will then revoke your title.
Oh, you are so stubborn. Li Xiu said with a smile. Fu Wanjun sighed, this Xiao family is smart all their lives but confused for a moment.
Li Xiu then asked, Xiaoyuan, your sister hasn't come back yet? Fu Xiaoyuan said. My sister has a dinner party tonight. Do you want to go? I'll send you the location. Li Xiu nodded, okay.
On the other side, the Xiao family.
In Xiao Mukin's room, Lu Ruyan asked, Brother Mukin? What's wrong with you? Didn't Grandpa just tell us to have the wedding tomorrow night? Are you unhappy about something?
Xiao Mukin turned around and slapped him with his backhand.
Bang! This heavy slap made Lu Ruyan spin in circles for 2.5 weeks. Lu Ruyan! Do you know what this means? Do you think my grandfather likes you and wants you to come in as soon as possible? No. This is because he hates me.
He is trying to hastily get me married so that I can shut up those wealthy families. Let me tell you, most of Grandpa's relatives were not invited this time, the scale is pitifully small. This is the sign that I will be banished to the cold palace and have no chance of becoming the Xiao family's heir.
What do you know? What do you know when I tell you this? Waste. You waste, get out. Get out of here.
Lu Ruyan covered her face and ran out of the room. Standing at the corridor and squatting on the ground, she took out her cell phone unconsciously, tears dripping on the screen, and found Li Xiu's number in the address book.
Brother Li Xiu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that.
You would never have treated me like Xiao Mukin did before. I gave him everything, but he treated me like trash.
I gave you nothing, but you treated me so well.
She opened the photo album on her phone and flipped to a year ago. This was a photo of Li Xiu in the snow. Scrolling down, I saw her saying in the middle of the night that she was hungry and wanted to eat cake.
It seems that Li Xiu got up overnight to make a cake. There were so many other things, so many more, that she couldn't even count them all.
She called her best friend and said, Xingxing, I seem to have lost something very important. I seem to have lost Li Xiu.
I seem to have done something wrong. Zhang Xingxing asked in confusion, Ruyan, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you were going to marry into a wealthy family? Lu Ruyan shook her head. No, Xiao Mukin doesn't like me at all. He just treats me as a toy and never thought of marrying me. Ruyan, I have to say something to you.
You want to marry into a wealthy family and have true love at the same time.
How can it be possible?
Li Xiu is just a small clerk.
At best, he can be a department manager in other people's companies. But the Xiao family is an old and wealthy family. How can it be the same?
Even if Xiao Mukin doesn't love you, even if he hates you, you are still the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family.
You will definitely have a lot of pocket money. You don't have to work hard, and you still have money, you know? This is the life many women dream of. Zhang Qingqing sighed. I envy you.
I thought you treated Li Xiu like that before because you wanted to make him give up.
What happened? You got the ticket to the rich family as you wished, but now you regret it? Do you know how much I would like to trade with you if I could? Lu Ruyan stopped crying and nodded, you're right. At least I've entered a wealthy family.
Li Xiu gave up on me himself. If he had been more resolute, I wouldn't have ended up like this.
Well, he's really too much. Chapter 42 I have become a wealthy family, but you are still a beast of burden.
When Lu Ruyan and her best friend were crying before their marriage,
Li Xiu had already driven to the location where Fu Xiaoyuan left.
He stopped outside the hotel and sent a message to Fu Xiaoyu. But Fu Xiaoyu did not reply. It seems that our wife is busy with social engagements, Li Xiu said. At this moment, inside the hotel, there were CEOs of more than a dozen companies in front of Fu Xiuyu. Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu, you are young and promising. Let's toast to you together. As they spoke, the bosses raised their cups. Naturally, Fu Xiuyu couldn't help but give him face. He also raised the cup in his hand and drank it all. What a great alcohol tolerance. Mr. Fu has a good alcohol tolerance. But we have a rule in doing business, that is, at least 3 glasses of wine must be drunk in a row. Let us do it again. Fu Xiuyu frowned slightly. Although she could drink some wine, her alcohol tolerance was very average. These liquors were of particularly high alcohol content and were top-grade strong liquors. After this 1 cup, I already felt a little dizzy, let alone 2 more cups. But now that the automotive department of the Fu Group has made a fool of itself, these partners have been affected, so I should drink these 2 cups. Thinking of this, she reached for the cup. The next moment, a figure walked in. He snatched Fu Xiuyu's cup and drank 2 glasses in a row. Fu Xiuyu recognized that it was her husband. Li Xiu? You? Li Xiu immediately turned around and grabbed the half bottle of liquor on the table. I'm Fu Xiuyu's husband. If you guys want to drink, I'll drink with you. This is half a bottle. Let's drink it first. As he spoke, he raised a half bottle of liquor and drank it directly like a dragon. He drank it all up in 1 gulp. Okay. It's your turn. All the CEOs at the scene gave thumbs up. Brother is awesome. Fuck. We admit defeat, we really can't drink it. The next moment, Li Xiu's eyes were spinning. Oh my god. What kind of wine is this? It's so strong. Fu Xiuyu stood up with an awkward smile, raising her hand to support Li Xiu's arm. Sorry, everyone, my husband has an impatient temper. These CEOs stood up one after another. Oh, we were just joking. We have been working together for such a long time, and I didn't mean to force people to drink. I just didn't expect Mr. Fu's husband to be so strong and drink straight away. Mr. Fu, you should go back and take care of your husband first. This is too much to drink. Fu Xiuyu smiled and nodded. Assistant Lin then came closer and asked, what happened? Why did the child fall down again? He thought those old guys were forcing us to drink maliciously, so he came in to help me find a place to fight. Fu Xiuyu rolled his eyes. You drive and take us home. This guy always makes himself unconscious. Special Assistant Lin covered his mouth with his hands and smiled. Even if this is the case, won't we still deal with you? Are you looking for death? Fu Xiuyu glared. Okay, I'll take you back. After a moment. Fu's manner. Fu Xiuyu got out of the car and supported her husband. Li Xiu had already turned into a funny guy at this time, not Buddy. We can have another drink. Fu Xiuyu, don't come here, your wife is going to be crushed to death by you. Amat Ras. Go. Let's go. Li Xiu talked nonsense. As soon as you enter the main hall. Fu Wanjun came out and said, what's wrong with this child? Fu Xiuyuan, help your brother-in-law. Your uncle has gone to take a shower. Fu Xiuyuan stood up and complained, how can I have the strength to help a grown man? The 2 sisters, one on each side, supported Li Xiu to the room on the 2nd floor. Why is this guy so heavy? I went to pick him up, but he drank so much? Fu Xiuyuan was speechless. Fu Xiuyu, please block the wine for me. Xiao Pakai, if you can't drink it, don't drink it. Fu Xiuyuan shook his head. The 2 men helped Li Xiu fall onto the bed. The 2 men were pinned down by Li Xiu's arms and couldn't get up. Li Xiu opened his eyes dazedly. Huh? 2 Fu Xiuyu? Just at this moment, 2 little heads appeared at the door. Fu Xiushui was stunned. What is this? Fu Xiumu, no matter what game we play, count me in. Fu Xiuyu said angrily, he is drunk, pry his hands apart. The next morning. Li Xiu woke up in a daze after a hangover. Fuck. My whole body hurts. Did someone beat me last night? Li Xiu didn't know that after the 4 sisters turned him over, Fu Xiushua and Fu Xiuyuan immediately retaliated. Punch and kick him. Get up, we still have to go to work. Li Xiu had a simple breakfast, then got in his car and stepped on the accelerator to the office. As soon as I entered, I heard constant compliments from the people in the unit. Ruyan, you are so lucky.
You married into a wealthy family. We are so envious.
Yes, as long as you enter a wealthy family, your life will no longer be a life of cattle and horses.
Yeah, you even invited us to your wedding. I've never been to a rich family's wedding banquet.
Lu Ruyan said proudly, you don't have to pay for the gift, just come and have dinner. The Xiao family is anxious for me to join the family, so tonight is the wedding, and everyone has to come. At this time everyone noticed that Li Xiu had arrived. The sound gradually quieted down. Lu Ruyan's eyes kept falling on Li Xiu, please come to our wedding.
After all, we are the most likely ones. Now that I'm a wealthy man, you're just a beast of burden. We're destined to be from different worlds from now on. Come and eat, just as a way to leave a little memory of your youth.
Li Xiu said calmly, I've already said it before, you and Xiao Mukin must be locked together from now on, and it's best if you don't separate in this life.
I'd be happy to see that. You.
Lu Ruyan originally thought that Li Xiu would definitely be sad, but she didn't expect Li Xiu to say that.
Okay, then remember to bring your non-existent wife with you. Don't find one on the spur of the moment.
Li Xiu glanced at her and said, don't worry about this.
I will bring my wife with me to watch you two get married.
After saying this, Li Xiu returned to his office.
Lu Ruyan said to herself, okay. I'll wait and see too.
After a day's work, Li Xiu stretched his body while holding up his phone.
I spent all my money on gaming, but my combat power is only 280,000?
It seems that if I want to become the best in the server, I have to keep spending money on this game.
Chen Shuyi came over at this time. Chief Li Xiu, we all have to go drink, don't you want to come with us?
Li Xiu nodded, you guys go first, I'll wait for my wife to go with me.
Chen Shuyi nodded.
Yes, you should indeed wait for your wife to come along, after all, your wife is the real rich one.
You boy, you married a golden phoenix.
At this time, Li Xiu received a message from Fu Xiuyu, get ready to go. Only then did Li Xiu stand up. Below the company, Fu Xiuyu drove his own red LaFerrari, get in the car, the clothes are in the car.
Li Xiu asked in confusion, honey, do we really need to dress so formally? Fu Xiuyu, how can you go to your ex-girlfriend's wedding without wearing something more special? Right?
Li Xiu shook his head, oh, there's nothing between her and me a long time ago, why are you jealous?
On. The car engine roared. Heading towards the Xiao family auditorium. Chapter 43 He will cry today, he will never find someone like me again. At the wedding now.
The Lu family members wore gold and silver, but it was obvious that a lot of it was fake.
Lu Yingshan even wore a fake big gold chain.
The same goes for Lu Rusong.
Wang Hong even dressed up as a butterfly. Some relatives in Liujia village were whispering. Lu Yingshan and Wang Hong are so lucky that their daughter actually married into a wealthy family.
Yes, come to think of it, it made sense that the Lu family treated that poor son-in-law badly at that time. It turns out that Lu Ruyan has such strength.
Yes, that's right. Compared with a poor son-in-law and a rich son-in-law, which one is more important? Is there any need to say it? Listen to these discussions.
Lu Yingshan and Wang Hong felt like they were about to become immortals. In life, it is this moment that makes happiness concrete.
Wife, our life is here. Lu Yingshan sighed. Yes, you think that once these two get married, how much support will the Xiao family give them in the future? Will they directly list my son's company on the stock market? Lu Rusong smiled and said, Mom, look at that girl, she's so pretty.
I heard her name is Xiaoxi. And those girls are all rich ladies. Mom, turn down all the girls introduced by your aunts and uncles.
I'm not an ordinary person anymore.
I'm telling you, my wife from now on must be a member of a royal family.
Who made my sister marry into a wealthy family?
Lu Yingshan held his son and breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight is the last time we will communicate with these poor relatives. There is no need for us to go to Liujia village in the future.
Got it?
From now on, we'll just take Sunshine Avenue and drive a Rolls Royce, huh? Lu Yingshan was so happy, I have already looked at cars. A car worth 3 or 5 million is not worthy of my status. When the time comes, let my daughter get the betrothal gift quickly, and we will turn things around.
Lu Rusong asked in confusion, what's going on with the Xiao family? Why don't you take out these things like betrothal gifts in advance? Lu Yingshan snorted coldly, what are you talking about? They are from a wealthy family. Son, do you know what a wealthy family is? They want to marry our daughter, we can't just ask for it.
By then, people will definitely think that the people of my Lu family are not good enough. There is a term called gold digger or gold digger clan. If we ask for it now, it will seem that we are not classy. Normally, people will take the initiative to give it to you. Maybe your sister's matter came suddenly.
The Xiao family may not be ready yet. Lu Rusong nodded yes. Speaking of this, our family is dependent on others, so we can't talk nonsense, we can't ask for it casually, otherwise it will make us look inappropriate.
Yes. Wang Hong nodded. By the way, I just saw that all the small plates over there are made of pure silver.
Let's hide some of them secretly in our clothes and take them away later.
Lu Yingshan nodded, and the couple took their son to get the plates immediately.
The other end. Xiao Chang'e had a gloomy face and sat alone in a private box inside.
A housekeeper said, "Master, everything is almost ready, but the people from the Lu family are not clean and took away a lot of pure silver plates, which made us very busy."
Xiao Chang'e frowned. "Let them go. I get upset when I see these people. So, get it done quickly and kick Xiao Mukin out of the Xiao family.
Except for festivals, he is not allowed to come back. As an adopted son, I have trained him for so many years and even married him a wife.
My Xiao family doesn't owe him anything." The butler nodded immediately.
In the dressing room at the back,
Lu Ruyan looked at herself in the mirror.
Although the wedding was a bit hasty and the things were not the best. This dress doesn't fit me very well, but at least I'm beautiful. Zhang Qingqing stood aside, excited. "Ruyan, you are indeed a wealthy family, even these jewelry are real."
Little did people know that the jewelry Lu Ruyan wore were all rewards given to servants by wealthy families.
It's just that they have never seen the world, so they wear them crazily.
Has Li Xiu arrived? Lu Ruyan asked. Are you still thinking about Li Xiu? Zhang Qingqing said. Isn't he a scumbag? Let's not think about him and just be a good bride.
Lu Ruyan sighed and said, Li Xiu was very kind to me in the past. He must be the best man in the world to me. Qingqing, if Li Xiu cries later, please help me comfort him. Tell him that even if he can never see a beautiful white moonlight like me again in this life, he should not give up on life. As long as he works hard enough, he will have everything. Even if he can't become a rich man in this life, he can still become a worker with a little money.
Zhang Qingqing nodded, yes. Ruyan.
Losing you is his biggest regret in this life.
He can only marry an old and ugly woman in the future.
After all, his status as a single-parent family has already discouraged countless women. Zhang Qingqing thought again, however, my appearance is more than enough for him, and he has a good job now.
Ruyan, how about I take over? Lu Ruyan also had some thoughts.
Zhang Qingqing was her best friend. If Zhang Qingqing trained Li Xiu to be a bootlicker, what if her marriage with Xiao Mukin was not going well?
Maybe there is a way out.
After all, a man who has been used by your sister is better than being used by other women.
Qingqing, how about this? You try it. Li Xiu will be very vulnerable tonight and he will definitely cry.
You can comfort him and hold on to his fragile heart.
Got it? Zhang Qingqing nodded, yeah. Don't worry, I can do it. A little further away, a makeup artist from the Xiao family was preparing things while frowning. Li Xiu? Isn't he the son-in-law of the Fu family? They are a real wealthy family, what are you two crazy women talking about?
As expected, she was from a humble family and was stunned when she heard that she was going to marry Xiao Mukin. But after tonight, Xiao Mukin, the eldest grandson of the Xiao family, will exist in name only. She shook her head and stepped forward.
Madam, let me put on your makeup. Wow! Young madam!
Zhang Qingqing stomped her feet excitedly. Lu Ruyan also became more and more proud. Okay, when I become the mistress of the Xiao family in the future, I will reward you. She was smiling happily and looking at people with the side of her eyes. The veins on this makeup artist's forehead are about to pop out.
What the hell is this?
I'm just being polite to you, but you're still acting.
What a joke.
I was thinking about a little girl like you marrying an adopted son who was about to be kicked out of the Xiao family.
I feel sorry for you. I didn't expect you to be so pretentious. As expected, if they are not from the same family, they will not enter the same door. I want to see how you will react after knowing the truth. Chapter 44. Why can't he be unhappy to the end?
On the other side, Xiao Mukin was drinking alone in the dressing room. He raised his hand and tugged at his tie.
Ha, I'm done, my life is over, Lu Ruyan, ha.
At this time, a butler came in and said, Master Xiao, everything is ready, it's almost time to start. The housekeeper glanced at Xiao Mukin and said, "After today, you will be treated as an ordinary member of the Xiao family, and we will definitely not see you again in the future."
Xiao Mukin, master.
Xiao Mukin naturally noticed the change in the servant's eyes. His expression changed slightly.
He raised his finger and pointed at the man and said, "What do you mean? The look in your eyes just now. Are you mocking me?"
The housekeeper raised his lips and said calmly, "Master Mukin, the time has come."
You don't want me to wait any longer, do you? Yes.
And Grandpa, I can beg him later.
He won't give up on me completely, even though I'm not his biological grandson.
He seemed to have grasped the last straw and followed the butler out. At this moment, guests have arrived one after another.
Many people from wealthy families knew the current situation and spoke out.
This Xiao Mukin really doesn't know how to behave himself. Now he has shot himself in the foot.
That's right.
I heard that the bride is just an ordinary person.
If Xiao Mukin marries her, then it's all over, right?
The heir of this generation of the Xiao family must be replaced.
The guests were talking about this.
Xiao Mukin and Lu Ruyan began to walk on the stage. But the atmosphere was a bit strange.
Lu Ruyan approached Xiao Mukin, and Xiao Mukin seemed a little resistant.
At this moment, a butler shouted from a distance,
"The Fu family is here." At the auditorium at this moment, everyone from the Fu family came over. The leader was Fu Wanjun.
And behind them were Fu Xiuyu and her sister, with Li Xiu standing next to Fu Xiuyu.
The moment everyone walked in, Lu Ruyan said in a lost voice, "Li Xiu? Why did he come with the Fu family? Could it be that we met on the way? So we came together, right?"
Li Xiu was appreciated by Mr. Fu because of his outstanding performance before, right, that's right. The discussion at the scene became lively. The son-in-law of the Fu family is really good looking, both in appearance and temperament. That's right, walking next to the female president of the Fu group, she is not inferior at all.
Son-in-law? Fu group?
At this moment, the employees of the Network Information Security Department were all stunned.
No, our section chief's wife is President Fu? How is this possible? My section chief is the prince consort? No, minister, why don't you say anything? Did you know this a long time ago?
No wonder Section Chief Li's promotion was like a rocket. Wow, I wanted to pursue Section Chief Li, but I didn't expect to be cut off.
Lu Ruyan on the stage was shocked and asked, "What? What does this mean?"
Xiao Mukin beside him sneered and said, "After all this time, you still don't know? This Li Xiu is Fu Xiuyu's husband, the son-in-law of your company, and a core member of the Fu group."
Do you think they are lying to you? You are so naive, Lu Ruyan.
They have been married for a long time. At this moment, the words Li Xiu had said before echoed in her mind. "Li Xiu, I'm married and have obtained the marriage certificate."
Li Xiu was drunk, and President Fu showed up not for work, but to pick up her husband and take him home? Why is Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyu together? This is impossible, didn't he lie to me? Lu Ruyan said in astonishment. This scene attracted the attention of many people.
Zhang Qingqing was also stunned, but she still reacted, "Ruyan, you are getting married, focus on the present first, Li Xiu is already a thing of the past."
Xiao Mukin sneered and said, "What's wrong? Lu Ruyan, do you regret being with me now?"
At this moment, Lu Ruyan was still overwhelmed by the heart-wrenching pain.
1 year, a whole year. He has done so much for me, is it nothing? Li Xiu, you big scumbag, how did you know Fu Xiuyu, how did you know the president? Woo woo woo. Lu Ruyan's heart was bleeding.
If Li Xiu lived a bad and miserable life, she would feel that her choice was right.
But Li Xiu is living so well now, he seems very happy after losing me?
This was what made her uncomfortable. As for Xiao Mukin didn't seem to be what he had imagined.
Why do you treat me like this? Li Xiu, why do you want to live happily? Can't you just be unhappy to the end?
At this moment, people from the company came forward one after another in the audience.
Boss Fu. Section Chief Li.
Section Chief Li didn't expect you to be Mr. Fu's husband.
Li Xiu pointed at Fu Xiuyuan on the other side. The latter winked at Li Xiu.
Li Xiu's mind buzzed.
What the hell? My wife is Mr. Fu? Billionaire president?
Fu Xiuyu said at the side, "Li Xiu, I actually wanted to tell you before, but I was always delayed."
You're not going to divorce me, are you? Fu Xiaoyuan beside him explained, "We just want to test you, so we lied to you."
Fu Xiaomu beside him shook his head.
"My brother-in-law cannot divorce me. I have always stood by my brother-in-law."
Li Xiu sighed, then stood with his hands behind his back.
"I'm not a person who likes to take advantage. You're a billionaire president. We're not a good match. Sai, I need to think about this carefully."
Holy shit.
That's great.
I need to think about how to spend my wife's money.
Should I buy a Ferrari or a Lamborghini?
Fu Xiaoyu's hand had already twisted over.
What are you thinking about, huh? Still want to buy a Ferrari? Can't you drive mine? Fu Xiaoyu sighed, he is here to cheat money. Sister, don't be fooled. This scene. In the eyes of others, it becomes flirting. Fu Wanjun smiled and said, "Well, we are here to attend the Xiao family's wedding today, so the two of you should stop stealing the show."
"Oh, I haven't signed in today." Li Xiu immediately said, "System.
Sign in." Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Sign in location, Xiao's wedding hall.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physical condition, can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk.
Li Xiu asked in confusion, not drunk even after drinking 1,000 cups? Not bad.
I can help my wife block the drinking when we go to discuss business in the future.
The ceremony on the stage is now over. Fu Xiaoyu and his family found a table and sat down to eat. Colleagues from other units immediately came over and sat down.
They all complimented Li Xiu and tried to get close to him. After all, Li Xiu is their section chief and also the prince consort. Li Xiu will definitely become a senior executive in the future.
By then they will have a relationship.
Thinking of this, these beautiful girls started chirping. Fu Xiaoxue glanced at this place and snorted coldly, "Big sister, look at your husband, he is so popular with women."
Can you really rest assured? Why not let me snap him?
Chapter 45, Drinking at the Table, you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk.
Fu Xiaoyu raised his hand and pinched his sister's ear. "You can do it, he is your brother-in-law, you should be a little more polite." Fu Xiaoxue glared at Li Xiu. She felt that this family had changed. She was no longer the most favored one. Everyone seemed to like the man Li Xiu.
Even Fu Xiaoyuan, who stood with her, had changed.
Fu Xiaoxue, humph. Okay, I will find evidence.
It is impossible for an ordinary person like Li Xiu to approach his sister without any purpose.
Thinking of this, Fu Xiaoxue firmly believed that Li Xiu was a big liar.
You can deceive my sister for a while, but you can't deceive her forever.
On the other side, Xiao Mukan and Lu Ruyan had already started toasting the guests.
After several rounds of toasts, they arrived at the Fu family. Xiao Mukan glanced at Li Xiu and said, "Li Xiu, come and have a drink."
What's the point of drinking wine? Do you dare to drink white wine? Chen Shui saw that the atmosphere was not right and said immediately, "Today is Ruyan's big day, the groom should not drink too much. So that we can't have our wedding night." Xiao Mukan seemed determined. "Li Xiu, you can't be unable to drink, right? You are the son-in-law of the Fu family after all, how can you not drink?" Lu Ruyan glanced at Li Xiu. "Li Xiu, I congratulate you too." Li Xiu glanced at the two men, then at the Maotai in front of him. "As expected of the Xiao family, such a good wine, of course I will accompany you."
Xiao Mukan, but I have to tell you that if you drink with me, you may not be able to have your wedding night.
Of course, you may not care at all, after all, you have fun all the time. What did you say?
Xiao Mukan was already furious, and after hearing this, he became even more furious. "Li Xiu,
you are just a smug villain.
I, Xiao Mukan, have been drinking since I was a child.
How dare you compete with me in drinking?"
Li Xiu raised his lips, "Stupid, it's a good time to try my new physique."
Okay. Everyone, watch, the groom and I are competing in drinking. Since the groom is interested, let's compete.
This scene attracted a lot of attention. It's obvious that this son-in-law of the Fu family has a grudge against Xiao Mukan.
Isn't it? If it weren't for Li Xiu's appearance, Fu Xiaoyu would have to marry Xiao Mukan. This is the golden phoenix, it turned into, hee hee. Some of the guests' sarcasm fell on Lu Ruyan's ears, and she looked unhappy, humph. But even so, I am still the wife of a wealthy family. You are just envious.
Xiao Mukan waved his hand, and a butler immediately came forward.
Pass me the mutai.
Fu Xiaoyu had already seen Li Xiu's drinking level. Your alcohol tolerance is average, so drink less.
You will get drunk. This is strong liquor.
Li Xiu shook his head. Don't worry, I know my limits.
Xiao Mukan glanced at Fu Xiaoyu and asked, what's wrong? Fu Xiaoyu is so protective of your man? It's just a little bit of wine. He can't even drink it. What's the matter? Is the son-in-law of the Fu family just a useless gigolo? What's the use of a man who can't drink?
Li Xiu smiled faintly. Xiao Mukan, if you say so, then our wine has to be a little more exciting.
Xiao Mukan was obviously already excited. What's the prize? Swapping women? Ha ha.
As soon as these words were spoken, all the rich kids at the scene shook their heads.
What's going on with Xiao Mukan? Say something like that. Isn't this just rubbing Mr. Xiao and the Fu family's faces on the ground? And the dignity of the bride, what a rubbish man. Lu Ruyan immediately said, Brother Mukan, what are you talking about? Bitch. Don't bother me. Li Xiu, do you dare to compete with me?
Xiao Mukan blushed. When Xiao Chang'e saw this, he snorted coldly, this idiot.
At this moment, Fu Wanjuan's face was slightly cold and she asked, is this all the tutoring in your Xiao family is? Li Xiu, don't talk nonsense. No one would dare to take a woman like you even if you were given away. How about this, if you lose, let me punch you.
Lu Ruyan's face suddenly turned ugly. Li Xiu.
Xiao Mukan's eyes changed slightly, and he raised his hand and said, okay, but if I win, I want you to kneel down and apologize to me.
Li Xiu sneered, okay.
As they talked, the two began to drink. One cup after another. Xiao Mukan was stunned. How come Li Su suddenly became so powerful? When did he become so powerful when drinking?
The Fu sisters beside him all stared at Li Xiu.
My brother-in-law is so awesome, isn't he a little bitch? He really tried his best to beat Xiao Mukan.
Actually, I came here to get back at my sister and teach Xiao Mukan a lesson.
At this moment, Xiao Mukan was already shaking. Impossible. This is Mao Tai. You drank 15 glasses. This is strong liquor.
Other guests at the scene were also shocked. Yes, Xiao Mukan is well known in the circle for his ability to drink. He drank 15 cups and still didn't get drunk by the son-in-law of the Fu family.
Is this what he calls drinking?
This is called binge drinking. At this moment, Li Xiu suddenly trembled.
I feel dizzy, but I can drink a lot without getting drunk? What's wrong? Don't let me fall over. Fu Xiaoyu immediately stepped forward to support Li Xiu. How is it? Why don't we stop competing? It's harmful to the body. Fu Wanjun also said, son-in-law, what are you doing? It's not shameful to drink so much.
Xiao Mukan said proudly.
Li Xiu, if you can't do it, then stop pretending, okay? If you're new, then practice more.
You're smoking too much, boiling smoke, bro.
Who knew that at this moment, there was a loud bang in Li Xiu's mind. The dizziness from being drunk disappears instantly. The next moment, Li Xiu raised his eyes and smiled, Mr. Xiao, who said I can't do it anymore? I just slowed down a little. Let's do it again. Xiao Mukan's face changed. Wasn't this kid in trouble just now? Why did it suddenly recover? Are you kidding?
At this moment, Li Xiu picked up a half bottle of wine and said, 1 cup after another is too slow.
Wouldn't it delay your wedding night? Let's blow the bottle. What? Xiao Mukan's face looked extremely ugly. Li Xiu. Are you kidding me? You are bragging about the bottle. This is Mao Tai. It's not plain water.
The eyes of others also fell on Li Xiu's face.
Fu Xiaoyu snatched the bottle from Li Xiu's hand and said, are you crazy? It's okay to drink 1 cup after another, but now you drink so much. Who do you think you are? Stop drinking, I won't let you drink. When others saw this, they all said, see? This is what a married couple is like.
She keeps advising her husband. Look at Xiao Xiao's wife, she is indifferent.
Yeah, I really envy Li Xiu. I really want to fight him one-on-one. Draw your swords, everyone.
I'm going crazy with envy. At this moment, Li Xiu took back the Mutai bottle again.
Said with a smile, don't worry, honey. You don't have to worry about your husband getting drunk anymore. Chapter 46. What? I'm not really rich?
After saying that, Li Xiu directly raised the bottle of white wine and started to drink it down.
This is a 52 proof liquor.
Even though Xiao Mukin is a big shot, he has never seen anyone drink like this.
This drinking speed is incredible. Xiao Mukin's body trembled.
He was so scared that his legs went limp.
Did you drink it all? You drank it all? Li Xiu nodded.
Yeah, wine, it's just water. Seeing Li Xiu's unhappy look, Xiao Mukin stepped forward and snatched the bottle, pouring out 2 more drops from it. Then put it on the back of your hand and smell it.
It's really wine. It's really wine. What else? If this isn't wine, then what is it?
Li Xiu said.
Why don't you think I'm trying to trick you with plain water? Xiao Mukin's face turned pale instantly. Impossible, how can you drink so much? Didn't you say that you will get drunk after drinking a little? Lu Ruyan once asked Li Xiu to drink a bottle of Rio.
As a result, Li Xiu, who was still a college student at the time, just lay outside and slept all night.
It was also at that time that he found out that Lu Ruyan had a damn bootlicker. He is just a damn bootlicker, how could he have the status he has today? Li Xiu said calmly, Master Xiao, it's your turn now? What do you say, do you want to follow or not? Follow me. I'm afraid of you.
Xiao Mukin was stared at by the guests at the scene.
I can only go ahead with it.
He picked up half a bottle of mutai and poured it into his mouth. Of course, most of the wine flowed out from the corners of his mouth. He was using this method to reduce his intake. But this still didn't help, he was already at the end of his strength.
Finally, he just sprayed it out.
His body began to stagger and he couldn't hold the bottle in his hand steadily.
Xiao Mukin knew that he couldn't drink it anymore.
Other guests at the scene said one after another, Xiao Mukin, don't hold on any longer. If you get married today, Li Xiu will definitely give you face.
Is this really possible? Will he really hit you?
At this time, Li Xiu stepped forward, raised his big hand, and slapped Xiao Mukin hard.
Bang! There was a loud bang. Xiao Mukin almost flew into the air.
The next moment he fell heavily to the ground. Li Xiu shook his hands. Yes, the groom's face is strong, it feels so good to hit him.
This kind of behavior in practice will never occur among wealthy families. But didn't Xiao Mukin say that he was just an ordinary person, a child from a single-parent family? Then what's wrong with me being impolite?
You said it yourself, friend. The other guests at the scene were all stunned by Li Xiu and it took them a long time to react.
This Li Xiu, did he really take action? Okay, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Xiao Mukin actually deserves a beating. Who said it wasn't? How about we each kick him while he's drunk? At this time, Lu Ruyan finally reacted, Li Xiu. What are you doing?
I know you feel uncomfortable because I married him, but why don't you just keep it to yourself?
You have to hit my husband, right? Don't you know that love is letting go? Bang! The next moment, there was a slap mark on Lu Ruyan's face.
Fu Xiuyu withdrew his hand, looked at it in surprise, and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, everyone.
I just couldn't help it. This woman is too cheap.
I can't help but hear such words from my husband at the wedding. All the guests looked at Xiao Chang'e quietly. Xiao Chang'e said calmly, you guys wanted to compete with others in drinking.
If you lose, you should accept the defeat. Just think of this as a wedding night prank in advance.
After hearing what Xiao Chang'e said, the other guests at the scene all realized that something was wrong.
Xiao Chang'e's reaction was too unusual.
At this moment, someone from the Xiao family came forward and helped Xiao Mukin away.
Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyu sat down again.
For a moment, the only sound was the sound of eating.
Fu Xiuyu said, it seems that the Xiao family is ready to give up Xiao Mukin.
Li Xiu was puzzled when he heard this, give up Xiao Mukin?
What does this mean?
Fu Xiuyu knew that Li Xiu was not from a wealthy family and would definitely not understand. To put it simply, Xiao Mukin is actually the adopted son of the Xiao family. Old Master Xiao has high hopes for Xiao Mukin. He probably hopes that Xiao Mukin can support the Xiao family, but Xiao Mukin obviously disappointed everyone. Old Master Xiao has withdrawn the resources he had allocated to Xiao Mukin.
Hearing this, Li Xiu nodded. This is not difficult to understand. What the wealthy families want is your strength.
Even if you are not a biological child, you cannot be weak. If you are weak and bring shame to your family will naturally abandon you immediately. At this time, Fu Xiuxue said, "So, if you are weak, our sister will also abandon you. You can't cry out to the heavens or the earth for help." Li Xiu was too lazy to pay attention to this sister-in-law, and directly picked up a large duck leg from the table and stuffed it into her mouth. Eating can't stop your mouth? Fu Xiuxue, woo woo woo. Soon, this simple wedding was over. Everyone in the Fu family returned home. As for Xiao Mukin and Lu Ruyan, they also returned to the Xiao family. Lu Ruyan felt that as the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family, she should say hello to her grandfather. After meeting Xiao Chang'e outside the Xiao family, he said, "Grandpa, Xiao Chang'e, you don't have to call me Grandpa." Xiao Mukin will no longer stay in the Xiao family. Lu Ruyan was confused by this. He asked in confusion, "Grandpa, what do you mean?" Xiao Chang'e narrowed his eyes, "You might as well be more direct in front of me. I, Xiao Chang'e, can see that you want to marry into a wealthy family." "Grandpa, Lu Ruyan said. Xiao Chang'e raised his hand. "Don't rush to refute me. It's useless to refute me. I just want to tell you that I know exactly what you and Xiao Mukin are thinking. But you bet on the wrong thing. Xiao Mukin is just an adopted son of our Xiao family. Now Xiao Mukin has been eliminated in the competition for heirs. He will soon leave the Xiao family and become an ordinary member of our Xiao family. He will no longer be able to get any resources. In short, you have failed to marry into a wealthy family. Do you understand?" Boom! Lu Ruyan just felt like something exploded in her brain. In an instant, he lost consciousness and his body was shaking. Xiao Mukin is just an adopted son? Why didn't he tell me before? Failed to marry into a wealthy family? How could I fail? I gave up on Li Xiu to get to this point. Why? Why do you treat me like this? She couldn't hold on any longer and turned and ran towards the new house. At this moment, Xiao Mukin had already woken up. He held his head and looked very painful. Grandpa must hate me now. I have disappointed him again. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Lu Ruyan stood by the door with an unpleasant expression. "Xiao Mukin, so you have been lying to me all along?" Chapter 47. Sister, I am also very bad. Why did you lie to me? You are just the adopted son of the Xiao family. Why didn't you say it earlier? Lu Ruyan seemed to have lost all her strength. The most important thing is that Li Xiu has been lost by her, and after all her efforts, she only got a fake in the end? The drunk Xiao Mukin stood up, pointed at Lu Ruyan and laughed. "Ha ha ha, you regret it? You regret being with me? But it's too late for you to regret it now, Lu Ruyan. I told you a long time ago that Li Xiu has done many things that many men can't do, which proves that he really loves you. You are such an idiot. You just do whatever I tell you to do. You know what I mean? I just like the feeling of having a boyfriend and a husband. I asked you to get the marriage certificate so that I can have a better experience. And now you are, ha, it's hilarious. How can you expect me to marry you, even at your level? It's because of you that I've been kicked out of the Xiao family by my grandfather. I'm just like you, a waste. Are you satisfied now?" Lu Ruyan walked up to Xiao Mukin and grabbed Xiao Mukin's collar. "It's okay, you are from the Xiao family after all, you must have assets, even if you can't be the heir, we can do something else, we can start our own company." "Get out of here." Xiao Mukin pushed Lu Ruyan away. "You money loser. I really regret hanging out with you. Grandpa has suspended my bank card and taken back all my assets. I'm a poor guy now, are you satisfied?" "What?" Lu Ruyan's face turned pale instantly. Xiao Mukin became a poor guy? Li Xiu became the son-in-law of a wealthy family? Are you kidding? Why? Why is that? Lu Ruyan fell to the ground, took out her cell phone, looked at the photos in it, and tears fell down. Xiao Mukin looked at Lu Ruyan with disdain and said, "You should take good care of the child from now on. As for marrying a rich man, forget it. If I can get a job in the Xiao family through my grandfather and behave well in the future, I won't lose everything." At this moment, Lu Ruyan had no intention of paying any attention to Xiao Mukin. The other end. After the Lu family returned home, Lu Yingshan was so drunk, ha. I told you, my daughter and he got the marriage certificate yesterday, and now the Xiao family can't deny it even if they want to. Lu Rusong also laughed out loud. That's great. I'll have a sister from a wealthy family in the future. Why should I start a company? Mom, ask my sister to get the betrothal gift back tomorrow. Our Lu family's daughter can't marry for nothing.
Yes, the betrothal gift must be returned. Wang Hong also said. The family fell asleep with sweet dreams.
On the other side, Binhai City, Fu family.
After the banquet, everyone in the Fu family was chatting. My brother-in-law's ex-girlfriend is quite pitiful, Fu Xiaomu said.
She probably doesn't know that Xiao Mukin is not treated well in the Xiao family now.
Fu Wanjun nodded, she asked for it.
Xiaoxiao is such a good kid, he is down to earth and hardworking, which is the most important thing.
If he hadn't married your sister, I would have arranged for him to date one of you.
We in the Fu family are not short of money, but we are short of reliable men.
Fu Xiaoxue said calmly, who knows? He doesn't look like an honest person.
Fu Wanjun glanced at the third brother and said, well, you guys better hurry up.
Don't let it happen that you are too old to find a partner. Fu Xiaoxue shook her head, I said I don't want to get married. Marriage is free. Why should I deal with men?
Li Xiu kept silent at this time.
Because if you get burned, it will be very troublesome.
Fu Wanjun shook her head and sighed, alas, you have never been in love, how do you know that the man is not good?
Your elder sister just found someone to get married, isn't she also very happy? Hey, stop bothering me, Fu Xiaoxue said.
Fu Xiaoyu, who was standing by, saw his sister and mother talking about these things, and he didn't bother to pay attention to them.
He just stood up and pulled Li Xiu back to the room. The two entered the room, and Fu Xiaoyu said calmly, how is it?
Your ex-girlfriend is getting married, and the groom is not you.
Are you upset? Li Xiu smiled and pulled Fu Xiaoyu into his arms. How could I be unhappy? I told you that locking them up is what I wanted to see. What do you think of a scumbag man and a scumbag woman?
Fu Xiaoyu raised his hand to hold Li Xiu's tie, raised his leg to hook Li Xiu's body, and the two of them lay on the bed. Actually, I'm not a good person either. I have a strong desire for control. My desire for control and bad desires are both very strong.
Brother, it's not too late for you to escape now.
Li Xiu was stunned.
What the hell, sister? The way you talk is so seductive. Sister, I like people like you who are dishonest. The next morning,
Fu Xiaoyu stood up and left refreshed, while Li Xiu had dark circles under his eyes. As soon as I walked out of the room, I ran into three sisters-in-law who were washing up. Fu Xiaoyuan was wearing a pink suspender skirt pajamas and rolled her eyes at Li Xiu. You drank so much and you are still so hardworking.
Men, don't be a little bitch. Fu Xiaoxue frowned and glanced at Li Xiu, humph. Bad guy. Fu Xiaomu was chuckling, and no one knew what he was laughing at. Why are you three acting so weird? Li Xiu asked puzzledly. Fu Xiaoyuan glared at Li Xiu.
Li Xiu had to wait until his three sisters-in-law left the bathroom before he could go in to wash up. In the end, he was late for work for another hour.
So it was already past 10 o'clock when I arrived at the office.
As soon as Li Xiu came in, he noticed that there was no one at Lu Ruyan's workstation. I think we had our wedding night last night, so there should be no one there. At the other end, a group of female employees were chattering. When several male team leaders saw Li Xiu coming, they immediately surrounded him and said,
Brotherly. This is the tea sent from my hometown. It's a good thing. Most people can't buy it. I'm giving it to you. Brotherly.
This watch was given to me by someone else.
I don't like it, so I'm giving it to you. Don't feel pressured. Brotherly, are you going to adopt a son? Brotherly, this is the address of the latest interesting club. Feel free to contact me if you want to go there. I will arrange everything for you.
Li Xiu struggled for a long time before he broke through the siege.
What are these people doing? Am I that kind of person? What was the name of the guy in the club just now? Who was he that I added on WeChat? Come to your workstation.
Shen Shuyi came to the office and said, Li Xiu, a vice president of our group is coming here just now, and he might be here for you.
Li Xiu was stunned. What? Why are you looking for me? Doesn't he know my background? Chen Shuyi shook her head. The group is so big, and only people from our department attended yesterday's wedding. It's normal that some people are not aware of it.
At this moment, a middle-aged man with a group of men behind him came towards the cybersecurity department. Boss Wang, this guy named Li Xiu is 25 years old. He has been promoted to section chief within a week of joining the company.
He must have a great background. Boss Wang, why don't we find out more first, or talk to Boss Fu? I've already found out. We had an accident at the exhibition that day. The surveillance showed that this technician had entered and exited. I suspect that this guy did it. Let's control him first and then write a report to President Fu.
Even if he is a talent, he is most likely a spy sent by other companies. The surveillance camera also saw Xiao Mukin, the young master of the Xiao family.
It is obvious that this guy is the traitor of the Xiao family.
If we catch this traitor, President Fu will not blame us.
After entering the office, Mr. Wang shouted with his hands in his hands, "Which one is Li Xiao? Who is Li Xiao? Come out. Get out now." Li Xiao, who was sitting in the office drinking tea and chatting, frowned and said, "Wow. There really is a warrior. Let's go and take a look." Chapter 48. He is a spy. And a spy of the Xiao family.
At this moment, other people in the office were talking about it.
Isn't this Mr. Wang? Why are you in our department? Don't you know this?
The project that Mr. Wang was in charge of before was the car exhibition, but it was disrupted by Lu Ruyan.
It looks like he's here to call for punishment.
At this time, Chen Shuyi followed Li Xiao out.
Chen Shuyi asked, "Mr. Wang? Why are you here? Why didn't you communicate with me in advance if you had anything to say?"
The man called Mr. Wang sneered.
"Chen Shuyi, your department is great.
One is the protagonist of the day, and the other appears in the operation room behind my exhibition stand that day. Now that heroine has become the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, I want to see who this one is."
Chen Shuyi heard this and thought about what to say. President Wang immediately raised his hand. "Chen Shuyi, TSK, shut up, don't talk, let me speak. You, Chen Shuyi, might be one of them. Your department is simply rotten.
There are more spies here than our own people.
How can you protect the company's network?"
Li Xiao wanted to laugh when he heard that.
He covered his mouth and asked, "This? So do you think I'm a spy, or a spy for the Xiao family?" Mr. Wang sneered. "Isn't it?
You little spy. You're sabotaging other people's company activities and engaging in unfair competition.
You can expect to be sued." Li Xiao nodded. "Are you so sure that I am a spy? Where's the evidence?" Mr. Wang looked grim and asked, "Evidence? What kind of evidence do I need to catch a spy like you?"
"I have the video of you sneaking into our control room that day."
"And you are also very familiar with that woman, right, Chief Li?" The employees at the scene all tried to hold back their laughter. Mr. Wang looked at these people in confusion. "What are you doing? I am speaking here as a leader. What do you all mean by this?" Okay. I'm calling the police right now. Commercial crime. It's also a crime."
Li Xiao put his hands in front of him and smiled faintly. "Oh?
Really? Fine, call the police. I'm not going anywhere."
At this moment, there was a slight ding sound from the elevator.
Da-da-day.
The sound of high heels swaying. With more than 10 years of experience in serving Mr. Fu, Mr. Wang immediately knew that this was Mr. Fu.
She turned around sleekly and said, "Boss Fu. Why are you here?" Looking at the frost on Mr. Fu's face, he immediately said, "Mr. Fu, you must be very angry too. I am so angry that I am dying."
Li Xiao has only been in the company for a short time, and he has already teamed up with that woman to sabotage our activities and steal our trade secrets.
And this Chen Shuyi.
This woman is also very suspicious.
Chen Shuyi raised her hand and pointed at herself, looking shocked. "Me? I'm a spy too?"
Fu Xiaoyu raised his hand and glanced at Li Xiao calmly. "Boss Wang, you said Li Xiao is a spy, how do you think it would be best to deal with him?"
"Oh, then of course we'll hand him over to the police. At the very least, we'll fire him," Mr. Wang said cautiously. Fu Xiaoyu smiled. "Then what evidence do you have about Li Xiao? Can you prove that he has a problem?"
Mr. Wang said with a smile, "We have surveillance.
And his relationship with Lu Ruyan is no secret. All this is enough to prove it." Hearing these words, Fu Xiaoyu turned around and said, "Okay, I know your evidence. So you're going to call the police to arrest my husband with these things?" Mr. Wang was still talking to himself.
"Boss Fu, the existence of Li Xiao is a complete threat to the safety of our Fu group.
I think we must drive him out immediately and hand him over to the police for investigation." "Huh? What's that? Husband? What the hell?"
Mr. Wang's eyes gradually became clear.
My heart began to sink to the bottom. A bad premonition spread throughout his body.
He had been in the company for a week and was promoted from team leader to section chief.
This is simply impossible, unless it is Mr. Fu. Unless Mr. Fu is showing favoritism in support. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Ms. Fu's husband? Mr. Wang was horrified. The rest of the office employees were trying to hold back their laughter.
Boss Wang finally knows now that this man is the son-in-law of our family, and he is said to be a spy.
You must be joking. That's right. As a vice president, you're too late to realize it. Yeah, it's really ridiculous. This vice president has become a clown. Mr. Wang was trembling as he spoke. I really don't know. This is such a misunderstanding.
Mr. Fu, I apologize to your husband.
Chiefly, I'm sorry, this is all a misunderstanding. I'm sorry.
Mr. Wang immediately prepared to leave with his men.
Fu Xiaoyu said calmly, Boss Wang, you don't know anything. Doesn't that prove that you are not very perceptive?
I think I should arrange for you to go out more often and broaden your horizons. Mr. Wang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat.
Boss Fu, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong.
Assistant Lin, please give the latest overseas assignment to Mr. Wang. He can go out and gain more experience so that he won't be ignorant of anything.
Mr. Fu said. Other employees at the scene were talking about it. Our President Fu, please avenge section chiefly. Yeah. Sending a vice president out is a big punishment. That's right.
At Mr. Wang's age, he still has to go out and explore the world.
This punishment is indeed not small for a vice president.
Love the plot where the older sister defends the younger brother. At this moment, Li Xiu glanced at his wife.
The latter nodded, come with me. Li Xiu followed Fu Xiaoyu to the tea room. You didn't even come to me when you were bullied. Luckily, I was passing by.
Fu Xiaoyu complained a little. Li Xiu took Fu Xiaoyu's hand and said, oh, this is just a small matter.
I can handle it. Well, okay.
By the way, come with me to Binda's Taekwondo competition venue this afternoon. I promised the third sister that I would go to watch her competition.
You can come with me. Li Xiu nodded, but I'm at work. Then I'll ask the CEO's office to approve a leave for you. What do you think?
Fu Xiaoyu said without question. Li Xiu immediately saluted, as you command. After sending his wife away, Li Xiu shook his head, why do I feel like I'm treating my wife like a boss? Anyway, I can take the afternoon off from work, which is comfortable. Chen Shuyi watched Mr. Fu leave before she walked into the tea room. Li Xiu.
What did Mr. Fu tell you? Nothing happened. I just went out with her in the afternoon.
Li Xiu said. Chen Shuyi showed an envious look, that's great, it can be seen that Mr. Fu and you have a good relationship. Section chiefly, please help me persuade my sister from now on.
It's worth it that my sister is so good to you. Li Xiu nodded. No problem. I'll give you a promotion and a raise to become vice president. By then, we'll have all the power in the government. Wow. Thank you.
Even though Chen Shuyi knew that Li Xiu was coaxing her, she still felt very happy.
Thank you, chiefly. If you need anything in the future, I will help you.
Suddenly, Fu Xiaoyu, who had already walked out, came back and cast a sharp look at the two of them. The two people in the tea room were shocked. Chen Shuyi raised her hand to cover her mouth. I didn't say anything just now. Chapter 49. On this day, all the boys from Bin University broke down collectively.
Time flies. Soon it was after lunch. Li Xiu followed his wife into the car and headed towards Binda. Today is the day of Binhai University's Taekwondo competition.
Therefore, there is a lot of traffic, with players from many universities coming in and out. From a distance, you can see the cheerleading team of Binhai University personally guiding and welcoming people at the school gate. Among them were people who knew Li Xiu and Fu Xiaoyu. Lu Ruyan's best friend Zhang Qingqing spotted Li Xiu from a distance.
Boss Fu and Li Xiu? They are here too, probably for Fu Xiu. Should we tell Ruyan?
Lu Ruyan is married now, so she decided to chat with him. She was free anyway, so she called Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, how is your married life?
Why are you crying?
On the other side, there was a red slap mark on Lu Ruyan's cheek. Lu Ruyan said, Xiao Mukan, he hit me. If I were still with Li Xiu, he would never hit me.
Zhang Qingqing asked in confusion. Ruyan, isn't Xiao Mukin usually very nice to you? Why would he hit you?
Lu Ruyan shook her head. I don't know, I just told him to get up, and he beat me without any explanation. I didn't know Xiao Mukin was such a person.
I regret it, Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing was puzzled when she heard this. What are you going to do now? You're already married, do you still want to snatch Li Xiu back? The couple is at my school right now.
They should be here to watch the school's taekwondo competition.
Lu Ruyan said in a deep voice, I'll come over now.
I remembered that I still have an unconditional card that I asked Li Xiu to write half a year ago. At that time, we agreed that no matter what the situation was, he would unconditionally agree to my request once, because he would obey me. At that time, I didn't think of using this, but now is the perfect time.
I'll come over now. Zhang Qingqing was stunned. No, Ruyan, you are married now, is this useful for you now? You don't understand. Zhang Qingqing, you don't understand the feelings between us.
Lu Ruyan was like a madman who had lost his mind.
You don't know how much he loves me. I am his light. How can he be happy without me?
He is with Mr. Fu just to piss me off.
Qingqing, you don't understand. This is love, you know?
As for Mr. Fu, he should just be trying to get rid of the marriage.
Yes. That's right.
As long as I use this no reason card, he will divorce me.
Qingqing, are you right?
Zhang Qingqing sighed in her heart at this moment. Lu Ruyan once had a sincere love in front of you, but when you lost it, you realized how late it was to regret.
Lu Ruyan, why did you look down on other people's family background at that time? How could it be so easy to get into a wealthy family? Now that we realize the pain, it's too late.
At this time, Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyu were already heading towards the venue. At this time in the venue, contestants from various universities were warming up.
Every warm-up movement of Fu Xiu can cause exclamations from otakus. Oh my god!
This is Goddess Fu Xiu, the younger sister of the president of Fu Group and one of the legendary two school beauties of Fu Group.
When can I talk to her? I really want to get to know her. Last night, my goddess ate chicken clavicles. I have collected all the chicken clavicles in the school yesterday. There must be a bone that my goddess has chewed among them. Dude 6.
At this time, these people saw a man with a particularly pretty face walking up to Fu Xiuxue, and then they saw this guy raise his hand high.
Then he pinched Fu Xiuxue's face. Grass. Are you kidding? This is the face of a goddess. There were red marks on them. Dead. This guy is going to die. Goddess Fu Xiuxue is said to be severely misogynistic. He is going to be beaten to death. The last person who tried to get close to the snow goddess through physical contact had 3 ribs broken by a kick, and he's still recovering. Oh, you mean the idiot who imitated an idol drama and went up to provoke the snow goddess? It's only been a short time. Another idiot has come. However, the next moment, these men collectively broke down. Fu Xiuxue actually blushed for a moment. Even though it was only for a moment, this was a treatment that no other handsome boy in the entire Binhai University had ever received. What the hell? Nima. Was she?
In the distance, the eyes of the players from various universities fell on Li Xiu's face. Karate seniors from Jiangnan University, Moscow University, Tsinghua University, and Peking University all had veins bulging on their foreheads. These goblin boys from Binda University naturally noticed the gazes of these karate seniors.
He's dead. I'm telling you, this guy is already a corpse.
A casual action made him the target of public criticism.
Ha, the last person who was so brave is now buried in a grave. But there is something even more amazing.
Just at this time, a beautiful girl dressed in youthful clothes, who looked like she came out of the anime Gung Meifeng, walked towards the court.
These men exclaimed in surprise. It's Fu Xiumu.
The number 1 pure goddess, the super goddess.
I am in the same venue with the goddess.
I need to take a deep breath because this air may have just entered the goddess' lungs.
Wow, I like her so much. At this moment, karate seniors from various universities were all looking at Fu Xiumu.
When she passed by, the speed and posture of the seniors' warm-up changed, and they all showed their best and most beautiful postures. But the goddess did not stop and just passed by them. This made the seniors feel lost.
But what is surprising is that Goddess Fu Xiumu actually stopped in front of that pretty boy and shyly handed over the water in her hand.
Li Xiu was also not vague. He took it and drank it in one gulp, then raised his hand. The murderous gazes of all the boys fell on Fu Xiaomu's head.
And rubbed it. What the hell? Nima. Waji.
On this day, all the male students of Binhai University broke down collectively.
How could this pretty boy have the ability to get along with both the goddesses of the Fu family?
However, these students also speculated that after the competition, this kid might not be able to leave the school gate.
Chapter 50. Everyone here is garbage.
In fact, Li Xiu was just chatting casually.
First, she pinched Fu Xiuxue, asking her to perform well and get a good ranking.
Then Fu Xiumu came forward to bring him some water.
I drank it myself. Your sister went to chat with the principal. I came to see you because I was bored.
Li Xiu also noticed that the eyes around him were like a thorn in his back. These two girls are quite popular.
Fu Xiuxue rolled her eyes at Li Xiu and said, "You don't need to tell me about my strength." Fu Xiumu also nodded. Sister is very capable.
Even if she can't get first place, she can still be among the top few.
Li Xiu nodded. By the way, I Haven T signed in today. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, Taekwondo competition venue. Sign in to get a reward, Taekwondo Grandmaster ID card X1. Use.
In an instant, countless knowledge about Taekwondo flooded into my mind, and I instantly mastered all the skills of Taekwondo.
Considering Li Xiu's physique, he dared to say that even if all these college students came, it would not be his match.
On the other side, Binhai University President Zhang Qingxia was chatting gently with Fu Xiuyu.
That's your husband.
I can see that he has a very good relationship with your family,
Zhang Qingxia said.
Fu Xiuyu smiled and nodded. After all, he has only graduated from college for a year, and my sisters haven't graduated yet, so there is naturally no generation gap.
Zhang Qingxia smiled and nodded. Every scientific research cooperation between Fu's group and our Binhai University has achieved technological breakthroughs. I look forward to a win-win situation between Fu's group and our university in the future. Fu Xiuyu nodded. The battery for our tram project was developed in cooperation with your school. I also look forward to future cooperation with Binhai University.
At this moment, Li Xiu came closer and said, "Xiuyu, the game is about to begin."
Zhang Qingxia smiled and said, "You can go and accompany your husband." Fu Xiuyu nodded and went to the VIP viewing area with Li Xiu. At the same time, the population of the venue.
Lu Ruyan, wearing a mask, found Zhang Qingqing who was on the cheerleading team.
"Qingqing, I'm here." Zhang Qingqing glanced at Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan, your face?" Lu Ruyan said in a deep voice, "My face is still swollen, so I wear a mask." "Where's Li Xiu?" Zhang Qingqing pointed to the VIP viewing seats. "It's over there, Ruyan, why don't you just forget it? After all, Li Xiu is married, and you are married too." Lu Ruyan shook her head. "No, Li Xiu must be in a fake marriage. His family is too different from Fu Xiuyu's. He is from a single-parent family. How can two people from different worlds really be together for a lifetime? Li Xiu once loved me so much and treated me so well. Qingqing, I feel like I will never find such a good man again. When Li Xiu gets divorced, I will run to him. Do you think he will be very touched?"
Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes in her heart.
Even if Li Xiu gets divorced, would he prefer you, a divorced woman who hurt him, or me, a clean female college student?
You don't cherish such a good man like Lu Ruyan when you are with her, and you still don't cherish her after she married into a wealthy family.
People like you deserve to live a hard life.
However, you are so anxious to destroy the relationship between Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyu, you are really anxious and worried. Zhang Qingqing thought of this and immediately agreed. "Ruyan, I do feel unfair for your feelings.
How about this, they are watching the game now, you come with me, and after it's over, you'll have a chance to meet Li Xiu, and you can use your unconditional card, how about that?" Lu Ruyan nodded desperately. The other end. The competition started.
Li Xiu thought that these Taekwondo matches were meaningless.
They did not have much practical significance. The traditional martial arts of Long Country, such as Bajiquan, were much stronger than them. It's just that this thing has a stronger sports effect, so it has become a world sport. A hit to the torso gets 2 points, a spinning kick to the torso gets 3 points, and a kick to the head gets 3 points, Li Xiu explained. Fu Xiuyu didn't know much about Taekwondo. Do you know anything about Taekwondo? Li Xiu nodded. Yes, I know a little bit. A little further away, a Taekwondo coach from the provincial team was watching the competition. If you find a good seedling, you can naturally take it away and cultivate it. At this moment, Fu Xiaoxue kicked his opponent down. Win a victory. There are also many talented boys among the boys in other universities.
As he continued to advance, Fu Xiaoxue narrowly won several times.
Some boys seemed to deliberately show off in front of Fu Xiaoxue.
In order to attract Fu Xiaoxue's attention, they had no moral ethics at all and were particularly cruel to girls. On the viewing platform, Fu Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Her knee was kicked, my sister's leg is injured." Li Xiu frowned slightly. Sure enough, Fu Xiaoxue's leg seemed to be injured. After another round of competition, Fu Xiaoxue took third place. These boys really have no manners. Li Xiu said. You're going to do anything to get the goddess' attention? Fu Xiaoyu frowned, it's really infuriating, bullying my sister. At this moment, the season competition is over, and the first and second place are both boys. It is already very impressive for Fu Xiaoxue to be in the top 3 as a girl. The boy who won first place is from Jiangnan University and is a very good player in their school. This boy also caught the eye of the provincial team coach. Yes, this kid's name is Zhang Chen. He has good skills. If he joins our provincial team for professional training, he should be able to grow better in the future. At this time, Fu Xiaoxue on the stage had difficulty walking because of leg pain. Zhang Chen stepped forward hypocritically and said, Fu Xiaoxue, I'll carry you down to see the school doctor. Fu Xiaoxue shook his head, no need. Xiaoxue, it's okay. We are all in the same circle. I am also your senior. Why are you being so shy with me? Fu Xiaoxuan was about to say something to refuse. A voice came, stay away from my Fu Xiaoxue. All the contestants looked towards Li Xiu. Li Xiu raised his hand and extended it to Fu Xiaoxue, come here. Fu Xiaoxue frowned slightly, but still extended her hand. After all, even if her brother-in-law was her brother, it was better to have him support her than to ask an outsider for help. Zhang Chen's face suddenly turned ugly. Isn't this a slap in my face in public? The other male students in the audience immediately started to laugh at him. What's the point of winning the game? You still lose the beauty. That's right. You hit us so hard. Do you think our goddess will remember you? How dare Jian Di covet our goddess? That's right, but who is this guy? I hate every man who gets close to the goddess. At this moment, Li Xiu glanced at Jiang Chen calmly and said, okay, I'm going to carry Fu Xiaoxue down now, you rubbish, stop comparing yourself to me. What? What did you say? Jiang Chen's face turned black. The joy of getting first place just now was gone, boy. Are you looking for death? Li Xiu turned his head and glanced at the other contestants from Jiangda University. I'm sorry, you guys only know how to bully girls. In my opinion, you are trash. Oh, you are wrong. In my opinion, all the boys here are trash. These words instantly caused all the male contestants from the colleges present to stand up. They all looked at Li Xiu as if they wanted to eat him. Chapter 51, There is no limit to weirdness. It's fine that you just picked up girls, but you also scolded all of us? Do you think we can't beat people with taekwondo? If you are not my buddy, why are you cursing at me while I am eating and taking things? You really think you are invincible? At this moment, the taekwondo players, feeling hot on their faces, surrounded Li Xiu. Fu Xiaoxue asked coldly, what are you doing? Brother-in-law, put me down and I will fight them. Why are you hitting me, little girl? You're still fighting even though you're injured. Li Xiu put Fu Xiaoxue down and said, stand behind your brother-in-law. Today I'm going to beat 10 people with one. In the spectator seats, Fu Xiaoyu's mouth curled up slightly, and then he asked with a little doubt, Li Xiu, who graduated from computer science, actually knows taekwondo? At this moment, Li Xiu stood in place and hooked his finger at these taekwondo masters, come here. These people were immediately furious. I'm so fucking pissed. This guy doesn't even take us seriously. That's right, don't give him face. Several taekwondo players rushed up shouting. The male students watching in the audience shook their heads. This guy is such a warrior, he can take on so many high school players all by himself. In fact, even if you lose, you are still a character. Jiang Chen, who had just won the championship, naturally disdained to bully the weak with the strong, and took a step back. You can just teach him a lesson, this kid is simply overestimating himself. Li Xiu immediately objected, no, how can I fight 10 without one? Let's go together.
Jiang Chen's forehead was bulging with veins, and he said calmly, "What are you waiting for?"
Following this shout, the Taekwondo contestants from various colleges and universities rushed towards Li Xiu one after another. Li Xiu was not in a hurry and rushed in alone to meet these people. With a punch to the left and a kick to the right, he knocked the Taekwondo players in front of him to the ground. They lay on the ground groaning. Fu Xiuxue opened her pink little mouth in surprise. "No, how come he is so powerful?
And he uses Taekwondo?" Fu Xiumu clapped his hands in the audience. "Great! Bro is great!"
She kept clapping her hands and spinning in circles, obviously happy.
This made the male students who dislike Li Xiu shout, "What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen, come on too!" A drop of cold sweat oozed from Jiang Chen's forehead.
Li Xiu's smooth moves don't seem like those of an amateur at all.
Is he a professional player?
Jiang Chen put away his contempt and said coldly, "Don't be so arrogant."
Ah ha ha.
Jiang Chen used his best spinning kick right from the start. As a result, Li Xiu just stepped forward and kicked out with his leg raised high.
Bang! There was a loud bang. Jiang Chen flew out instantly, fell to the ground and groaned. "Ouch, keep saying it. Fuck. My leg is broken. Referee, my leg is broken." Fu Xiuxue glanced at her brother-in-law. Isn't her brother-in-law a pretty boy? How could he be so powerful?
Her brother-in-law was in front of her.
Feels pretty safe.
Li Xiu turned around and picked up Fu Xiuxue again. "You are so careless that your legs are injured.
Your sister asked me to carry you down. Alas, you were so heavy, like a pig."
The little bit of goodwill that Fu Xiuxue had just developed disappeared in an instant. "What did you say?"
"I have always been controlling my weight. Why didn't you say that you were weak?"
Li Xiu shook his head. The male students who saw this scene from a distance were heartbroken. After all, Fu Xiuxue's title of the cold-faced goddess had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts.
How can you be so passionate about men?
Li Xiu returned to his seat. The two sisters-in-law sat together with his wife. The boys in the school then noticed Fu Xiu's existence and were all astounded by her beauty.
Fuck! There's a goddess. Who is this?
What a beautiful sister.
I just want to call mom. Brother Y is dead.
Li Xiu turned around and prepared to go to the toilet, but at this moment, Lu Ruyan rushed up. She pulled the mask back slightly. Li Xiu saw a wonderful scene. There was a big slap mark on his face, but he still looked very unique.
"Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did your white moonlight, who didn't accompany you during your wedding, come out with a slap mark on her face?" Lu Ruyan took out an unconditional coupon without further ado. "Li Xiu, this is what you promised me before. As long as I take out this coupon, you must agree to whatever I ask for."
Li Xiu was stunned.
Wow, this was something Lu Ruyan asked him to write half a year ago.
It was also considered a system task at that time.
But he only wrote it down to complete the task. The content of this paper was even more outrageous. As long as Li Xiu took out this paper, he had to obey Lu Ruyan's orders without any reason.
Even if his mother fell into the river, he was not allowed to save her as long as Lu Ruyan did not allow him to. Although Li Xiu didn't know why he had to write this kind of thing for her even though he obviously obeyed her orders. Later, Li Xiu found out why, because he saw Lu Ruyan's circle of friends, but it was a screenshot sent to him by his buddy.
Because Lu Ruyan set him up to be invisible.
Just to show off, she forced herself to write an unconditional paper full of shame.
But now, Li Xiu sneered, "Lu Ruyan, don't make a mistake. We are no longer related. My current wife is Fu Xiu. There are my two sisters-in-law sitting over there. If you want to be beaten by them, just keep talking."
Lu Ruyan, however, seemed to be stunned. "I don't care, Li Xiu, I don't care.
We can get divorced after marriage. I am the one who wants to be with you first. I will go first, and you go and divorce her. After the divorce, I will be with you. Xiao Mukin was not nice to me. He beat me up and my face is swollen. Touch it."
She suddenly grabbed Li Xiu's hand. "Li Xiu, feel it."
Li Xiu violently shook off Lu Ruyan's hand. "You are crazy. You lunatic. You are already with your Bai Yueguang. It was obviously your own choice. Why are you still pretending to be a victim?"
Lu Ruyan shook her head. "Li Xiu, I understand.
Can we get along as equals from now on? Don't leave me. How can I know how good you are if I don't try?
If it weren't for this incident, how would I know that Xiao Mukin is not a good person?
Can we get along as equals from now on? Get lost.
Li Xiu said calmly, Lu Ruyan, you really know how to play. You are already married, but you come to me with a piece of torn paper and ask me to divorce my wife and continue to be your spare tire.
Do you want the whole world to revolve around you from now on? Chapter 52 The Sky is Falling, by Yu Guang turns out to be a burden. No, Li Xiu.
You are just deceived.
She is a female president. She will not like you. I am the only one who is sincere to you. Lu Ruyan's defense was broken.
She is just using you. You will find out soon, Li Xiu.
Do you know?
I just passed by the restaurant where we had our first meal, and I saw a couple sitting together where we sat.
I feel like we can go back to the past, really. Li Xiu, Stop talking. Are you disgusting? Your white moonlight is rotten, and you want me to divorce you to cover for you?
Li Xiu looked incredulous. You are more disgusting than I thought. At this time, a voice came, Lu Ruyan, you were the one who left him at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Now he is mine, and you still dare to entangle him? Fu Xiuyu came over.
Fu Xiuxue and Fu Xiumu stood on either side of their sister.
Who are you?
How dare you snatch my brother-in-law?
Fu Xiumu said cutely.
Fu Xiuxue was more direct, get out, bitch.
Lu Ruyan was already sobbing, you all bullied me, you all wanted to bully me.
Be careful or I'll die in front of you.
Li Xiu was speechless, then I ask you to stay away from me.
At this time, Zhang Qingqing also came closer. Ruyan, there are so many people watching us, how about we talk about it next time? Now Li Xiu has completely become the focus of the meeting.
No, buddy. You have 5 girls around you, and they're all so pretty? Is this guy offering a class? I really want to learn. It doesn't matter how much money you earn, the main thing is to be eager to learn.
Just when the few people were in a stalemate, Lu Ruyan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his mother, Wang Hong.
Ruyan. Come to the Xiao family.
My parents came to visit as in-laws, but they were stopped outside the door.
A mere housekeeper dared to tell us to get out? Where is your husband Xiao Mukin? Let him come out. The rich family is so great.
When Lu Ruyan heard this, she knew something had happened. She immediately stopped caring about Li Xiu and turned her head to look at Li Xiu deeply. He turned and ran out of the venue. Zhang Qingqing looked back at Li Xiu and said, I'm sorry, she was upset. Li Xiu looked at the woman in confusion.
Oh, that's really unreasonable.
At this time, I turned around and my wife came up to me and said, little brother, your ex-girlfriend said, what unconditional coupon, what restaurant? Li Xiu looked at the female boss in front of him awkwardly. He raised his hand and put it around her waist.
It's all because I was young and ignorant.
On the other side, outside the gate of Xiao's manor, Lu Yingshan and Wang Hong confronted the Xiao family's housekeeper in front of them.
What do you mean?
The Xiao family is so big, and my child is getting married to your young master, but you don't even give a normal betrothal gift, right?
And you won't let us in?
Yes, you are kidding. Our girl Ruyan is the most beautiful girl in the village. The housekeeper in front of him resisted the urge to kill and said calmly, young master Xiao has left the Xiao family.
Xiao Mukin will no longer live here.
You can contact Xiao Mukin on your own.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yingshan looked at his wife in confusion. What do you mean? Xiao Mukin doesn't live here anymore?
Wang Hong shook her head and said, they are lying to us.
I don't think this big family is that good.
They turned their backs on us.
They don't want to give us money.
Just at this moment, Lu Ruyan arrived.
Mom and Dad, why are you here? Wang Hong pulled her daughter aside and said, daughter, what's wrong with the Xiao family? They just settled the matter and they turned hostile? Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, Mom, this is what happened. Xiao Mukin is not the Xiao family's biological grandson, but the Xiao family's adopted son. We have all been deceived. What? Wang Hong's face changed drastically. Lu Yingshan's face was also extremely gloomy. Why? Why is this happening? Wang Hong couldn't believe her ears.
She even thought she had heard wrongly. Impossible, now the whole village knows that my daughter married into a wealthy family, and you told me that Xiao Mukin is a fake young master?
Are you kidding? What is this? Lu Ruyan sighed and said, let's go back first and talk to Xiao Mukin. Wang Hong nodded immediately after hearing this. Yes, yes. Let's go find Xiao Mukin.
When the group arrived at Xiao Mukin's large flat, it happened that Xiao Mukin was standing outside the door holding his son, and in front of him stood a housekeeper of the Xiao family. The housekeeper said calmly, Master Xiao Mukin, since you are no longer the heir of the Xiao family, your bank card and the real estate under the name of the Xiao family will no longer be available to you for use. Now please pack your things and leave. When Lu Ruyan's family saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded.
Xiao Mukin, what's going on with you? Xiao Mukin.
Xiao Mukin turned around and glanced at Lu Ruyan calmly. As you can see, I have lost everything.
Now you are satisfied.
Wang Hong just felt a buzzing sensation in her head. The whole person felt dizzy.
My rich son-in-law is gone? My betrothal gift is gone too? Lu Ruyan's face turned ugly. Mom. What do you mean your betrothal gift is gone? It's because my betrothal gift is gone, whoa.
Lu Yingshan's face was grim. Stop arguing, you all. Now the house is gone, the rich son-in-law is gone, and now we have two burdens.
What should we do? Lu Ruyan looked at Xiao Mukin and said, Don't you have any private money? You can't have only the money the Xiao family gave you.
Xiao Mukin glanced at Lu Ruyan awkwardly. I used to use the family's bank card, and never had my own bank card.
So? I'm really convinced.
At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt deeply that this man was useless. If it were Li Xiu, he would have had solid computer skills and would have had a good job. Now, Xiao Mukin is not a real young master, but he has all the symptoms of a young master.
Why did I fall in love with such a person before? At this point, we can only think of a way to rent a house. Lu Ruyan looked grim. Mom and Dad, do you have any money? Wang Hong's face turned cold instantly. Money? Where can I get the money? You found such a husband, and you still want us old people to subsidize you? Lu Ruyan. I think it's not too late for you to get a divorce now.
Lu Ruyan glanced at Xiao Mukin and said, Mom, how can we get divorced when we just got married? Why not just forget it? At worst, I can let Xiao Mukin go to my brother's company to help.
Xiao Mukin should have a lot of friends. He is also a top student who returned from studying abroad.
Hearing this, Xiao Mukin nodded. Yes, I studied abroad in Cambridge, and I studied computer technology.
I am a graduate student. And I know a lot of friends in the industry. With me around, nothing is a problem. Chapter 53. As long as he can build our company. Lu Ruyan has also thought it over carefully.
Li Xiu is now with a rich woman.
Even if I get divorced, I may not be able to get this stinky baby back.
It is better to be with Xiao Mukin first. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. With his connections, my Lu family can rely on ourselves.
Lu Ruyan immediately took Xiao Mukin to Songyan Technology Company. At the same time, ask your best friend about renting a house.
She herself was preparing to go back to work in the afternoon. Now that her wealthy life was shattered, she couldn't lose her job.
The other end. Fu Group, Cybersecurity Department.
Li Xiu was lying in the office with his legs crossed, chatting with his wife on the phone.
His current online name is, Hold Your Wife Tight, Jailer. Hugging his wife, the jailer asked, What are you doing, wife?
I changed my WeChat name recently, which fully expresses my future direction in life.
Fu Xiuyu, we are in a high-level meeting, what's going on?
Hugging his wife, the jailer said, Oh, no, I miss my CEO wife. Fu Xiuyu, since Section Chief Li came to work, he has been playing pay-to-win games and browsing the web for most of his working time, and chatting with me the rest of the time.
I'm very curious, has Section Chief Li been working recently?
Li Xiu was startled.
What? How did Fu Xiuyu know that I was playing games? Fuck. He immediately put down his phone and went to Chen Shuyi's office.
Chen Shuyi, please put down your work for a while.
I will ask if the people above can monitor our travel records? Yes, didn't I tell you? Everyone knows it, are you the only one who doesn't know? Chen Shuyi nodded. Fuck. Wouldn't my image be?
Then I'll still be using the browser at work.
That would be socially unacceptable.
Li Xiu shook his head, being too careless.
As a programmer, how could I make such a low-level mistake?
Li Xiu immediately returned to the office and turned on his computer.
My network must be encrypted. How dare the Fu Group spy on me? The other end. President's office. Fu Xiuyu returned to the office and took a report. Special Assistant Lin reported without looking away. An employee spent a long time browsing the browser during work hours. Originally, the whole company was supposed to be informed, but our son-in-law's name happened to be known in the company, and the people in the supervision office were very sensible, so they only reported it to you. Fu Xiaoyu nodded. Let me take a look, you go out. Wait, you haven't read the report? Assistant Lin shook his head. I definitely haven't seen it. Okay, you can go out. Fu Xiaoyu slowly opened the file with a cold gaze. I want to see what my little husband is busy with every day. June 23rd, 4 hours of gaming, 4 hours of browsing specific content. SW My sister-in-law is so naughty.avi. SWS The days when my wife left after marriage.avi. June 24th, 6 hours of gaming, 2 hours of browsing Asia Zone. I am the only boy in a family of all girls. June 25th, check the browser. Bang! Fu Xiaoyu slammed the table fiercely. Is this kid itching for trouble? What is he looking at every day? Isn't it dirty? At the same time, Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. With my identity as a god-level hacker, it is not a problem to encrypt myself separately. From now on, when they inspect me, they can only see that I am browsing the company's homepage. He. Just at this moment, there was a noise outside the office. A group of female employees saw Lu Ruyan coming to work. Ruyan, why are you here? Aren't you going out for a honeymoon? Isn't the life of a rich man good? You're not here to resign, are you? Facing these looks, Lu Ruyan said awkwardly, no, Mu Chen is very busy and has no time to travel. He has to work hard to inherit the Xiao family. I will come back to work. I don't want to be a vase for the rich. In fact, some of these girls were well informed and had already known that something was wrong with Xiao Muken. Instead, these girls continued to praise Lu Ruyan. Oh, she is worthy of being Ruyan from our group 6. Even after marrying into a wealthy family, she is still working so hard. Yeah, oh my, what reason do we have not to work hard? Come on, Ruyan. Hearing these words, Lu Ruyan felt uncomfortable all over. Okay, let's stop talking and get back to work. At this time, Li Xiu suddenly pushed open the office door. He looked at Lu Ruyan with a smile. Lu Ruyan, I'm hungry. Go to the tea room and get me something to eat. What? Lu Ruyan's face was extremely ugly. Is this my job? I'm not an ant. All the employees looked at Lu Ruyan strangely. Who knew that Lu Ruyan didn't get angry, but stood up with a smile. Yes, chiefly, I'll go right away. The pantry of large companies always has a variety of food available to prevent employees from getting hungry or wanting to eat while working overtime. After Lu Ruyan went to the tea room, the men and women in the entire office laughed wildly. Does Lu Ruyan really think she's a young lady? What a joke, trying every possible means to get into a wealthy family, but in the end she's with a fake young master. Isn't it embarrassing? If it were me, I would have quit long ago. She treats the real rich son-in-law as trash and the fake young master as a treasure. It's really hilarious. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my brain. Our section chiefly is young and promising, and he has skills. Even if he is not with President Fu, ordinary girls like us would like to be with him instead of Xiao Muken. Li Xiu raised the corners of his mouth. I will repay you little by little for the 100 unreasonable requests you, Lu Ruyan, have made to me. I was in a good mood and went back to the office to check the browser. On the other side, Lu Ruyan, who was cooking noodles and frying eggs in the tea room, couldn't stop her tears from flowing from her eyes. Why is this happening? What did I do wrong? I just want to live a better life. Li Xiu, Xiao Muken, you both bullied me. Xiao Muken, you were my adopted son, but you didn't tell me. Now Li Xiu is making life difficult for me all day long. Li Xiu. Ouch. Her hand was accidentally burned by the frying pan. It hurts so much. She remembered that a few months ago, she said she was hungry and Li Xiu was busy in the kitchen, and his hands were burned. She complained that Li Xiu was a coward who couldn't even cook anything. But I was only burned a little bit and it hurt so much. Was I too harsh on him in the past? Now that I think about it, Li Xiu was really good to me. Xiao Muken only knows how to order me around. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, wondering how Xiao Muken was doing in her brother's company. I can only hope that as a top student, he can demonstrate his value and build up my brother's company. Then, my choice was not so wrong. Chapter 54, Layoffs hit the aorta, but he is the heart. At the same time, Binhai Songyan Technology Company, Limited.
Xiao Mukin went from being dismissive at first to being serious now, and then to collapse. No, why are there so many viruses in your company? And the underlying code is too good. Lu Rusong initially praised his new brother-in-law, but later found that he seemed to only know how to complain.
It's completely useless. His face immediately looked unhappy. Brother-in-law, can you do this? Why don't you take a break first? Xiao Mukin looked unhappy. How come your company doesn't even have a single employee? Who will do the daily maintenance?
Lu Rusong smiled and said, "You are my brother-in-law in the future, so of course you will do it. I am also going to hire a telephone operator and install a phone directly at your workstation, so that you can contact clients to discuss business while you are working on the code."
What?
Xiao Mukin had never heard such outrageous words in his life. This is not how servants are used.
What the hell? What do you think of me? Are you treating me like a beast of burden? How much do you pay me per month?
Lu Rusong said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, Li Xiu did this before, 5,000 a month, not including food and accommodation, but we are a family, so it's different. Anyway, we will live together in the future.
Let's eat together. Get out." Xiao Mukin stood up immediately. He couldn't stand it anymore. Is this the kind of work intensity that a human could imagine?
I'm telling you, I'm not that licks the dog that is Li Xiu.
I'm telling you.
If you want me to work, you can, I'll pay you 50,000 a month.
When Lu Rusong heard 50,000? He was completely dumbfounded. You know, his company is currently in deficit. What are you talking about? 50,000 a month? I can afford it. I would have hired a programmer long ago. Why should I count on you? Xiao Mukin, what are you talking about? Don't get it wrong.
You are just our son-in-law, and you were kicked out by the Xiao family.
You'd better figure out who you are relying on for food now. Xiao Mukin's face was grim.
His identity as the abandoned son of the Xiao family sometimes became a shackle. Big companies would never dare to hire him, and small companies.
But you can't bully people like that. I won't do it. You can find whoever you want to do it. Xiao Mukin looked unhappy. After all, I am a returnee from overseas.
Any job I find will pay better than yours, Lu Rusong.
He simply quit the job. Lu Rusong was furious. You can't do it well in the first place. You don't even have half the ability of Li Xiu, and you still want a high salary? Bah! You have been picking faults with me all morning, but what about the actual results? There is still nothing.
I'll tell my sister.
Lu Rusong made a phone call in a rage. Xiao Mukin used his cell phone to call his former friends. Hello? Ah Chen, what did you say? Hello? Beep beep. Damn it, when I was eating and drinking with you before, you always called me Brother Mukin. Now that I'm down and out and looking for you, you all avoid me, right? Xiao Mukin's face looked extremely ugly.
I just don't believe that I, Xiao Mukin, can't even find a job. Li Xiu, don't think you are so proud now. I don't know how long you can live happily in a wealthy family.
The women in the Fu family are not so easy to get along with. Sooner or later, they will skin you alive. At the same time,
Lu Ruyan, who was working at the Fu group, received a call from her brother.
What? Xiao Mukin really said that?
When Li Xiu had no status at all, he gave me the betrothal gift, put the house in my name, and even came to my house to work. He stayed in your company for more than half a month and helped you build the system.
He did it all by himself. Now Xiao Mukin wants 50,000 a month for this kind of work?
Lu Rusong nodded and said, "Sister, if you had known earlier, you should have married Li Xiu directly. Now this second-generation idiot has come to our Lu family.
He eats a lot but does little. He is not good at anything and is the #1 complainer.
He is still out there looking for his former rich friends.
I think he is just daydreaming."
Lu Ruyan was shaking with anger. Okay, I was really blind about this Xiao Mukin. She looked at the instant noodle she made in her hand and tried to hold back her tears. I have already found someone to rent a house. It's in the city, and the house that can accommodate our family costs more than 10,000 yuan a month. I was thinking, how about you pay for 1 month first?
What? Sister. My company is in this state now, where can I get the money? You see, or you can think of other ways. I really have no money. Who told you not to accept the betrothal gift first when you get married this time? Lu Rusong quickly hung up the phone. Lu Ruyan raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Dowry?
Ha, Li Xiu gave us 280,000 yuan as a dowry, but we didn't cherish it.
Now that we've lost it, we regret it?
If we had a dowry, even in this situation, our family would be able to handle it easily, but in order to marry into a wealthy family, I didn't dare ask for a dowry in the beginning, which led to so many troubles now. She walked to the section chief's office with the instant noodles in her hand. Li Xiu, the noodles are ready.
While playing the game, Li Xiu raised his eyes and glanced at Lu Ruyan calmly. Instant noodles? Did I say I wanted to eat instant noodles? No, didn't you just say that you wanted to eat something? There are only instant noodles in the tea room. Lu Ruyan said.
Li Xiu said calmly, I'm telling you that if you want to eat, you should at least try to get something good.
I'm your section chief.
I don't understand why you are so incompetent.
Do you want to do it? If not, get out of here.
Tears welled up in Lu Ruyan's eyes, but she finally suppressed her temper.
He said in a deep voice, so what do you want to eat? Li Xiu said calmly, think about it yourself. Get out.
Lu Ruyan walked out of the office door, and other employees looked at her strangely. Lu Ruyan remembered that a year ago, she asked Li Xiu to make her a midnight snack, and she seemed to have said the same thing. He is allowed to think about everything by himself, and then he is ordered around.
Does it really hurt to be treated like this by someone you care about?
In fact, Li Xiu was just trying to make things difficult for him and he didn't want to eat at all. Compared to what Lu Ruyan had done before, he was already doing very well.
I glanced at the time on my phone and it was almost time to get off work.
After leaving the company, Li Xiu came downstairs.
Soon a red LaFerrari stopped in front of Li Xiu.
Fu Xiuyu's figure appeared in the driver's seat as the car window was lowered. Handsome, get in the car.
Li Xiu nodded, I'm here, wife. Other people downstairs in the company all made envious noises. Boss Fu brought her husband home. I'm so envious. How can someone be so lucky? What else are you talking about? What if I feel like crying because of envy? Lu Ruyan saw this scene and left the company in shame. Please give good reviews. Chapter 55 Gigi, save me. The other end. Lu Ruyan brought her family to the rental house.
Zhang Qingqing said, Ruyan, considering your convenience and work, I used my connections to find this house. I said I was a college student, so they were willing to rent it out at a low price. Xiao Mukan held his son Xiao Jie in his arms, and both father and son frowned.
This house is too shabby. Compared with my previous house, it's too bad and I can't live in it. Xiao Mukan said. Xiao Jie also said, Dad, this aunt is so poor, let's go home, we don't want to live with them. Go away. Go away. You little bastard. Wang Hong was immediately furious. Her daughter had failed to marry into a wealthy family and had to return all the betrothal gifts given by Li Xiu. Her son's company had been losing money and was in a state of semi-bankruptcy. Still dragging these two useless things.
Wang Hong sneered, Xiao Mukan, although you are only our son-in-law, I also regard you as half a son.
This is the current situation. You have been kicked out by the Xiao family. You have to find a job now. You can't rely on our Lu family.
Xiao Mukan snorted coldly, with my status as a returnee, it's easy for me to find a job that pays tens of thousands of yuan.
Don't think I'm lying to you. You guys jumped on it yourself. Hey! What are you talking about?
My daughter, your husband's words are so harsh.
Wang Hong's face looked ugly. Lu Yingshan's face was gloomy.
This boast had spread out, and now everyone in Liujia village was saying that we had married into a wealthy family.
This matter is messed up. Now, I absolutely cannot go to the countryside.
Renting a house there is much cheaper. If he goes back to the countryside now, the news that his son-in-law was kicked out will spread quickly.
Where will the Lu family put their face then?
Xiao Mukan, since you want to find a job, there must be a time limit.
I can't wait for you endlessly like this.
Lu Ruyan looked unnatural. In fact, if it really doesn't work, our company may have to hire 2 more programmers recently. Why don't I go talk to Li Xiu and hope he can help me out for our old friendship?
Bang!
Xiao Mukan turned around and slapped her. Lu Ruyan, let me tell you, don't think I don't know what you are thinking.
You still expect Li Xiu to be your retreat, right? That's fine, actually.
If you can get Li Xiu to sleep with you, then when Fu Xiuyu gets divorced, I can still rely on her. We will both be remarried by then, and my grandfather will look at me with new eyes.
I can also return to the rich family, and you can get your licking dog back. Perfect. Lu Ruyan covered her face and said coldly, "You hit me?" Lu Yingshan jumped up, "Xiao Mukan, you hit my daughter." "So what? She is my wife now, so what if I hit her? When I return to the Xiao family, you will still have to support me." "What's wrong? You guys are fighting me. You are a bunch of rubbish." Lu Ruyan looked at the messy house and tears began to well up in her eyes. "If I were still with Li Xiu, he would never treat me like this. Xiao Mukan, I am so blind that you are such a person. It's really useless." Xiao Mukan shouted, "Don't disbelieve me. Li Xiu and Fu Xiu won't be together for long. There are so many sisters in the rich family. If he can handle Fu Xiu's sisters, I can eat shit right there and then." The other end. Fu family. "Brother-in-law, have some duck legs." Fu Xiumu smiled and picked up a big duck leg and gave it to Li Xiu. Li Xiu smiled and said, "What are you doing? Are you trying to please me for no reason?" At this time, Fu Xiu also picked up a chicken leg and put it in Li Xiu's bowl. "Eat chicken leg." Li Xiu was stunned and glanced at Fu Wanjun. "Mom! What are they doing? I'm scared." Fu Wanjun smiled and said, "Your sisters like you, so it's only natural that they treat you well." Li Xiu swallowed. "Fu Xiu, you didn't poison me." Fu Xiu's face turned cold. "If you don't want to eat it, forget it. I just want to thank you for helping me today. Also, why are you so good at taekwondo?" Li Xiu could only make up a story. "An old man with a white beard taught me his life skills, so I am so powerful." "Humph. If you don't want to tell me, forget it, you scumbag," Fu Xiu said. Li Xiu was dumbfounded. "How could I become a scumbag if it wasn't me?" At the dinner table, Li Pingan sighed, "It would be best if you could get along well with my son. I've always been worried that he wouldn't get along with you guys." Fu Wanjun nodded. "We are old now, and your uncle and I's greatest hope is to see you all living in harmony." Fu Xiuyuan shook his head and said, "Mom, I haven't finished testing my brother-in-law yet. The one who can be worthy of my sister must be a god wearing golden armor and stepping on colorful clouds." Li Xiu was stunned. "Fuck, you guys are really scheming. You don't want your sister to get married, do you?" At this time, Li Pingan said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Li Xiu, your grandfather is having a birthday party tomorrow night, and he has invited us to go back for dinner. Come with me tomorrow," Li Pingan said. Li Xiu shook his head. "Dad, Grandpa only likes your sister, and she's not his biological daughter. Why are you going back?" Fu Xiu asked in confusion, "Li Xiu, what do you mean by not a biological child?" Li Xiu sighed and said, "Let me tell you. My grandfather remarried when he was young. The woman didn't like my father, so he kicked him out and gave all the things in the house to the woman's daughter. My father was left with nothing. My father never got married in his life, and finally found me, so he started raising children with me. Now that our lives are just getting better, he asked us to come back for dinner. What kind of logic is this?" Although Li Pingan usually looks cunning, he still has feelings for his father. "Well, your grandfather was possessed by a ghost at that time. This time I think he has the intention to repent." Li Xiu shook his head. "You can ask me to go back with you, but don't expect me to call him." Fu Xiu said from the side, "Do you want me to go with you? After all, he is your relative." "Wife, I'll handle these things. You are President Fu, and these people are not qualified to see you. It makes me angry when I talk about it. What kind of people are they?" Li Pingan was a little embarrassed. "Okay, let's eat. This is a small matter in our family. I'll just take Xiao Xiu back tomorrow. After all, it is the Li family's business." The Fu sisters didn't know what to say. After dinner, Fu Xiumu and Li Xiu played a two-player game on PS5. "Fu Xiumu, can you do it? Why are you so stupid?" Li Xiu complained. Fu Xiumu leaned against Li Xiu and said, "Brother-in-law, why are you doing it so fast? Why don't you slow down? You're moving too fast and I can't keep up with you." Fu Xiuyu glanced at Fu Xiumu. Fu Xiuyuan also glanced at Fu Xiumu twice. Fu Xiu frowned. Fu Xiuyuan asked, "Do you want to fight?" Fu Xiuyu shook his head, "I can still bear it." "Oh, brother-in-law, why are you so slow again? Is it because you are too tired at work? Why don't you take a 2-day break? I won't feel sorry for you, unlike me who only feels sorry for Gigi." Fu Xiaoyu stood up and said, drag her into the room and beat her. I can't stand it anymore. Fu Xiaoyuan nodded, me too. Soon, Fu Xiaomu, who was dragged into the room, shouted, Gigi, save me.
Li Xiu turned his head and said, don't bully my considerate sister.
Hit me gently. Chapter 56, Returning to the village for dinner, the whole village is paying attention.
At night, Li Xiu and his wife returned to their room. To sum it up in one sentence, even after 10 years of fitness training, their physique could not withstand such an exercise every night.
The next morning, Li Xiu got up feeling dizzy.
Had breakfast on the first floor. Then he went to work slowly. I drove a Mercedes-Benz E to the company.
Came to my department.
Everyone else was busy working. Li Xiu returned to the office and prepared to open his mobile phone to play games.
Turn on network tracking and blocking, and start living a happy life.
At this time, Lu Rian walked in, holding some dim sum from the dim sum shop that Li Xiu liked to eat, and placed them on Li Xiu's table. Li Xiu, I know you like this brand of dim sum, so I bought them especially for you. Li Xiu took a look and said with a smile, take it.
I like the snacks in this shop. But I really hate this durian mille-feuille. Don't you know I hate durian? Lu Rian frowned, no, you don't like to eat? I used to. You.
Li Xiu shook his head and said, you like to eat durian lasagna.
If I say I don't like it, will you listen? But what do you want to do? Now you regret it? What else do you want from me? Have you finished repairing the balcony in our department? Why don't you continue working on it? Lu Rian said in a panic, it's quite hot today, I think. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, just leave.
Li Xiu said while crossing his legs.
Lu Rian tried hard to hold back her tears. She couldn't be without a job. If she relied on Xiao Mukan, her family would starve to death.
Li Xiu, one day you will understand that I am the one who has been waiting for you here all the time, and you will divorce Fu Xiaoyu.
Lu Rian thought to herself.
Then he turned around and went to the balcony to repair the bricks and tiles. All the male and female staff in the office said this.
Hey, did you see that? Lu Rian still has to go and fix the bricks and tiles.
It looks like she and Section Chief Li have really fallen out.
Hey, okay, let's not ask about these things.
After all, Section Chief Li's status is different now.
If it gets to President Fu's ears. You said something must happen by then.
After torturing this bitch, Li Xiu continued to play games in the office.
I left work early in the afternoon to pick up my father and go back to the countryside.
He drove a Mercedes-Benz E to pick up his father at the gate of Fu's manor. Then he went towards Lijia village.
This village is far from the city.
Lijia village. Li Guangcai and his family are sitting at the table at this moment.
Li Pingyan's sister, named Yao Lily, is the daughter of Li Guangcai's second wife.
Li Guangcai glanced at the two empty seats and said with a smile, Pingyan hasn't come back yet.
Let's wait a little longer.
After all, I heard that he is working for a large company now. Yao Lily sneered when she heard this, Dad, what's wrong with working in a big company?
Can you arrange a job for my son?
My son graduated from a junior college.
If it doesn't work, can we find one ourselves? Her son is fat and has big ears. Nodding, he said, yes, why bother looking for them? Grandpa underestimated me.
Li Guangcai shook his head, hey, don't say that.
After all, it's a big company. Several people in the village saw it.
It's my birthday today, so I'll definitely not say anything if I ask that guy to help me.
Besides, your mother has arranged a marriage for him. Just for this reason, he will definitely agree.
An elderly woman at the side nodded and said, yes, look at that girl over there, she's so nice, she looks like she can give birth.
If he has a child, his ancestors will be very happy. Li Guangcai said coldly, what are you talking about? Don't you know what day it is today? Isn't his ancestral tomb the same as my ancestral tomb? The woman smiled awkwardly, Guangcai, I just said a few words casually, didn't I? His child is not your biological child, so what does it matter?
Unlike my grandson, who also has your last name Li, he is a member of your Li family.
No matter what you say today, you have to get the job done for my grandson.
At this time, a villager drove a car to the side of the road and said, Uncle Guangcai, I just saw a big Mercedes at the entrance of the village, and I saw your family Pingyan in the car.
What? Li Guangcai asked in confusion, Li Pingyan bought a car? How could he afford a Mercedes-Benz? My dear, didn't Pingyan take a taxi back home last year? Why did he drive this year? The old woman nodded. Yes, maybe it's a taxi. Li Guangcai, could it be that his son Li Xiu bought it? Yao Lili nodded. He has only been working for a short time, how can he afford a car? It must have been a fight. At this time, a villager smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. Pingyan's son is a leader in a large company. I saw him last time, and later asked someone who works in the company, and that person said he was a section chief or something. Oh my! He really is an official in the company. The villagers burst into exclamations. Yao Lili's face did not look good. Li Pingyan's son was already an official in the company at a young age, but her son still couldn't find a job. Li Guangcai immediately said, so, Li Xiu is doing well in the city. Lily, I'll make the decision later. Let that guy help find a job for your son. We're all family, so wouldn't that be a good thing? Just at this time, the boss's black Mercedes-Benz came up and stopped on the side of the road. In the car, Li Xiu and Li Pingyan got off one after another. Li Pingyan looked at the banquet tent in the countryside. Li Xiu beside him said calmly, old man, it's best to just eat and don't do anything weird. Li Pingyan, don't worry, I asked repeatedly on the phone, it's just about eating. Let's go. Li Pingyan took his son to their seats and sat down. Immediately, the villagers began to compliment him. Li Pingyan, you didn't come back for a year, but you got rich as soon as you came back? Is this Mercedes already in use? Li Pingyan said awkwardly, oh, it's my son's, it has nothing to do with me. Yao Lili said sourly, brother, you are awesome. I have a good son. I can enjoy happiness by relying on my son. It's this car, I think it's a loan. Li Xiu smiled disdainfully, don't ask me about this car. Your son hasn't found a job yet? Hey, he's the same age as me. I've been working for a year, but he still hasn't found a job. If you are rude, don't blame me for being rude too. Respect is based on mutuality. If you don't give me face, why should I give you face? Dad. Look at his son, he is just as vicious as he was when he was a child. Said Yao Lili. Chapter 57, Introduce him a wife so that he won't have trouble finding one. Li Guangcai listened, but his eyes fell on Li Xiu's Mercedes-Benz. Instead, he smiled and said, Li Xiu, you are right. Speaking of which, your brother hasn't found a job yet. Can you help him find one? I heard that you are working for the Fu Group now. Since you are doing well, you should help your brother. Li Pingyan picked up a piece of meat, but before he could eat it, he put down his chopsticks immediately after hearing his father say that. Dad, what are you doing? They are a big company recruiting, and it's not Li Xiu who has the final say. We have to go through the formal process, which depends on academic qualifications and workability. Li Pingyan began to practice Tai Chi. Li Guangcai's wife Yao Wan is no pushover. When she was young, she could make a father kick out his son. She has become more and more cunning as she gets older. Pingyan, I know you think your father kicked you out, but that's not true. Wasn't it just you being naughty? Your father arranged a job for you but you didn't go, and your father arranged a marriage for you but you didn't agree. You did it all yourself, and now you're still angry? Before Li Pingyan could say anything, Li Xiu started to scold him, find a job for my dad? You're talking about the job of collecting manure for the village, right? You want a young man to do this? Do you have any brains? Secondly, a wife? I remember my dad talking about that blind and lame girl, right? I support my dad. Even if I never marry, I can't take care of her for the rest of my life. Yao Wan. I'm telling you, you better stop having these messed up thoughts. Li Guangcai has been asking my dad for money whenever he's not feeling well these years. When did you, Yao Wan, or Yao Lili, ever treat this old man as one of their own? Shut up. Li Guangcai was the same as before. Whenever someone said something bad about his wife and daughter, he would immediately get angry. Li Xiu. Are you getting cocky? I am your grandfather after all. Today is my birthday, and you keep saying nasty things. At this time, a villager who wanted to watch the fun said with a smile. Li Xiu, your words are too harsh. Please stop talking. Yes, it's rare for you to come back, so it's fine if you don't help your brother, but why do you say such harsh words? Your grandmother has helped you find a wife. You and your father depend on each other. If no one helps you find a partner every day, can you find one?
Li Pingyan was about to say something when an old man came over with a girl with a camellia flower in her hair.
Half of the girl's face was burned.
Li Xiu knew that this was the silly girl in the village. Her parents passed away early when she was a child, and she later burned her face while cooking at home. Li Xiu was so angry that he was about to stand up. Li Pingyan grabbed his son and said immediately, "Dad, you are going too far.
You introduced the silly girl to Xiao Xiu?
Not to mention that they are not a good match, Xiao Xiu has actually already obtained the marriage certificate."
Li Xiu glanced at his father and said, "You used to scold me every day. Where are the normal people in this village? Why do you still have feelings for them?" Bang!
Li Guangcai slammed the table, his face turned ugly. "Li Xiu,
what are you talking about?
Today is your grandfather's birthday, and your grandmother is looking for a wife for your own good. Even though you make some money from your job, you have no mother.
Which girl would be willing to marry you? Let me tell you. Your father lied to people and said you had a wife? Who doesn't bring their wife with them?
Your father is still lying as usual."
Li Guangcai said this with great emotion, holding his chest and coughing twice. Yao Lily said sarcastically, "You are so ignorant. What's wrong with being able to work in the city? Do you have a house in the countryside? I don't think so. Your mother doesn't have one either. Isn't the marriage we found for you a good one?"
Other villagers at the scene also started talking about it.
And they said Li Xiu got married? There wasn't even a wedding. It must be fake.
He just wants to cancel the marriage arranged by Guangcai.
Yeah, it seems like Li Pingyan is just bragging.
A few old men and women gathered together and talked like this.
Li Pingyan didn't even look like a human being anymore.
Li Xiu looked unhappy.
"Dad, let's go. What kind of wine should we drink? Is it fun to drink this kind of wine?" Yao Lily was still talking over there. "Although my son is still unemployed, Aunt Zhang came to ask me yesterday if he had found a partner.
His daughter is a teacher in the city with a regular job.
She must be attracted to my son, Aunt Zhang, don't you think so?"
Aunt Zhang was eating and was dumbfounded when she was called out like this.
"Her daughter is so outstanding, and it's amazing that she likes your son. She was just saying something unnecessary." "Well, I'm just asking." "Oh? Are you still embarrassed? My son is indeed outstanding, you don't have to be embarrassed."
"When your daughter comes back, we will arrange the marriage,"
Yao Lily said relentlessly. Aunt Zhang was so embarrassed. "What a joke. Your son is a fat pig and he doesn't even go to work."
At this moment, Li Xiu was ready to leave.
At this moment, a red LaFerrari appeared outside the banquet with a roar.
The villagers' eyes all fell on the car.
"Wow! This is a great car. This car must be worth several million. Look at this license plate, it's been a. This license plate must cost a lot of money. He must be rich. Who is it? A passerby? Or someone's child?" Li Xiu was stunned for a moment. "What's going on? Why is my wife here?" Li Pingyan said, "Xiu asked me to send her location on WeChat.
She said that it was reasonable for her to come with you.
Look how sensible she is. So I asked you to wait and not leave. Otherwise, what will happen if we are not here when people come?" Yao Lily's eyes widened. "What do you mean your wife? Can your wife afford this car? Are you kidding me?"
Li Guangcai and Yao Wan looked at each other.
What on earth is going on? Is she really Xiao Xiu's wife? So rich?
At this moment, the scissor door opened, and Fu Xiuyu stood out from the cab, shaking his long hair. His tall figure made most of the male villagers feel inferior.
Portable aura and high-end appearance. It made many people lower their heads from a distance. Discussions broke out everywhere. Li Pingyan is just bragging. How can such a white, rich and beautiful woman be his daughter-in-law? You must be missing your wife so much that you're going crazy. Yeah, his father has been single all his life, how good can this son be?
However, at this moment, Li Xiu stood up.
He waved to his wife, "Honey, why are you here?"
Fu Xiuyu was holding a gift box in his hand, and it was obvious that he had come prepared. "Li Xiu, this is your first time back home, and I should follow you for both moral and logical reasons." Li Xiu stepped forward and took Fu Xiuyu's hand very deliberately. "Let's go, so that others won't say that I don't have a wife. You still need to introduce one to me." Fu Xiuyu's ears moved. "Really? Which one?"
Let me see if it's worthy of you. Chapter 58. What? He has a wife? What does it mean to be the CEO's wife? Why? Her eyes fell on the face of the silly girl who was a little further away, and she said with a smile, "Not bad, Li Xiu, you are a good match. So you came back for a blind date today, no wonder you didn't take me with you." Li Xiu smiled awkwardly. "Ah, that's not right, I was forced." "Oh, if you don't like someone, you are forced. If you meet someone you like, then it becomes voluntary." Fu Xiu said with a smile. At this time, Li Pingyan asked his daughter-in-law to sit down. Li Guangcai's family was collectively stunned. Li Guangcai coughed and said, "Did they really get the marriage certificate? How come I, as a grandfather, didn't know anything about such a big thing?" Yao Wan at the side looked unhappy. "I don't know what this girl likes about this boy. Isn't my grandson excellent? Why isn't he liked by this girl?" Yao Lily didn't look very happy. Her son Li Yao pulled his mother and said, "Mom, that car is a limited edition, only the rich can afford it." "What rich family? Who knows if it's second hand? How can Li Xiu find a rich wife?" Yao Lily narrowed her eyes. "Li Xiu, what does your wife do? Is he your colleague at work? What kind of family is that? Looking at your appearance, how could someone like you? Be careful of a honey trap." Li Xiu and Li Pingyan were about to explain. Fu Xiu immediately said, "I am Fu Xiu, the current heir of the Fu family and the president of Fu Group. She is also Li Xiu's wife. If you have any questions, I will answer them together. This president is in a hurry." Silence. All the relatives at the scene opened their mouths wide, as if time had been paused. Li Xiu raised his lips. "Wife, why don't these people eat anymore? Is the food not tasty?" Fu Xiu knew what was going on just by looking at the atmosphere at the scene. He thought that these people must think that Li Xiu came from a single-parent family and was his father's adopted son, so they thought he was easy to bully. How could the man that Fu Xiu liked be bullied? At this time, Aunt Zhang, who was still the same as before, smiled and said, "Amazing. The Fu family is a wealthy family in Binhai, and the president of the Fu Group. I heard my daughter talk about you. You are her idol." The villagers reacted and took out their mobile phones to search for information on the internet. Graduated with a master's degree in finance from Pennsylvania. Worth hundreds of billions. Fuck. Number 1 on Binhai Youth Rich List. The goddess of Fu Group. What a lucky thing this Li Pingyan's son is. He will never be able to finish eating all the food in his lifetime. Yeah. This is a free meal. I'm so jealous. Yao Lily still looks down on other people's sons and introduces others to silly girls? His wife is from a wealthy family. That's right, here comes the clown. Yao Lily's face turned blue and red at this moment. Li Pingyan is also a mean guy. "Sister, what's wrong? You're in a bad mood, drink more, don't get angry to death later. Everyone is eating, why are you just sitting there? Daughter-in-law, try our country food. Do you think it tastes different from the food in your manor?" Li Xiu held back his laughter. His father was as aggrieved as he was just now. Now he was acting so pretentious. "Dad, that's enough. Your expression really deserves a beating." Yao Wan's complexion was better than her daughter's. Her skin was dark to begin with, so nothing could be seen. "Li Xiu, after all this time, you have a wife? You must be a son-in-law, otherwise how could a wealthy family like you? For a man, being a son-in-law is not a great skill." As if she had found a breakthrough, Yao Lily immediately said, "Dad, let me tell you, Li Xiu's children will take the surname Fu from now on, so my son is the best and will take care of you in your old age." Other villagers at the scene also talked about it. Yeah, even though he lives a comfortable life, he is still a son-in-law, and it's definitely not easy. That's right, marrying into the family is very hard. Fu Xiu put down his chopsticks and said calmly, "Li Xiu is not marrying into my family. He gave me a betrothal gift of 2.88 million. Puff. The whole village was collectively outraged. Fuck. More than 2 million for a betrothal gift? Is Li Xiu that rich? This Li Pingyan really found a good son. Yao Lily's eyes changed immediately. "Li Xiu, are you so rich?" However, Li Xiu's next sentence completely shattered these people's views. "But my wife gave me a betrothal gift of 28.88 million yuan, and we married each other," Li Xiu said. Everyone took another breath. Some villagers even stopped breathing. "How many? I didn't hear you wrong. How can this happen? Oh my god, this Li Ping'an's son is simply a gold nugget. Li Guangcai swallowed his saliva and said, "Ha, let's eat."
This is their first time here, so let's not scare them. He glanced at Li Xiu and said, "Xiao Xiu, your brother's work matter."
Yao Wan responded, "Yes, yes, yes. Anyway, you can always help my grandson with this little thing, right? Your wife is the boss."
Yao Lily's expression changed.
Doesn't that mean that they have wealthy relatives? Li Yao nodded frantically, "Brother. Sister-in-law. Help me find a job. Can I choose any position in your company?" Fu Xiuyu said calmly, "You want to find a job? Education? Work experience?"
Li Xiu smiled and said, "He is a junior college student and stayed at home for a year."
"What kind of experience can I have?" Yao Lili immediately retorted, "Li Xiu, you are going to die, how can you say that about your brother?" "Mr. Fu, this is it. Although my child doesn't have much experience, he is capable. Moreover, a junior college degree is very useful nowadays and is much more powerful than a bachelor's degree. Look, my son is quite a handsome man."
Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Yao, who looked like a fat pig, and said helplessly, "Maybe in your eyes, he is indeed excellent.
But our Fu group does not recruit college graduates.
I suggest he go to the job market to have a look."
Yao Lili, eh? Why are you talking like that?
Li Xiu, you have to take care of your wife.
If she's your wife, she's half a villager. Why don't you help me with this little favor? What's the point?
Li Xiu raised his head and glanced at Yao Lili, "You are really shameless. Let me tell you, my father's land in the village was taken away by you many years ago.
Now you know to ask me for help?
It's too late, I tell you, and your fat son, you're looking for me now and you're looking for a job. You wanted to help your son build a house, and you also thought about asking my dad for money before, but I tell you, I'm just a person with little feelings for others, and I just can't stand you guys who are both powerful and independent."
Chapter 59 The Golden Peach Flew Away.
After being scolded like this, Yao Lily's body rose and fell in anger. Okay.
Well, you, Li Xiu, have grown strong and found a rich wife, right? Dad. Don't you take good care of your grandson? How can he take us seriously?
Li Guangcai was so angry that he was shaking all over. Li Ping'an had been a rebellious person since he was young, and now the child he raised was even more rebellious than his father.
Li Xiu, we are all family. Go back and have a good talk with your wife. Since you are not marrying into the family, you still have to have a say in the family. Let your wife make the arrangements. You don't have to be a leader right away.
You can be a small clerk and gain some experience, and then you can be promoted slowly in the future." Yao Wan beside him also said, "Yes, and I think your car is nice. Anyway, your wife has a car, so you can give this car to your brother to drive, so that he won't be embarrassed when he goes to work without a car."
Li Ping'an looked at the two old men in disbelief. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Have you listened to what you are saying? My son's car, you want it right away?"
Yao Lili was originally very happy to hear this, and immediately said, "What are you doing?
We are all family, why are you talking so differently?
I don't mind your son's old car.
It's good enough that I didn't ask him to buy a new one for his brother." Bang!
Li Xiu didn't say anything, but Fu Xiuyu got angry. "I've never seen someone who takes it for granted." Li Xiu suddenly reached out to stop his wife.
"Honey, don't be angry, I'll do it." The next moment, Li Xiu placed his hands on the edge of the table, a sneer on his face. "Oh? Then everyone stop eating, and still want to celebrate your birthday? I'll celebrate your whole family's birthday." Boom!
Li Xiu flipped the table over violently. The food and drinks were all spilled all over the guests at the table. The two old guys were so scared that they turned around in circles on the ground like old dogs.
It took me a while to react.
Yao Lili reacted and cursed, "Li Xiu.
Are you crazy? You are an unfilial thing. A bastard from outside is a bastard. When you die, you will not be able to enter the ancestral hall. Mom and Dad. People like this don't deserve to be part of our family."
Li Guangcai stood up, trembling all over.
Okay. Li Xiu. You are so nice. Li Ping'an. Either you kick this guy out today. Otherwise, you will never be able to enter the gate of my Li family in your life.
Hearing this, Li Ping'an stood up with a smile, threw off his coat, and then said with a wry smile, "Dad, my mother died early. I used to think that you were trying to find a wife, so I would let it go if you treated me poorly, but Li Xiu is my son. I have no ability in this life and can't give him anything, but at least my son doesn't have to kneel down to be a man.
If he can't eat this feast, then it's right to overturn it.
You didn't consider my son your own family from the bottom of your heart.
Now that he is doing well, you want to take advantage of him.
There is no such good thing in the world.
You. Bastard. You bastard. Just like your mother, you are a piece of shit.
Li Guangxi cursed without thinking. Hearing this, Li Pingan became completely furious.
Scolding my mother? You don't deserve this birthday party.
After saying that, Li Pingan walked forward and kicked each table one by one. Suddenly the scene was in chaos. Li Pingan turned his head and said, "You bullied my son.
You insulted my mother.
Just to please your future wife. Just for your daughter who has no blood relationship with you.
You old dog. You don't deserve this."
Li Guangxi raised his hand and pointed at Li Pingan with trembling hands, saying, "You rebellious son.
You rebellious son. And Li Xiu. You two are bastards with evil intentions. You two beasts." Yao Wan and Yao Lily felt heartbroken when they saw the food all over the floor. Did you two come here on purpose to cause trouble today? Mom. Let's call the police. Let's call the police. Li Pingan turned around and said with a smile, "I overturned the banquet in my own home. I was just happy. What can you do to me?"
Li Xiu stepped forward and said, "Dad, forget it, let's go, don't come here again."
Li Pingan nodded. Son, you are right. I should have listened to you before. Some things, once lost, will never come back.
Your grandfather disappeared when your grandmother passed away.
What exists now is just a paranoid shell.
After saying that, Li Pingan turned around.
Fu Shouyu took a look at the situation at the scene and picked up the gift box he had brought. That's fine, I'll save you the gift. Li Guangxi then noticed the gift and found it was a golden longevity peach as big as a fist. Although this old man is old, he is not a fool. Gold is very expensive now. If he sells this golden peach, it will be easy for his grandson to buy a car. Now he regretted the quarrel just now. "Granddaughter-in-law, how could you take this thing away?" "Oh, granddaughter-in-law, granddaughter-in-law."
The old man was chasing after them, but Fu Shouyu and Li Xiu had already left with Li Pingan.
"Don't go, granddaughter-in-law. You are the good one, and the bad ones are Li Xiu and Li Pingan. Why are you leaving? If you really want to leave, leave Jin Taozi behind." The old man turned around, looked at his family, and roared, "Don't you have eyes? They brought us such big birthday peaches, how could we be short of money to buy a car? Do we have to take theirs?" Yao Lily pouted and said, "Dad, no, didn't you say so yourself?"
Li Guangxi was leaning on a cane, shaking with anger.
"If it weren't for you and Li Pingan and his son not getting along, they wouldn't be so angry if you were adding fuel to the fire. My birthday peach, oh, I'm so angry." At this time, Yao Wan stepped forward and said, "Old man, this family relationship is not something you can just give up casually. Now that Li Xiu is capable, when our grandson is looking for a job, the worst that can happen is that he can just say that Li Xiu is his brother and Miss Fu is his sister-in-law. Then he can get into any company." Li Guangxi nodded. "You are right, my dear, you are very thoughtful. Li Yao, did you hear that? From now on, when you go out, you already have an identity, the brother-in-law of the Fu group. Got it?" Li Yao nodded desperately. Yeah, I know." Yao Lily rolled her eyes and said, "What's so great about that? If my son finds a job in the future, it will be his own ability." Yao Wan stepped forward and said, "Okay, stop talking and observe more before doing things next time. When it's worth it and when it's not, it's a pity that we lost a golden peach this time." Chapter 60. I love to feed my brother-in-law and brother. Who cares? The other end. Li Xiu followed Rafa in a Mercedes.
Li Pingan still had a gloomy face in the car. Li Xiu smiled and said, "Dad, think positively.
At least this family will have nothing to do with us from now on. Whether they are dead or alive, it is their own business. We have one less responsibility, isn't that a good thing?" Li Pingan nodded and said, "Yes, you are right. From now on, I don't need to be responsible for Li Guangxi anymore. My father kicked me out of the house when I was young because of his second wife. I was left without family support and have never found a wife in my life. Fortunately, I met you, my life is complete. Old man, are you okay? Are you old?" Are you reminiscing about the past?
I wasn't full just now, let's go back and eat something.
Li Xiu said. 2 cars arrived at the Fu family manor.
After the car stopped, Li Xiu took Li Pingon out.
Fu Xiuyu walked beside Li Xiu and said, Li Xiu, you probably don't plan to go back to Li village in the future.
Of course not.
Today's incident made me completely see through this family. My dad still wants to have some family affection, but I think that's unlikely.
The so-called family affection requires that the other party treats you as a family member. At this time, a housekeeper of the Fu family came up and said, Miss, the cousin is here.
Looking at this trend, we've lost a lot again this time. Li Xiu asked in confusion, what's going on, cousin? Fu Xiuyu nodded and said, yes, my father's relative is addicted to gambling.
My mother values relationships, so after helping him a few times, he would come to ask for money from time to time.
Fu Xiuyu's father is a son-in-law, so the relatives on his father's side are cousins. By the way, I haven't signed in today. It's time to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Sign in location, Fu's Manor. Sign in to get Gambler Card X1. After using it, you can obtain all the abilities of the god of gamblers. It's always good to have many skills, so use them.
The next moment, a large number of gambling skills and abilities flooded into Li Xiu's mind, and at the same time, his muscles became hot, as if in this second, his muscles had already experienced years of practical experience at the gambling table.
System, awesome. Li Xiu turned to Fu Xiuyu and said, by the way, wife, did the Fu family have any gambling gods or gambling businesses in the past?
Fu Xiuyu's expression changed slightly. To be honest, our Fu family did start out as a casino in the last century, but we no longer do this business now. No wonder, there used to be a casino and a gambler in this place.
You can get related cards by signing in. I wonder how much more history there is in Fu's Manor for me to dig into. Fu's Manor is a great place.
There are so many big families in Binhai, and there are also some historical sites.
If you keep signing in there yourself, wouldn't you be invincible?
Li Xiu thought about it as he walked inside. Suddenly a voice came from inside.
I heard that my cousin has found a son-in-law. I want to open my eyes and see what kind of man can catch my cousin's eye.
Li Xiu looked up and saw a man dressed in rustic clothes. Sitting next to him was a woman in her 50s.
The woman said, sister-in-law, your Fu family is so big and powerful that it is impossible to survive without a man, but how can you, the son-in-law, not change your surname? Will your child have someone else's surname after you give birth to him? Fu Wanjuan's expression gradually turned ugly. Our Fu family is very open-minded. We don't care about these things now. Xiaoxiu is a good child, that's enough.
When they have a child, it's up to them what surname to give him.
Sister-in-law, please don't worry about it, but our Fu family really can't help you with your son's matter. Oh, sister-in-law, although my brother passed away early, we treated him well when he was young. Now my son only owes more than 1 million yuan, which is just a small matter for your Fu family. Why are you unwilling to help with such a small matter? Fu Xiuyu walked in and said, Auntie, that's serious. My husband is not marrying into my Fu family.
First of all, this matter has nothing to do with you. Secondly, if your son continues to gamble like this, you will ruin our family fortune.
My father took good care of you and even left a factory in your hometown.
But you were eager for quick success and blindly expanded it, and it went bankrupt.
Now you are blaming us. There is no such good thing in the world. Why don't you leave me now?
The aunt's face became more and more unsightly.
Fu Xiuyu, I thought you were so great. I originally adopted your brother into your Fu family to inherit your family lineage. After all, we have some blood relationship. Now after all this time, you have found a small clerk as your husband. This woman, why don't you just stay at home and have the baby? In the end, won't you be eaten up by the whole family? Fu Xiuyu's expression began to turn ugly. Li Xiu took a deep breath, stepped forward and said with a smile, although I am just a small employee, is it your business? Even if I just eat my wife's soft rice, so what? He said this on purpose just to piss off this weird relative who wanted to take over the Fu family but couldn't. You. So good. After all, you come from a small family. I heard that the child is from a single parent. It turns out that you are here to make a fortune. Said my aunt. This cousin's name is Linyi, and he was about to say something when he saw this scene. A voice came from outside the door, and is quite free.
She came to my Fu family to criticize my brother-in-law.
My brother-in-law didn't do anything, but you guys hate him?
Fu Xiaomu's look at this moment is not as pure and sweet as usual, but like an angry old hen. Beside her, Fu Xiaoxue also snorted, "It has nothing to do with you, just say whatever you want." Although she didn't admit it, she hated Li Xiu less and less, so it was not okay for outsiders to say that about Li Xiu. At this time, Fu Xiaoyuan's voice came, "Your son loses 9 times out of 10 when gambling. It's better for him to quit gambling as soon as possible, otherwise he will die in the casino sooner or later."
Aunt, have you dealt with your husband's previous affair? How come you have time to come to my house as a guest?
The aunt was as if her tail had been stepped on. "You sharp-tongued girls, why don't you help your own cousins?
Why are you all speaking up for a stranger? What brother-in-law? Do you have any shame? I see you are getting old, you are getting horny, right?" Fu Xiaomu stood in front of Li Xiu, with his hands on his hips, and said, "Aunt? What's wrong? Didn't you say that my brother-in-law and brother are eating out the whole family? Even if I was eaten by my brother-in-law, I wouldn't let you take advantage of me? Then what is wrong? You. The aunt was so angry.
Who knew that at this moment the cousin stood up and suddenly fell with a plop?
Kneeled on the ground. Chapter 61, I feel like my brother-in-law is going to be bullied.
Lin Ye's sudden kneeling scared everyone at the scene.
Fu Wanjun was stunned and asked, "Lin Yi, what are you doing?" Lin Yi said, "Aunt, you must help me. If you don't help me this time, I'm really finished. It's over 1,000,000 yuan, and it's from loan sharks. The interest is compounded. I really can't afford it. Please lend me the money. I will pay it back slowly."
There was a slight struggle on Fu Wanjuan's face. Fu Xiaomu said, "Mom, after we help him this time, if he dares to do it next time, we can't help him again."
Fu Xiaoyuan also said,
"Mom, I can help with anything except gamblers."
Fu Xiaoyu said directly,
"If you are short of work, I can help you ask if there is a suitable job for you, but I really can't help you with the money you owe from gambling. What's more, you dare to borrow usury, which shows that there is something wrong with your cognition." Lin Yi knelt on the ground, "Cousin,
help me. Please. If you don't help me, I will die in front of you." Fu Xiaoyu's aunt immediately said, "Oh, I only have this one son." Li Xiu's head was aching. She said calmly, "Aunt, right? And this cousin, how about I give you a chance? I can give you 3 million. What do you think?" "What?"
Lin Yi immediately stood up and grabbed Li Xiu's hand. "Godfather."
"Godfather." Fu Xiaoyuan and Fu Xiaoxue looked at Li Xiu in confusion. "What are you doing? You're still helping this gambler? Are you helping him? You're harming him." "Yes, Li Xiu, do you really like poverty alleviation so much?" Fu Xiaoyu also looked at Li Xiu strangely, but she still trusted Li Xiu. Although her husband sometimes seemed unreliable, he could always surprise people at critical moments. Li Xiu glanced at his wife and gave her a reassuring look. "Oh, brother-in-law. You are really a god from heaven. I like righteous people like you so much," Lin Yi said. Li Xiu shook his hand away, "But I have one condition. I have 3 million here. I will lend you another 3 million. You must gamble with me. If you lose all, then from now on, don't come to the Fu family again. If you win me, or if you have some left after an hour, no matter how much is left, it will all be given to you." Lin Ye's eyes lit up, "Brother-in-law. So you are also a fellow traveler. Do you want to bet with me?" "Brother, I have been involved in this business since I was a child. If my luck wasn't so bad this time, I would have won 10 million in a minute. You give me the capital to bet with me? Don't I have a chance to win 6 million from you? I remember you are a computer expert, right? With your level. Cousin can't take advantage of you. If I win 6 million, I can just take 3 million. This kid might have some problem with his brain. No matter how I calculate it, I will win." The 3 sisters-in-law around him thought their brother-in-law was crazy. "You're still betting with him? Brother-in-law, are you crazy?" Fu Xiaomu was so anxious, oh, I'm so anxious. Fu Xiaoxue frowned, "The chicken feet are exposed again. I knew this person was not simple, but I didn't expect he was also a gambler." Fu Xiaoyuan inserted his hands, "Why do I feel that it is not that simple?" Li Xiu waved to the butler beside him,
please bring a table and a deck of playing cards.
Everyone looked over curiously.
The Fu family had many women, and they would play mahjong or poker at night, so they already had these things. Li Xiu said calmly, here are 52 poker cards.
Let's play life and death poker. Since you are a casino expert, you should be familiar with this. Not unfamiliar, not unfamiliar.
Lin Yi was already extremely excited at this moment.
As long as you pay a little attention, you can easily get more than 1 million.
Let's place the bet, 100,000 per person as the pot.
Li Xiu said. So big? Sure. I'll follow you.
Lin Yi took out a chip. Li Xiu also took out a chip worth 100,000 yuan. Okay, let's get started.
Fu Xiumu, please help deal the cards. Fu Xiumu's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law knows so much?
Okay, I'll help brother-in-law deal the cards. The beautiful sister-in-law deals cards online. Li Xiu smiled and said, great.
With my sister-in-law dealing the cards, my gambling luck is about to come. Let's get started.
During the card dealing phase, Fu Xiumu dealt 2 cards to each player as hidden cards. Then 3 more cards were dealt. Decide whether to follow or not based on the size of the cards.
Li Xiu said, I'll give you 100,000.
At this moment, Lin Yi obviously had a bigger hand.
He laughed out loud, little brother, you are not that good.
I'll call you with 300,000. Li Xiu heard this and nodded, saying, I'll follow suit with a bet of 300,000. The cards are then dealt again. Fu Xiumu said, you choose whether to continue following. Lin Yi had a very good chance at the moment, and he immediately said loudly, follow 300,000.
Li Xiu smiled and nodded and followed. After the last round of dealing, Fu Xiumu announced all the cards.
As expected, Li Xiu lost this round. Including the money in the pot and the following cards, the opponent made a total of 800,000. This time Lin Yi became completely arrogant. Let me tell you, brother-in-law, my level is already at the level of a professional gambler, so you'd better not play with me. I'm not greedy, 3 million is enough for me, I don't want any more than what I want from you. Looking at this arrogant face, Li Xiu smiled faintly. This Lin Yi really has the personality of a gambler.
Once he wins money, he becomes extremely confident.
Thinking of this, Li Xiu said, Lin Yi, let's continue.
After a moment. Li Xiu, no. 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 Now the people watching this gambling game around were getting anxious. Only the ant laughed out loud, that's 2 million. Thank you so much to this new son-in-law, he's so generous. Son, this new son-in-law is your benefactor. Lin Yi nodded and said, Li Xiu, right? I think you should keep the 1 million so that you won't be accused of bullying you as your cousin. 5 million is enough for me.
Fu Wanjun didn't feel bad about the money, but she was worried that Li Xiu would lose face.
Xiao Xiu, why don't you just forget it?
It's just a small amount of money, I'll give it to you. Fu Xiu frowned slightly but didn't say much. She believed in her husband. The 3 sisters-in-law felt frustrated. After all, Li Xiu represented the Fu family, and this loss was too embarrassing. After all, Li Xiu was their brother-in-law, and they felt that their brother-in-law was bullied by outsiders. Li Xiu said calmly at this time, I want revenge mode, double the bet in the next round.
Chapter 62, Flash Marriage is a Gamble.
Lin Yi was slightly stunned.
Double the bet? This. Is there anyone who is so kind? Double the bet, isn't that just giving me double the money? I really have to thank my brother-in-law.
Double the bet means that the next pot will be 600,000 each, which means 1.2 million for 2 people.
Li Xiu nodded, that's right. Do you dare to bet?
Bet, brother-in-law, I am so grateful to you. I have never been so grateful to someone in my life.
You are rushing to give me money? That's great.
Lin Yi said to Fu Xiumu on the side, deal the cards, I'm in a good mood now.
Deal them hard. Fu Xiumu rolled his eyes at him, humph. If it weren't for your brother-in-law asking you to do so, would you have achieved such good results? Lin Yi laughed and said, Fu Xiumu? I won the money by my own ability. Stop talking nonsense and give me the money. Fu Xiumu could only nod and continue dealing cards.
On the surface, Lin Yi still looked better this time, and his smile became even happier. I'm rich.
I'm all in.
Just deal the cards. I'm going to make my brother-in-law lose miserably this time.
Fu Xiumu snorted coldly and continued dealing cards.
The cards have been dealt. Fu Xiaomu said calmly, the cards have been dealt, you guys compete. Li Xiu raised his hand and turned over one of his cards.
The current cards were KQJ10, and he only had one card left to reveal the answer. Lin Yi laughed and said, haha. I have 3 aces. Unless you get a royal flush with an ace on the last card, there is no way you can win. But I already have 3 aces. How low is the chance of you getting the last ace, bro? Li Xiu said calmly, how do you know that my card is not an A?
The next moment, Li Xiu turned over his last trump card.
What appeared in front of everyone was actually an A. Royal flush. Lin Ye's eyes almost popped out of his head. How is this possible? How could you possibly do that? Hey, you've been unlucky so many times. How did you get the remaining ace when I had 3 aces in my hand? You're cheating. Who is cheating? My brother-in-law beat you, and you said my brother-in-law was cheating, are you kidding me? Fu Xiaomu said.
Other members of the Fu family also said so.
Yeah, you're such a jerk when you win. That's right, if Lin Yi can't afford to lose, then don't play. The ant at the side turned pale instantly. You lost it all? You lost it all in this one round? More than 5 million.
Lin Yi shook his head and said stupidly, not only that, I lost everything. The revenge round has doubled the reward. I lost nearly 10 million in this round.
Li Xiu said calmly, except for the capital I gave you, you still owe me, let's say 5 million. You have lost to me now.
From now on, you, Lin Yi, are not allowed to come to our Fu family again.
You are not allowed to set foot in our Fu family again. Do you hear me?
Lin Yi shuddered and said in a daze, I know it. His mother beside him was still trying to keep pestering him. Fu Xiaoyu directly called the security guard at home, come here, kick these 2 people out. Several security guards stepped forward and pushed the 2 men out of the Fu family.
Fu Xiaoyu glanced at Li Xiu and said, so you had already set up the plan?
Li Xiu took his wife's hand and said, yes. If you give this person money, he will become like a dogskin plaster in the future. The best way is to deal with him once and for all. If he dares to come next time, make him pay back the 5 million first.
Fu Xiaoyu glanced at her husband and said, sometimes I really feel that you have a lot of secrets. You can even cheat?
Li Xiu took out 2 cards from his sleeve.
It is precisely because I know this that I never gamble. The biggest gamble in my life is getting married to my wife. Oh? Do you regret it? If you do, it's not too late to leave now.
Li Xiu pulled Fu Xiaoyu over and said, you wish?
Ahem.
There are a room full of single guys, and you 2 are the only ones showing off your love.
Is that okay? Fu Xiaoyu said.
Fu Xiaomu's face was red, and no one knew what he was thinking. Fu Xiaoxue looked at Li Xiu's profile and frowned slightly. This Li Xiu was really amazing.
Taekwondo, free fighting, and cheating? How could he, an ordinary 211 university graduate, have so many skills?
Fu Wanjun said at the side, well, we finally got rid of your aunt and your 2 aunts. Li Xiu turned around and said, Mom, I'm hungry.
Fu Wanjun nodded. Hey, I'll have someone make you abalone and oyster seafood noodles, okay?
You and your dad can each have a bowl.
Li Pingon was standing aside watching the fun. After hearing this, I nodded immediately, that's really life. 20 hours in the evening.
Fu Xiaoyu was checking files on the computer in the room, while Li Xiu was lying on the bed playing with his phone for a while.
Being bored, he stood up and walked to his wife. Fu Group Binhai University Cooperation Project? Do you have any cooperation with Binhai University? Fu Xiaoyu turned and looked at Li Xiu. Well, I have some scientific research projects with Binhai University.
The goal is to be ahead of other companies in technology. After all, technology is the primary productive force. Li Xiu frowned slightly. He couldn't help in this regard for the time being, but as he signed in the future, perhaps he would be able to gain better abilities.
Maybe I can help with technology by then?
At that time, the 3 sisters-in-law would definitely become crazy about me, shouting that brother is so great, and would be unable to stop wanting me from then on. Let's see if they still dare to question my impure motives, especially Fu Xiaoxue, who always thinks I want to wipe out her family.
Which sister of mine do you like? Fu Xiaoyu asked suddenly.
Fu Xiaoyu, of course it's only Fu Xiaoyu.
Li Xiu almost jumped out. Fu Xiaomu is pure and lovely, Fu Xiaoxue is heroic and valiant, and Fu Xiaoyuan is extremely charming.
When it was about his lips, he realized that his wife was trying to trick him. For the sake of family harmony, he had to correct his attitude. "Oh, I saw that you seemed to have other ideas just now," Fu Xiaoyu said. As she spoke, her hand had already pinched Li Xiu's thigh.
"Isn't my charm enough?"
Li Xiu was pulled into Fu Xiaoyu's arms, and then she looked down at Li Xiu.
"Fuck. You think you are the empress?" Li Xiu swallowed his saliva and then said, "How about I give you a whip?" Fu Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Oh? So you have this habit." "Ha ha ha, of course not, how is that possible?"
Li Xiu smiled awkwardly.
"You better behave yourself, otherwise you'll be in trouble. Only if you make your wife happy can you live a good life, okay? Brother."
The more familiar Fu Xiaoyu and Li Xiu are with each other, the stronger the S attribute they show. Li Xiu felt that if this continued, she would start bondage play.
Sure enough, a flash marriage is a big gamble. "What did you say?" You can't say it anymore? You're dead. Chapter 63. So couples should not work in the same company.
The next morning, Li Xiu suddenly woke up from his bed.
He was shirtless and his whole body was sore. It's really hard to deal with such an old woman. This is too fierce. At the strongest age, I meet the strongest you? Whoever wants to eat this bowl of rice can eat it. I must have dignity next time. Bang! The door opened, and Fu Xiaoyu glanced at Li Xiu calmly. "Let's go to the company together." "Okay," Li Xiu said. Fu Xiaoyu exhaled. "What did you just say about having dignity?" "Keep talking, I'm listening." "Li Xiu, go to work with dignity. It's so dignified to work with Mr. Fu." Fu Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's go." Hey hey hey. Under the Fu Group building. In the passenger seat of the red LaFerrari, Fu Xiaoyu pulled Li Xiu by the collar and pressed his neck. "Ahem, Mr. Fu, I'm a gentleman. My education doesn't allow me to do this downstairs in the company." Fu Xiaoyu said calmly, "Why, which one of the company do you like?" "So I'm quite concerned. Tell me and I'll help you find a match next time." Ha ha ha.
So couples shouldn't work in the same company.
What did you say? Oh, nothing. Walk all the way into the elevator. A group of early morning employees rushed into the elevator. "Mr. Fu." "Good. Hello, Chief Li." "Hello, Mr. Fu."
These employees all lowered their heads to play with their mobile phones and gossiped in the large group where President Fu was not in the company.
There are lip prints on concubine Li's neck. This is first-hand information from a close distance.
It seems that our President Fu likes this beauty very much.
Isn't it? Otherwise, how could he become a royal consort? The employees of the Network Information Security Department are blessed.
In the future, this department will be the one where the royal family has worked. This is a feng shui treasure land.
Fu Xiaoyu noticed that the employees' phones kept ringing, so he picked up his phone.
Soon, Special Assistant Lin sent a message like a dog-headed military advisor. "Vice President, everyone is making fun of you and your son-in-law.
Say you two are in love." Fu Xiaoyu nodded. "That's how loving they are." After replying, Fu Xiaoyu went to the president's office.
Li Xiu came to his department.
As soon as he entered the room, Li Xiu looked around at his employees and then gave an order. "Everyone, check the company's network security. Don't let your guard down recently." The employees nodded. "Yes, Chief Li."
Lu Ruyan glanced at Li Xiu, then sat down. At this time, her cell phone vibrated wildly.
Xiao Mukin. After Lu Ruyan picked up the phone, a voice came from the other end. "There is a task that you must complete. If you complete it, we might be able to return to the Xiao family. The two of us can return to the high life again." Lu Ruyan asked in confusion, "What kind of lavish life do you mean? Can we go back?"
"I just received a call from my grandfather.
Because Li Xiu destroyed the Xiao family's marriage, and the Fu family's incident this time was simply a slap in the face of our Xiao family, what do you think my grandfather would think? Of course, revenge. You create loopholes inside and cooperate with the Xiao group's attack.
Of course, it is an outsourced team to do this. Once we handle it, you will go directly back to the Xiao family and you will be Madame Xiao."
"How about it?" Lu Ruyan struggled. "But if I'm found out, I'll be fired." "Mu Chen, what if the attack fails? What should I do?" Xiao Mukin said, "What are you afraid of? Even if you are discovered and the attack fails, my grandfather will not treat us unfairly. Lu Ruyan's expression changed.
If she could help Mr. Xiao, then she would have a chance to turn things around. Instead of being abused by Li Xiu, it would be better to fight for a chance to enter a wealthy family again. Okay, Xiao Mukin, I promise you, the attack time is. On the other side, Li Jinxiu was typing on the computer, sending a message to Mr. Fu.
Two people are chatting. It seems that the president is not necessarily very busy.
Li Xiu said, feeling that Fu Xiuyu still likes this kind of little girl's feeling of love. At the other end, the president's meeting room. A vice president said, Mr. Fu, regarding the cooperation between the company and Binhai University, some companies have recently contacted the president of Binhai University and seem to have some ideas.
Mr. Fu? Mr. Fu? Fu Xiuyu put down his phone, then came back to his senses and asked in confusion, huh? Go on.
The vice president said, from what I know, many large families in Binhai have recently been interested in competing with Binhai University for cooperation when their contracts expire this summer. They have realized that enterprise technology is the primary productive force and that we should not underestimate the creativity of college students.
Fu Xiuyu took out his cell phone again. Just buy whatever you like.
After sending the message, Fu Xiuyu sent a WeChat transfer of 200,000 yuan to Li Xiu.
The other end.
Li Xiu was stunned. No, I said we go buy some couple underwear, you give me 200,000?
Okay then, let me choose, it has to be QQ underwear. He. Just at this moment. Bang!
After a muffled sound, garbled characters began to appear on the computer screen in front of him.
Li Xiu looked up and said, what the hell? Hackers have invaded. In the president's meeting room at this moment. Fu Xiuyu is sending a message.
Suddenly, garbled characters appeared on the big screen in the conference room.
The vice president who was speaking immediately tapped the remote control in his hand. Huh? What's going on? Hatted? What happened to the cybersecurity department? Someone winked at him, and the vice president immediately said, what are the people doing except section chiefly?
At this moment, the cyberspace information security department was in chaos.
Li Xiu came outside the office and pointed at the groups and asked, what are you doing? How could hackers get in? I set it up a long time ago, why didn't the firewall respond?
Several team leaders had cold sweat on their foreheads.
Sorry, Chief, we are handling it. Give us some time, Chief. Shen Shuyi came out and said, Li Xiu, this seems to be different.
The opponent seems to know our weaknesses. It broke our firewall in an instant.
Li Xiu curled his lips and said, stop talking. I'll do it myself. Let me learn from you.
When Li Xiu returned to his office, his hands were left with after images from typing.
This is an exploit of a web vulnerability, but it shouldn't be possible. I checked it. Even if the opponent is strong, they shouldn't lose so quickly. The repair is nothing more than basic operations such as preventing SQL injection and SXX. Is the attack so awesome?
But after coming in, it becomes very cliché.
Let me see who you are. Soon under Li Xiu's operation. The team leaders outside exclaimed in amazement. Who is this? They fixed the vulnerability so quickly and even started to fight back? It's Section Chiefly. Only Section Chiefly can be so skilled. However, in the next moment, Li Su suddenly exposed a loophole to the other party. The other team leaders exclaimed when they saw this. No, what does this mean? Section Chief Li's flaws are exposed to others like this? Isn't this self-destructive? People will attack crazily based on this loophole. As expected, these hackers went crazy and began to frantically attack the backend data of Fu Group. What is Section Chief Li doing? Did Section Chief Li do this on purpose? Is Section Chief Li a spy? Chapter 64 She is pregnant? However, at this moment, Li Xiu's last keyboard stroke fell. The tug-of-war that lasted for half a day finally ended. Li Xiu finally pressed the Enter key, and it made a click. In just a moment, a folder appeared on Li Xiu's computer desktop. I have already prevented the theft of the other party's IP, the device they are using, and some of their personal information. Now let's see how you fight me. Then it's the police's business. At this time, Li Xiu walked out of the office and faced everyone's awe gaze. He said calmly, solved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Several team leaders who had just suspected Li Xiu expressed their shame.
We just suspected that Section Chief Lee was a spy from the other side. We didn't expect that Section Chief Lee actually used himself as bait. This time, he should have obtained the other party's IP and information.
Yes, you are worthy of being Section Chief Lee. We actually suspected that the Section Chief was a spy.
A female employee stood up and said, "Don't forget, our Section Chief is Mr. Fu's husband.
He owns half of his company. Why would he be a spy?" Hearing this, everyone at the scene nodded.
At this time, Li Xiu's eyes fell on Lu Ruyan. "I thought you were just unfaithful in your relationship, but I didn't expect.
You don't even have a work ethic." Lu Ruyan pretended to be ignorant. "Li Xiu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I didn't do anything just now."
Li Xiu smiled. "I didn't tell you what you did."
Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly changed.
Li Xiu continued. "It was an exciting offensive and defensive battle just now, but unfortunately, a traitor appeared in our team." After saying that, Li Xiu took out a black USB flash drive.
"Here is the entire operation process of the traitor." Everyone looked at Lu Ruyan. Start whispering. Lu Ruyan? It must be her. Maybe Section Chief Lee usually targets her and she holds a grudge against him? Oh my god, this woman is so scary.
Although Section Chief Lee targeted her, he didn't even look at what she did first.
Since you can't be a rich wife, you actually help outsiders target our company? People like this don't deserve to be in our department. Yes, I used to eat with her, but now I feel really sick.
Lu Ruyan immediately became weak. "No, I didn't."
Li Xiu, we have broken up. How could you wrongly accuse me? Li Xiu shook his head. "Lu Ruyan, is it difficult for you to admit your mistakes? You won't be satisfied until I publish this information and you lose all face. Li Su, if you still have me in your heart, you would never say this to me in public and humiliate me. You recorded it on a USB drive, and the last bit of kindness you had in my heart is gone, do you know that?"
Lu Ruyan felt as if she had become the biggest victim in the world at this moment.
Li Xiu, ah?
No, buddy, you're causing trouble in my company, collaborating with the enemy.
Now you blame me for saying it out loud. Do you want to turn against Tiangang like this? Okay, you don't know what's wrong, right? I'm calling the police now.
Malicious attacks on other companies' network security are illegal. After saying that, Li Xiu took out his cell phone.
Lu Ruyan panicked.
She didn't want to go to jail, and she couldn't go to jail.
With a plop,
she half knelt on the ground and hugged Li Xiu's thighs.
"I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was just confused for a moment. It wasn't me who wanted to do this.
It was Xiao Mukin who told me to do this. He told me that I could return to the Xiao family by doing this.
I was wrong, Li Xiu.
It was that Xiao Mukin who harmed me. You know, he has been the one who manipulated our relationship for so long that I ended up in this situation today. Driven by your own interests, you have to push all the responsibilities onto others."
"Very good, Lu Ruyan, you are very nice, get out." Li Xiu kicked Lu Ruyan away.
He took out his cell phone and called the police.
Soon, the police received a report and came here and took the main people away. Binhai City Police Department.
Li Xiu signed the police report and said with a smile, "All the evidence is in this USB drive."
The police nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Li, thank you for providing the key evidence." Li Xiu nodded. "When I left the interrogation room, I saw Xiao Mukin being brought in by the police."
At this moment, Xiao Mukin looked like a drug addict, his face was extremely haggard and his whole body was shaking.
"What are you doing? My grandfather is Xiao Chang'e. You can't arrest me. You can't." A policeman held Xiao Mukin and walked inside. "Go find this guy and he will beat people up." This guy attacked the police.
At this moment, Xiao Mukin saw Li Xiu and suddenly burst into laughter. "Just wait. Just wait, it won't be long before you will be as miserable as this."
The policeman next to him held his head. "Go."
At this time, outside the gate, Fu Xiuyu got out of the car and walked towards Li Xiu.
"I didn't expect you to be so calm and have already gotten everything done," Fu Xiuyu said. Li Xiu nodded. "This matter has clear logic and is clear. I didn't call you to save you some trouble."
Fu Xiuyu nodded. "The old man of the Xiao family just called me and apologized to me. He said that all this was done by Xiao Mukin personally and had nothing to do with his Xiao family. Secondly, we discovered this matter in time and no losses were caused. They hope to reconcile."
Li Xiu glanced at his wife and asked, "You mean just forget it?" "Of course not.
The Xiao family has given me a big business, as well as a compensation."
Fu Xiuyu said. Li Xiu asked in confusion, "So good? For Xiao Mukan?"
Although Mr. Xiao has a bad temper, he is actually a man of integrity. After all, he raised Xiao Mukan, so it's impossible for him to have no feelings for her.
And just now, Lu Ruyan fainted, and the hospital said she was pregnant. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu. Hey, it's not me. I have never touched this woman.
Li Xiu said. There is nothing we can do about being bound by the system, since it is only used to complete tasks.
But luckily I didn't fall in love with her. This woman is so scary.
Fu Xiuyu said, the grandson he raised made a mistake, and Mr. Xiao admitted it, and I can make a lot of money through this incident.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Li Xiu nodded when he heard this. My wife is right. When we do business, profit comes first.
Fu Xiuyu nodded.
The main reason is that we discovered it in time this time and the circumstances were relatively minor. The lawyer said that at most Xiao Mukan would be detained and fined for a few days. In my opinion, it would be more meaningful to let the Xiao family bleed a little. Besides, I fired Lu Ruyan from the company and banned Xiao Mukan throughout the entire industry, which is also a considerable punishment.
What do you think?
But after all, this is your department's business, so I made my own decision.
Mr. Fu, it's too formal to say that. We are husband and wife. You don't need to tell me your decision. Just say it on WeChat.
Li Xiu said.
Fu Xiuyu nodded. By the way, let me tell you something. Chapter 65. Can't I help my child choose a father?
Li Xiu looked at his wife in confusion.
Our company has cooperation with Binhai University, you should know this. Fu Xiuyu said. Li Xiu nodded. Yes, I understand. It's a collaboration in science and technology. Fu Xiuyu nodded. It's like this. Our contract will expire in the second half of the year. I need you to go to the school for me and communicate with the principal there. Li Xiu asked curiously, didn't you have a good relationship with the principal last time? That's the problem. The principal is about to retire and is no longer working.
The principal of Binhai University has been replaced by a new one, said Fu Xiuyu.
So I'd like to ask you to go. Li Xiu was even more confused. Why do you want me to go?
First of all, you are my husband, I trust you.
Secondly, you once performed the dragon sucking water for your sister Wang. You forgot that the principal is also a woman. You may be better at handling it. There is a third reason.
She is my college classmate, named Songyu.
Her family is in government.
When we were in college, Songyu had a crush on a senior student, but she just happened to like me. In the end, they broke up and I offended her. You know women hold grudges, so I had to find a stranger.
Like you.
Li Xiu nodded. I know what happened, and I understand. But you also said that this principal has a powerful backstage.
What if he asks me to sell my body? Fu Xiuyu shook his head. You're so funny, who do you think you are? How could a young lady like a little brother like you?
Li Xiu looked at his wife with a smile.
So why did you choose me when you came to me to get the marriage certificate? Well, it's a coincidence.
If I had come 5 minutes later, this opportunity might have belonged to someone else.
Fu Xiuyu said with a smile.
Li Xiu smiled slightly.
So the system predicted or directly arranged the trajectory of fate at that time?
I have to say, your system is quite good.
Fu Xiuyu handed over the Ferrari key and said, Here, you didn't drive the car today, did you? Li Xiu nodded. Okay, got it.
At the same time, in the interrogation room of the police station,
Lu Ruyan cried like a victim. The police officer was overwhelmed. Miss, we are just asking you basic questions. Why are you crying as if we are bullying you? Lu Ruyan said while crying. I didn't do anything, I just followed Xiao Mukan's instructions. At this time, a female police officer pushed the door open and walked in. Hey, this is a pregnant woman, please be careful. This is Lu Ruyan, right? As for President Fu, we will not hold you accountable any further. But I tell you, your behavior.
Lu Ruyan no longer listened to the rest of the conversation.
She covered her belly and said, Li Xiu, did you hear me? I'm pregnant. It would be great if you were the father of the child.
The two young policemen who were taking the statement were stunned.
No, buddy, do you understand? I don't understand. I don't understand at all.
Lu Ruyan wiped the tears from her face and said, "It was Li Xiu who spoke for me."
Yes, it was Li Xiu who spoke for me. Otherwise, how could Fu Xiu let me go?
He still loves me, just like before, but my family and Xiao Mu can hurt him. She was in a daze and was led by a female police officer to the hall to sign.
Lu Ruyan's best friend Zhang Qingqing walked in from outside. Ruyan, what happened to you? What on earth happened? Lu Ruyan said, I have a baby. Ah? Zhang Qingqing was stunned. You have a baby? Could it be? Is it Li Xiu's or Xiao Mukin's? Lu Ruyan glanced at Zhang Qingqing and said, I haven't really slept with Li Xiu, but even if that's the case, can't I choose Li Xiu to be his father? Li Xiu's personality and what he did for me before clearly make him more suitable to be a good father. Zhang Qingqing raised her hand and placed it on Lu Ruyan's forehead. Ha! You don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense? At this time, Xiao Mukin also walked out of the detention room. He looked haggard. In the hall, he and Lu Ruyan met eyes. Neither of them said anything. It was Zhang Qingqing who stepped forward and said, Xiao Mukin, look at what you look like. Did you know that Ruyan is pregnant with your child? Xiao Mukin smiled. Who knows whose child she has? Zhang Qingqing stepped forward and slapped him. Pa. Xiao Mukin staggered as he was hit. The police on both sides pretended not to see anything. You're crazy. She has no other man besides you. Xiao Mukin was stunned. Oh? I'm her only man? Zhang Qingqing nodded. Yes, what else? Ha, if she hadn't had an affair with Li Xiu, how could they withdraw the lawsuit? Now you want me to believe this? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Xiao Mukin pointed at Lu Ruyan and said, if it weren't for this woman, I would still be the eldest young master of the Xiao family. It's all because of her that my grandfather treated me like this. Lu Ruyan's body shook. The good things Li Xiu had done to me kept echoing in my mind, as I recalled every detail of that year. Qingqing, do you know? I pushed away my white moonlight with my own hands. The next moment, her eyes went dark. Zhang Qingqing stepped forward and hugged Lu Ruyan. Ruyan. Ruyan, how are you? After a moment. Binhai City Hospital. The doctor came out and asked, who are you to her? Zhang Qingqing asked, I'm her friend? What happened to her? Notify her family as soon as possible. The baby can't be saved. The fetus is unstable at this stage. Has she suffered a blow now? Finished with one word. Zhang Qingqing took out her cell phone and immediately notified the Lu family. Xiao Mukin stood there in a daze, his cell phone vibrating. Xiao Changa's voice came from the other side of the phone. This is the last time I will help you. I heard that you are in the hospital now? Xiao Mukin, as your grandfather, I will tell you one last thing. It is my platform that made you successful. If you were still in the orphanage, you wouldn't even be able to find a job, let alone marry and have children. You wouldn't even know where you stand. Is it Grandpa who helps me? What about Lu Ruyan? Xiao Mukin was stunned for a moment, then turned off his phone. Beep, beep, beep. After a while, people from the Lu family arrived one after another. Lu Rusong and Lu Yingshan rushed forward like mad dogs. Kicked Xiao Mukin to the ground. If the hospital security hadn't stopped the Lu family, they would have torn Xiao Mukin to pieces. On the other side, Binhai, Xiao family. Xiao Chang's side, Xiao Mukin, this useless guy really thinks he is so great. At this time, the eldest daughter Xiao Yuye came over and said, Dad. This is my son, Wu Yixue, call me Grandpa. Wu Yixue looked handsome. He nodded and said, Grandpa. Oh? Your son just came back from abroad recently? Xiao Chang'e said. Yes, my son graduated from Oxford University, and he studied business management, said Xiao Yuye. At this moment, another voice came from outside the door. Sister, your son is back. Coincidentally, my daughter is back too. Xiao Yuyan walked over here holding a girl's hand. Chapter 66, Being Pestered by My Sister-in-Law at the School Gate. The two walked closer, and Xiao Yuyan said, Han Mimi, why don't you call me Grandpa? Grandpa. Han Mimi's voice was clear and her tone was soft and calm. Xiao Chang'e smiled and said, very good. Now I can only place my hopes on you youngsters. I will give you a chance. Whoever is better among you will be the next generation heir of the Xiao family.
The old man sighed, but the premise is that by that day, my true grandson has not been found, if he is found it. But it has nothing to do with you. Xiao Mukan caused such a big mess this time, and the Fu family has agreed to reconcile with us. This is already the best solution, but our Xiao family has also lost a business, and this idiot has been banned by the entire industry.
The Xiao family's reputation has been ruined. Xiao Changge shook his head.
Xiao Yuye beside him snorted coldly, Dad, over the years, our Xiao family has been very kind to Xiao Mukan, but he can bring shame to our Xiao family time and time again. It turns out that fake is fake. He is not of our Xiao family bloodline, so nothing will work.
Xiao Changge nodded and said, let the hospital continue to do DNA matching, and the police are already building a DNA pedigree map. As long as my grandson is still alive and has had blood drawn in the hospital, we will be able to find him. On the other side, a red LaFerrari appeared in front of the gate of Binhai University with a roar.
Li Xiu glanced at Binhai University in front of him and said, this university has a history of 100 years.
If I sign in using the system, it should be very rich in history. System, sign in. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for signing in to Binhai University.
Signing in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for achieving mastery of physical and chemical studies. In an instant, countless academic knowledge flooded into his brain. Although Li Xiu had been a top student before, his knowledge was limited to the field of computers.
Now, directly master the physicalization? It's okay, it's better than nothing.
As Rafa arrived at the school gate, many girls' eyes seemed to be drawn to the driver's cabin, expecting some handsome young man to come down.
Not long.
Li Xiu parked the car in the parking space and opened the scissor door. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion at the school gate.
Who is this? I don't know. Does any senior know which department he is from? So handsome, and so rich, do you have a girlfriend?
At this time, Zhang Qingqing also came to the school. After all, she was a senior and had not graduated yet.
After making arrangements for Lu Ruyan, she came back to school.
She also saw Li Xiu at a glance.
It's Li Xiu.
Even though Li Xiu is married to the female CEO now, if Li Xiu can't satisfy the female CEO in the future, they will definitely get divorced.
The breakup fee will be something most people wouldn't even dare to think about.
If I build a good relationship with him in advance, I might be able to get promoted in the future.
Anyway, it's always a good idea to get to know him.
Thinking of this, she stepped forward and walked in front of Li Xiu. Li Xiu, it's me, Zhang Qingqing. Lu Ruyan's best friend.
Lu Ruyan's best friend?
Li Xiu remembered that this Zhang Qingqing was Lu Ruyan's junior schoolmate, and she was a witness to his and Lu Ruyan's love over the past year.
What's up? Zhang Qingqing bit her lip and said, Li Xiu, did Lu Ruyan say today that it was you and Mr. Fu who talked about withdrawing the case? Ruyan thinks you are still interested in her. What? Is she crazy?
Li Xiu mocked, she is always so self-righteous. Tell her that it is absolutely impossible for her and I to be together in this life or the next. Zhang Qingqing glanced at Li Xiu quietly. Ruyan also said that she hopes to get your forgiveness. She said that although her child has nothing to do with you, she also hopes that you can be the father of her child.
What? What kind of words are you talking about?
Tell her to stop dreaming. Since she has married her white moonlight, just lock her up. After Li Xiu finished speaking, he prepared to go into the school. Wait, Senior Li Xiu, let's add each other on WeChat. Zhang Qingqing said, I'll help you persuade her in the future. If you try to persuade her, she might go to extremes, which wouldn't be good for you, right? Li Xiu glanced at Zhang Qingqing and said, no need.
And I'm still in contact with people related to Ruyan Lu? Am I crazy? At this time, a sweet voice came from a distance, brother-in-law? It was Fu Xiumu, who was wearing a pure girl's suit. She came closer and took Li Xiu's arm. Brother-in-law, who is she? An ugly pickup artist? Auntie, who are you? Zhang Qingqing was shocked by what this serious green tea girl said. What? What do you mean by ugly pickup artist? When Li Xiu and I met, you didn't even know what you were doing. You are freshman Fu Xiumu, right? I am your senior. Show some respect. Fu Xiumu smiled faintly. Brother-in-law, this auntie doesn't know what's good for her. You don't want your sister to know that someone has hit on you, right? Her big eyes flickered and there was a sly smile on the corner of her mouth. Li Xiu's mouth twitched. Why did he feel that this considerate and kind sister was the most difficult one to deal with? From a distance, Fu Xiaoshua's voice came, Li Xiao? Why are you here? Are you here to see Fu Xiaomu?
Be careful, or I'll tell my sister.
Are you guys so close?
She frowned and glanced at the two people's linked hands.
Fu Xiaomu turned his head and said, Third sister, if I don't hold my brother-in-law's arm, what will I do if he gets snatched away by some random person? Fu Xiaoshue shook her head. It's up to you, Li Xiao. What are you doing at school? Li Xiao nodded. That's perfect. Please help me lead the way. As an employee of Fu's, I'm here to see your new principal today, mainly to discuss business. Fu Xiaoshue nodded. Okay, Fu Xiaomu, you take him to the principal's office. Never mind, I'll go with you. I'm worried about Fu Xiaomu. What if I bring you to the dormitory? Fu Xiaomu's eyes flashed with cunning. How could I, Gigi? Am I that kind of person? I have the greatest respect for my brother-in-law. Li Xiao shook his head. Okay, take me there quickly, don't keep the principal waiting for too long. The two sisters-in-law then shook their heads and took Li Xiao to the principal's office. Chapter 67, I'm not your friend, are you a succubus? Zhang Qingqing's face turned ugly. There are too many girls around Li Xiao. Why are the two sisters from the Fu family joining in the fun?
Walking on the campus of Binhai University, eyes from both sides were directed at Li Xiao.
Who is this person? Why are the two school beauties accompanying him? Holy shit!
Hey, don't be envious, he must be rich, but ESCO seniors don't care about women.
But these are the two school beauties, Fu Xiaomu and Fu Xiaoshue. What? How can this person be so worthy? FCK. Fu Xiaomu held Li Xiao's arm all the way and refused to let go.
Brother-in-law, the teaching building where the principal is in front.
Li Xiao nodded. Okay, I can go up by myself. Fu Xiaoshue took her sister away and said, Then you go by yourself. We are leaving. Li Xiao walked into the office building. Go directly to the principal's office on the 3rd floor. A staff member asked me to wait outside. This wait lasted half an hour.
At this time, Li Xiao glanced at a blackboard placed on the opposite staircase corridor. There was a set of complicated physics questions written on it.
He yawned, stepped forward and wrote 2 strokes. Then he put down the chalk in his hand, turned around and left. Ma'am, you don't want to see me, right? What the hell, just don't see me. After Li Xiao left, the door of the principal's office was pushed open. A woman wearing a dark green suit and glasses glanced at the corridor and asked, Gone? These companies are really annoying. There is still at least half a year before the contract is terminated, and they keep coming every day to annoy me. She walked to the corridor, where there was a problem she couldn't solve. When she walked to the corridor and took a look, she paused with the chalk in her hand. This? You figured it out? When did it happen? Are you kidding me? I used the Dirac equation but couldn't figure it out. Who did this? Who is it? Someone come. Someone come quickly. A staff member came out and asked, Principal Song? What's wrong? What happened? Sonya said in a deep voice, Find me the person who has solved this problem right away. 3 minutes. I want all the information about the other party. This person is a genius. A genius born out of nowhere.
Li Xiao walked into the campus and complained, You ignored me today, and it will be useless if you call me baby tomorrow.
President? Ha, your university is the only one in the world that can cooperate? Damn it.
At this moment, Li Xiao suddenly noticed that he was surrounded. I saw that in front of me, behind me, on both sides, there were many men standing.
It's him. We've checked it out. He's not a student of our school. He's from outside the school.
One man has our 2 most beautiful girls on campus.
Who does he think he is? A succubus, bro? Don't leave, kid. If we don't teach you a lesson today, can we be called men? Everyone, go all out. Amat Ras. Get him.
Li Zhang was about to practice with these young people who didn't know their place when a shout came from a distance. What are you doing? Zhang Qingqing trotted over and stood in front of Li Xiao. He is a senior, you can't mess around.
The leading goblin man clicked his tongue and said, What the hell? Hiding behind a woman is nothing. Come out here.
Li Xiao didn't have time to speak.
Fu Xiaoshue suddenly pushed the crowd aside and stood silently on the left side of Li Xiao. You helped me last time, I will help you this time. You have to beat him first before you can beat me.
Just at this moment, another voice was heard.
Brother-in-law. I'm so hot.
Li Xiu's face was covered with black lines.
What are you doing? Sailor Moon? Fu Xiumu stood on the right side of Li Xiu. Brother-in-law, don't panic, I'll do it for you. That's not necessary.
Li Xiu said lightly. This scene made the goblin men lose their defense.
Get out of my way. We don't beat up women. Get out of the way. Boy. You have no fucking stone. What's the point of hiding behind a woman? Li Xiu raised his lips. Isn't this a great summoning technique that everyone can use? You guys can't do it? Can't you call out a bunch of girls with just one shout?
Oh, it turns out you smoke too much, your lungs are foggy.
What? Brothers, destroy him.
Just as the boys were about to rush forward, a cold voice came from a distance. Everyone from Binhai University, stop it.
I am your principal.
Buzz. All the male students who were sprinting were stunned where they were.
This kid's summoning skills are so awesome? He can even summon the principal? What a joke. Waterfa. Look. It's really the new principal who was recently transferred here.
Song pushed his glasses and his little leather shoes made clattering sounds. He walked up to Li Xiu, then turned around beautifully, raised his hand and pointed at Li Xiu and said, Boy, have you solved the physics problem I left in the corridor?
Hiss.
Li Xiu was stunned.
Aren't the physics questions placed there for people to solve? No.
Li Xiu said.
Song Yu was puzzled. You were the only one at the scene at that time. Fu Xiuxue and Fu Xiumu tilted their heads. When will he be able to solve physics problems? All the goblins who were scolded by the principal said this. The principal is a physics major, right? Yes, I think he has a PhD in physics, very impressive. She's pretty, and she studied abroad. She's super awesome. Lick the principal and the jailer like crazy. Li Xiu said calmly at this time, isn't this question for people to solve? I don't understand. It is for people to solve, but not everyone can solve it. Do you understand what I mean? Song Yu said. Li Xiu laughed, I figured it out, so what? Oh? Do you want to know something else? Song Yu's smile gradually became perverted. Li Xiu immediately hugged his chest, fuck. What are you doing? Fu Xiumu immediately said, what do you mean? He is my brother-in-law. Fu Xiuxue also looked at the woman warily. The men at the scene said, is this a succubus? It's so terrifying. It's beyond the comprehension of ants like us. Song Yu glanced at Li Xiu. I heard that you are here to discuss cooperation. If you meet all my requirements, there will be no problem in cooperation. No, there's nothing we can do. Li Xiu sighed, then where should we go to solve it? My office. Oh? No, this isn't good. Nothing bad. Not private. I don't care. But I care. I'm a good man. This won't affect your reputation, will it? As everyone stared in amazement, Li Xiu had already walked away with the principal. Behind them, the Fu sisters finally reacted. Fu Xiumu said in a deep voice, this woman seems to be our sister's classmate when she was studying abroad. You're not asking your brother-in-law to go to her office and unbutton her clothes in order to get revenge on your sister. Fu Xiuxue snorted coldly. He's been exposed. I have a pair of scissors with me. I can kill him once and for all in a minute. Chapter 68 Li Xiu has no ability at all, he is just a person with connections. A moment later, in the office of the president of Binhai University. There were voices of men and women. That's not how to solve it. If you don't know how, I'll help you. You've been trying for a long time but still can't solve it. This is Li Xiu's voice. The Fu sisters just lay on the door of the principal's office. What's going on? I don't know, what is my brother-in-law solving? This bastard. Fu Xiuxue was already cursing, holding a pair of scissors in his hand, ready to attack. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and two people immediately fell to the ground. Ouch! Both children had a bump on their foreheads. Li Xiu shook his head, what are you doing? How rude. Song Yu said to Li Xiu in a friendly manner at this time, it's a pity that you don't pursue an academic career. I'm sorry, my ambition is not here. What about the renewal of the next project? Li Xiu said. Got it. I'll hand it over to the Fu group.
Sonya said with a smile, I've let go of the past.
Mr. Li, I'm more interested in you now. At most, Fu Xiaoyu ruined my relationship once, so I'll ruin hers once. She winked at Li Xiao. Fu Xiaomu immediately got up from the ground and raised his fist. What nonsense are you talking about? My brother-in-law and my sister have a good relationship. How can you destroy it? Fu Xiaoxue also blared at the principal. Sonya smiled and nodded, but what if I just like challenging things? Fu Xiaomu puffed up his cheeks, humph. Let's go. Brother-in-law, let's go.
The two sisters-in-law pulled Li Xiao away. Principal Song Yu put away his smile and said, this Li Xiao is really interesting.
I can actually solve this kind of problem. The other end. What are you doing? Li Xiaodou asked. Fu Xiaomu snorted coldly, what did you do in the office? Humph.
Fu Xiaoxue took out a pair of small scissors from her bag.
Li Xiao was speechless. Hey, what are you two doing?
I just helped the principal solve two problems.
Isn't it okay for him to look at me with new eyes? Fu Xiaomu glanced at Li Xiao and asked, is that really the case? Then what else is it? Li Xiao said. Okay, just consider it as you passed. Fu Xiaomu said.
Li Xiao shook his head.
Oh, are you really that strict with me?
After quickly asking his two sisters-in-law for help, Li Xiao drove directly back to the company.
And on the other end.
In Binhai City Hospital, Lu Ruyan lay in the hospital with a pale face, and there was not even a caregiver by her side. A nurse changed her bottle and asked, why don't you have anyone to take care of you?
Where's your husband? Lu Ruyan shook her head.
Now she had lost her job and her child.
Xiao Mukan didn't care about her at all. What else does she have?
As soon as she closes her eyes, all she thinks about is Li Xiao. All those little bits and pieces of time spent with Li Xiao kept circling in my mind.
Li Xiao, where are you? Why don't you come to see me? My child is gone, and I'm not feeling well. Why don't you come and stay with me? At this moment, Lu Rusong walked in. Sister, why isn't that man with you?
My parents went to the Xiao family to ask for money.
Now I have to ask for some nutrition money for you no matter what. Lu Ruyan glanced at her brother and said, oh? My nutrition fee? I think they want the money for themselves.
Lu Rusong shook his head and said, Sister, your husband is really useless.
It doesn't matter if he can't do the work in my company.
I still can't find a job, and now you've lost your job too.
What do you think we should do? Lu Ruyan sighed slightly. What should I do? What else can I do? Close the company and file for bankruptcy. What else?
Lu Rusong shook his head. Sister, no matter what, you are still the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. After being in such a state, the Xiao family should at least give us a way out.
If this continues, we will die. Lu Ruyan glanced at her brother and said, then tell me, why should others give us a chance to live? It's our own fault. Don't you know that you will suffer the consequences if you do evil?
Lu Rusong felt that his sister was too pessimistic.
Sister, how about you ask Li Xiao to arrange for someone from my company to come over and do this, just for the sake of our past friendship? Think about it, is it possible? Lu Ruyan said.
I just hope that when I get better, I can ask Li Xiao for forgiveness. I hope he can forgive me, otherwise I will be sad for the rest of my life. On the other side, Li Zhang was driving.
Just arrived at the company garage.
As soon as Li Xiao stopped the car, he received a call from his colleagues.
Chief, you'd better come to the company. Someone is causing trouble in our company. You'd better come. Li Xiao said calmly, oh? If there's any trouble, just call security. Chief, you should come over here.
Upon hearing this, Li Xiao immediately trotted to the Network Information Security Department. As soon as he walked in, he saw the disgusting woman sitting there. It was Yao Lily, and next to her stood his son Li Yao. The main reason why Yao Lily appeared here was that this woman thought her son was the ancient Greek god of charm and could easily find a job. As a result, after searching for a while, she hit a wall everywhere, and she told everyone that her son was Mr. Fu's brother-in-law. Others regarded her and her son as mentally ill. She was kicked out directly. After facing the reality, she decided to bring her son to find Li Xiao. At this moment, Yao Lily said to Chen Shuyi, Minister Chen, right? My son is Li Xiao's younger brother. I believe you should know what to do.
You don't have to be a department head right away. Just start as a section chief.
When the other employees at the scene heard this, they rolled their eyes. Section Chief Lee is still the section chief himself. Even if this person is really Section Chief Lee's brother, he should start from the bottom.
Exactly. Do you really think you are such a big shot? You come here to give us orders? What a weird and expensive thing. At this time, Shin Shuyi took a deep breath and said, you too, can I ask about this person's education and experience? Yao Lily smiled, education? That's a junior college degree.
Only people with a junior college degree can be called talents nowadays.
As for my son's experience, what kind of experience do you need? Aren't you just typing on the computer? Shin Shuyi's fist hardened, hobohu.
I don't think our department accepts college students.
Then why does Li Xiu work here? Isn't he a relative of Li Xiu? What qualifications does he have? What abilities does he have?
Yao Lily said as a matter of course.
Chapter 69, Supplementary Gold Card? 1 billion? Shin Shuyi's mind suddenly heated up. What the hell?
Section Chief Lee is our top student. He is so young but can fight a group of hackers alone.
He never takes more than 5 minutes to solve a vulnerability.
Don't slander him casually.
Yao Lily rolled her eyes. After saying so much, aren't you just trying to curry favor with Li Xiu based on his connections?
As for my son, you should arrange a job for him, so that you won't have to do the same thing when Li Xiu comes back. Shin Shuyi said coldly, if you really want him to come to our company, please ask him to submit his resume. Also, please leave and don't interfere with our work. At this time, Li Yao sat directly on a workstation, pushing away a staff member next to him. Mom, I think this position is okay, I'll sit here. The guy's huge body pressed the chair so hard that it made a crackling sound.
Yao Lily smiled and said, I heard that the average employee in your company has a basic salary of more than 10,000 yuan a month, right?
Please leave our department, otherwise I will call security.
Shin Shuyi said.
Yao Lily sneered, security guard, half of this company belongs to Li Xiu, and I am Li Xiu's closest relative.
What can you do?
Shin Shuyi took out her cell phone and prepared to call Li Xiu again.
Li Xiu saw this scene.
At this time, Li Xiu came out and said, I've called the security department, they will be here soon.
I advise you to leave immediately. Yao Lily was stunned for a moment, then said coldly, Li Xiu. What are you talking about? But I'm your aunt.
This is your brother.
Li Xiu glanced at the woman indifferently. What aunt? Your last name is Yao, but mine is Li. What is your relationship with me? Our company doesn't hire people like your son. Take him and get out of here immediately. Yao Lily was immediately embarrassed.
She had been bragging for a long time.
Li Xiu. Don't go too far. You're the one who's going too far. Get out of here now.
Li Xiu pointed at Yao Lily.
Yao Lily nodded repeatedly. Okay. Li Xiu, you and your father, you two old guys, don't expect to come back to our village in this lifetime. Li Xiu sneered. Who are you? Do I need to go back to that shabby place?
At this time, the security guards also came to the company and directly drove Yao Lily and her son out.
Li Xiu sighed. Let's all go back to work.
If anyone dares to come here in the future, just kick them out.
Shin Shuyi nodded.
Li Xiu came to the office and prepared to take out his mobile phone to play some games. At this time, Special Assistant Lin came to the front of the office and said, Chief Li, our President Fu wants you to go to the President's office. Li Xiu put down his phone and immediately stood up. Got it.
I followed Assistant Lin to the elevator. The employees on the scene started talking about it. What is this for?
I don't know, maybe something happened.
Oh, this is how the domineering CEO falls in love with me.
I think maybe Mr. Fu misses Section Chief Li. Arriving at the CEO's office, Special Assistant Lin glanced at Li Xiu and said, Ahem, hurry up.
I'll be on the lookout outside. Li Xiu frowned slightly. No way, what do you mean by that? I am pure. After knocking lightly on the door, it was the first time that Li Xiu came to the president's office. What's going on with this inexplicable feeling of oppression? Come in.
Fu Xiuyu's oppressive voice came from inside. Li Xiu nodded and pushed the door open. Behind the spacious office, there is long light golden hair hanging down, and under the gold-rimmed glasses is an ascetic face, which shines with wonderful luster under the light of the office.
Li Xiu, what are you looking at? Li Xiu, wife, Mr. Fu. I'm admiring my wife's beauty. Fu Xiuyu smiled and looked up. I just received a call from Principal Songyu. She said she was very satisfied with your skills. She said you helped her a lot and that my husband is awesome. How do you explain this? Li Xiu, what the hell? Women are really not good people. I don't need to explain. Oh? Fu Xiuyu didn't even raise his head. Why don't you explain? Because I'm not afraid. Fu Xiuyu smiled and said, very good, there is still time. The charity dinner will start in 4 hours. That should be enough. Let's go. Li Xiu, eh? Where are you going? After a moment. Binhai City, Yunfu Plaza. Under the Fu Group, there is a super plaza that combines eating, drinking, entertainment, and leisure. At this moment, Fu Xiuyu's luxury car stopped at the entrance of the square. Fu Xiuyu walked in front with full aura, and Li Xiu followed behind him. As the doors of the magnificent mall opened, rows of senior executives bowed. Fu Xiuyu didn't even look at these people, he just walked in front and said, Fu Yun, the high-end clothing brand of the Fu family, I'll take you to see the clothes. There will be a dinner party tonight, and all the celebrities and officials will gather. You still need to dress a little more modestly. Li Xiu looked at his casual outfit and said, I'm fine with this. You can't be a programmer all your life. The Fu family is big and powerful, and you will have to master a lot of things in the future. I know my husband is talented, so I, Fu Xiuyu, can give you all the other packaging. As he spoke, he took out a bank card with a black and gold dragon pattern and said, this is my supplementary gold card. The upper limit is 1 billion yuan, you can use it as you like. Of course, I will have information about every amount you use. Li Xiu slowly took the gold card and glanced at the eyes of the entire mall looking at him. Wife, isn't this too high profile? Fu Xiuyu said, in my own shopping mall, I can do whatever I want. Let's go, I'll take you to choose clothes. The mall manager was immediately ahead leading the way. I took Li Xiu all the way to Fu Yun's counter. She lazily lay on the sofa, and an employee immediately poured her a dry martini. Then she simply flipped through the magazine. Li Xiu began to match clothes with the help of the employees. Li Xiu didn't even say a word, and these employees immediately matched a complete set of clothes for Li Xiu. Then he was brought out for the president to review. Li Xiu touched his head and said, I'm confused. Fu Xiuyu shook his head, next one. This went on over and over again until Fu Xiuyu was satisfied. At this time, Li Xiu had already changed into a new royal blue suit. At this time, Fu Xiuyu also stood up to change her clothes. In just a moment, Fu Xiuyu had chosen her clothes, a black dress that made her skin look even whiter. Chapter 70. From now on, you will have a share in the Fu Group. The waiters at the scene all marveled at Mr. Fu's charm and the temperament of a superior that a president possesses. Li Xiu stood up and looked at his wife in surprise. Wife, it's really good. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu, with a smile on his face. Li Xiu, come and hold my hand. She stretched out her slender hand. Li Xiu stepped forward and supported his wife's hand. Fu Xiuyu said, tonight's dinner is a charity fundraiser. I may have to donate some money. In addition, big families such as the Xiao family and the Xia family will also attend. This is also our real debut in the circle. Neither the last Xiao family banquet nor the last aristocratic treasure appraisal party was as large as this one. Almost all the wealthy families in Binhai will appear. Li Xiu nodded, okay, am I finally going to be brought to everyone's attention by my wife? Fu Xiuyu nodded, you are my husband. We will definitely jointly manage the Fu family's 100 billion yuan group in the future. It will be good for you to adapt to the circle in advance. $1 trillion group jointly in charge? I am really amazed by my wife and what she has brought to me. It seems that the best thing the system has given me is my wife, not anything else. The two of them slowly walked out of the counter. The mall executives at the entrance immediately escorted President Fu and Li Xiu towards the elevator. At this time, a couple appeared in front of the elevator. The girl shook off the boy's hand and said, I just asked for a gift of 180,000 yuan. I won't prepare a dowry. And I want you to come to my house to do the laundry and cooking in the future. Why do you have such an attitude? The boy said, no, we've been dating for so long, and your sister didn't ask for much gift when she got married. You know the situation in my family, right? My mother is still in poor health. How come the price went from 100,000 to 180,000?
Seeing Li Xiu looking over, Fu Xiuyu said calmly, "Your brother Liang Ronghao, one of your roommates in the dormitory, studied the same major as you in college.
He now works in a small company.
Because his mother has a chronic disease, his family situation is not good."
Li Xiu nodded slightly, "But have you checked me?" Fu Xiuyu glanced sideways at Li Xiu.
"Li Xiu, I am the heir to the Fu family's hundreds of billions of assets and the next helmsman of the Fu family.
Do you think I will not investigate my husband? If it weren't for your clean social circle and good personal abilities, why would I really marry you?"
Li Xiu let go of Fu Xiuyu's hand.
"You mean, you really want to have a fake marriage with me? Well, is this a secret?" Fu Xiuyu nodded.
Then he grabbed Li Xiu's hand and said, "But now you are my chosen husband, you have no right to be angry."
"What the hell? I don't even have the right to be angry?"
Li Xiu was stunned. At this moment, my face suddenly felt cold.
Li Xiu looked at Fu Xiuyu in astonishment. "Do you think that if you kiss me, I will stop being angry?" Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, Li Xiu sighed, "I can't do anything about you. It's true that it's hard for me to get angry with beautiful women.
Wait for me, I'll go get back the favor for my brother."
At this moment, Liang Ronghao was obviously a little annoyed. "What do you want? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me?"
The woman snorted coldly, "I'm just trying to make things difficult for you. Even if my best friends make things difficult for their boyfriends, they will give them the betrothal gifts right away. I also have a best friend who owed more than 100,000 yuan, but her boyfriend helped her pay it back and gave her another 200,000 yuan as a betrothal gift." At this time, Li Xiu's voice came, "No wonder the woman's betrothal gift will never be given to her husband again. It seems that it is to repay her foreign debt."
"That's great. When women make mistakes, men will help cover them. But man, do you still want a woman like this? Aren't you afraid of being haunted by evil spirits?" Liang Ronghao turned his head and looked.
Li Xiu's clothes seemed to have a soft light effect.
"Brother Xiu. It's you, you look great." Liang Ronghao's girlfriend was surprised and said, "Fu Yun's newest spring suit. This suit costs hundreds of thousands." At this time, Li Xiu swung the lava key in his hand and said, "Mr. Liang, do you want to take this lava for a ride?" Liang Ronghao quickly shook his head, "No, what if it gets rubbed?" The girl's eyes lit up immediately. "Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had a friend like this?" "Who is he?" "He lent you the Rafa, why don't you drive it? It's okay for me to post it on WeChat Moments." "Are you Ronghao's brother? Why haven't I seen you before?"
Li Xiu smiled faintly, "I am Ronghao's brother."
"I'm just busy lately."
Liang Ronghao said awkwardly, "I told you, it's my college roommate's best friend."
"How do I know there's such a young master among your nerdy roommates?"
The woman immediately changed her attitude, "Young master, let's add each other on WeChat.
Next time we get married, I'll invite you to the wedding."
She asked for my WeChat in front of my buddy.
How trashy is this woman? Li Xiu glanced at Liang Ronghao and said, "If I'm not a buddy, can't you see it?" Liang Ronghao said to his girlfriend awkwardly, "This is my friend, what do you mean by WeChat?" The woman immediately softened her voice, "Oh, don't be angry, I'm worried about your work too. What future does your job have? You might as well ask your brother to help you, right? I'm doing this for your own good, why are you scolding me?" Liang Ronghao smiled and said, "Shangjia, let's break up." Shang Jia was stunned. "We're already talking about marriage, what does breaking up mean to you?"
Liang Ronghao said coldly, after Li Xiu appeared, "I also realized it.
You chose me because you couldn't find anyone better, so I am just your compromise choice. One day, when you meet a man who is better than me, you will even betray me in revenge."
"I know you will deny it now, and you will never admit it, but you don't need to admit it.
Because it's over for us." The woman glared at Liang Ronghao fiercely and said, "Let's break up.
You have such a rich brother, but you don't know how to use it, and you still work in a small company.
I don't like you, a fool."
After saying that, she turned and was about to leave. "But I found that the elevator has been stopped at this floor, this." She suddenly noticed that the senior executives of the shopping mall were all standing on both sides of this man.
Was this elevator waiting for him?
Oh my god, how prestigious and rich must Liang Ronghao's classmate be?
Li Xiu opened his voice and shouted, "Mr. Liang, my Fu group welcomes you anytime. As long as you come, you will get $1 million annual salary." Liang Ronghao looked at Li Xiu with gratitude. He let out a breath of anger and said, "Well, let me think about it. How about I train outside for a while?
Chapter 71. He will still be abandoned by the Xiao family in the end. The woman, who had her back to Liang Ronghao, was so angry that she wanted to stamp her feet, but he had just said harsh words about breaking up, and even if she regretted it, it was not easy for her to look back in front of so many people.
I could only quietly send a message to Liang Ronghao. Can we get back together?
Liang Ronghao took out his phone and showed it to Li Xiu. Dude, you're right, some people are not worth it.
He clicked on the upper right corner and directly blocked and deleted it. Li Xiu patted Liang Ronghao on the shoulder and said, I was not joking just now. Come to Fu's, and you will find any kind of woman you want in the future. Liang Ronghao smiled bitterly and nodded. Brother, I know.
My workplace is close to home and I have to take care of my mom when I go back. I will come to see you when I have sorted out all my affairs. I won't be polite to you, and you just got married, so it's unreasonable for you to use your wife's resources to help us. Li Xiu patted his shoulder and said, be brothers in your heart.
When you're free, let's eat together. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
Li Xiu returned to his wife's side, took her hand and said, let's go. After leaving the mall, he and Fu Xiuyu came to the venue of the charity dinner.
During the parking period, Fu Xiuyu said,
our Fu family, Xiao family, Xia family and other wealthy families are all at this dinner. There should be new people from the Xiao family, and your Xiao Bai Yueguan will be there too for the Xia family.
Fu Xiuyu's eyes fell on Li Xiu's face.
Li Xiu took Fu Xiuyu's hand in his own. Don't worry, Miss Xia is just feeling the throbbing of youth and unwilling to accept it.
She will understand.
Fu Xiuyu rolled his eyes at Li Xiu, and then they both got out of the car.
Slowly walked towards the venue.
At this moment, in the venue, young masters and young ladies from various families gathered together to chat.
Have you heard that the eldest lady of the Fu family, the most noble lady in our circle, actually found a son-in-law? A son-in-law?
I heard that he is not marrying into the wife's family, but it is true that he is of humble origin.
It's really ridiculous.
The eldest daughter of the Fu family, who has such a rich family background, actually found an ordinary man. I heard that he is from a single-parent family.
Oh Mo, that's hilarious.
At this moment, the door of the venue opened. Under the lights, Fu Xiuyu appeared in everyone's sight holding Li Xiu's hand. At this moment, Fu Xiuyu was like a noble queen, with her knight beside her. This knight's 3:7 hairstyle matches his handsome face, and he seems to have an innate noble temperament. At this moment, there was a faint smile on Li Xiu's lips, with a hint of ruffian in it. All the wealthy ladies in the venue set their sights on Li Xiu.
An ordinary family? This temperament doesn't seem like an ordinary person, does it?
A noble son has emerged from a poor family.
Even if Fu Xiuyu divorces him in the future, he will get a lot. How can he still be an ordinary person? What a pity, a mere son-in-law.
These men and women who grew up with a silver spoon in their mouths naturally have nothing good to say about a man who takes shortcuts. A little further away, the people from the Xiao family looked at Li Xiu.
Xiao Chang's face was gloomy. Xiao Mukan lost to this kid, and lost miserably, and even implicated our Xiao family.
The two sisters Xiao Yuye and Xiao Yuyan looked at each other.
Signal to his children.
Han Mimi smiled knowingly and said, Xiao Mukan is not grandpa's blood after all, so he is naturally different from us. Although we don't have the surname Xiao, we have grandpa's blood flowing in our bodies, so we are naturally different.
Wu Yishu standing by also smiled calmly. Xiao Mukan could be defeated by such an ordinary person? How ridiculous. I will go find out his background later.
At this moment, Miss Xia Xi's eyes were fixed on Li Xiu's face. The last time he tried to use Xiao Mukan and Lu Ruyan, he failed and almost got himself implicated. This time, I will definitely let you know that Fu Xiuyu is just using you.
She has no feelings for you at all.
She picked up the champagne in her hand and drank it in one gulp. At this moment, Fu Xiuyu brought Li Xiu to his mother Fu Wanjun, and his three sisters had also arrived long ago. Fu Wanjun smiled and said, Xiao Xiu will have to participate more often in such occasions in the future.
After all, I have to be independent in the future. Li Xiu nodded. Fu Xiuyu said calmly, he can handle things on his own? TSK. Li Xiu glared at her and said, kid, it seems like I really helped you in vain and treated you well in vain. Fu Xiumu blinked at Li Xiu, brother-in-law, do you think I look cute in this apricot dress?
She spun in circles.
Cute, cute, you are a considerate and good sister.
This little green tea girl should have no ill will towards me, Li Xiu thought to himself.
Fu Xiuyuan, like her sister, likes dark-colored clothes, and she wore a dark purple dress. Brother-in-law, we are going to dance later. Who among the four of us will you accompany first? Li Xiu smiled awkwardly and asked, why are you four sisters staring at me every day? Is it fun?
I'll dance with my mother. Li Xiu went to Fu Wanjun, saving his life was the most important thing.
Fu Wanjun couldn't stop laughing. Okay, you four sisters, don't bully your brother-in-law. Can't you see that he's embarrassed? Well, you young people go have fun. Fu Wanjun turned around and went to look for Xiao Chang'e.
At this time, Fu Xiuyu smiled and said, I'm going to make some connections.
You can eat something by yourself. Li Xiu nodded. The other end. When Fu Wanjun walked up to Xiao Chang'e, she saw that Xiao Chang'e looked unhappy. What's wrong? Did my son-in-law make you feel uncomfortable?
Xiao Chang'e snorted coldly, Xiao Wanjun, you have found a good son-in-law. My Xiao family has suffered a lot of losses during this period. The grandson I have raised for more than 20 years has become a laughingstock.
Fu Wanjun put away her smile and said, you don't really intend to let Xiao Mukin inherit your Xiao family, do you?
You are just using him as a pawn, blocking your grandchildren, to reserve time for your real grandson. Of course, if my granddaughter is with him, you will naturally be willing to let him take charge of part of the Xiao family's business, but if your real grandson is found one day,
by that time, Xiao Mukin will also be abandoned. Xiao Mukin's expression changed slightly. You think you know me well? What about you? Your son-in-law? Are you really going to hand over the Fu family to him?
Whether it's my daughter or son-in-law, I feel relieved to leave them to my Fu family. Xiao Xiu is a good child and will not think about my Fu family's assets. He can live well without our Fu family. Fu Wanjun looked at Li Xiu, who was chatting and laughing with others in the distance, and said, although this child is a little immature,
but he doesn't have the shortcomings of children from wealthy families.
He has talent and I am very optimistic about him.
Xiao Chang'e snorted coldly, my grandson will not be worse than your children. I have confidence. You are so sentimental sometimes?
Fu Wanjun said, okay, my Fu family will definitely compete with you for the title of the most powerful family in Binhai.
Come on. Xiao Chang'e felt a dull pain in his heart. My grandson was very smart when he was 2 years old and could already call me grandpa. But because of an accident, he was taken away by someone for so many years. My dear grandson, where are you?
At this moment, Li Jingxiu was holding a piece of cake to fill his stomach.
These wealthy families are really confusing. They drink at dinner time and don't eat. Chapter 72. She kissed him firmly.
Li Xiu's mouth was full of bread crumbs. At this time, a figure walked in front of Li Xiu.
It was Zhao's grandson Wu Yixue. Hello, I heard that you are Fu Xiuyu's husband?
Li Xiu glanced at the man calmly. I've been approached by many beautiful women, but this is the first time a man has approached me.
He stretched out his hand. Wu Yixue glanced at the bread crumbs in Li Xiu's hand and said lightly, TSK. As a son-in-law, I don't know what Fu Xiuyu sees in you.
I think you are not even as good as Xiao Mukin. Li Xiu smiled, walked forward and grabbed Wu Yixue's hand, and the next moment he applied a little force.
Wu Yixue was sweating profusely from the pain. It hurts. Li Xiu, for a loser like you, don't imitate others and come out to provoke others, understand?
You.
Wu Yixue grimaced in pain but didn't dare to shout out. Let me go. I was wrong. I'm sorry.
A little further away, the Fu sisters saw the scene.
Fu Xiuyuan said, he is quite popular.
He can even shake hands with the grandson of the Xiao family.
Yeah, my brother-in-law is very friendly.
Fu Xiumu nodded with a piece of egg tart in his mouth.
Fu Xiuxue frowned,
don't talk, the egg tarts are spraying everywhere. On the other side, Zhao's granddaughter, Han Mimi, approached Fu Xiuyu and said, Mr. Fu is very courageous and likes to help the poor.
Fu Xiuyu glanced sideways, oh? Han Mimi? What's going on? The Xiao family has no one left, so they want outsiders like you to come and grab the family property? You. Han Mimi snorted coldly, it's all thanks to your husband that I have this opportunity. Fu Xiuyu sneered.
You are the only one of your generation in the Xiao family who is at your level.
You. Han Mimi's face was extremely ugly. That's better than you.
Find a son-in-law to help alleviate poverty.
Fu Xiuyu's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand and poured the glass of champagne in his hand onto Han Mimi's head.
There was a scream, and everyone's eyes were focused on it.
Fu Xiuyu said calmly, he is my husband, not a son-in-law. Anyone who dares to say these 2 words again is going against me. Han Mimi covered her face. You. How dare you? I am from the Xiao family. I don't care who you are from. If you mess with me, I will crush you to death. Get out. Fu Xiaoyu's voice was cold. A little further away, Li Xiu glanced at his wife with pride and said calmly, your entire generation of the Xiao family uses the same tactics? Wu Yixue rubbed his hands and pointed at Li Xiudao. You are so cruel. I won't talk to someone like you who didn't receive a rich education. It's cheap. Li Xiu shook his head. If what you call education is covering your hands and screaming like a ghost, I'm sorry, but I really don't have this kind of rich education. Wu Yixue pointed at Li Xiu and said, just wait until I take over the Xiao family and make your Fu family suffer. Li Xiu was speechless. Okay, I'll wait for you. Then he looked up and saw Xia Shi finding Fu Xiaoyu in the distance. He rubbed his brows. Oh my god. Do you all have to meet? Is the circle of rich families so small? Over there, Xia Shi looked at Fu Xiaoyu and said calmly, haven't you always wanted to develop a project with Qingxi? Our Xia family can give it to you. Fu Xiaoyu smiled slightly. Miss Xia is so generous? What are the conditions? Leave Li Xiu and tell him the truth. You are just using him. Xia Shi said. Fu Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Miss Xia? Do you think this is love? Xia Shi's face suddenly turned ugly. Fu Xiaoyu, I have known him longer and understand him better than you do. You are just doing this for profit. What qualifications do you have to be with him? Fu Xiaoyu shook his head. Indeed, at the beginning, I was with him because I needed it, but unfortunately, I am sincere to him now, and he is very clear about this sincerity. It has nothing to do with you. Please live your own life, Miss Xia. Xia Shi's knuckles turned white from the force with which she held the champagne. You don't understand. He and I have our own youth. As long as I wait, he will understand who is the best answer to his youth. That's not you either. Fu Xiaoyu interrupted. You are just a young lady who was upset because she didn't buy the limited edition bag. What? Xia Shi didn't understand. The so-called youth and the so-called white moonlight are just elements of this limited edition bag. You just haven't gotten this limited edition bag, so you have been unwilling to accept it. Fu Xiaoyu said lightly. Little sister, this is not love, but a morbid possessiveness. Don't associate this kind of thing with love. Don't I know about your little collusion with Xiao Mukin? Because you two had a youth together, I hope your relationship can stay in that time. You don't want your image to be completely rotten in his mind. Xia Shi took 2 steps back and kept shaking her head. No, how could that be possible? I love him. Even back then, when he promised you, your parents objected. He took you to a roadside stall, but he didn't have much money and couldn't give you anything. He could only buy you cheap gifts worth a few hundred yuan. Could you accept such a love? Fu Xiaoyu smiled. Xia Shi kept shaking her head. No, he doesn't have money but I do. I can buy it for myself. I can convince my family to stop opposing it. You are wrong. Fu Xiaoyu said calmly, if I suspend your bank card for 2 days, you will behave yourself. And I am the actual person in charge of the Fu family. I can give him the 100 billion dowry of the Fu group. Can you do it? If he is with me, even if I have to lie flat for the rest of my life, I will love him forever. You love him, so can you give up everything that makes you high and mighty? Xia Shi was stunned. If he had promised me that year. My grandfather objected, and my family suspended my card, so I. Roadside stall? I think I would be really uncomfortable. Fu Xiaoyu laughed disdainfully. Xia Shi, your so-called youth. It's just that I didn't get my limited edition bag. Fu Xiaoyu turned around and saw Li Xiu looking over here. Fu Xiaoyu smiled faintly and stretched out his slender hand to Li Xiu. Is your Bai Yue Guang beautiful? Don't worry, I didn't bully her. Dear Mr. Li Xiu, Fu Xiaoyu from the Fu family, may I invite you to dance with me? After saying that, Fu Xiaoyu extended an invitation to Li Xiu like a gentleman. Li Xiu suddenly became embarrassed. Ahem. Master, I will agree to your request. After saying that, he placed his hand on Fu Xiaoyu's hand, and the next moment, Fu Xiaoyu pulled him into his arms. The two looked at each other closely, and Li Xiu swallowed his saliva. Hey, our positions are reversed, this posture. The next moment, Fu Xiaoyu kissed her. Chapter 73 Ding.
Mission: improve the favorability of my sister-in-law. Hiss. The ladies of wealthy families are generally more reserved. Even if they fall in love with someone at a party, they will find a small room to have sex with him. This kind of people would not bite him directly on the dance floor. Only the strong woman and eldest daughter of the Fu family would dare to do that. Many wealthy children at the scene were stunned.
Oh my god, showing off your affection in public, who are you showing it to? Xiao family? Xia family?
Over there, the tears in Xia Shi's eyes wet her eyeshadow, and she was thinking of herself as the heroine of a tragic female drama. The Xiao family members felt even more disgusted. All the carefully planned things by the Xiao family had gone down the drain. Ever since Li Xiu appeared, the Xiao family had not had any smooth sailing. Xiao Changge said calmly, "Keep an eye on this guy named Li Xiu.
He is in the network security department now. He will definitely be promoted quickly in the future.
When he makes a mistake, my Xiao family will add fuel to the fire. This kid has made my Xiao family restless.
He must pay the price."
Xiao Yuye and Xiao Yuyan looked at each other.
It's my father.
At this moment, Li Xiu, who was dancing, changed his expression.
Ding.
The system releases a random optional task. 1. Show off your piano skills in public and shock the audience, and you will be rewarded with 2 extra sign-ins completed within 30 minutes. 2. Shock your 3 sisters-in-law in any way, causing them to have a positive impression of you, and you will be rewarded with 2 extra sign-ins completed in 30 minutes. Li Xiu was stunned.
After issuing the task a year ago, the system finally issued a new task? Optional tasks?
The piano has been shown off last time, and it is unknown whether it will cause a sensation if it is shown off again.
Shock the sister-in-law? Cause a change in her heart? Is there something wrong with you, system? Of course I choose option 2. It's not that I have any idea about my sister-in-law.
First of all, any method means I have more room for maneuver.
Ding.
Select task 2, and reward the host with 2 extra sign-ins.
Give it out directly? What if I take the reward and run away? The system will self-destruct. The system is a character.
Li Xiu turned his head and glanced at his 3 sisters-in-law, who were watching him and their sister dancing.
Ouch. Fu Xiu glared at Li Xiu. "Li Xiu, you stepped on me."
Li Xiu smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I can't dance." The 3 sisters-in-law glared at Li Xiu with different looks.
Threatening eyes from time to time.
System, sign in and see if there is anything better that can touch the hearts of the 3 sisters-in-law.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully.
Sign in location, Noble Dance Floor. Ding.
Reward host ability card, Dance King.
System, use the ability card.
Li Xiu smiled faintly. "Wife, I actually have another identity, the masked dancer." The next moment, Li Xiu's body seemed to transform from a dance novice to a dance master in an instant. Young girls generally like the king of dance. He can attract the attention and shock the sisters-in-law with an exciting dance. Li Xiu's dance became smoother.
Fu Xiu was surprised and asked, "Why are your dance moves so smooth all of a sudden?"
The wealthy young men who were paying attention here all shook their heads.
What's going on?
The son-in-law's dance just now was laughable.
How come he suddenly becomes a different person now? Is it enlightenment? Did you learn it? What a joke. How can a mere son-in-law have such elegant dance moves?
At this moment, Li Xiu let go of Fu Xiu's hand. "I started to make some changes based on ballroom dancing."
The whole audience exclaimed immediately. Is this a transition from ballroom dancing to hip-hop? It's such a gentle dance music, what is he changing?
Ha, a son-in-law is a son-in-law, it's hard for him to be accepted in a noble house.
But look at his dance moves, it's a fusion of breaking and popping?
However, at this moment, Li Xiu suddenly raised his hand and made a shooting gesture towards the band in charge of the music.
Everyone, please change the tune.
At the side of the stage, Wu Yixuet and Han Mimi looked at each other.
A small family is a small family. Why are we playing these things on such an elegant stage? Wu Yixuet frowned.
Han Mimi's DNA moved. "When I was studying abroad, my club was hip-hop dance, and I thought it was pretty good."
Hold the cup for me.
I'll go test this guy's skills. It was at this moment that the band saw Li Xiu's provocation and each of them became motivated to win.
The orchestra leader smiled faintly. "Let us change the tune."
"All right, let him see the level of our orchestra. The key is, can this kid keep up?" In an instant, the melodious dance music became intense. At this moment, a figure as graceful as a startled swan rushed into the dance floor.
It was Han Mimi.
She started with a standard dance challenge, and then performed a standard hip-hop dance smoothly.
It caused applause. The young generation of wealthy young men all praised it.
This must be Mr. Zhao's granddaughter. She looks very professional after all this.
I heard that Miss Han really likes hip-hop.
I didn't expect to see someone dancing in an occasion like today. This son-in-law is showing off his sword in front of Guangong.
I guess he will be slapped in the face.
The three sisters of the Fu family glanced at Li Xiu.
When did my brother-in-law learn to dance? Miss Han is very professional. Can my brother-in-law do it? Fu Xiuyuan asked.
Fu Xiumu frowned. Why does the Xiao family always target my brother-in-law?
Humph.
Fu Xiuxue snorted coldly. Who asked him to show off?
Li Xiu glanced at the three sisters-in-law and asked, Sisters-in-law, do you think I'm not good enough? It's time to shock you.
Li Xiu suddenly raised his hand, then raised the pitch, and made a 3-beat wave with his right shoulder, elbow, wrist, and the next moment it suddenly stopped and turned into mechanical vibration.
Synchronous high-frequency tremor in left foot. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Is this mecha fusion hip-hop? Is this son-in-law also a martial artist? No way, I still remember him playing the piano last time, but I didn't expect he can dance now?
The three sisters-in-law were also slightly stunned.
Han Mimi snorted coldly, you are just pretending, this is not your only trick, right? The next moment, Li Xiu shook his head diagonally backwards with a delay of 0.5 seconds.
Follow with a single leg drop spin 720 degrees, turning the body and making an air-grabbing gesture with the right hand. Then he became completely unrestrained. A variety of large pirouettes and upper body tilt supports
create a human wave effect. Even the older generation who don't understand street dance were attracted by Li Xiu.
Chapter 74, Sister-in-law's blushing face tells it all. The young men and women at the scene exclaimed one after another.
This guy is a dance king, right? Popping plus hip-hop plus kermp? This guy is amazing? Does he think he is Wang Erbo?
This is really fake. Look at the looks of these ladies at the scene. Originally, in the eyes of these wealthy young men, Li Xiu was just a son-in-law, and both men and women looked down on him. But at this moment, in the eyes of the wealthy young ladies, Li Xiu was too handsome. The three sisters of the Fu family were stunned.
Brother-in-law can dance? So handsome.
Fu Xiumu's eyes were full of stars.
Ding. Fu Xiumu is shocked, his inner favorability increases.
His trust increases.
1/3 of the mission completed.
Fu Xiuyuan's eyes lit up. Great, I want to produce a variety show next, and my brother-in-law gave me some inspiration.
Ding. Fu Xiuyuan is shocked, his inner favorability increases.
His trust increases.
2/3 of the mission completed.
Fu Xiuxue frowned. Yes, he is amazing, but why didn't I know he could dance before?
He has so many secrets. Ding.
Fu Xiuxue was shocked, and Fu Xiuxue began to doubt.
The mission is not completed, please continue. Li Xiu? No buddy, it's almost done, why are you doubting me? There is no other way.
Li Xiu slid in front of Fu Xiuxue and told him to change his attitude. Li Xiu crumped his chest 3 times towards Fu Xiuxue.
Fu Xiuxue's face turned red instantly. It must be said that street dance is too lethal to little girls. Fu Xiuxue is no exception.
Finally, Li Xiu formed a sniper cohesion around Fu Xiuxue. Raise your right hand and make a grab gesture, while sliding and lip-syncing with the word bang.
After shooting, use your shoulder to rebound due to recoil.
Then the perfect big round ended.
At this moment, Fu Xiuxue's heart was beating like a deer. Why is this person jumping at me? So many people are looking at me. What is he doing? Fu Xiumu pushed Fu Xiuxue and said, brother-in-law is so partial. What do you mean by partiality? What are you talking about? Fu Xiuxue's face turned even redder. Ding.
Fu Xiuxue was suffocated with shock, his favorability increased, and his vigilance decreased. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished.
Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment,
people on both sides of the dance floor applauded. Han Mimi's eyes also sparkled. You are not bad, but Li Xiu, we will fight again, in business.
Han Mimi turned and left the dance floor. Xiaoxi and other wealthy ladies looked at Li Xiu with admiration. Let me ask you, which young girl can resist a handsome hip-hop guy like Wang Yibo?
Therefore, the best formula for picking up girls is always to serve as a soldier for 2 years, be an instructor, and at the same time teach yourself high-end hip-hop dance. It would be strange if you can't pick up female college students. The looks of these wealthy, white, and beautiful ladies at this moment tell it all. At this time, Li Xiu felt a pain in his waist. Fu Xiuyu whispered, "You'd better explain the dance you just performed."
How come I don't know?
Li Xiu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat.
Oh no, he had forgotten himself in trying to complete the task. I forgot that my wife was watching us. Actually, I can explain. Take a shower tonight and then dance for me. Fu Xiuyu said in a low voice. Eh? Ah? Fu Xiumu held his third sister's hand and said, "Third sister, why did your face turn red just now? Don't you hate boys? Does it mean that your brother-in-law is very handsome and you are attracted to him? What nonsense are you talking about? How could I? I was just a little hot for a moment." Fu Xiuxue snorted coldly, then took a big sip of champagne. Fu Xiuyuan shook his head. "I think it's sexy too. There are so many rich ladies here, and I think it's normal for them to blush. I think it's a good thing for Fu Xiuxue to be like this. It proves that her physiology is still normal. It's just that she needs to overcome her psychological problems. I can't be single forever." Fu Xiuxue was a little angry and embarrassed. Ever since that incident when she was a child, she had a psychological trauma towards boys. "It's up to you to take care of me. I'm fine on my own." When she turned around, she bumped into Li Xiu, who was walking towards her. Bang! Ouch! She looked up and saw that it was Li Xiu. She immediately became angry and said, "Don't you look when you walk? Go away." She pushed Li Xiu away and ran away. Li Xiu looked confused. What's going on? What is this kid doing? Fu Xiumu shook his head. It's an old problem. Let's not talk about her. Brother-in-law, you are so amazing just now. When did you learn hip-hop? Li Xiu said arrogantly, "I, your brother-in-law, am an all-rounder." Isn't that amazing? Yeah, brother is so great, brother is so awesome. Fu Xiumu clapped his hands. Fu Xiuyuan glanced at Li Xiu and said, "I think you have good qualities. If you want to enter the entertainment industry, remember to look for me." Li Xiu looked at Fu Xiuyuan curiously. "Entertainment industry? What is that?" Fu Xiumu said, "My sister is a director. She mainly directs variety shows and also shoots short plays. Her job is quite diverse." Li Xiu was stunned. Sister, I am so sorry. In the future, please be more protective." Fu Xiuyuan smiled complacently. "Well, don't worry, I will take good care of you." Fu Xiuyu walked forward and pulled her husband behind her. "Stop thinking about me, and find someone for yourselves." Fu Xiumu shook his head. "After seeing the eagle, how could I still be interested in the chicken? It's all because your brother-in-law is too outstanding." Fu Xiuyu raised the corners of his mouth, full of pride. Several people were chatting. At the other end, two figures sneaked into the venue. It was Xiao Mukin who entered the venue relying on his identity as a member of the Xiao family, and Lu Ruyan who came with him. The two of them walked carefully to Xiao Changa's side. "Grandpa, it's me. How have you been recently?" Xiao Mukin said. Xiao Changa snorted coldly. "Oh? Really? If you don't piss me off to death, I'll be grateful." Xiao Mukin pulled the pale-faced Lu Ruyan over and said, "Grandpa, I know you are angry with me, but please consider our relationship as grandfather and grandson. At least find me a job. Now, apart from the Xiao family, no company would dare to hire me. The Fu family reported what I did, and I was banned from the entire industry." Xiao Changa said angrily, "Are you playing the sympathy card? You were banned because you are an idiot." Xiao Mukin deliberately cried and said, "Grandpa, I am no longer a human being in the Lu family. After Ruyan married me, I had no job and no property. My wife and children are starving to death. Please give me a job." Chapter 75. Are you deaf and blind? Many of the guests at the scene had already noticed this. Xiao Changa said coldly, "It's an unlucky thing." He took a deep breath. With so many people looking at him, if he became a grandfather who didn't give his grandson a chance to survive, it would give people something to criticize him for. Well, there is a subsidiary company. You go there and be an ordinary employee. Live your life honestly and don't cause trouble for me again.
Xiao Mukin immediately burst into tears of gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa.
Thank you, Grandpa. He pulled Lu Ruyan over and said, Ruyan has lost her job too. Please give me some food. You.
Old Master Xiao was almost mad with anger.
Xiao Mukin is simply taking advantage of you. The other end.
Li Xiu was drinking champagne and eating snacks over there, when suddenly a familiar voice came over. I didn't expect that besides being good at physics, you can also dance. Li Xiu turned around and saw it was Song Yu, the new president of Binhai University whom he had met before.
Song Yu was followed by a gorgeously dressed woman. Song Yu, do you really know Fu Xiuyu's man? The woman looked at Li Xiudou excitedly.
Song Yu introduced, Li Xiu, Fu Xiuyu's husband. This is my best friend Zhang Yuan. She used to be a mentor in the largest street dance group in France. She is very talented, and she is very interested in you. Li Xiu smiled and shook hands with Zhang Yuan. Hello.
Hey, why don't you come with me? I can make you the most famous dancer in the world.
As she spoke, Zhang Yuan scratched Li Xiu's hand. Li Xiu pulled his hand back and said calmly, I'm sorry, I'm not particularly interested in this aspect.
I'm not interested in this. Zhang Yuan covered her mouth. You are so good even though you are not ambitious. Oh, you are amazing. You shouldn't get married so early. You will become the best dancer in the world. At this moment, the sound of high heels was heard, accompanied by Fu Xiuyu's cold voice. My husband is not interested in being your dancer, so you should give up on this idea. Hearing the voice, Song Yu and Zhang Yuan turned around at the same time. Then he saw Fu Xiuyu and the three sisters of the Fu family walking towards Li Xiu. I don't want to repeat it a second time. Fu Xiuyu's eyes fell on Song Yu's face. Song Yu smiled and said, Fu Xiuyu, are you still so strong? She glanced at Li Xiu again and said, if you can't stand it anymore, you can always come to me. Whether it's dance or physics, they can make you financially free. Sometimes a man should walk out of the stagnant water, like a dragon entering the sea, or a flying dragon in the sky. Li Xiu smiled, then glanced at his wife. I don't have any ambitions. I just like staying in my wife's fish pond. You can think of me as a son-in-law or a gigolo, I don't care. Fu Xiuyu walked up to her husband and raised her hand to hold Li Xiu's wrist. You are capable enough to be able to eat my soft rice. Li Xiu smiled at the two of them and said, did you hear that? I make a living by relying on my skills. That's all we can do for now. Song Yu shook his head, that's such a pity. Zhang Yuan also nodded. Whenever you figure it out, you'll be welcome on the international stage anytime. Watching the two men leave, Li Xiu smiled and said, as expected, if you are extremely strong in any industry, you can monetize it. It seems that I am still very capable. Fu Xiuyu gave Li Xiu a look. Don't be so proud. These people may just be flattering you on purpose. When you stay in my husband's position for a long time, you will naturally understand what the malice between people is. Li Xiu held his wife's hand and said, you have been in such a high position for so long. You must be tired. Well, you can't run away from now on. Fu Xiuyu said. The couple chatted for a while. Then they dispersed again because Fu Xiuyu had other social engagements. Li Xiu was considering whether to sign in here again. Why not save it for tomorrow? Counting tomorrow's sign-ins, I will still have 2. Tomorrow I can find a place with a rich history and sign in twice. Just do that. At this time, Li Xiu walked to a corner where there were fewer people, and kept walking and chatting. I just had some intense exercise and I'm hungry. The German sausages on this table feel good. Li Xiu took the small portion from the waiter, then pointed at the sausage and said, I want more of this. The attendant smiled awkwardly, yes sir. I gave Li Xiu another portion. Oh. Li Xiu shook his head, it's still the same. He was eating sausage. The next moment, he just turned around. A figure crashed into Li Xiu's arms. He frowned and saw that it was Lu Ruyan. She threw herself on Li Xiu and said, Li Xiu, I know you are not a heartless person. You love me so much, you won't stop loving me so quickly, right? Shall we start over? Li Xiu frowned, Lu Ruyan. I give you 3 seconds to get off me. Lu Ruyan trembled all over and said, Xiao Mukin has never loved me. Only you have truly loved me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. How can you forgive me? Let's get back together, let's each walk away from the wrong relationship, and then be together forever, okay? I'm going to take action if you don't get out of here, Li Xiu said, holding up the plate and sausages. If he wasn't afraid of wasting food, he would have slapped him. At this moment, Xiao Mukin suddenly came out and raised his phone to take a photo, saying, "Look, the son-in-law of the Fu family is still thinking about someone else's wife." Li Xiu struggled hard. Lu Ruyan fell to the ground because of weakness. She lay on the ground and begged, "Li Xiu, look at me. You are all I can see now. I know I am wrong. I pushed you away and hurt you hundreds of times. It's my fault. Look at me again." Li Xiu said coldly, "Lu Ruyan, you also know the 100 times of hurt. I tell you, it will never be possible between us. I don't have a wrong relationship. I have a wife. She and I are deeply in love. You and your spouse can't separate us in this way." Following Xiao Mukin's roar, more and more people from a distance were looking here, pointing and talking. Isn't that the wife of Zhao's adopted son? Why is she lying on the ground? I don't know, who knows what's going on? Fu Wanjun and Xiao Changge also came over. Xiao Changge took a look at the current situation and almost got angry. This beast, what is he doing again, being so self-righteous? At this time, the young masters of wealthy families gave advice one after another. This son-in-law of the Fu family is so blatantly confused with others. Is there no one in charge of the Fu family? I really can't tell the difference. You don't even cherish the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family like the Fu family? It's ridiculous. Li Xiu held the fork in one hand and the food in the other, sneering, "I'm just having a meal, can't you see? Why are you so arrogant? Are they all blind?" Chapter 76. You two old men only know one thing. Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, "Li Xiu, I didn't collude with Xiao Mukin. I didn't do it on purpose. They misunderstood us." Xiao Mukin will not miss any opportunity to slander Li Xiu, even if it is just a small chance. As long as he can slander Li Xiu's reputation, it is a good thing. "Li Xiu, this is my wife, right? Everyone can see my wife on you, what else do you have to say in defense? Fu Xiu, look at your good husband. Your Fu family is looking for a son-in-law like this. Ordinary families are just ordinary families." Li Xiu said calmly, "If you have any doubts, you can watch the surveillance of the venue to see what I did, or are you deliberately slandering the Fu family's reputation?" At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Fu Xiu's face. It doesn't really matter what we think. Yes, after all, the eyes of others are not as important as Fu Xiu himself. Yes, generally speaking, for those sons-in-law who marry into a wealthy family, it would be good if they didn't get beaten at this time. At this moment, under the light, Fu Xiu's expression was full of coldness, and he slowly walked towards Li Xiu. Fu Xiumu shouted from behind, "Sister, my brother-in-law must have been wronged. This woman must have approached him on purpose." Fu Xiu acted as if he didn't hear it. He walked in front of Li Xiu and raised his hands high. It's about to fall. Everyone is looking at them in various ways, with either expectation, ridicule, or disdain. Fu Xiu's hand became gentle and fell on Li Xiu's cheek. "I believe you." Li Xiu chewed the German sausage twice and said, "I know. Do you see how anxious I am?" Those who had originally expected to see a fierce conflict between two wealthy sons-in-law were disappointed. "What? After all this time, you're just showing us this? I even took out my phone, but you're still showing off your affection? It seems that Fu Xiu really likes this guy. Actually, I think the firm choice is also good." Amid the discussions, Fu Xiu looked sideways at Xiao Mukin and Lu Ruyan, and said calmly, "Sometimes it's so pathetic to see you guys. You never know what it means to trust someone, and you always judge everything in this world with your own self-righteous perceptions. Get out, otherwise my Fu family will use all means to make you lose everything." Xiao Mukin took a step back tremblingly, raised his hand and pointed at Fu Xiu and said, "Fu Xiu, you will regret it. You and I were originally together, and we were a strong alliance. The essence of marriage is nothing more than an exchange of interests. If you find an ordinary person, the Fu family is destined to be left behind by my Xiao family." Lu Ruyan looked at Li Xiu pleadingly. "Li Xiu, I didn't mean it, I already." "Get out," Li Xiu said indifferently. Xiao Mukin grabbed Lu Ruyan and said in a deep voice, "Why are you embarrassing yourself? Let's go." "No. Xiao Mukin, let me go," Lu Ruyan shouted. Lu Ruyan was dragged away by Xiao Mukin. Fu Xiu glanced at Li Xiu and said, "What? Your ex-girlfriend is chasing you. Are you happy? What's so cool about that?" You're just looking for a way out. Whoever gets entangled with you will be in trouble. Li Xiu said. The other end.
Xiao Mukin, who had left the venue, pointed at Lu Ruyan and said, whether you like it or not, we are already like this. Now our jobs, both yours and mine, all depend on the Xiao family. We all rely on the cooperation of the Xiao family.
Don't pretend to be affectionate. We are the same kind of people. Do you want Li Xiu to divorce you, get a large sum of money and go with you? Ha, but they are so emotional? What hope do you have? You can only follow me now and find a way to get back into Mr. Zhao's eyes. This is our only chance to turn the tide. Next, the Xiao family will definitely make a big move against the Fu family.
Listen to me, this is also our chance.
After hearing what Xiao Mukin said, Lu Ruyan's eyes changed, and finally her brows gradually relaxed. Then isn't our current job just a subsidiary? So what?
With my relationship with Grandpa, it's only a matter of time before I get a seat in the management of the subsidiary.
Xiao Mukin pulled Lu Ruyan away.
At this moment, charity fundraising has already begun in the venue. At this moment, the host said loudly,
charity fundraising. Donations can also bring corresponding antiques. 20 million from the Xiao family. Once. 20 million from the Xiao family. Second time. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu, who suddenly raised his hand and said, Fu family 30 million. Wow. The wealthy families at the scene were all puzzled. What's going on with the Fu family? This glass lamp is obviously not worth the money.
Yes, this son-in-law of the Fu family used the Fu family's money to mess around.
I think this Southern Dynasty colored glaze lamp is only worth more than 10 million yuan. The Xiao family has already spent too much money.
As for the Fu family, this son-in-law is indeed from a small family. It is normal for him not to understand the nature of this kind of fundraising. Behind Fu Xiuyu, the three sisters said one after another.
Brother-in-law, you spent 30 million on this thing. This is not the way you spend money even if you have it. Fu Xiumu said.
Fu Xiushui nodded and said, he really came here to enjoy life and waste our Fu family's money. These things were provided by Mr. Ling. He is the most famous appraiser in Binhai. Usually when the Ling family organizes a fundraising event, the value of these antiques is around 10 million.
The rules have always been like this.
At this moment, the fundraising on the stage has been finalized. Congratulations to the Fu family for winning the Southern Dynasty glass lamp. Seeing the Fu family bid a sky-high price for the glass lamp, Mr. Ling stood up and bowed, saying, thank you for your generosity, Fu family. I am here for the children in poor areas, and I thank you for your donation. But Li Xiu said indifferently at this time.
Mr. Ling is very generous.
The children in this poor area should thank you, but I also have to thank you. This Southern Dynasty 1000 Phoenix glazed lamp is worth at least 100 million, and you only gave it to me for 30 million.
I have to thank you for that. Wow.
All the rich young masters and young ladies present started talking about it.
Is this Fu family's son-in-law mentally damaged? Yeah, what he meant by that is that he knows more about antiques than Elder Ling? Grandpa Xia also looked at these collections just now, but he didn't say anything. How can a young man like him discuss these antiques with two seniors? But do you remember the last time? Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu in confusion. It's okay, even if it's not worth the price, I'm here to donate anyway.
Li Xiu raised his hand.
Curious old Master Xia also stepped forward and said, my friend, do you have any different opinions this time? Old Master Ling and I have seen it.
Many colored glaze cups from the Southern Dynasties have been unearthed, so the price of tens of millions on the market is already the limit.
Li Xiu nodded.
The Southern Dynasty green glaze, including these techniques, looks similar.
But unfortunately, you two only know one side of the story. Chapter 77, 1000 Phoenix Glazed Lamp. The whole room cheered. The young generation of wealthy children at the scene were all stunned. Just one? You don't know the other? How damn arrogant.
Yes, the son-in-law of the Fu family is young after all.
Why does he speak like this in front of the two old men?
It will be fun if he shoots himself in the foot later.
Yes, I can understand that young people want to show off, but this is not something that we young people should get involved in. Yes, Mr. Ling is an absolute authority.
At this moment, the elderly Ling stood up in confusion and said with a slightly unhappy expression, son-in-law of the Fu family, I heard that you know something about antiques, but I have seen no less than 100 kinds of this Southern Dynasty colored glaze cup, and I have carefully studied each one. This glass cup meets the standard features of all Southern Dynasty glass cups.
There is nothing special about it.
Hear this expert say this. Even Fu Wanjun said, even if it is an ordinary glass lamp, it doesn't matter to our Fu family.
It's just charity anyway.
Hearing this, Li Shou glanced at Fu Wanjun and said, Mom, don't worry, I know my limits. On the stage, Mr. Ling looked at the glass lamp again.
I have another glass lamp like this. This is a pair. If you can explain it, I will give you the whole pair if I am wrong.
But if you keep talking nonsense, I, old Ling, will scold you. Han Mimi, the grandson of Mr. Xiao, stepped forward and said, I don't believe there are any all-rounders in this world.
Can you, Li Xiu, really say anything about this broken glass cup? Let's make a bet. How about 10 million? If you are really capable, I will give you 10 million. If you are a loser and can't pretend, how about you give me 10 million?
Xiao Chang'e whispered at the side, be careful, this kid is quite capable.
Don't worry, Grandpa.
I just lost to him in dancing, and now I have to get back at him. It's only 10 million, which I still have. Besides, he may not dare to accept it. At this time, Li Xiu casually said, if you want to send money, no one can stop you.
Mr. Ling, since someone is betting here, I will now tell you the difference between this thing and an ordinary glass lamp.
The difference between the 1,000 Phoenix glazed cups and ordinary glazed cups is that these are usually used for sacrifices or rewards in the Southern Dynasty. However, in the history of the Southern Dynasty, there was a pair of glazed cups that the emperor specially made and rewarded to the eldest princess, Princess Qianfeng.
Is there any necessary connection between the story you told and the glass lamp? Han Mimi said disdainfully.
Li Xiu shook his head and said, don't make a fuss and disturb my thoughts. Let me tell you, in addition to the unified craftsmanship, the biggest difference between these 1,000 Phoenix glass cups is.
Mr. Ling, since I've bought the things, can you give them to me?
Li Xiu pointed at the glass cup on the table.
Humph.
Elder Ling personally took the glass cup and placed it in Li Xiu's hand. Boy, you better be right. Li Xiu took the glass cup and smiled faintly.
Don't worry, I'm thinking of another one.
After saying this, Li Xiu held up the colored glass cup, took out a lighter and burned it under the colored glass cup. The special internal structure of this 1,000 Phoenix colored glass cup will look like 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix under the light and shadow of the flame. Li Xiu took out a lighter and burned the millions of glass lamps.
A moment later,
the scene was completely silent.
The children of wealthy families began to talk about it. What are you showing us? Where are the birds? They are making a fuss. After all this time, telling stories and burning things with lighters, is this Fu family son-in-law playing tricks on us? Yeah, this wave of actions by the Fu family's son-in-law is too boring.
It seems that the Fu family's son-in-law made a mistake from the beginning. He not only lost money but also lost face.
Elder Ling snorted coldly, Fu Shouyu, your husband is too ambitious. He doesn't know how to double-check before speaking or doing anything. He is a bit self-righteous.
Han Mimi also felt happy, Fu Shouyu, your husband lost 10 million to me.
Fu Shouyu said calmly.
No matter what my husband said or did, my Fu family will believe it and will not tolerate you stirring up trouble here.
The three sisters of the Fu family beside him also immediately united to face the outside world. Fu Xiumu, what are you doing? It's a good thing that my brother-in-law has an idea, and isn't it too early to draw conclusions now? Fu Xiuxuan nodded. What are you talking about?
Fu Xiuyuan shook his head and said, my brother-in-law is a capable man.
What? Did he make you feel bad?
Even if he made a mistake once, it doesn't mean that he is not good at antiques. At this time, Li Xiu said, stop arguing. It's just that the firelight is not enough. I have noticed that there are light and shadows flowing. After saying that, he took out his cell phone, turned on the flashlight, and placed the flashlight under the glass lamp.
Everyone stop arguing. It's time to witness a miracle. Let the thunder shatter the darkness.
The next moment after Li Xiu finished shouting, countless lights and shadows gushed out from the glass lamp, and at this moment, he turned into light. He held up the glass lamp high, and countless lights and shadows flowed on the ceiling. They were flying birds, cranes, soaring towards the glass cup.
Southern Dynasty 1,000 Phoenix glazed lamp. There is a universe inside, wherever light and shadow go.
100 years of worshipping the phoenix.
Wow! It's like 100 birds are flocking to the phoenix. It's true. So many birds. This, the wisdom of the ancients is so terrifying.
The key is that this son-in-law of the Fu family is actually better at looking at antiques than Elder Ling and Elder Xia. TSK, it seems that when looking for an appraisal in the future, it's definitely right to look for the son-in-law of the Fu family.
Fu Wanjun couldn't stop smiling. I knew my Xiao was right.
At this moment, Elder Ling was trembling all over. He looked at the light and shadows on the wall and said in amazement, "It really is not an ordinary glass lamp. This son-in-law of the Fu family is really talented. He is really talented." Han Nini's face turned pale. This, even Elder Ling couldn't see it. How did he see it? My 10 million. Xiao Changa gritted his teeth and said calmly, "Grandpa warned you that this son-in-law of the Fu family is not simple, but you didn't listen." Wu Yixue said to Han Mimi, "Ha, you are shooting yourself in the foot. I lost both my wife and my army. In Grandpa's eyes, my score is +1, and yours is 1. Han Nini snorted coldly, "Just wait and see. You stinky men. Li Xiu too. You too. He's just a son-in-law. Why should I be humiliated? Wait, Li Xiu." Li Xiu took a pair of glass cups from Elder Ling and said, "I'm sorry, Elder Ling, I'm taking advantage of you."
Elder Ling shook his head. Heroes emerge young. I admit defeat.
I don't understand this pair of glass cups.
Wouldn't it be a waste if I took them in my hands?
I might as well give them to you, a boy who knows how to appreciate them.
Chapter 78. It's all your fault. He is my white moonlight.
Li Xiu took the 2 glass cups and glanced at Fu Xiuyu. This treasure was given to the princess by the emperor of the southern dynasty 1,000 years ago.
For my wife. Fu Xiuyu smiled and said, "Okay, thank you for your kindness, husband."
Fu Xiuxue beside him said in a routine way, "Sister, your husband is using the Fu family's money to please you." Fu Xiu immediately smiled and said, "Third sister, if it weren't for my brother-in-law's talent, our Fu family wouldn't be able to pick up this bargain. This time, our brother-in-law has directly helped the Fu family make a lot of money."
Fu Xiuxue snorted coldly. "Fu Xiumu, are you his sister or my sister?"
When the sisters were quarreling, Fu Xiuyu suddenly said, "Our Fu family will donate an additional 30 million. After all, our Fu family cannot take advantage of Elder Ling too much."
Old Ling laughed and immediately lost face. "Oh, Fu's daughter, I thank you for your generosity on behalf of the children in poor areas."
Li Xiu glanced at Han Mimi at this time and said, "The one jumping around so well over there, I will also donate your 10 million to the poor areas."
"Thank you for your generosity."
Han Mimi stamped her feet in anger.
Wu Yixue beside her smiled and said, "Cousin, this is too embarrassing. You fought for a whole night and you lost. Don't lose all your people to him." Han Mimi glared at Wu Yixue and said, "You're not much better. Did you get the upper hand? Are you satisfied just by seeing me get humiliated? Where's your family honor?" "Ha, I have a strong sense of honor." Wu Yixue glanced at Li Xiu. "This man is extremely talented. It is a great honor for the Fu family to have such a son-in-law. Wasn't he just a random choice, but was it carefully selected by Fu Xiuyu?
To be honest, not all of these rich kids present here are fools. The children who grew up in the vortex of wealth and power have more schemes than anything else, although on the surface they are stepping on the man they think is a good for nothing.
But now most people have put aside their contempt.
This Li Xiu is quite interesting. If I want to please my grandfather, I will have to fight with him in the future. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain.
The most powerful family in Binhai must be my Xiao family." Wu Yixue muttered to himself.
Everyone over there came forward curiously to admire the rare and valuable items that the Fu family had bought, and Li Xiu became the focus of the whole audience.
Many people came forward to chat with him.
After all, it would be beneficial for them to know an expert in treasure appraisal. Who knows if such a talent will be needed in the future?
Fu Wanjun couldn't stop smiling.
Although she didn't say it, there is no elder who doesn't like the younger generation who makes them proud.
Yes, my son-in-law is good. Yes, he is young and a top student.
Amidst all the praise, Li Xiu started eating again. Perhaps it was because the system gave his body strength that his appetite also increased, and he could eat more and more. At this time, Fu Xiuyuan came forward and said, "Brother-in-law, why didn't I realize before that you are quite handsome?"
Li Xiu smiled and said after swallowing the sausage, "What are you doing? Are you still trying to sting the law? I won't fall for your trick. I'm serious. I'm planning to organize a show and I can invite you to come. Fu Xiaoyuan said. Program?
Li Xiu frowned slightly and said, whatever, it's fine as long as your sister has no objection.
Fu Xiaoyuan nodded. Okay, I'll find you then.
On the other side, Xiao Mukan and Lu Ruyan returned to their ancestral house. In the rental house, Xiao Mukan and his son Xiao Jia were lying on the sofa like masters.
Lu Ruyan was sweeping and mopping the floor.
Her parents and brother were also lying beside her.
So you guys don't want to work and leave me to work alone? Lu Ruyan's face looked extremely ugly. What do you take me for?
Lu Rusong glanced at his sister and said in a deep voice, Sister, I, a grown man, can't do this.
Lu Yingshan frowned. Your mother and I are tired and can't do it. You can do it yourself.
Lu Ruyan glanced at Xiao Mukan again. Xiao Mukan, I went to the hospital because of you.
I'm feeling a little better now. Shouldn't you help share my burden?
Hearing this, Xiao Mukan immediately raised his eyebrows. Lu Ruyan, don't make a mistake.
I, Xiao Mukan, have found a job for you, and you still want me to do something like a servant? Servant? How come I am a servant in your eyes? We are married and living together, don't you know how to be considerate of me? Lu Ruyan said with trembling body.
Xiao Mukan sneered, we are only cooperating temporarily, and your Lu family still has to rely on me, Xiao Mukan, for food. Lu Yingshan and Wang Hong originally wanted to say a few words, but after hearing this, they suddenly felt that it made some sense. Wang Hong, my daughter, this son-in-law Xiao has at least solved your job problem. I was thinking that your brother's company can no longer run, so why not try to arrange a job for him as well?
Lu Yingshan said with a smile, yes, son-in-law Xiao, look at your brother's work.
Xiao Mukan sneered, this family is simply skinning people, but I haven't established my foothold yet, so I have to agree first.
But if I don't do it for him immediately, otherwise I will lose my value and how can I have a status? Ah, this is easy to handle.
When I go to work, it's only a matter of time before I get a job as a manager. I'll make arrangements for him.
Lu Rusong is the mother of all milk. Oh, thank you for your help, brother-in-law. I will follow your lead.
Lu Ruyan discovered after a long time that no one in this family cared about her at all.
Tears welled up in my eyes. At that time, I lived with Li Xiu. I would watch TV and eat snacks at night, and there would be free midnight snacks when I was hungry.
Li Xiu takes care of all the housework. Even if the temperature was more than 10 degrees below zero, if I wanted to eat snacks from the west of the city, he would have to run more than 10 kilometers to buy them for me.
It was nothing like now.
Xiao Mukan is like a boss and his family is selfish.
They didn't treat me as a human being at all.
Only Li Xiu back then, was the one who was truly good to me.
Right. Li Xiu, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I really didn't know that being ignored would hurt so much. You must be very sad after such a long time.
I'm sorry I hurt you.
I will try my best to make up for it, I will get you back, you are my white moonlight. Xiao Mukan he is not a human being at all.
She couldn't hold it anymore and swung the mop in her hand, and the dirty water flew out.
He splashed the water all over his parents and brothers.
Lu Ruyan, you are crazy. Look at why you're so angry. We're doing this for your brother's good. Sister. What are you doing? Are you dirty?
Lu Ruyan said coldly, if you hadn't instigated discord behind my back, how could I have ended up like this?
It's all your fault. I hate you so much. Chapter 79. If I explain it, would you believe it?
On the other side, the Fu family in Binhai City.
In the young couple's room.
Li Xiu mysteriously took out a box from the closet and slowly opened it.
Look, honey. Do you like it? Fu Xiu asked in confusion, what kind of underwear is leaking air from the front and back? This design is really quite unique.
This set of clothes is a typical combat type black stocking, with separate blank spaces and relevant parts to enhance men's combat effectiveness.
There are also men's models. In addition, there are various supporting props to enhance the romantic interest between couples. Li Xiu smiled and said, how is it, do you like it? Fu Xiu suddenly came up to him, oh? You were using the browser at work to learn these things, right? Li Xiu glanced at his wife and said, how is that possible?
I won't do anything unrelated to work when I'm at work.
Mr. Fu, this is a matter of principle. Oh? You don't do anything that's not related to work at work, so now you don't do anything that's not related to your husband and wife? Li Xiu, what does Mr. Fu want me to do? You put it on. Fu Xiu said.
The next morning, Li Xiu seemed to have shriveled up.
The kind that was panting even when he got up. No, buddy, how come I ended up hitting my own foot?
Li Xiu stood up and took off the half of black stockings that were still hanging on his leg.
Bang! The door was pushed open. Fu Xiuxua stared at Li Xiu's thigh in amazement.
And the calf hair that stood up when the black stockings were removed. Li Xiu raised his head and looked into his sister-in-law's eyes.
Seeing her increasingly incredulous look, he sighed, "If I say I can explain, will you believe me?" Mom! Pervert!
During breakfast, Fu Wanjun said in a reproachful tone, "After you get married, you sisters shouldn't visit each other casually.
It's easy to cause misunderstandings." Fu Xiuxua blushed. "Oh. Abnormal."
Li Xiu remained calm and said, "Mom, I'm done eating.
I'm leaving now. There are 2 places to sign in today."
Li Xiu decided to find a different place to sign in, hoping to sign in for good things.
Drive the Mercedes-Benz E. After leaving the manor, we headed to the first chosen location. There is an ancient temple on the seaside. Signing in at this ancient temple will definitely be different.
When we arrived at the temple gate, people had already come to burn incense. Li Xiu parked his car in the parking space in front of the temple and walked straight into the temple.
I wonder what I can get by signing in at this temple.
At this moment, there are still many foreigners in the temple.
After all, these foreigners like these oriental scenic spots and historical sites. A few foreigners from the United States were chatting in broken Mandarin. Will there be any Chinese hungry people in this ancient temple? Holy shit, if you have a Chinese fasting stomach, I want to become your disciple.
I want to stay in Dragon Country and learn fasting stomach. At this time, the temple arranged several disciples to perform boxing.
It's so lively. But the attitude of the dragon people is different. Kung Fu nowadays is too performative. Look at these monks, they are nothing but show-offs, not as good as the foreigners free fighting. Yeah, in fact, our Kung Fu is not even as good as Taekwondo. It's just some TikTok videos.
At this moment, a muscular man pushed through the crowd and walked up, smiling faintly, "Masters, I am very interested in traditional Kung Fu.
Can we have a discussion?"
The abbot, Master Kukai, frowned slightly. He had heard what these people had just said. What they said was not wrong. After thousands of years, most of the so-called Kung Fu had been lost.
This person is here to challenge me now? These disciples of mine may not be able to defeat me.
As for myself, young people are better at fighting, and I am old.
It's definitely not possible to go up there.
The foreigners also shouted.
Yeah, let's see Chinese fasting. Show me a show. Fight him. Let's see what a real empty stomach looks like.
At this time, the man had already walked in front of several monks and started fighting. These monks are all young people after all. They would be in great danger if they were provoked like this. They all jumped up and said,
"Come on. Let me compete with you."
Several other monks immediately shouted, "Come on, senior brother." After saying this, the man in black started with Muay Thai and then moved on to free fighting. This monk had practiced martial arts for a long time, and when he met this old hand who didn't know how to use the moves, he was kicked away after just a few moves.
The remaining monks saw it. "Brother! I'll fight you."
Several monks rushed forward, but were easily defeated by the opponent. The big man in black laughed out loud. Traditional Kung Fu is just a bunch of fancy tricks. There was a sudden burst of boos at the scene, and several young foreigners frowned slightly.
Isn't Longwei the best in the world for fasting? Why is this happening? Oh my god, is it possible that fasting is fake? Don't eat the generous gift crab and pickled radish. I can't accept it now.
I came to Longwei just to see Longwei's empty stomach. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Xiu shook his head indifferently and quickly signed in.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully.
Nanzhao Ancient Temple sign in completed.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Buddhist technique, Yi Jin Jing X1. Yi Jin Jing, after using it, you will obtain the Buddhist inner strength Yi Jin Jing. If you practice it to the highest level, you will have the ability of diamond indestructibility. Li Xiu was stunned.
No way. The sign in at this ancient temple is really awesome. It must have a profound heritage. System. Sign for me again. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully.
Nanzhao Temple sign in is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Monk Card 100 Years X1.
Monk card. After using it, the host is equivalent to a monk who has practiced hard for 100 years, including a full range of kung fu such as fists, feet, and weapons.
You no longer have to worry about the host being beaten. Ding! Yi Jin Jing will receive a bonus from the monk card. Congratulations to the host, the Yi Jin Jing has reached the maximum level. Fuck! Is it so awesome?
The next moment, countless memories flooded into his mind, as if countless days and nights of hard training had instantly reached this body. The bones all over his body made a continuous crackling sound. The terrifying internal energy flows in the body. Have I become a master of traditional martial arts? At this moment, the man on the stage laughed loudly. Traditional martial arts are all garbage. Li Xiu raised his head and took a look at this loser. It was a good opportunity to test his skills with this guy? After all, it is definitely not a good thing to mock one's own country's traditional martial arts in this way. Think of this. Li Xiu slowly took 2 steps forward, his internal energy surging. There were bursts of rumbling sounds. The host Kong Hai was shocked and said, "Is this the internal force echo that can only be achieved when the internal martial arts is practiced to the extreme?" This. Li Xiu jumped onto the martial arts stage with a light leap, and said to the man in front of him calmly, "That's enough. It's unnecessary to keep pushing and slamming me after I win, buddy." Chapter 80. What hidden consumption have you triggered? The man in black glanced at Li Xiu and saw that Li Xiu's breathing was steady. At a certain moment just now, Li Xiu's breathing seemed to carry the echo of internal force that only internal martial arts practitioners could have. He himself practiced external martial arts, and knew a little about the strengths of internal martial artists. Seeing this, he immediately said, "Boy, what I do has nothing to do with you. I am Black Dragon, the owner of the Black Dragon Boxing Gym in front. Today, I challenge the master of Nanjiao Temple to increase the popularity of our boxing gym. It has nothing to do with you. I suggest you don't cause trouble." Now that the whole story was clear, many pilgrims living nearby spoke out. So he's the boxer from the martial arts gym in front. No wonder. Young man, don't go head to head with this master. He must be a professional if he can open a boxing gym. That's right, these monk masters just now were no match for me. Li Xiu glanced at the black dragon and said calmly, "You have black hair and yellow skin, so you are also a member of the yellow race. Why do you speak so provocatively?" Hearing this, Heilong's expression became a little ugly, and he said in a cold voice, "Young man, don't speak so harshly, internal martial arts, right? I'd like to learn from you." Li Xiu thought to himself, "Since you deserve a beating, and I just want to test my kung fu skills, and I see that you are quite capable, it would be nice to use you to test it." Then, in front of everyone, Li Xiu rolled up his sleeves, hooked his hands, and raised a finger, "Come here." Black Dragon suddenly felt that he was provoked. Court death. He immediately tensed his body, took a stance using the standard Muay Thai move, leaped high, and kicked towards Li Xiu with great force. At this moment everyone gasped. Just now, a martial arts monk master was hit on the shoulder by this move, and it must have been dislocated. Be careful, little brother. Don't fight head on. However, the next moment, Li Xiu just stood there without moving. He just raised his arms on the spot. Focus on Dantian, let your spirit shine through the vast land, relax your body and focus your mind, let your strength penetrate every inch of your body. The internal strength in the body creates a world of its own, and the body becomes majestic and motionless, like Mount Tai. Bang! The heavy kick hit Li Xiu's arm. Everyone's eyes changed. Master Kong Hai couldn't believe it. Yi Jin Jing. The highest level of Yi Jin Jing, Vajra indestructible. How is this possible? He is only a few years old, how could he possibly master the Buddhist inner strength to perfection? At this time, Li Xiu raised his foot and kicked. Bang! The black dragon, still in shock, flew 100 meters away and hit the courtyard wall heavily. He fell to the ground and vomited a large mouthful of blood. His face turned red and he fainted. Li Xiu looked at his thigh in astonishment. "I didn't use my full strength, this guy won't die, will he?" Kong Hai immediately stepped forward and raised his hand to examine the creature called Black Dragon. He stood up and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, donor, this donor just fainted. He has practiced external boxing hard and has strong resistance to blows. He is not that weak." Only then did Li Xiu nod in relief. The 3 foreigners at the scene were shouting excitedly. "This is Chinese fasting food. Gift crab. This is so cool. This is just like the novels I read."
This is called chi. I understand.
Other pilgrims at the scene held up their phones and said, I've taken a picture and shared it on TikTok.
This guy's moves are so cool.
At this time, 3 foreign guys rushed over.
Kowtow and worship. Hello, Master. My name is Wilson. I am an American. I would like to become your disciple. Let me know. How about that?
My name is Brooke, this one is Ramen, and we both want to learn how to fast in Dragon Country. Li Xiu took a look at the 3 foreigners. Ramen was a black guy, and the other 2 were standard white people.
I don't accept disciples for this. I don't have any plans to do so for now. Wilson stood up and said, Master. We have money. We have a lot of money. We can pay for your tuition.
Li Xiu shook his head, I'm sorry, I really haven't been a master for many years.
Bye.
The 3 little foreigners still had fiery eyes.
Wilson said, I have watched many Dragon Country movies.
The masters in them do not accept disciples casually.
I can understand that. We have to try harder.
Brooke said at this time, oh no, we are going to miss the time for the business cooperation meeting with Fu Group, it will be too late. Wilson said, the Futong automobile in our family has the technology that the Fu family wants.
Even if we are late, I believe they won't say anything.
Ramen nodded and said, that's right, but let's go there first, and then we can find out the master's address and pay him a visit.
That's right. Let's go to the meeting first. Brooke said.
On the other side, in the top floor conference room of Fu Group, Fu Xiuyu's face gradually turned ugly. Where are the 3 young masters sent by Futong Group this time?
Special Assistant Lin asked in confusion.
The people from Futong Company were already in Binhai yesterday.
Could it be that they were late because of jet lag?
A senior executive said, Mr. Fu, we need Futong's century-old car manufacturing technology to prepare for our Fu family's entry into traditional and new energy vehicles.
Even if they are late, we can't do anything.
Among the century-old car manufacturing companies, only Futong has the lowest patent licensing.
Fu Xiuyu exhaled, if that's the case, there's nothing we can do. We can only wait. Assistant Lin, what is chiefly from the Cybersecurity Information Department doing today?
Because Li Xiu hadn't replied to the message for an hour. If he was slacking off at work, it would be impossible for him not to reply. At this moment, Fu Xiuyu noticed that his mobile phone had received several text messages, all from the supplementary gold card.
Consumption at Jinwan Snack Shop, 23 yuan. Mishu at Ice King consumption, 4 yuan. Consumption at Qingxi Air Cleaning Shop, 298 yuan.
Fu Xiuyu took a deep breath and said, no need to look for him.
I know where he went. Fu Xiuyu's fist hardened.
Giving you a card is for you to use it as you please, but it can't be used so casually, right?
Snacks? Mishua Bingwang? You're still picking my ears? You must have forgotten that it's working hours now.
At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and 3 young foreigners walked in with a group of senior executives of Futong Group. Wilson, the leader, laughed and said, sorry, Miss President, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
You are as stunning as the rumors say. This is my brother Brooke and Ramen.
Mr. Fu immediately showed a professional smile, stood up and greeted the 3 American rich young men.
After some polite exchanges, Fu Xiuyu was about to say something. Ding! Consumption at Qingxi Air Cleaning Shop, 648.
The veins on Fu Xiuyu's forehead popped. Notify section chiefly to report to the Fu Group conference room. If he can't come within half an hour, he won't have to work.
My husband's position is not needed. Do it.
A place like this, over 600?
Did you trigger some hidden service?
Little guy, you're having so much fun with my card, right?
Come back to me and talk business with me. Angry. Chapter 81. Does this solve the problem that everyone couldn't complete?
At the same time, Li Xiu said to the female technician, you are right. If it weren't for your gambling father, sick mother, and young brother, how could a beautiful girl like you come out to do this at such a young age? The beautiful technician sister in front of me blinked her big eyes.
Thank you, boss, for charging my card. Please come to see me next time. Li Xiu waved his hand, yeah, sure.
I just ate something on the roadside and bought some Snow King. When I turned around, I saw the ear cleaning sister standing at the door. She was so pretty and so delicate. With the purpose of helping others and ourselves. Li Xiu walked in decisively. The service was coming to an end, and Xiao Mimi's techniques became more elegant, but at this moment her cell phone rang.
Ringtone with vibration. If I had known I would end up like this, I should have found a partner. A rich woman has always been my dream. Xiao Mimi glanced at Li Xiu. After all, the ringtone was too abstract. Hello? Assistant Lin? What? Okay, I'll be right there.
Li Xiu immediately stood up and packed up.
Girl, forget about the rest of the service. I have to go back now. After leaving the ear cleaning shop, I got on a Mercedes-Benz E and headed towards Fu Group.
And on the other end,
in the conference room, Fu Xiuyu said coldly, "Your Futong Group suddenly asked to update the patent fee plan. What does that mean?"
Wilson smiled faintly. The Xiao Group has also contacted us. They offered to raise the patent fee by 10%, but your Fu Group wants to reduce the patent fee by another 5%?
Ha, that's so annoying, Ms. President. We are businessmen and we must pursue profits.
Fu Xiuyu glanced at Special Assistant Lin, who said in confusion, "We haven't received any news of the Xiao family intervening."
Wilson said, "We just received the Xiao family's conditions when we got off the plane yesterday.
I have to say that the Xiao family is more suitable for cooperation, but we have an agreement in advance, so we gave you the opportunity to meet with us to discuss."
Fu Xiuyu's face looked grim. The Fu Group has no background in the automotive industry.
Now that Longgua's electric vehicles are booming, it can solve the battery problem on its own, but if it wants a good chassis and good tuning, it cannot bypass these century-old companies.
Boss Fu, I'm sorry, brothers, let's go, we still need to find our master. The three young masters of the Futong Group stood up. Fu Xiuyu looked unhappy. At this time, a senior executive suggested, "Boss Fu, why don't we raise the price by 15%? Fu Xiuyu glared at the executive. They are not the only ones in the world to have relevant patents. We will consider it in the long run.
At this time, Li Xiu pushed open the conference door and walked in.
Boss Fu, you're looking for me? Ah. Wilson was stunned.
His two brothers also just stood there in a daze.
Master. Master. Oh my god. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu and said, You really know how to have fun, huh? Do you know how much injustice your wife has suffered here?
Special Assistant Lin explained, "These three are the young masters of Futong Group, and they said they want to increase our company's patent licensing fees." However, at this moment, the three little foreigners fell to their knees.
Master. This is fate. We just separated. We'll meet again soon. Gift crab. This is God's guidance. At this moment, the top executives of Fu Group stood up in amazement. What is this for? Are you my brother? Didn't you call me master? How did our prince consort know these three young masters? Fu Xiuyu was shocked and asked, Li Xiu? What's going on? How do these young masters of Futong Group know you? Futong Group? Li Xiu remembered, isn't this the century-old American automobile group? So the three of them are the young masters of this Futong Group?
Li Xiu's eyes moved, and he exchanged glances with his wife.
This apprenticeship? It's not impossible.
The eyes of the three little foreigners became clear.
Teacher, tell me, how can you teach us to fast?
Wilson said excitedly.
Li Xiu glanced at Wilson and said, Well, Mrs. Fu is my wife. You have to call her master's wife from now on. Also, we in Long Country have a custom of paying respect to a master. It just so happens that our cooperation with Fu Group, we will reduce the patent licensing fee by 10%. Wilson shouted, I will completely inherit the Futong Group in the future, so it will be no problem for Master and his wife to use the patent for free. The young boy is teachable. Li Xiu raised the corner of his mouth and stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the stunned executives of Fu Group in the room. Okay, then you can sign the contract. Special Assistant Lin opened his mouth wide. Mr. Fu, your husband seems to have easily dealt with this matter. Fu Xiuyu could hardly hide the smile on his face. My husband is so capable. Between negotiation and compromise, he chose to be the elder. The three young masters of the Futong Group immediately took out the contract and signed it with the Fu Group. Fu Xiuyu couldn't stop laughing. All the senior executives at the scene gave Li Xiu a thumbs up. This prince consort is really amazing. This is a great achievement. Isn't it? We worked hard all morning, and as soon as Section Chief Li showed up, hey! It was solved. Li Xiu waved his hand.
It was my wife who provided the platform for me to succeed. Alas, I am not worth mentioning. Li Xiu was so happy in his heart. He helped his wife to close a big deal. I wonder what reward he would get. At this time, the three young masters suddenly said something shocking. What do you mean the three of you are going to stay in Fu group for a while and learn Dragon Country fasting from Master?
That's right.
Anyway, our father is taking care of the house.
It doesn't matter whether we go back or not.
Li Xiu was also stunned.
Are you three serious about this?
Then it would be unreasonable for me not to teach you two tricks.
Fu Xiu walked forward and pulled Li Xiu aside, whispering, Li Xiu, tell me the truth, what did you do to them that made them so obsessed with you? Why are you looking at me so strangely?
The three of them are obsessed with martial arts. Li Xiu explained, I just happened to be good at martial arts, and they saw it, so they asked me to teach them fasting.
Didn't you hear it? Fu Xiu was stunned and asked, is this possible? With just martial arts, you can lure three young masters from the Futong group to our company?
Li Xiu nodded and said, that's not the case.
Don't underestimate the charm of martial arts.
If I wasn't so good at taekwondo, your sister would have liked me.
Bah, I was wrong to say she liked me.
But the way Fu Xiu looked at me at the beginning was so disgusting.
Aren't you docile now? Fu Xiu nodded, I don't understand martial arts, so how are you going to fool them? How can you call it fooling around? I'm really teaching you.
Li Xiu smiled.
After using the monk card, he didn't want to think about too many boxing and kicking techniques. He just chose some simple ones to teach them. Chapter 82 Sister, I will help you get him back. Before Fu Xiu had the chance to praise Li Xiu, she was busy answering the phone.
Li Xiu turned around and glanced at the three young foreign apprentices.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for triggering a random task. Dragon Country is a place that follows rules. To accept a disciple, you must hold a ceremony to pay respect to the master.
Please complete the ceremony and hold it in a grand manner.
Details, please complete the apprenticeship ceremony in a venue that can accommodate 1,000 people, with no fewer than 30 people watching.
Reward, number of sign-ins x1. 3 black lines suddenly appeared on Li Xiu's forehead. No way, system, you're playing like this? Why do you want me to hold a disciple-taking ceremony? Isn't this embarrassing for me? And he might even need his wife's help, otherwise where can he find a venue?
At this time, Wilson stepped forward and said, Master, when can you teach us how to fast in Dragon Country?
The other 2 little foreigners also nodded vigorously. Shouting fasting country 1.
However, perhaps because they cannot distinguish between Chinese and Neon language, a major integration was carried out.
Longwa is a place where rules are followed. We will hold a disciple accepting ceremony tonight.
Li Xiu said. When they heard about the apprenticeship ceremony, the eyes of the young foreign apprentices lit up.
Oh, I know. I've seen the Dragon Country movie.
After the disciple-taking ceremony, they teach the method of cultivating immortals.
Gift crab. This is awesome.
Li Xiu complained in his heart and decided to read less novels about cultivating immortals. Li Xiu asked the 3 boys to go away and play by himself, as he and his master's wife had many things to discuss.
Other senior executives including Special Assistant Lin also left the meeting room. When Fu Xiu answered the phone, he found that everyone had left. He turned around and looked at Li Xiu in confusion. Where did they go?
Li Xiu stepped forward and decisively lay in his wife's arms. Maybe they all went to the toilet. Fu Xiu narrowed his eyes, turned over and pushed Li Xiu onto the conference table.
Li Xiu, This plot seems to be common in browsers, but it is usually the story that Japanese J-Cho and several female office ladies have to tell. But how come this happened to me? Fu Xiu asked calmly, did you feel comfortable when you had your ears cleaned just now?
Li Xiu was stunned.
He forgot that his spending records were visible. He should be more careful in the future. It would be better to withdraw cash next time. Oh, by the way, honey, let me tell you something. Since these 3 disciples are the young masters of Futong Company, I think we should hold a disciple-taking ceremony. It would be more grand this way. What do you think? Fu Xiu nodded, then why not just do it in the company?
No, I need a venue that can accommodate 1,000 people, and dozens of people to watch.
Li Xiu said. Fu Xiu frowned, there are so many things to do, let's do this. You can find my sister. As the president of the student union, she can use many venues at Binhai University. You can just hold it at Binhai University. The venue is big enough and there are enough confused students.
Li Xiu thought about it for a while and said, that's exactly what happened.
At this time, Fu Xiuyu had already approached. Li Xiu, what are you doing? This is a company. How come the female boss also likes this? Oh my. An hour later. Protein 300 million.
Li Xiu left the meeting room and saw 3 young foreigners sitting obediently on the sofa waiting not far away.
You 3 follow me.
Wilson and the other 2 stood up immediately.
Li Xiu said, you 3 are brothers? But the skin color. Wilson immediately said, we are half-brothers from the same father.
Li Xiu didn't ask any more questions about this issue and said casually, oh.
Okay, the time is tonight.
I will contact my sister-in-law and go to her tonight to hold the apprenticeship ceremony at school.
Of course there was nothing wrong with the 3 little foreigners, so they nodded frantically.
Li Xiu took out his cell phone and called Fu Xiuxue. Hello, Fu Xiuxue, it's me, your brother-in-law.
Fu Xiuxue remained calm and said, What do you want from me?
Oh, I didn't expect you to be the president of the student union. I need your help to find me a venue that can seat 1,000 people. I want to accept 3 apprentices, and they will be foreigners. Li Xiu quickly explained the whole story.
Fu Xiuxue nodded, well, okay, but there are a lot of people at our school's venue tonight, aren't you embarrassed?
Li Xiu shook his head, it's okay, why would I be embarrassed? Putting down the phone, Fu Xiuxue said to the other student union cadres, tonight is a costume party, let everyone cosplay their favorite characters. Everything was arranged and Li Xiu was happy.
Wouldn't this give me another chance to sign in?
Suddenly feeling hungry, Li Xiu hurried to the toilet.
The other end.
A subsidiary of the Xiao family in Binhai City.
Xiao Mukan and Lu Ruyan officially started working here.
The company's business scope is mainly to recruit students for colleges and universities and provide some education-related training. At this time, the supervisor called 2 people over. Go to Binhai University in the next 2 days and add more of these students on WeChat. With these connections, if their juniors need education and training, or have any enrollment-related needs, these will become your network resources.
Xiao Mukan and Lu Ruyan nodded.
After the 2 left the office, Xiao Mukan handed the work computer to Lu Ruyan and said, just help me with this small matter of expanding the business. Remember who you rely on for food and who you rely on to have this job. Lu Ruyan nodded, suppressed her inner dissatisfaction, and sent a message to Zhang Qingqing. After all, Zhang Qingqing had not graduated yet, so she would definitely be able to help.
Qingqing, I'm here to find you at school now. I need to expand my business and I can only ask for your help. Lu Ruyan said. At this time, Zhang Qingqing suddenly asked, by the way, Ruyan, do you still have Li Xiu's WeChat? Can you send it to me? Lu Ruyan was confused, huh? Don't you want to get Li Xiu back? Zhang Qingqing said, I can help you. I'll add him on WeChat and speak for you in the future. What do you think?
Lu Ruyan seemed to see hope and nodded immediately, okay, I can't stand Xiao Mukan's male chauvinism anymore.
Qingqing, if you can help me get Li Xiu back, I'm willing to pay any price.
Li Xiu never hit me before, nor bullied me like this. Xiao Mukan beat and scolded me, but he also made me do housework.
Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes in her heart, Ruyan, is it so miserable? You are so pitiful. I also think Li Xiu is much better. You broke up with Li Xiu because of some villain. I feel it's not worth it for you too.
How about this, give me your WeChat and I'll help you tell him how good you are and how much you miss him.
What do you think? Chapter 83 Your sister-in-law bullies me. Lu Ruyan empathized with me. Thank you. Qingqing, you are so kind to me. You are my best friend.
Although Li Xiu has blocked me, I still have his WeChat ID.
I will send it to you. By the way, Qingqing, do you know how to get a man back? I really want Li Xiu to come back to me as soon as possible.
Zhang Qingqing raised her lips and thought to herself, how can I get this man back?
How can I let you get this good man back?
You don't know the value of such a good man in front of you, so you can only hope that I, your best friend, will help you eat him.
But how can I get him to agree to add me?
On the other side, Li Zheng was in the toilet. Looking at the system panel in front of me.
Name, Li Xiu. Current task, accepting foreigners as apprentices. Currently mounted ID cards, God-level hacker, treasure appraiser, fighting expert, pianist, taekwondo master, dance king, monk.
Current blessing status: never get drunk after drinking 1,000 cups, healthy physique 10 years, Jing 100 years, immune to all poisons, proficient in physics and chemistry.
System evaluation: at the age of 25, you have already reached the peak of your life. Even if you are good at all around sports, you cannot compare to the beautiful wife of a billionaire CEO. Currently, things to note: sister-in-law's suspicion, your sisters-in-law are on guard, please pay attention, host. Oh? Are these little girls still wary of me?
This can only be eliminated slowly, so that the family can live happily together and be like fish in water.
Where should I sign in again? Sign in, still need to think about it. Ding! The host has signed in successfully. The sign-in location is the restroom of Foo Group.
Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting 500 draws of toilet paper.
Toilet paper Gentle brand toilet paper. If you sign in at the toilet, you may need this. Li Xiao, fuck you.
I was just talking to myself, system.
Current sign-in times, 0. The system is too sensitive. I've suffered a huge loss this time.
Li Xiao stood up, his mood plummeting, and he felt a little unhappy. I looked at the time and it was almost time, so I prepared to go to Binhai University to borrow the venue. Li Xiao assigned positions to his 3 apprentices.
Then I left the company and went to Binhai University. When I arrived at Binhai University, it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
After getting off the car, I saw my sister-in-law Fu Xiumu standing at the school gate.
Don't you have any classes today?
Li Xiao said. Fu Xiumu shook his head and said, my classes are almost over, so I have time to wait for my brother-in-law to come.
Why does my brother-in-law need a venue?
Oh, I accepted 3 young foreigners as my apprentices, thinking it would have a sense of ceremony, so.
Li Xiao said. Fu Xiumu smiled and said, ah? Accepting a disciple? Our school students also have activities today. I hope I won't disturb you.
Li Xiao was stunned.
What activity?
Cosplay party. Soon inside the venue, Li Xiao saw people dressed as various anime characters coming and going.
He swallowed. There are too many people here. I only need 30 spectators.
At this time, Fu Xiuxue stepped forward and said, I have prepared all the clothes for you, cosplay clothes.
Don't you want to take in a disciple?
You can just cosplay as Ip Man. A moment later, Wilson and the other 2 arrived here and put on the disciples' training clothes. The apprenticeship ceremony was completed in the presence of hundreds of college students. The 3 young foreigners also presented gifts to him, including a check for 30 million, a limited edition Patek Philippe watch, and the key to a Ferrari sports car. Most of the students thought these were cosplayers' props.
I don't think there is any problem.
Li Xiao's mind buzzed at this moment. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Li Xiao had a smile on his face, he was satisfied and relieved.
However, the 3 foreigners were willing to spend money. After all, they were foreign tycoons.
Li Xiao decided to teach them some kung fu that must be learned by martial monks. Of course, there is no need to teach the core mental method.
I really rely on the system.
If I teach them the mental method, I don't know how long it will take for them to get started. Zhang Qingqing and Lu Ruyan, who happened to witness the apprenticeship ceremony, looked at each other in surprise. After all, other students believed that Li Xiao was just cosplaying, but the 2 of them didn't think so. After all, it's normal for the affairs of wealthy families to be a little magical. After becoming the son-in-law of a wealthy family, everyone Li Xiao came into contact with was rich, and it was normal for rich people to spend money lavishly.
A check? A Ferrari sports car?
Zhang Qingqing asked in confusion. I did see a truck carrying a sports car and parked it at the school gate.
Could it be that the 3 foreigners gave it to Li Xiao? Lu Ruyan opened her mouth in astonishment and then shook her head. How can a person be so happy? You promised to be good to me forever.
Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes and said, You, Lu Ruyan, didn't cherish me back then, so why are you crying at my grave now?
This is how it is between women.
No matter how good their relationship is, they still have their own little thoughts in their hearts. Zhang Qingqing saw Li Xiao's attitude towards Lu Ruyan at the beginning and was very envious of her for having such a boyfriend. Now that Li Xiao broke up with her, she found that Li Xiao's charm was gradually increasing. Lu Ruyan said at this time, I saw on the internet that if you pursue a man, you can buy him something he likes and give it to him. I just bought a belt when I passed by the gift shop.
Qingqing, I'll give it to Li Xiao. Hey! Ruyan! Zhang Qingqing looked unhappy. This Lu Ruyan is crazy.
You are already married and Li Xiu hates you.
Can you get a man back using this method? Sure enough, when Lu Ruyan approached, Fu Xiumu had already walked up. You haven't given up yet? She glanced at the belt in Lu Ruyan's hand with disdain. Oh? A cheap belt? You want to give this kind of thing to my brother-in-law? You really overestimate your own abilities. Don't you even look at yourself?
My sisters and I will take care of my brother-in-law's belt, so you don't have to worry about it. After saying that, Fu Xiumu picked up the drink in his hand and poured it directly on Lu Ruyan's head.
With a loud crash, Lu Ruyan shuddered in excitement. You! How could you do this? Li Xiu! Your sister-in-law bullied me. Chapter 84. Let the heavy rain fall.
This shout attracted a lot of attention.
Isn't that Fu Xiumu? A pure goddess, why would she pour a drink on someone's head?
Yes, this doesn't fit the character of our goddess. At this time, Fu Xiumu said loudly, this woman seduced my brother-in-law and was caught by me. Seeing that my brother-in-law is rich, she wants to stick to him, right? There is no such good thing in the world. As soon as these words came out,
the boys and girls who had just added Lu Ruyan and Zhang Qingqing on WeChat using their work phones said this. What? This woman just added me on WeChat. She seems to be from an education company. A person like this can work in an education company? What a joke. Blacklist and delete. What? That's Goddess Fu's brother-in-law?
The top 10 unsolved mysteries of the confession wall have been solved.
The DNA is moving again. Wait. Brother-in-law? Sister-in-law? Damn. It can't be.
Lu Ruyan was in such a state of panic that she shouted to Li Xiu, I already know I was wrong.
Can't you just look back at me? There is no girl in this world who doesn't make mistakes. I just hurt you 100 times. Why do you treat me like this? Wow. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Hurt someone 100 times? And still expect to be forgiven? You're a modern fairy. Even version T0 has to call me grandma.
Li Xiu's 3 disciples asked in confusion.
Holy shit, is the Chinese I learned fake? Why can't I understand it? Maybe because she doesn't speak Chinese?
Li Xiu pushed Wilson away and said, that's because you don't have such a version abroad.
I envy you.
Come on, gentlemen, let's go to another place. Lu Ruyan completely collapsed when she saw Li Xiu walking away on his own.
She left the venue amid endless abuse. Walk outside alone.
At this moment, heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky.
Boom, boom, boom. Endless torrential rain continued to pour down.
Lu Ruyan fell while walking in the rain, then got up and walked again. Zhang Qingqing chased after him. Ruyan, please stop doing this, it's embarrassing.
You made your own choice, why would you regret it like this? Lu Ruyan didn't reply, like a walking corpse. Zhang Qingqing stepped forward and grabbed Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, what are you doing?
Lu Ruyan turned around and glanced at Zhang Qingqing.
I want to die. Why did we become like this? He would never leave me no matter what. The other end.
Li Xiu brought his 3 apprentices to the taekwondo venue. At this time, except for 2 coaches, all other students have left. Li Xiu greeted them and the 2 coaches had no objections. But when I heard that Li Xiu wanted to teach boxing, they were both stunned.
This is the guy who injured a dozen taekwondo students last time. Yeah, are you going to teach taekwondo?
At this time, Li Xiu said, I have mastered boxing, kicking, spearing, swordsmanship, and knife skills.
Which one do you want to learn? Puff, puff. 2 chuckles. The laughter came from these 2 taekwondo coaches.
Hearing what Li Xiu said, he laughed out loud.
I didn't expect this guy is good at taekwondo and bragging.
Yes, by the way, last time Coach Shun from the provincial team asked us to keep an eye on this boy. I thought he was a student of our school, but I didn't expect that he had already graduated and was the son-in-law of the Fu family. I think we should notify Coach Xin Xiao. She said that no matter what, if this person shows up again, we should contact her immediately.
Didn't Fu Xiuxue say that this is her brother-in-law and he has no interest in being a taekwondo athlete?
Never mind him, let Xin Xiao ask it himself. On the other side, Li Xiu's 3 little disciples nodded desperately. Wilson had a short haircut and was not very tall for a white man, so Li Xiu recommended him, you should practice Luohan fist.
Master, I still want to learn swordsmanship. Wilson said.
Li Xiu waved his hand. Master knows what suits you better than you do. Brooke, you have a slender figure, so I will teach you this Shaolin kick. As for Xiao Hei, he glanced at Raman and said, I will teach you this set of Dharma swordsmanship. You will travel the world with a sword in the future. Just thinking about it is so cool. Raman's eyes lit up. Thank you, master. Li Xiu wanted to laugh in his heart. I am just teaching you how to keep fit. Besides, the relationship between you three is very important to me. You are my connections in America. Li Xiu's mouth was crooked from smiling. It is also very cool to have 3 disciples from wealthy American families. Just at this moment, the taekwondo door was pushed open with a bang. A figure rushed in. Then came the sound of kawaii. Found it? You're wasting your time asking your school to find someone. Don't you take our provincial teams seriously? Li Xiu was stunned. Where did the carrot head come from? It's hard to tell this girl's age. She is wearing a white taekwondo training suit and is about 1.55 meters tall. She also has 2 buns on her head. Quite cute. He is just too short. Of course, being short has its advantages. At least he can sit at the table with the children when eating. The 2 school coaches over there immediately rushed forward and spoke politely to the girl. Coach Shun, why did you come so quickly? We thought you might not be able to make it in time. Shin Xiao glanced at Li Xiu with pride. Luckily I was nearby, so I got here in no time. She glanced at Li Xiu and asked, he was the one who beat up more than a dozen people last time? The 2 coaches said immediately. Yes, Coach Shun, he was just teaching these 2 foreigners. He said he was teaching them Dharma sword and Arhat fist. But how could one person be proficient in so many martial arts? Shin Xiao walked towards Li Xiu and said, Hey, young man, I'm Shin Xiao, the taekwondo coach of the provincial team. You can call me Coach Shun or Sister Shin Xiao. I see that you are not very old, maybe only 25 at most. How about coming with me to the provincial team and winning glory for the country in the future? She looked at Li Xiu proudly. No one could refuse my invitation. After all, this coach's lowly beauty was a sure kill for young boys. Come on, give my team a +1 for their talented players. Li Xiu glanced at the lowly indifferently. This woman was really self-righteous. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your provincial team, and I don't have any idea about Carrot Head either. Shin Xiao instantly entered a red-hot state. What did you say? What did you just say? Say it again if you dare. Li Xiu looked at the woman indifferently. I said I am not interested in carrot heads, that is, women who are no taller than 1.6 meters. As for the provincial team or something, it's too troublesome. Li Xiu raised his hand and scratched his ears. The next moment, a strong wind rushed towards Li Xiu. It's the standard whirlwind kick in taekwondo. Zinniai. Shin Xiao's little face was full of frost. The 3 little foreigners immediately reminded their master. Master. Be careful. Master. Li Xiu raised his eyes calmly. This kind of Shaolin country's martial arts is worthy of showing off in front of Guangdong? Chapter 85. Brother-in-law beats sister-in-law. Li Xiu raised his hand casually. Dong. With a dull sound, the arm sank slightly, and Shin Xiao's leg had hit Li Xiu's arm. However, Li Xiu, who was blessed with the Yi Jin Jing for 100 years, was not afraid of this level of attack at all. He grabbed the woman's calf with his backhand and then lifted it up with force. Shin Xiao flew into the air, and everyone saw that the provincial team coach was being swung around like a sandbag by Li Xiu's great strength. When he jumps, the goal is wide open. In actual combat, he relies entirely on shouting. It's worthy of being something from Shaohan country. Li Xiu threw the woman out casually. Plop! Shin Xiao fell face first onto the stage in the distance. 2 coaches hurried forward. Coach Shen. Are you okay? Coach Shen. Coach Shen vomited. Call the school doctor. Shin Xiao raised his hand and said, No need, I just fainted. At this moment, another figure appeared at the door. It was Fu Xiuxue who came to the Taekwondo club and was about to pack up and go home. Li Xiu? Senior? What are you doing? Shin Xiao's face fell. Xiaoxue. Is this your brother-in-law you told me about last time? He is indeed not a good person. He beat me. Woo woo. Fu Xiuxue looked at Li Xiu in confusion. Li Xiu, this is a senior who graduated 3 years ago. She is now a coach for the provincial team.
She used to be a member of our school's taekwondo club. You guys, this is. Li Shou explained, this carrot head came up and attacked me, so I had to fight back. I didn't expect the so-called provincial team coach to be so bad. What did you say? It was obviously me who didn't dodge. I was careless. Woohoo, my butt hurts.
Shen Xiao suddenly turned over, slid to Fu Xiaoxue's side, raised his hand and pinched Fu Xiaoxue's buttocks. Xiaoxue, long time no see, you have grown well.
Senior sister, what are you doing? Don't touch me. This is my brother-in-law. I told you that he is definitely not interested. Fu Xiaoxue said.
Shen Xiao shook her head.
What do you mean you are not interested? Join my team. I will lead the team myself. It will be very glorious to play in the Olympics. He is 25 years old now. He can still play for a few more years. I can't lose such a good talent. Tell your sister to give your husband to me. Bah! Give it to the country. Fu Xiaoxue shook her head. They just got married. Who knows if they'll have kids soon? How could they possibly go to competitions with you? Fu Xiaoxue smoothed her short hair and said, Sister said you accepted 3 apprentices? They are foreigners? Li Shou nodded. The 3 sons of the Futon Group, the American tycoons, are here for your sister's business. You used martial arts to solve my sister's problem, that's great. Although Fu Xiaoxue was not involved in the work of the Fu Group, he also knew about his sister's recent troubles. Her eyes fell on Li Shou's face. You know so many martial arts? I want to compete with you to see how far I am from you. Fighting with my sister-in-law? Isn't that bad? Li Shou waved his hands and said, I'm afraid if I punch you, you'll cry for a long time. Xin Zhao's eyes lit up. Let's compare. I didn't see clearly just now, and the person flew out. You guys come and compare. Let me see if the brother-in-law is still hitting the sister-in-law so hard. He. Li Shou's 3 young foreign apprentices beside him also applauded. It's a treat to see Master's empty stomach. We want to see Master's fasting stomach. Fu Xiaoxue glanced at Li Shou and tightened his taekwondo uniform. Come and try it. Since my sister-in-law is so interested, I can only risk my life to accompany you. After Li Shou finished speaking, he simply stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Bring it on. Fu Xiaoxue blew the ends of her hair on her forehead. Even though Li Shou was very powerful, she shouldn't be unable to handle a single move. Even though she had the experience of Shen Xiao, she only had skills, but after all, she was at a height disadvantage. Plus there's the power gap, ha! The next moment, she yelled and did a roundhouse kick. Li Shou slightly turned sideways to avoid the kick, and the snow-white little feet brushed past Li Shou's side. Then Fu Xiaoxue kicked Li Shou one after another, turning into a master of body outlining. Fu Xiaoxue's face turned ugly. You look down on me? Why don't you fight back? If your brother-in-law fights back, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it and get hurt. Li Shou said. If you don't fight back, it means you look down on me. Fu Xiaoxue's competitive spirit was aroused. In her opinion, even if she was defeated, it didn't mean that she couldn't take a single move. Li Shou shook his head helplessly. Then you'll have to watch out. Look at my brother-in-law's fist. Bang! After a moment, Fu Xiaoxue's mouth pursed, and then tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Woo-woo. Why did you hit my eyes? Do you still consider me your sister-in-law? How can you push so hard? I'm crying, let me see what you can do. Seeing the strange looks from everyone around him, Li Shou said helplessly, What are you talking about? She was the one who asked me to take action. Shen Xiao narrowed his eyes. How can anyone beat his sister-in-law so hard? Her eyes are swollen. The 3 little foreign apprentices also looked at their master awkwardly. Master only knows about fasting, he doesn't understand women at all. Yes, in Longhua's words, it means really going down. Li Shouren was stunned. No, but I really did it because I listened to her. Tears kept flowing from Fu Xiaoxue's eyes. Mainly it hurts. Li Shou could only step forward helplessly, raised his hand and touched her eye sockets. Does it hurt? Let me blow on you. The 2 stood close to each other, and Fu Xiaoxue's face gradually turned red. None of your business. Li Shou took a look and said, It's really swollen. Brother-in-law will take you to see a doctor. Around 1800 hours in the afternoon. Li Shou drove the blue Ferrari back to the manor and brought Fu Xiaoxue with him.
She had injured her eyes and now became a one-eyed person.
You cannot drive alone outside. The two got out of the car and walked into the main hall. Fu Wanjun asked in confusion, "Daughter? How did you become a one-eyed dragon? Why are you wearing bandages?"
Fu Xiuxue pointed at Li Xiu and said, "He hit me."
"No, I can explain this."
She asked me to use my full strength.
Li Xiu was speechless. At this time, Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu and said, "I asked you to fight? You fought? Why aren't you usually so enthusiastic? Hey, you can't do this."
At this time, Fu Xiuyuan and Fu Xiumu also came back one after another.
See the one-eyed dragon bandage on the third brother. Suddenly they shared a common hatred for the enemy. My brother-in-law is a scumbag. He is so cruel.
Yeah, my eyes are all swollen, shrimp-headed man.
Li Xiu looked at Fu Xiumu in disbelief. You said that too? Aren't you my considerate and good sister? Chapter 86. People cannot, or at least should not.
Fu Xiuyu shook her head and said, "Okay, stop making trouble, Mom." This time Li Xiu helped me solve a big problem.
It directly saved our group a lot of money. Fu Wanjun nodded and said, "I know, it's the Futong group."
They lowered their patent fees for us, which is good for Xiuxiu.
He did a good job this time. Fu Xiuyu nodded.
It's mainly because I chose a good husband.
Li Xiu shook his head. Forget it. This was an accident. I didn't know these three people happened to be my fans. Fu Wanjun smiled and nodded. Li Xiu asked in confusion, "By the way, where is my dad?"
Your father said he went out to eat, but I don't know the details.
Fu Wanjun said.
Just at this moment, Li Pingan walked in from outside, looking a little unnatural.
Li Xiu frowned and asked, "Dad, who asked you to have dinner?" A friend."
Li Pingan said. When Li Xiu saw his father's expression, he knew that something was wrong.
What friend? Could it be that the man named Yao and the old man from Lijia village came to see you?
Li Pingan shook his head. Originally, it was a childhood friend from the village who came to see me, but I didn't expect Yao Lily and her son to be there too.
My childhood friend's daughter is about the same age as Li Yao this year.
The two of them talked about marriage and dragged me into the relationship, but my childhood friend wanted a dowry of 180,000 yuan, which is not a lot in Binhai. But Yao Lily doesn't have a penny, and Li Yao hasn't found a job either.
So you agree to pay this money? Li Pingan, if you agree to this, I will really call you a turtle.
Li Xiu said without giving him face.
How can that be possible?
Li Pingan said. I didn't think straight a few years ago. I gave some money for the renovation of my old house and the hospitalization of my parents, but what does this have to do with me? My dad cried, made a scene, and then hanged himself.
It was really ugly. Li Xiu was speechless. This guy is old. I want to see how he dies. Does the Yao family treat him as a human being? Aren't they using him to control you?
At this time, Li Xiu's cell phone started vibrating wildly. Mr. Li, someone in the property management here named Li Yao said that your brother hired a locksmith and gave your house to him.
Now he has someone pry open the lock and brought a lot of people in, saying that they are here to watch over the house? Do you know about this? Housekeeping? What house? Li Xiu glanced at Li Pingan and asked, "Did you promise to give the house to him?" What? Li Pingan shook his head and said, "How is this possible? Even if I'm old and confused, I will never give your house away, right?" Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. These two old guys, Li Pingan, don't stop me this time. Why should I stop you? There must be an explanation for this matter. Saying that my son's house is his? How funny. Li Pingan said. Let's go and take a look.
On the other side, Binhai City Xingfu community. There were more than a dozen parents and relatives from both sides of the family in Li Xiu's residential complex. Li Pingan's childhood friend is called Ho Xiaowu.
He didn't look very happy.
Before this, Li Pingan had no intention of helping Li Yao.
Yao Lily initially said that Li Pingan's son would help Li Yao with his future work. Now it seems unreliable.
But this house is nice and of moderate size, and is worth at least 3 million in this city. He is a country worker and he will never be able to afford such a house in his lifetime.
Yao Lily, does this house really belong to your son?
His daughter Ho Yuqin has freckles all over her face and is not very pretty, but she is more than a perfect match for Li Yao.
She looked a little better now. If my name is added to this house, I can ask for less betrothal gift.
Yao Lily pulled Li Guangcai and said, Dad, please tell me something.
What do you think about adding your name to the property certificate?
Li Guangcai glanced at Yao Lily awkwardly. My daughter, this house was bought by Li Pingyan for Li Xiu.
Will they agree to this?
Yao Lily lowered her voice and said, he is married into a wealthy family and is going to be a son-in-law of a wealthy family.
How can he still be interested in a house worth only 3 million? Dad, it's okay. You just agree first. If Li Pingyan refuses, you can think of another way.
Will this work? Li Pingyan's current attitude towards me, this. Li Guangcai was still hesitating.
Yao Wan said at the side, Hey, old man, what's your attitude? Your grandson is from a wealthy family. What's the use of this house? He won't live there anyway. So what if you decide to give it to your grandson's wife?
Li Guangcai sighed, okay, Xiaowu, I'm the boss of this house.
Write your daughter's name on it.
Then this marriage.
Ho Xiaowu nodded and said, okay, that's good enough.
I'll tell my wife and arrange a time for the two children's marriages. As he said this, he took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. At this time, Li Xiu walked in with his father with a frosty face.
You guys, get out of here. At that moment, Xiaowu was stunned by Li Xiu's shout, Pingyan, Li Xiu? What happened to you?
Seeing Ho Xiaowu looked confused.
Li Xiu understood immediately, Ho Xiaowu. Did these people tell you that this house belongs to them? Ho Xiaowu nodded. This house is said to belong to Li Yao. Am I not discussing the marriage of the two children? Your grandfather said that Li Yao still has a house in the city. I'm thinking, aren't we busy all our lives hoping that our children will have a good home? I was just about to agree, what's going on? They are talking nonsense. I tell you.
Li Xiu hadn't finished his words. Yao Lily immediately pulled Li Guangcai and said, Dad.
Look at this Li Xiu. Li Xiu. Listen to what Grandpa has to say. You don't need this house anyway. Your brother is getting married, so this house should be yours. What? This house doesn't belong to Li Yao? It belongs to Li Xiu? I thought, your family lives in the countryside, when will you be able to afford a house?
Ho Xiao's face suddenly turned ugly.
What a mess. Yao Lily, you are fooling me. You haven't even discussed this house clearly, and you are trying to deceive my daughter? Yao Lily immediately said, Oh, father-in-law. This Li Xiu's house is my house, Li Yao's house. Look at what you said. This matter is my fault.
It's my fault for not greeting Li Xiu properly.
Li Xiu, look at this. I have 3 plots of land in my hometown. I'll give the land to you and the house to us. What do you think?
Li Xiu was stunned.
What? You're using your farmland in the countryside to exchange for my house in the city? What are you thinking?
Besides, you've also occupied my father's 2 acres of farmland in the village.
Are you using my father's farmland to exchange for our house in the city? Your abacus beads are flying all over my face. Chapter 87, This is not revenge? How dare you think about my sister-in-law?
Yao Wan and Yao Lily looked unhappy when they heard Li Xiu's words that were so disrespectful. Yao Wan jumped up and said, Shut up, kid. If you are dissatisfied with me, wait until your brother's marriage is settled before you make trouble.
Li Xiu smiled and said, Wait until your grandson's marriage is settled? Then is there anything else I need to say? Uncle Xiaowu, did this family promise you anything?
Li Xiu said. Ho Xiaowu nodded and said, Yes, he said that his son will become a senior executive in the Fu family in the future. He said that since you are in a wealthy family now, the Li family will also be superior in the village in the future. For example, my daughter's future job in this house, otherwise why would I agree to marry my daughter to her son? Seeing that things were about to get bad, Yao Lily immediately interrupted and said, Li Xiu is married into a wealthy family and become the son-in-law.
Am I wrong? When did I say anything nonsense? Besides, Li Xiu is a good man.
He can arrange some work for my son and daughter-in-law in the future. In this world, you need your own talents to do anything.
You're talking nonsense. Li Xiu retorted to Yao Lily, let me tell you, your son's ability will never be hired by my Fu group. As for my house, even if I lose it, I will never give it to your son as a wedding house.
When Ho Xiaowu heard this, he immediately felt ashamed and said, Yao Lily, I am such an idiot, I didn't believe you.
Girl, let's go. Let's go back to the village and tell them what kind of people the Yao family is.
When Yao Lily saw her daughter-in-law had flown away, she immediately threw a tantrum. Li Xiu, what are you doing? Are you jealous that your brother got a beautiful wife?
You ruined a good marriage. The worst that can happen is that I can just give you money. How did you make things like this for me?
Li Xiu said disdainfully, I'm making trouble? You're so shameless to say that my house is yours for no reason. Li Guangcai saw that things were in a mess again, and his heart was heaving with anger. You kid.
Are you trying to piss me off to death?
Yao Wan rolled her eyes at Li Xiu and said, Old man, I think this guy did it on purpose. Li Xiu, you have to take responsibility for ruining your brother's marriage. I heard that your wife has 3 younger sisters.
Go talk to them and ask them to give our Li family another daughter.
Li Xiu picked up the broom from the corner and said, I'm going to kill all of you today, and you still want to take advantage of my sister-in-law?
You guys have such a good idea.
Li Pingan hugged his son and said, Don't be impulsive.
Hitting people is illegal. Why don't you get out of here? Do you want to be beaten to death by my son?
Yao Lily rolled her eyes at Li Xiu, while the others ran and muttered.
This kid is a traitor.
What the hell is this?
That's right. It's really too much. You don't even help your own brother.
Several people disappeared through the door. Li Xiu pointed in the direction of these people and said, Dad, you don't teach these people a lesson.
From now on, you can call me Turtle Dad.
Li Pingan sighed, Who said I don't teach you a lesson?
Hitting someone is the worst option. You are a person of status and position now. You hit someone? What if this gets out? So you just put up with it?
Li Xiu said, This family covets my house and my job, and now they're also coveting my sister-in-law.
How can I put up with this?
Li Pingan glanced at his son and said, Come on, go to the hardware store with your father.
Why go to the hardware store? I'm angry.
Li Xiu pushed his father away. You'll know when you get to the hardware store, said Li Pingan. Li Xiu looked at his father in confusion, then followed Li Pingan to the hardware store. As soon as he arrived at the hardware store, Li Pingan asked, Boss, how much does a big hammer cost?
100 for the big hammer and 80 for the small hammer,
said the boss, smoking a cigarette.
2 come. Li Pingan scanned 200.
Li Xiu was stunned.
Dad, you and I are not thinking the same thing, are we?
Of course.
The Yao family is going too far. Let's just not give them any face.
I think it's okay for a group of people like this to have been thinking about sucking my blood all their lives, but now they're thinking about sucking my son's blood.
How can I tolerate this?
Li Pingan said in a deep voice. Let me tell you, I spent 150,000 yuan for the house in the countryside. It was agreed that I would have one of the 3 houses.
Where is the house now? I have paid the money, but what about my house in the countryside? I wanted to give that house to my son, but it was taken away by them? How can I still put up with you? Li Pingan said.
Li Xiu raised his hand and grasped the sledgehammer. I know this well, Dad, let's go and smash everything.
Hey! What's the big deal if it's smashed?
Let me tell your son, I still have 2 acres of land.
Isn't it almost time for the autumn harvest?
Li Pingan said with a smile.
Yes, Lao Dang, you are so vicious. Li Xiu laughed. Let's burn our own land first, and then destroy the house.
Li Pingan laughed. I asked the village in advance, the 2 acres of land is mine, I can do whatever I want with it. And the 3 rows of houses in the countryside in my hometown, I also asked about it. Anyway, one of the houses registered in the village is mine.
What does it have to do with the Yao family if I destroy my own house? Tell me, son.
Li Xiu was stunned.
Dad.
We smashed the house and burned the rice.
Are we going too far? Aren't we becoming bullies?
What a bully. He has gone too far over the years, and I still care about this.
Li Pingan laughed.
Li Xiu smiled and said, Dad, this is not professional.
You don't even know how to be a bully. Go buy some fire starters.
It's been wet these past 2 days.
What should I do if I can't light it? Yes, my son is smart. Let's go buy some gasoline. Li Pingan said.
As time goes by, Lijia village. Li Xiu picked up his watch and looked at it.
My Patek Philippe tells me that it is already 7 p.m. The rural people are almost asleep. Let's get started. Li Pingan shuddered. It's dawn?
The two of them were in the Mercedes-Benz. It was so comfortable that Li Pingan had already taken a nap.
Let's go, Dad. Let's get this done quickly and get it over with, Li Xiu said.
Li Pingan nodded, I understand.
Let's go, father and son will fight together.
The two men crouched down and came to the field. Li Pingan looked around and said, over there.
Our field was taken away by the Yao family. Go ahead,
Li Xiu said to Li Pingan.
Why don't you do it? Li Pingan turned around. Li Xiu said, if anything happens, you are Lao Deng, so you should be treated leniently.
You little bastard, you're so unfilial.
This is our own land, what are you afraid of?
Li Pingan waved his hand, and the father and son each took a bucket of oil and started the operation. Li Pingan muttered, don't blame us. It was the Yao family who went too far and occupied our land. Just think of it as turning into spring mud to protect the flowers. Li Xiu had already taken out his lighter, lighted up.
Lao Deng, get out of the way. Chapter 88, Robbing My House? Then destroy it all.
After saying that, Li Xiu lit the lighter and threw it towards the field. Immediately, flames jumped up. Li Pingan shouted over there, you burned my eyebrows. Li Xiu looked up and saw that his father's eyebrow was missing a piece, but he still looked very happy with a beaming expression.
Okay, next stop, hammer them to death.
Li Xiu raised the corner of his mouth, and the two of them headed towards Lijia village.
We arrived at Li Yushan's 3-row house.
Li Pingan swung the sledgehammer and was about to smash it towards the wall.
Li Xiu grabbed his old man and said, hey, are you sure this wall was built with our money?
Li Pingan nodded, I still have the invoice for the things I bought. I paid 50,000 yuan to have it repaired.
You are such a cuckold. Li Xiu didn't even know about this, otherwise he would definitely not agree. That's better than you helping the Lu family decorate their yard, said Li Pingan. Hey! You're still trying to compete. Li Xiu swung his hammer, get out of the way.
Your son can destroy this area by himself. Now that Li Xiu has all the internal strength in his body, the force of this hammer can be described as moving a mountain. He swung the hammer so hard that it created a strong wind.
Bang! Boom!
In the billowing smoke, Li Pingan was so scared that he took several steps back, and the wall in front of him collapsed instantly. Li Pingan saw everything. There was a huge hole in the wall in front of me.
Several people in the room were so frightened that they jumped up.
Li Guangxi suddenly started in his sleep and asked Yao Wan beside him, what's going on?
Is the sky falling?
Yao Wan stood up and hurried to the window, and saw that everyone in the village was alarmed.
The lights in every house came on. Oh my! It's that damn Li Pingan.
His son smashed down our courtyard wall,
Yao Wan said.
Li Guangxi's face turned dark, and his body suddenly became nimble. He put on his clothes and ran downstairs.
Yao Lily and Li Yao also ran out from the house next door. Yao Lily, what's going on? Is there an earthquake?
Li Yao pointed at Li Xiu in the smoke in the distance and said, Mom, someone broke into our wall.
Yao Lily's expression instantly changed to a state of crazy scolding. What kind of person is that? That's a beast. It's that bastard Li Xiu. I made sure you couldn't get a wife tonight, and now he's smashed our yard. Call the police. Mom and Dad, call the police. This man is going to kill someone. Li Yao immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. Why? Yaoling, someone is killing someone here, come quickly.
When the police reception desk heard this, they immediately arranged for police to come over. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered outside the Li family's gate.
Someone is already giving Li Pingan a cigarette. What happened to Pingan? Why are you destroying your own wall? That's right, Pingan, what are you doing? Why are you so angry so late at night?
Li Pingan then lit a cigarette and said, it's not a big deal.
I just spent my own money to build the fence. I just smashed it because it seemed annoying.
The villagers looked at each other in confusion.
What kind of words were these?
It seemed like there was some conflict. Pingan, let's discuss this matter properly.
Your Li Xiu is really exaggerating. He just smashed the wall? When the police come, can you explain it clearly?
At this time, Li Guangxi and Yao Wan rushed out of the house.
Li Pingan, are you trying to piss me off to death? Why did you bring your son here? What else can we do?
We offended them tonight and they are going to tear down our house.
Yao Wan said, they are really powerful now.
Their son married a rich woman.
They are so proud of themselves. Hearing Yao Wan's provocation, Li Pinggan kept coughing angrily. At this time, Yao Lily came up with her son Li Yao. Yao Lily pointed at Li Pinggan and Li Xiu and said, "Mom and Dad, these two people are just jealous that my son has found a good wife. It's fine if they don't lend us the house in the city to get married, but they have to knock on our door." Li Yao also muttered a few words this time. "Brother, you are wrong to do this. Grandpa is old, do you want to piss him off to death?" Li Guangcai snorted coldly, "Look at how sensible Li Yao is. Li Xiu, look at yourself. You are holding a hammer in front of your grandfather, do you want to piss me off to death?" Li Pinggan sighed deeply. "What qualifications do you have to scold my son? It was your family who shamelessly ran to the city, brought Xiao Wu and his daughter to see our house, and even wanted to steal our house to use as their new home. How could such a good thing happen in this world?" When the villagers heard this, they all exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, this means that Li Guangcai took Yao Lily's child to occupy the house of Li Pinggan and his son as their wedding house. I heard that Xiao Wu cursed people in the village right after he came back. Didn't you hear it earlier? Oh, so this is the follow-up to that incident. Yao Lily is really shameless. How could her brother's things become hers?" Yao Lily immediately put her hands on her hips and said, "Why isn't it my son's? Li Pingyan has never been married, so the house belongs to my Li Yao from now on. That Li Xiu was just adopted. From now on, everything in my brother's house will belong to my son, even if it's something from Li Xiu's wife's house, it will also belong to my son from now on." Wow! The villagers at the scene knew that Yao Lily was domineering and inhuman, but could a human being say such a thing? A villager immediately pointed out, "What the hell? Yao Lily, you are crazy. You are also Li Guangcai's second daughter, not his biological child. Your son is just like Li Xiu, he just has the same surname. Why are you the one who is closer? It's not right for you to say that." Yao Lily put her hands on her hips and cursed a group of villagers. "You guys are all fine at home, right? If you have time, why don't you go home and hug your man to bed? Why are you screaming in front of me? I have taken care of my father in his old age, but has he taken care of me? I have taken care of my father, but have I taken care of him? How can the relationship be the same?" Just when everyone was arguing fiercely, Li Xiu was alone, holding a sledgehammer and rushing towards one of the 3 bungalows. He swung the sledgehammer and smashed it on the wall of the new house. There was a loud bang. Everyone in the Li family was shocked. The wall could not withstand Li Xiu's strength and was already shaking. Yao Lily screamed, "Ouch! My son's new house! You bastard, my son's new house has been destroyed by you, how is he going to find a wife? You bastard! You beast, Li Xiu! Not only did you not give your own brother a house, but you also destroyed the new house." Other villagers at the scene pointed and talked. "Yes, that's right. This new house was built not long ago, and it was destroyed by Li Xiu? That's a bit too much. It's like this. When the police come, Li Xiu might face legal action.